Chapter 1. Qian Renxue. Chen Yue has always been a man of his word. This statement is undoubtedly true. A complete overhaul, revised in 9.5 today. Young master, all the guards at the Tian Dou Palace have been replaced by our people, with the sole exception of the palace guardian. Inside the Tian Dou Palace, the stabbing porcupine gently cupped his hands and respectfully addressed Qian Renxue before him. This palace guardian is named Chen Yue, said to be a figure from the era of the Tian Dou Empire's founding ancestor. He is the most senior among the palace's inhabitants, surpassing even Dou Palace.At. Remains uncertain whether, after his 20-year seclusion, he has attained the rank of Title Douluo. Beside him, the serpent spear Douluo furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. If we recklessly engage him in battle, we may inadvertently alert the 3 Title Douluos within Tian Dou City. Moreover, with the 6th and 7th elders having departed, relying solely on our combined strength, should we be discovered by the sword Douluo or the bone Douluo, it is likely we will be unable to safeguard the young master. Given Qian Dou's regard for Qian Renxue, especially during this crucial time of executing the Tian Dou Palace plan that has been in preparation for 20 years, caution is imperative. Thus, several years prior, he had dispatched the 2 powerful Douluos, Qian Jun and Jiang Ma, to assist Qian Renxue to prevent any unforeseen interruptions by the sword Douluo and the others that might jeopardize the mission. Of course, it was not to suggest that with the assistance of Qian Jun and Jiang Ma, success was guaranteed. The role of these 2 elders, aside from providing assistance, was primarily to ensure the safe return of Qian Renxue to the Spirit Hall. After all, Qian Douluo did not consider this endeavor particularly significant, but since Qian Renxue insisted, he had no choice but to support her. However, with the annihilation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the severe blow to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the 4 Title Douluos of the Tian Dou Empire, excluding Dou Palace, had all fallen to a fate of death, maiming, or injury. Thus, Qian Douluo believed the plan was now foolproof, and he had decided to send the stabbing porcupine and serpent spear, a duo particularly adept at countering Dou Palace, in place of Qian Jun and Jiang Ma. His aim was to elevate Qian Jun and Jiang Ma to the pinnacle of level 96, laying the groundwork for a future surge toward level 97. In the original narrative at Jiaoling Pass, these 2 brothers had only just reached the peak of level 96. It matters not. Qian Renxue chuckled softly. This individual is loyal to the Tian Dou royal family, motivated by his own desires. I believe that with better conditions, he will prove to be a man of discernment. I shall go personally. The stabbing porcupine and serpent spear exchanged glances, breathing a sigh of relief as they clasped their hands in acknowledgement. Young master, your wisdom is unparalleled. Should they have been the ones to confront the guardian, they feared that if a battle ensued, they could not guarantee to eliminate him without alarming the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Furthermore, even if an alarm was raised, they could not assure a smooth retreat for Qian Renxue, their young master. You shall now attend to the aftermath and seal the news of the palace to prevent Dou Palace and others from gaining foreknowledge. Understood? Qian Renxue spoke with her hands clasped behind her back, her tone calm. The presence of the 2 elders is to guard against Dou Palace, the poison Douluo. We must not allow him the opportunity to strike at our elite forces. Understood? Understood. The 2 individuals exchanged solemn glances and spoke in unison. I shall return shortly. With that, Qian Renxue made her way deeper into the palace. Within the depths of the grand, desolate hall of the palace, Chen Yue exhaled a long breath, his face alight with exhilaration. After 20 years, I have finally ascended from level 89 to level 90. He continued, once I acquire another soul ring, I shall ascend to the status of a Title Douluo. 116 years prior, Chen Yue had been overjoyed when he drew the extraordinary talent known as Stunning Beauty in the Ba Huang game, leading to his unexpected transmigration that he found himself in the Douluo continent, awakening an unknown axe martial soul, starting with an innate soul power of 30, a truly fortunate beginning. Just when he believed he was destined for a life of extraordinary achievements, a harsh reality left him bewildered. He spent 10 years in seclusion, struggling to progress from level 31 to 32. This was under the condition of possessing 3,000-year soul rings, an unbelievable feat for anyone to accept. Moreover, after breaking through 32, it felt as though his body housed countless black holes, as the soul power he could absorb was insatiable, forcing him to seek alternative paths. Becoming an academy instructor? That was out of the question. It could lead to calamity. During the reign of the Tianshou ancestor, the relationship between the 2 empires was fraught with tension. In the event of war, there would be a shortage of personnel, and one could be conscripted to serve on the battlefield. The very instructor who had awakened Chen Yue's martial soul was seized for military conscription before the awakening ceremony for that batch of students had even concluded. leaving the young ones in sheer shock. The conscripted individuals did not care for the age of the academy instructors. If there weren't enough people, they would simply be taken to fill the ranks. What? You wish to go to the spirit hall? Let us not even consider the reckless departure from the jurisdiction of the empire, for any unfamiliar soul masters appearing in certain cities could be mistaken for spies and executed without a second thought. Even if one could reach the spirit hall, the outcome of joining would be little different from that of the academy instructors. Perhaps there would be slightly more compensation. But that was all. During the time of the Tianshou ancestor, Chen Yue suspected that Qian Douluo was merely a child himself. At that time, the spirit hall was purely a gathering place for soul masters, solely focused on collecting the power of faith, with little regard for the souls that joined its ranks. Joining would merely make one a follower, and aside from gaining an ostentatious title, it would serve little purpose. Furthermore, during the tumultuous era of the ancestor, with chaos and disrupted communication, Chen Yue was even uncertain of the current location of the spirit hall. After much contemplation, Chen Yue resolved to take a bold risk and enter the palace, for it was only within the grand palaces of the two empires that the most formidable simulated training environment was said to exist. If Chen Yue were to rely solely on his own efforts to ascend a level over a span of 10 years, even if he could potentially live for 200 years, he would at most reach the rank of Soul King. Then, one might ponder, could Chen Yue truly live for 200 years? The answer was a resounding no. During the tense times of the Tianshou ancestor, should war break out and personnel be insufficient, one could easily be conscripted to fight. For a common soul master to reach the age of 50 would be considered a remarkable achievement. During this period, only one type of individual is exempt from conscription: members of the imperial family, who were spared from the front lines of war. Consequently, the only remaining position available in the palace is that of a eunuch. As for the possibility of facing danger, Chen Yue remains unfazed. He patiently awaits his ascension to the rank of Title Douluo, after which he plans to procure the blue-silver emperor's soul bone, rejuvenating his prospects. After all, he cannot gamble on the chance of surviving to 600 years only to attain the Title Douluo rank. Moreover, with his extraordinary talent, having reached level 31 at the tender age of 16 amidst such tumultuous times, his entry into the royal palace would undoubtedly garner significant attention. Perhaps it is a stroke of luck for Chen Yue that a century ago, when he entered the palace at the age of 10, the chief eunuch responsible for the ceremonial knife met an untimely demise for reasons unknown, leaving the position unfilled. Since then, the Tianshou imperial palace has not seen another eunuch. Thus, Chen Yue unwittingly became the sole nominal eunuch of the Tianshou palace, a true eunuch in name only. To avoid exposure and the ensuing persecution from the Tianshou palace, Chen Yue opted for an indefinite seclusion, rarely making appearances within the palace walls. Fortunately, no significant events transpired over the past century, allowing him to remain inconspicuous. Additionally, as a prodigious talent, having reached level 31 at merely 16 years of age, achieving level 30 through innate talent at 6 years old, and spending a decade to progress just one level, his abilities drew considerable attention from the Tianshou emperor, who provided him with an optimal simulated training environment. This support enabled Chen Yue to dedicate 80 years to ascend to the rank of level 89 Soul Douluo. Ultimately, after spending an additional 20 years in seclusion, it took him a total of 110 years to progress from level 31 to his current status as a level 90 Title Douluo. This journey was indeed arduous. While others could effortlessly break through during the Soul Master phase, he faced the daunting challenge of a void within him akin to a black hole, requiring a decade to make even the slightest advancement. Thankfully, he had access to the most advanced simulated training environment in all of Tianshou. Otherwise, he feared that he might not have survived long enough to achieve his breakthroughs. I wonder if my presence will disrupt the original plans of the Tianshou palace, Chen Yue mused. Moreover, during the Dou era, a 100,000-year soul beast could easily overpower an ordinary Title Douluo. Even a super Douluo, when encountered alone by such a beast, would have no choice but to flee. Where on earth can I find my 9th soul ring? He pondered. Perhaps I should align myself with the Spirit Hall? After all, only the Spirit Hall possesses the capability to hunt for a 100,000-year soul ring and offers a simulated training chamber more advanced than that of the Tianshou Empire. The attention from the Tianshou royal family had only been notable during the reign of the Emperor Gaozu, but upon witnessing Chen Yue's slow progress, they ceased to concern themselves with him. The subsequent emperors of Tianshou, from the late emperor to the present Emperor Xue, have both overlooked Chen Yue, to the extent that it is uncertain if either of them even knows of his existence. It is quite customary with each new ruler comes a new entourage, and on the day when Emperor Dougao passed away, it is likely that Chen Yue was forgotten in the process, resulting in no instructions being given regarding him. However, the kindness he received was not lost on Chen Yue. Thus, during the flourishing period of the Soul Palace, he did not abandon the Heavenly Dou Empire. Instead, he intervened on several occasions to quell the rebel forces. Yet, it was precisely his interventions that caught the attention of the all-seeing intelligence network of the Soul Palace. Without such actions, the existence of Chen Yue would have remained unknown. Of course, these repeated interventions were not performed out of altruism. The value of such human connections is notoriously difficult to gauge. At that time, Chen Yue and Emperor Dougao had struck a deal. Upon becoming a Title Douluo, he agreed to safeguard the Heavenly Dou royal family for 20 years. As long as Chen Yue lived, he would ensure that the name Heavenly Dou Empire would not vanish from the Douluo continent. This promise was the reason Emperor Dougao, despite being somewhat speechless at Chen Yue's rapid progress, did not rescind the promised cultivation environment. Now, the 20-year commitment has long since elapsed. The 2 decades of seclusion marked Chen Yue's ascension from level 89 to level 90, indicating that he had already achieved the rank of Title Douluo many years ago, fulfilling his pledge of guardianship for 2 decades. The reason he remains until now is that Chen Yue believes promises may be abstract, but human sentiments are genuine. Hence, even after the expiration of his commitment, he still resides in the Heavenly Dou Empire. After repaying this slight indebtedness, he is left with but one obligation to the royal family: to ensure that the name Heavenly Dou Empire does not fade from the annals of the Douluo continent. Currently, he stands guard here due to his recent breakthrough, but he intends to seek new paths ahead. After all, relying on a favor that has long since diminished over a century to compel a Title Douluo to serve is no fairy tale. In such matters, even if a Title Douluo were to disregard this favor, there would be little one could do. There is even the possibility that, for the sake of reputation, they might resort to silencing him. Compared to these Title Douluos, Chen Yue feels he has gone to great lengths to fulfill his obligations. I wonder what time it is now. As this thought flickered through his mind, a voice suddenly resonated within his consciousness. Ding! The long-awaited system has finally bound to the host after a century. A system? Wait, I've already reached the pinnacle of the Soul Master realm as a Title Douluo, and only now do I receive a system? Is this? Yes. But after a century of delay, finally, bound. The system seems to be aware of the necessity to compensate for its century-long absence. Immediately, as Chen Yue's thoughts echoed in his mind, a new announcement followed. 1. Restore youthful bone age to 18, recalibrating lifespan, making you the youngest Title Douluo in the Soul Master realm. 2.100,000 year soul, ring, and 300,000 year soul bones. 3. Divine level martial soul, celestial king's tower, retaining the host's pre-reincarnation talent of stunning beauty, to thoroughly awaken the host's first martial soul and unleash its inherent capabilities. Indeed, it appears that this long-awaited gift, prepared over a century, has finally arrived. Alternatively, it may simply be an unyielding lump of iron. Chen Yue felt there was little more to discuss regarding this iron mass, and he nodded in agreement. All right, that works. He would not admit that he was captivated by the extraordinary beauty emanating from the peerless charm talent of the 8 desolations. In an instant, Chen Yue felt a warmth enveloping his skin, and then his appearance surged to its zenith, rivaling the peerless charm that surpassed even the reader's expectations. At that moment, he sensed a monumental transformation in his exceedingly challenging first martial soul, the battle axe. So, this is why my first martial soul is so difficult to cultivate. He pondered, logically, with his innate soul power at level 30, he should have been soaring ahead, unlike the original character Tang San, who had effortlessly cultivated with a mere innate level of 10. Yet, he felt as though the energy required by his martial soul was akin to a black hole, insatiable and unquenchable, which was quite disheartening. However, after this awakening through the system, he immediately recognized the formidable potential of his first martial soul, the projection of the Pangu heaven-splitting axe, the Pangu axe, a legendary treasure of creation, said to carve the heavens and earth. Although his martial soul was merely a molecular remnant of the Pangu axe's projection raised to the nth power, meaning it possessed perhaps only an infinitesimal fraction of its capabilities. Yet the energy required was beyond what this fantastical underworld could provide. And oh wonder it took him an arduous 120 years to reach the rank of Title Douluo in a simulated training chamber crafted by the power of the Heavenly Dou Empire. With this thought in mind, Chen Yue gazed at the battle axe he held in his right hand, a pitch-black weapon adorned with runes, the symbols gradually emanating a spectrum of luminous hues. Finally, the entire obsidian axe flickered with a crimson glow, as if it had come to life, In that moment, Chen Yue felt an overwhelming urge to cleave through the entirety of the Tiando imperial palace. Despite his Pangu axe currently being merely slightly above standard with 3 purple, 5 black, and 1 red, he felt an undeniable aura of invincibility. P.S. An innate soul power of level 30 can enhance cultivation efficiency, but alas, the energy required by the martial soul is exceedingly vast, and little can be absorbed in this underworld realm, rendering cultivation immensely challenging and painfully arduous. Stowing away his martial soul, Chen Yue felt a surge of inspiration. System, please elaborate on your functions. This system is the multiplicity blessing system. As long as the host marries and begets offspring, rewards will be bestowed, including but not limited to enhancements in soul power, rare soul bones, and various celestial artifacts. System tenet. There is nothing you cannot conceive, nor any reward you cannot obtain. This sounds incredibly enticing. Engaging in endless battles is exhausting. Must one still seclude themselves for 80 or 90 years as before? What a jest, to lie back and bear children while simultaneously enhancing one's power and acquiring rare treasures now. That is truly delightful. Indeed, when it comes to selecting a partner, Chen Yue possesses considerable discernment. One cannot simply pick someone off the street. Thus, Chen Yue found himself in deep contemplation, pondering, who shall I choose as my first bride? At that moment, a gentle voice floated in from outside the palace gates. Qinghe pays his respects to Elder Chen. May I inquire if the esteemed ancestor is available at this time? I have a matter to request of you. Qinghe. Chen Yue paused momentarily, then swiftly realized that it was the voice of Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue is not meant to survive past the age of 10. Could it be that, given this voice, the Tian Douluo coup plan has already commenced? Is this truly Qian Renxue? With this thought in mind, a smile crept across Chen Yue's face. I was just contemplating whom to approach first, and here you are, presenting yourself on my doorstep. It really is true that one can find something without any effort after searching tirelessly. Just as Qian Renxue pushed the door open and entered, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She looked around in confusion, but found nothing unusual. Strange, why is there an inexplicable chill in the air? Qian Renxue touched her nose, suppressing her bewilderment, and walked into the palace with a gentle smile on her face. Old Chen, she had prepared a few words after all. This palace guardian was already over 100 years old, so calling him Mr. Chen was only respectful. However, when she saw the youthful-looking Chen Yue, she was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? Who is this person? So handsome and charming. Little did she know, even without the stunning beauty of the 8 desolations, Chen Yue's looks were already at their peak. In fact, many princesses and noble ladies from the royal palace had secretly shown interest in him back then. Unfortunately, once they realized he was a eunuch, their interest faded. Perhaps it can be said that the palace guard who wielded the knife on the pigeon eggs back then died suddenly, because he was overwhelmed by Chen Yue's stunning looks. And now, with the enhancement of stunning beauty, he completely dominated this mystical underworld. Not to mention her, even Title Douluo or gods wouldn't dare to claim complete immunity. What do you want from me? Chen Yue looked at Qian Renxue with great interest. He wasn't sure if it was due to the second awakening of her martial soul, but after focusing, he could see through Qian Renxue's disguise and directly witness her true appearance. Hello. Qian Renxue took a deep breath, suppressing her heart that was beating purely for the 6-winged angel's bloodline, and said gently, Manager Chen. The current situation within the empire is that various factions are vying for power. As the crown prince, Qinghe feels it is his duty to unify all forces to focus on resisting the invasion of the Star Luo Empire and the scrutiny of the Spirit Hall. I wonder if Manager Chen could lend me a hand? How about the power of spear? Qian Renxue? What the heck? She was stunned for a moment, then felt her words were inappropriate, thinking that Chen Yue might be asking for benefits. After a slight feeling of joy, she immediately said, as long as Manager Chen can assist me, with your qualifications and abilities, you will surely become my right-hand man in the future. Money, beauty, status, even soul rings and soul bones that you need, or even genius treasures that extend lifespan, there will be no problem at all. Qinghe needs outstanding people like Manager Chen to help me build the Tiando Empire. In her view, even though Chen Yue seemed to have regained his youth, she knew that even Title Douluo would eventually face death. No one was not afraid of dying. Sure enough, after her words fell, Chen Yue's eyes lit up as expected. Is that true? Qinghe has always been a person of her word, so it must be true. Then I want the Pope Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. How about that? Qian Renxue, too hasty. Chapter 2. I want you, Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue. full of confidence, said earnestly, "As long as Manager Chen lends me a hand, you can have whatever you want. Then I want the beauty Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. How about that?" Qian Renxue's confident smile instantly froze on her pretty face. "I take you as my right-hand man, and you want to be my stepfather? Get lost." She suppressed the urge to curse, her face twitching slightly as she slowly said, "This matter is a bit difficult. After all, the strength of the Pope of the Spirit Hall is unfathomable. However, if Manager Chen follows me first, it may not be impossible for you to grow to such a level in the future. Hold on. Just hold on. This is the palace. If there is a conflict with Chen Yue, it can easily be noticed by others. It would be better to teach him a lesson after leaving Tiando City, or even vent my anger by chopping him up. But this Chen Yue is really a talented person." Thinking of what was just said, Qian Renxue's mouth twitched, and after silently complaining in her heart, she spoke again. "However, beforehand, Qinghe could give Chief Steward Chen a 10,000-year soul bone as a gift for their first meeting. Is this just empty talk?" Chen Yue rolled his eyes and casually said, "I don't need a soul bone right now. I only need beauties." Qian Renxue's eyes lit up, and she said, "If Chief Steward Chen really wants it, Qinghe can find a way to bring the saintess of the Wuhuan Palace, Hulaina, as a gift for you." "Hulaina? If this is the early stage, it seems okay, but seeing that Qian Renxue's Heavenly Fight Palace has already closed its net, I'm afraid it has become a late stage, and there's no way to wash away the white-eyed wolf anymore. Let's forget about this." Chen Yu's mouth twitched. If it were the earlier Hulaina who had been beaten by certain 3, it would be fine, but given the current timeline, although he didn't know the exact moment, Qian Renxue was definitely already out of the hell road with Tang San during the time period around the Heavenly Dou Palace transformation. Thinking of Hulaina after this time in the original work, not only did her betrayal of Tang San lead to the failure of the Great Ming and the Second Ming, who were captured by Bibi Dong for more than 2 months, but also caused the death of the ghost Dou, who was quite fond of her, and severely injured her teacher, Bibi Dong. With that thought, Chen Yue's expression changed. He certainly didn't want to be stabbed in the back at a crucial moment by the gentle hometown, seeing that Chen Yue was uninterested in her expression. Qian Renxue slightly frowned. After contemplating for a moment, she asked, "However, as far as Qinghe knows, Manager Chen is not without flaws. Could you explain? What use do you have for Bibi Dong?" She then remembered that this palace guardian seemed to be the last eunuch from the era of the founding emperor of Heaven Dou, commonly known as someone without a complete body. A smile appeared on Chen Yue's face. "What do you think?" He certainly wouldn't directly tell Qian Renxue. After all, he was somewhat confused about this matter, not knowing why the guy who held the knife for him suddenly died, though it could also be that he was too handsome. After all, this was far more than the reader's peak beauty. However, that was no longer important. It had been so long that there was no evidence left. So, why not change the request, Manager Chen? Seeing Chen Yue's expression, Qian Renxue had some vague guesses in her heart and immediately tactfully refrained from asking further. With her intelligence, she could certainly guess that Chen Yue might have avoided the cut for some reason. Otherwise, how could he be interested in a beauty? Because of this thought, she felt she could win over Chen Yue. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, she heard Chen Yue speak again. "I can help you, but you have to agree to 4 conditions." Previously, he had thought of seeking refuge in the Spear Hall because he was at a dead end and couldn't hunt a 100,000-year soul beast. But now that he had the system, what did he need to hunt for? This system was practically allowing him to take it easy. Of course, lying down also required an environment conducive to it. Well, ISNT, they're a very useful tool right in front of him. "Manager Chen, please speak." Upon hearing Chen Yue's conditions, Qian Renxue was first stunned, then overjoyed. She was afraid that Chen Yue wouldn't mention any conditions. As long as he was willing to join her camp, she naturally wouldn't have to expend effort to eliminate him. Now that he took the initiative to speak, it saved her a lot of energy. As long as she agreed to these conditions, how could she worry about him not joining? "The first condition is that you need to find a way to bring Bibi Dong to me. I want her." "Qian Renxue, I take back what I just said. Also, once we leave Heaven Dou City, I'll take you down first. I treat you as my right-hand man, and you want to be my stepfather?" The second condition, Chen Yue summarized the current timeline. It should be before the gathering of the 7 monsters 5 years later. But he wasn't sure about the exact time yet. He could only say that Tang San had definitely exited the Slaughter City. He just wasn't sure if he had completed the task at Yuexian Pavilion and returned to Haoyan Clan, or if he was still at Yuexian Pavilion. On the timeline, moving further ahead, it would be the 7 treasure glazed tile school suffered heavy losses. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was exterminated. and Tang Sen went to Star Dou Great Forest to find Xiao Wu. However, seeing that Qian Renxue was still in the palace, it was evident that Tang San had not yet found Xiao Wu and participated in the Heavenly Dou Palace transformation, so it seemed that the timing was not late. With this thought, he pondered for a moment and said, "You need to go to the core area of Star Dou Great Forest and capture a 100,000-year transformed soft-bone rabbit. Of course, I must accompany you." Qian Renxue frowned slightly. Capturing a 100,000-year soul beast would likely require mobilizing quite a few Title Douluos, but a 100,000-year soul beast? She guessed that it must be because Chen Yue had broken through to level 90 and needed a 100,000-year soul ring. Upon thinking of this, a smile appeared on her face as she said, "No problem. Manager Chen, please state the third and fourth conditions." For the third condition, Chen Yue revealed a deeply meaningful smile, and as his words left his mouth, he completely stunned Qian Renxue. "I want you, Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue." At the moment she heard this, her face suddenly froze, becoming completely stiff. How is that possible? How would he know about me? Qian Renxue was completely bewildered. The smile that had previously appeared on her face was completely shattered at this moment as she stared in disbelief at Chen Yue, feeling her brain buzz as if she had been struck on the head, unable to comprehend what she was hearing. This person, how did he know her secret? Fortunately, she had been an insider for 20 years, and she quickly calmed her emotions. Immediately, she sternly shouted, "What are you saying? Manager Chen, have you been in seclusion for too long and forgotten about Qinghe?" Though she said this, at this moment, she had already quietly begun to channel her soul power, ready to take down Chen Yue at any moment. To her, this Chen Yue, although he had been in seclusion for a long time, was probably just a soul Douluo, and she had also reviewed Chen Yue's records, which indicated that his martial soul was not very strong. With her six-winged angel's power, she was confident she could defeat Chen Yue in a one-on-one fight. In response, Chen Yue showed no signs of panic and leisurely said, "I only want a beauty right now, and you yourself are a beauty. Why can't we join forces?" Qian Renxue shook her head with a smile. "Manager Chen, you must have been in seclusion too long and forgotten about Qinghe." It was evident she did not want to expose herself, or rather, her bargaining chips were insufficient. Chen Yue was in no hurry and calmly spoke words that left Qian Renxue stunned once again. "I not only know that you are the daughter of Qian Renxue, the master of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue, but I also know that you poisoned Emperor Shui, eagerly wanting to ascend to the throne." Almost the moment the words left his mouth, Qian Renxue's pupils suddenly constricted, her expression turned cold, and without saying a word, she directly attacked Chen Yue. This is the greatest secret of the Spirit Hall, the biggest secret for her safety, and it absolutely cannot be leaked before the plan is completed. So, at the moment Chen Yue spoke, her eyes were filled with killing intent. This person cannot be left alive. What's the point of fighting and killing? Chen Yue was not surprised at all. He knew that Qian Renxue would definitely be unable to sit still after he said this. This was also part of his plan. Without using force to subdue Qian Renxue, how could she possibly be so honest and straightforward with you? Immediately, he swung his axe down with great momentum, and the powerful aura, along with his terrifying soul ring configuration of 3 purple, 5 black, and 1 red, burst forth. In just one encounter, he defeated Qian Renxue, who fell heavily to the ground. She clutched her chest and struggled to stand up again, looking at Chen Yue's dazzling soul rings with disbelief, her face filled with incredulity. How is this possible? How can your first soul ring be 1,000 years, and your fourth soul ring be 10,000 years? She had thought that in this world, only Tang San was a unique case with a 10,000-year black ring as his fourth soul ring. But she never expected that this hidden palace guardian before her actually had a purple first soul ring. This is not in the river. Moreover, what she didn't expect even more was, the palace guardian had actually already broken through to the Title Douluo level and even possessed a 100,000-year spirit ring. No, I'm not his match. Qian Renxue deeply understood that, as just a soul saint, the gap between her and a Title Douluo was completely insurmountable. Not to mention one with a 100,000-year spirit ring. She immediately intended to send a signal to notify the end. However, just as this thought flashed through her mind, she suddenly felt a loud rumble around her, as if the earth was shaking, causing her to feel dizzy and completely faint. What was that noise? The And, who were blocking the palace gates, felt the earth-shattering tremor and exchanged a glance, both stunned, then turned to look with some suspicion. Could it be that the young master was in danger? The snake-spear Douluo thought for a moment, then shook his head. That was impossible. The palace guardian had last left the palace 20 years ago, and at that time, he was already an 89th level soul Douluo. It was likely that now, he was just a Title Douluo without a 9th spirit ring. As soon as these words were spoken, the porcupine Douluo couldn't sit still. How can you still say it's impossible? That's a Title Douluo. The young master is just a soul sage. How can he resist? In response to Porcupine's alarm, Snake Spear Douluo just shook his head with a smile. Porcupine, you're overreacting. That Chen Yue's martial soul is just a broken axe. In terms of quality, it doesn't even count as a top-tier martial soul. Besides, he has been in the Tian Dou royal palace for so many years without even a soul bone. How can he be a match for the young master? Moreover, the young master mentioned earlier that if there were any accidents, he would definitely send a signal. Porcupine Douluo was still somewhat uneasy. No matter how trashy his martial soul was, he was still a living Title Douluo. The young master is merely a soul sage. It would be easy for him to stop the young master from sending a signal. Even Snake Spear Douluo felt a bit anxious after hearing Porcupine's words and immediately interrupted him. Let's go and take a look. The two of them headed deep into the palace, quickly pushing open the big door and entering this inner palace. However, as soon as they stepped inside, they were met with a swarm of axes attacking them, as if they had predicted that they would open the door at that moment. It was bad. There was an ambush. The expressions of both men changed drastically, but in that split second, there was no time to evade. They could only hurriedly activate their martial souls in an attempt to defend themselves. However, strangely enough, the small axe flying towards them struck their bodies, shattering with a crack as if an egg hitting a stone. What was happening? Just as the two showed signs of doubt and confusion, a sudden feeling like a blow to the head surged into their minds, causing them to feel as if their heads were about to tear away from their bodies, plunging them into a state of daze. Pangu Axe's fourth soul skill, 10,000 Axes Void, within 1 second. It launches 10,000 small axes towards a designated area to attack. The speed is like a meteor chasing the moon, and it carries a powerful mental shock. After the Pangu Axe is unsealed, this soul skill greatly amplifies soul power fluctuations, making it difficult for opponents to detect unless at close range. Each individual unit hit by 10 small axes within 3 seconds will fall into a state of daze, immobilized for a minimum of 1 second, maximum of 10 seconds, but physical damage is almost zero, making it hard to notice. Now, with no worries behind him, Chen Yue casually took a step forward, appearing strangely behind the two, sealing off their soul power and martial souls while binding them like Zongzi, tossing them aside like trash. Although his soul power was only at level 91. With the support of the Pangu Axe, a creation-level martial soul, it was effortless to eliminate the two hasty and unprepared Title Douluos. At this moment, the two good friends have also woken up, but their martial souls and soul power are sealed, and their mouths are stuffed with smelly socks, leaving them helplessly watching Chen Yue enter the palace, standing in front of Qian Renxue. Inside the palace, Qian Renxue, who had previously been knocked out by the Heavenly King Divine Tower and thrown onto his bed by Chen Yue, has now awakened. At this moment, the confident smile that once adorned her face has vanished, and she looks at Chen Yue with a somewhat unpleasant expression, asking, "What do you want?" She prides herself on being extraordinary and never imagined that she would end up in a predicament at the hands of a palace steward, who happens to be a Title Douluo with 100,000 years of soul rings. If she had known this, she should have invited Qianjun Jiangma to come here first before meeting Chen Yue. Your Highness Qian Renxue, how about it? The capture of the and has also caught Qian Renxue's attention, and her expression is extremely dark at this moment. In this world, the victor is king while the defeated is a bandit. I have nothing more to say. You can kill or torture me. It's up to you. After hearing Qian Renxue's words of bravery in the face of death, Chen Yue shook his head with a smile. Actually, who you poison is none of my business. I still stand by what I said, agree to my 4 conditions, and in the future, you could be the emperor while I remain my 9,000 years old. Now, all I need from you. Chapter 3. Anticipated Scene Xiao Wu. How can I live without you? Full text revised today 9/5 revised. Qian Renxue's gaze froze, and she looked back at Chen Yue with some surprise. She is now like a fish on a chopping board, and there is no need for the other party to lie at this moment. So this person really has feelings for me? But how does he know of my existence? With this question in mind, Qian Renxue looked at Chen Yue again. Just as she was about to ask, she was struck by his stunningly handsome face, which was almost godlike in its beauty. In that instant, she was momentarily stunned, and her pretty face involuntarily flushed with a hint of red as she lowered her head. There's hope. Just think about it. If we have a child after being together, then we will be inseparable, and each will surely be devoted to the other. far beyond what those elders from the Spirit Hall could offer. Chen Yue seized the opportunity, and by then, our child will not only be the future Pope of the Spirit Hall, but also the Emperor of the Tiando Empire. In the end, with our combined efforts as husband and wife, we could eliminate the Xingluo Empire and unify the entire Douluo continent, with the whole continent being followers of angels. Isn't that wonderful? Hearing this, Qian Renxue felt a surge of warmth in her heart. After a moment's thought, she realized that what he said wasn't wrong. As long as she and Chen Yue were together and had a child in the future, he could not betray her and would have to follow her obediently for life. So, should I agree to him? Qian Renxue pondered for a while and finally made a decision. She lifted her head again, but her disguise had already been removed, revealing her stunning beauty and her exquisite golden hair. I can agree to you, but I want to know how you obtain this information. This is also the part that makes her curious and puzzled. Nowadays, in the Spirit Hall, apart from the 7 offerings in the Worship Hall, only the and as well as know of her existence. However, how does this Chen Yue, who lives deep within the palace and never steps outside, know of her existence and even her plans? Qian Renxue, who has been plotting for 20 years, understands well the importance of intelligence. Although she was outmaneuvered and lost to Chen Yue, she still couldn't figure out how he knew about her information. I not only know this matter, but I also know that you plan to recruit someone named Tang Yin, right? Qian Renxue was taken aback and nodded in surprise. That's right. But there's one point you overlooked. Chen Yue interrupted her, saying leisurely, Tang Yin is actually Tang San, the son of Tang Hao. What did you say? Qian Renxue's expression changed dramatically. Just as she was about to say something, she was interrupted by Chen Yue. Tang Yuehua is Tang Hao's sister, the youngest daughter of the old sect master of the Haotian sect. Due to her innate soul power, she is not well known. The old sect master of the Haotian sect only had 3 sons, and among them, Tang Shao never married. So, tell me, who is this Tang San or Tang Yin, the son of? Qian Renxue's expression changed again, but she quickly returned to normal. So what? You should have nothing to do with the palace, right? Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Chen Yue again. Tang San is very proficient in poison. You should have searched for his intelligence and know that he has been very close to Douluo and sold a powerful weapon to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, right? This statement momentarily stunned Qian Renxue. After pondering for a moment, she nodded slightly. This was indeed true. If it weren't for Tang San's hidden weapons, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would have been annihilated alongside the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family long ago. Her words instantly made Chen Yue understand that the current timeline was before the rogue rabbit sacrifice. However, it was likely that Tang San was still on his way to the Dou Forest. After all, the Dou Forest was incredibly vast, and it couldn't be reached in just 2 or 3 days. Moreover, he remembered that in the original work, Tang San encountered people from the Spirit Hall in the Dou Forest. However, this wasn't a big deal, right? Qian Renxue frowned slightly. Once Shuya was dead, things would. Coming back to his senses, Chen Yue looked at Qian Renxue, interrupting her sweet confidence. Soon, Tang San would go to the Broken Clan to recruit Yang Wudi, a master skilled in herbal studies, and he himself was also a powerful assault-type soul with a martial soul comparable to the Haotian hammer. The 2 useless people you have left, combined with your sweet confidence, will directly cause your plans over the past 20 years to go down the drain. Qian Renxue's pupils constricted. Just as she was about to say impossible, her mouth suddenly felt warm, and her pupils nearly shrank to needle points. She struggled to push him away, but with Chen Yue's strength, how could she escape? After a full minute, Qian Renxue's face turned red, and her beautiful eyes looked at Chen Yue with a fiery gaze, wanting to question him, but fearing that he would take advantage of her moment of speech to kiss her deeply. Frightened, she covered her mouth again and glared at him in anger. Now, you already know, right? Shouldn't you fulfill my conditions? Qian Renxue's face turned crimson, her body trembling. Without responding, but her gaze was quite conflicted and somewhat unwilling. Chen Yue wasn't in a hurry. What he needed from Qian Renxue wasn't just physical intimacy, but he wanted to tilt her romantic thoughts towards himself. This way, in any situation afterward, Qian Renxue would remain calm and resourceful. So, someone like you who possesses a divine, martial soul must have a husband who is also a dragon among men to pass under martial soul. Am I right? Hearing this, Qian Renxue nodded. Indeed, that was correct. You've also seen my strength and talent, as well as my twin martial souls. What do you think? This remark made Qian Renxue involuntarily think of Chen Yue's earlier ability to instantly kill thee in the snake spear, as well as the unheard-of configuration of 3 purple, 5 black, and 1 red soul rings. A slight ripple of thought crossed her mind. Could it be that this palace guardian has an unknown power behind him? It is important to note that in the entire Douluo continent today, how rare it is for soul masters to possess a 100,000-year soul ring, and how formidable are 100,000-year soul beasts. As far as she knew, aside from the Spear Hall, there was only one soul master with a 100,000-year soul ring, and that was Tang Hao, whose 100,000-year soul ring was obtained from his wife as a sacrifice. If Shangro were to truly hunt a 100,000-year soul beast, it would at least require the involvement of 3 or more Title Douluo. Otherwise, a slight misstep could lead to a complete disaster. The more Qian Renxue thought about it, the more frightened she became. In the end, she couldn't help but hold her breath, nodding in agreement as she said, "Your strength is very strong. Your martial soul is also very powerful. And your soul ring configuration is excellent. Moreover, your second martial soul may eventually accommodate 900,000-year soul rings." At this point, her breath hitched, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. 900,000-year soul rings. This is the most unparalleled configuration in the entire soul master world. She couldn't imagine how strong Chen Yue would be by then. So, if you consider that I have dual martial souls and am a father with innate soul power of level 30, plus you, the mother with innate level 20 and a divine grade martial soul, how strong would our child's talent be? Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue was momentarily stunned, her expression turning thoughtful, and gradually, her beautiful eyes began to shine with brilliance. The inheritance of the angel lineage is extremely difficult. Qian Douluo was also quite the charmer in his time. Yet in the end, he only had one son, Qian Renxue. That's why their seraphim martial souls are too powerful. Without comparable talent and strength, it's simply impossible to inherit them. This is also why, even though Qian Douluo was quite old back then, he still sought out Poseidon. Wasn't it because Poseidon's martial soul was also of divine quality? The combination of 2 divine martial souls would likely produce an even more powerful divine martial soul. And then there's her father, Qian Renxue. He unreasonably adopted Bibi Dong, providing her with food, clothing, and shelter. Why is that? Was it just for her to call him godfather or teacher? Of course, it was for the inheritance of the angel. However, back then, Qian Renxue only considered Bibi Dong as one of the inheritors, as he did not want to bear the title of a beastmaster, so he was still searching for other suitable inheritors. Little did he expect such an incident to occur, ultimately leading him to take drastic measures regarding these matters. This was something her grandfather Qian Douluo told her directly, to warn her of the importance of inheriting the 6-winged angel martial soul, which was also the mission of their Qian family. So, when she heard Chen Yue's final words, innate soul power of level 30, Qian Renxue was deeply moved, her heart filled with anticipation. The child born from the combination of an innate level 20 martial soul and an innate level 30 martial soul would probably be unique across the entire continent, right? Thinking of this, Qian Renxue's gaze became passionate, and upon seeing Chen Yue's handsome and charming face, her cheeks flushed once again as she leaned into Chen Yue's embrace, saying, I promise you." Hearing this, Chen Yue felt a bit relieved. It's good that Qian Renxue is an older sister. If she were any more innocent, it would be quite difficult to persuade her just based on a mission. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue, blushing, felt the masculine scent of Chen Yue for the first time, and she couldn't help but tighten her legs. Outside the door, the spiny fish and snake spear, upon sensing the commotion inside the palace, suddenly changed their expressions and desperately tried to call for help. But at that moment, with their mouths stuffed with smelly socks and bound like zongzi, sticky rice dumplings, how could they possibly escape? It's all my fault for being too careless. Who would have thought this palace guardian would be so strong? Don't say that. Right now, rescuing the young master is the top priority. The two couldn't speak and could only communicate with their eyes, but since Chen Yue had tied them up too tightly, they couldn't break free and could only wait in their prison-like state as the sound from inside fluctuated like an electrocardiogram, eventually becoming a flat line. Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying a wife. As this is your first marriage, and it is to an important female lead in Douluo, the rewards are doubled. System space, heavenly crystal stone. Supreme level traditional Chinese medicine, 100,000. Year soul, ring X1, 3000 thunder movement, soul shattering stone. The host already has descendants. Please take care to protect your offspring, and rewards will be distributed after childbirth. System space can store all non-living things. Heavenly crystal stone can be used to evolve martial souls. But Chen Yu's two martial souls are already strong enough. If he were to evolve them again, he probably wouldn't level up for 100 years. The energy required is too enormous, and the energy in the sewer dimension is too weak. So it's best to keep them in the system space for now. Supreme level traditional Chinese medicine, a legendary technique that can regrow flesh from bones, can consume soul power to transform into needles to save people. Theoretically, as long as the person is not dead on the spot, they can be revived, which is far superior to the healing soul masters of Douluo. The 100,000 year soul ring is straightforward. It will be directly applied to the second martial soul, the Heavenly King Divine Tower. 3000 Thunder Movement is a movement technique from the Dou world. Chen Yue estimates that with this technique in hand, he could even give the 7 great fierce beasts of the Star Dou Forest the middle finger and return unscathed. The soul-shattering stone can shatter a soul master's soul ring and allow for its reabsorption. This can also be used for Qian Renxue. After all, she just worked hard, and it's only fair to reward her with a 100,000 year soul ring. This is a huge profit. After 10 months, there will be another wave of rewards. And having my own obedient child is exactly what I should be enjoying. Thinking of this, Chen Yue gently rubbed Qian Renxue's belly in his arms, his gaze softening as he said, "Let's go. It's time for us to head to the Star Dou Forest." Oh, upon hearing this, Qian Renxue was momentarily stunned. Then she remembered Chen Yue's second condition and nodded. "Should we go to the Spirit Hall to gather people now?" She felt that dealing with a 100,000 year soul beast might be a bit difficult with just 3 Title Douluos. "No need." Chen Yue smiled. "This time, I'll also give you a 100,000 year soul ring, plus a 100,000 year soul bone." With the system backing him, Chen Yue didn't need to rely on the soul bones of the Douluo continent. He might even end up with battle armor, or even stronger soul bones. Qian Renxue's expression softened, and her breath caught. After all, that was a 100,000 year soul bone, and the Spirit Hall didn't even have a single one in stock. But this person, this bad person, was giving it to her so easily. Thinking of this, Qian Renxue couldn't help but look up at Chen Yue. Under his heavenly beauty aura, she found herself a bit mesmerized. "You should snap back to reality, little angel. When we return tonight, I'll let you see enough." Qian Renxue immediately came back to her senses, her face flushed as she huffed. "I won't look." It seemed that after entering a certain relationship, she couldn't help but act a bit spoiled. When she finally regained her composure, she hurriedly distanced herself from Chen Yue's embrace, redressed, and restored her original appearance as Xue Qinghe. If I'm not mistaken, there are already 2 Title Douluos in the Star Dou Forest, leading a group of soul saints in. Qian Renxue was stunned. She was unaware of this operation and immediately asked, "Which 2 Title Douluos?" "You don't need to ask about that," Chen Yue said with a mysterious smile, "but I can guarantee that they will ultimately return in defeat." Qian Renxue understood immediately. It was because of Tang San, or rather, Tang Yin. Smart. Chen Yue smiled. "I just wonder how Tang San will react when he discovers that his beloved is missing in the Star Dou Forest. Will he fall into despair, saying, 'Xiao Wu, how can I live without you?'" Chapter 4. Xiao Wu. This person dared to harm that part of me. They have a death wish and must be punished. The entire text has undergone major revisions, revised on 9/5. Star Dou Forest. Lake of Life. Dressed in a white dress, Xiao Wu sat quietly under a big tree, hugging her knees, staring blankly at the lake, murmuring, "It's been 5 years, Sengu. Do you still remember me?" Behind her, the Titan giant ape, Ming, heard this and couldn't help but say, "Sister Xiao Wu, I really don't understand why you're so infatuated with a human. When you left to take on your human form, you said you were going to find revenge for Aunt Ro. Could it be that you've already avenged her?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression slightly changed, becoming a bit unnatural. But soon after, she spoke, "It's okay, I found it, but our strength is still not enough. So we need to rely on human help. For so many years in Shrek, she hasn't learned anything, only a brain full of love and sophistry. The love brain is inherently awakened, and as for the sophistry, it naturally comes from being close to the black. Following her dear Sengu to learn." "I see." The Titan giant ape scratched his head. He had never been to a human soul master, but he knew that humans are cunning, and dealing with them really requires careful planning. He immediately said, "If you need our help then, just speak up." "I know." Xiao Wu nodded and couldn't help but murmur, "Sengu, don't worry. When I reach maturity, I will definitely come and find you. No need to wait until maturity. You can actually go now." Just as her murmurs fell, a light laughing voice suddenly rang out, instantly shocking the Titan giant ape, who shouted, Who dares to intrude into the Star Dou Forest?" What do you think? With a light laugh, Chen Yu's figure suddenly appeared on the branch of the large tree behind Xiao Wu. He used the technique 3,000 thunder movements, and the 300,000-year soul beasts present could not possibly detect his presence. At this moment, he looked down at Xiao Wu with a smile and said, "Why don't you come with me? I'll take you to see your deer, Sango." Human? The Titan giant ape's face turned cold. Without saying a word, he raised his fist, which was as big as a sand pot, and smashed it towards Chen Yue on the tree. At the same time, a powerful gravity field was activated. Too late. Chen Yue smiled slightly, and without any noticeable movement, as that giant fist came crashing down, an extremely massive black divine tower suddenly emerged, and with a loud bang, it instantly enveloped Xiao Wu. In just an instant, the life lake around lost Xiao Wu's breath. At the same time, the descending heavenly King Divine Tower rapidly expanded, finally blocking between the giant fist and Chen Yue, forcefully stopping the Titan giant ape's attack. Title Douluo. The Titan giant ape's expression changed drastically, his lantern-like eyes filled with murderous intent. Human, daring to capture my sister Xiao Wu. That's seeking death. Seeking death? Not quite. Chen Yue put away the heavenly King Divine Tower, but Xiao Wu had already disappeared from beneath the tree. This was a skill innate to the heavenly King Divine Tower, which could be understood as a talent soul skill equivalent to a self-created soul skill, capable of capturing and imprisoning the target like the myth of Journey to the West, where the Monkey King is suppressed. We will meet again, don't worry. After capturing the target, Chen Yue had no intention of lingering here. He smiled slightly and was about to leave when he suddenly felt his movements slow down. It was the Tianqing Niu from the bottom of the lake who had made a move. Slow field. Hey, you think you can trap me with this? Chen Yue chuckled and shook his head, casually pulling out a pitch-black axe that emitted a terrifying aura of destruction and creation. At the same time, the seventh soul ring behind him shone brightly. Martial soul, true body, Pango axe. Title Douluo. Damn it, stop him. Just as the Tianqing Niu surfaced, it sensed the terrifying aura brought by this axe, its entire cow-like eyes filled with horror. Without thinking, it quickly withdrew its field and used its strongest defense to resist this blow. The Titan giant ape also quickly retreated, making a defensive move with lightning speed. However, as this martial soul, true body cleaved through the air, it went in the opposite direction from them. In just one slash, the mountains crumbled and countless trees were overturned. Not good. That cunning human is trying to escape. The Tianqing Niu was taken aback and hurried towards that direction. But where could it still see Chen Yu's figure on the ground? Damn, that cunning human. The Titan giant ape, who followed closely, was so angry that it hammered its chest with its sand pot-sized fist. Don't worry, this human won't run far. Let's chase, the Tianqing Niu calmly said, and its long serpent body was the first ahead in that direction. The Titan giant ape followed suit. Big brother, wait for me. After these two good buddies left, the figures of Chen Yue, Qian Renxue, the porcupine Douluo, and the serpent-speared Douluo finally emerged from Stone Cave. Did you really catch her? Qian Renxue looked at Chen Yue in confusion. Are you planning to use her as the second soul ring for your second martial soul? Earlier, Chen Yu's act of directly capturing Xiao Wu had left her completely stunned. It should be noted that the heavenly King Divine Tower had no soul rings, but could withstand a punch from the Titan giant ape. Seeing this scene, Qian Renxue felt she had struck gold. A huge profit. What? You think she suffered a loss? No. She's winning people's hearts. You see, now Chen Yue is already on her pirate ship, locked in the cabin. How could she possibly suffer a loss? Thinking of this, a smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. A huge profit from this wave. Tell me, between the soul bones of the Titan giant ape and the Tianqing Niu, which one do you want? Chen Yue did not answer Qian Renxue's question, but instead smiled mysteriously and confidently asked, Not only was Qian Renxue stunned, but the porcupine Douluo and the serpent-speared Douluo beside them were equally astonished, their expressions stunned as they looked at each other, both somewhat confused. I'll choose the Tianqing Niu. Although she didn't know what plan Chen Yue had, she felt that since they were already in this relationship, he wouldn't deceive her on this point. However, she still couldn't figure out how Chen Yue planned to kill these 200,000-year soul beasts. Wait, we'll see a good show. Chen Yue smiled slightly, reaching out to hug Qian Renxue, whose face turned red. There are people watching. The porcupine Douluo and the serpent-speared Douluo, who caught sight of this scene from the corner of their eyes, quickly turned around and advanced a distance, pretending as if they hadn't seen anything. Tang-san, I wonder if this surprise I prepared for you will leave you astounded? After paying the tribute, Chen Yue helped Qian Renxue straighten her clothes used the heavenly crystal stone on her, and whispered a few instructions. Isn't this too harsh? Qian Renxue hesitated. But upon seeing Chen Yue's frowning expression, she quickly said, "Don't worry, I will definitely complete the task." Chen Yue nodded in satisfaction. "After you absorb it, your soul power will increase. Listen to me, don't absorb the soul ring for now, understand?" "Understood." Nodding, Chen Yue walked out of the stone cave, instructed the porcupine Douluo and serpent spear Douluo to protect Qian Renxue, then turned and headed in the opposite direction. After entering a more secluded valley, he released the heavenly King Divine Tower, and his figure slowly disappeared into the tower. Earlier, under the suppression of the heavenly King Divine Tower, the direct target, Xiao Wu, hadn't even lasted a second before passing out. At this moment, she appeared inside the heavenly King Divine Tower, unconscious on the spot. "I wonder what expression your Sangu will have when he sees you like this." Chen Yue's lips curled into a smile. The exclusive custom-made Divine Tower Palace. Others don't have such treatment as you do. Compared to your future after being sacrificed, this is much better, right? If she were to be let go, she would definitely be sacrificed to Tang San. Then it would be a bargain for Tang San. It's better to say she would be more useful to him. Wouldn't it? I really wonder what expression your dear Sangugu will have when you meet him again, holding a few adorable little ones. In the heavenly King Divine Tower, as long as Chen Yue is not dead and the tower is not destroyed, Xiao Wu absolutely cannot escape from it. However, breaking through this heavenly King Divine Tower would likely require the strength of the Monkey King from the journey to the west. But, with the current power of this Douluo world, is there anyone who can reach that level? Definitely not. Therefore, this heavenly King Divine Tower cannot be broken. In other words, the cute little pink rabbit that Chen Yue is locked in a cage will now serve as a mascot or a lovely pet. With this system by his side, Chen Yue won't have to suffer through cultivation or battles like he did when he first crossed over. Isn't getting married and having children more appealing? Now that he has a cute rabbit, combined with the original heavenly King Divine Tower, isn't that just a convenient bug delivered right to him? And let's not forget, this is still a mischievous rabbit. Isn't this a sure profit? Thinking of this, Chen Yue's gaze became increasingly fervent as he looked at the unconscious Xiao Wu. He suddenly slapped her. Xiao Wu jolted awake, seeing Chen Yue's playful expression, and was instantly frightened, sitting down on the ground and crawling back in fear, looking at Chen Yue and asking, "Who are you? What do you want?" Thinking about it, Xiao Wu. She subconsciously glanced at her pure white dress, and, seeing no signs of being violated, breathed a sigh of relief. Then, looking at the advancing Chen Yue again, her expression changed. Suddenly, she erupted, and her soul rings surged forth. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black. 6 rings, Soul Emperor. After the Soul Master competition, Xiao Wu, who had been in seclusion for 5 years in the Stardew Forest, had actually grown to the stage of Soul Emperor. According to the standards for a soul sage entering maturity, she was already not far from it. This strength is indeed not weak. However, this not weak is only relative. In front of Chen Yue, let alone Soul Emperors and Soul Saints, as long as they are not super Douluos, they cannot exert any pressure on him at all. Bang! Chen Yue didn't hold back, kicking her directly in the chest. In an instant, Xiao Wu was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. She looked at Chen Yue in disbelief. "You, how could you be so strong?" She thought Chen Yue was just a young man and guessed that his strength wasn't great, but she never expected that without even releasing his martial soul. He could slap her away. She rubbed the spot where she was hit, still feeling some pain, making her mouth twitch. However, she soon suppressed her shock and looked coldly at Chen Yue. "You dare to hurt me? You're dead. I'll give you one chance. Let me go immediately. Otherwise, you will definitely die." Besides the heavenly blue bull python and the titan giant ape, she also had the 3 protective barriers of the rogue rabbit. This person dared to hurt her, especially in that area. He was surely courting death. "So what if I hit you?" Chen Yue showed a disdainful smile. This rogue rabbit is even more confidently self-assured than Qian Renxue. She truly has never experienced the pain of society and hasn't even figured out her own situation. Looking at her haughty demeanor, Chen Yue suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. What kind of creature would this rogue rabbit, raised by him as a canary, become? With this thought in mind, Chen Yue casually walked towards her with his hands behind his back, unhurriedly, thinking, "I still want something more exciting. What can you do to me? Dare you?" Xiao Wu was shocked but still pretended to be calm. "I warn you, my father is the Heavenly Douluo. If you touch me, your whole family will die." She only learned after returning to the forest that Tang San's father was actually the Heavenly Douluo. The original text mentioned that the only one who defeated the Titan giant ape was Tang Hao, so the Titan giant ape should remember Tang Hao's face. Also, if you dare to touch me, the 200,000-year-old beasts outside will ensure that you have no place to die, even if you are Title Douluo. You absolutely cannot escape. She watched as Chen Yue remained indifferent to her threats, even advancing closer, which frightened her into retreating repeatedly while continuing to threaten him. I warn you, the Douluo forest is not as simple as you think. Are you talking about the dimensional space within the Lake of Life? Chen Yue paused his steps and slowly spoke. In the original text, Xiao Wu's mother speculated that her strength surpassed that of the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. Otherwise, these two beasts wouldn't refer to Xiao Wu as sister. Under this premise, it is highly likely that Xiao Wu's mother encountered the ferocious beast beneath the Lake of Life. Naturally, the ferocious beast she encountered could not be the beast god emperor. At most, they might be the weakest of the ferocious beasts. However, Chen Yue leaned more towards the idea that she encountered by Ji. After all, she is a healing-type soul beast. If she woke up and saw Xiao Wu's mother injured, she would likely come forward to heal her, leading to their acquaintance. Chapter 5. Xiao Wu, I only belong to Sange. Don't harbor delusions. Major revisions throughout. Revised on 9.5. Therefore, as Xiao Wu's daughter, it is possible for her to learn from her that there are insurmountable existences beneath the Lake of Life. However, with the current strength of Xiao Wu, De Ming, and Air Ming, they cannot verify this and may just consider it a legend. Now, facing an absolute dead end, Xiao Wu had no other choice but to try to scare Chen Yue off, treating it as a last resort. Of course, there is another possibility. Xiao Wu's mother might have been with her when encountering the ferocious beasts, which is why the latter would know. Compared to that, Chen Yue preferred the former explanation. Otherwise, this rogue rabbit wouldn't be so certain. How do you know? Upon hearing Chen Yue reveal the secret beneath the Lake of Life, Xiao Wu's rabbit head was instantly stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at him. This secret was known only to her mother when she left. Even De Ming and Air Ming didn't know. Logically speaking, humans shouldn't have anyone who knows of its existence. But how did this person know? But do you think those who are deep in seclusion would force themselves out for a little fish like you? Chen Yue smiled slightly, hands behind his back, speaking leisurely. Your mother, as a soul beast that encountered them, has never seen them come out for anyone, has she? What qualifications do you have to disturb them? Hearing this, Xiao Wu's face turned pale, filled with anxiety, as if she felt completely seen through. Who exactly is this person in front of her? Why does he know everything about her? Even the greatest secret of the Douluo forest was so casually mentioned, as if he understood it completely. Who? Who are you? How can you know so much? Seeing her changing expression, a teasing smile appeared on Chen Yu's face. This rogue rabbit, under the pretense of seeking revenge for her mother's death, has fallen head over heels for her 3 cuts with a love-struck mentality, as if everything would be fine as long as her 3 cuts were present. Now let me show you. What difference does it make whether your 3 cuts are here or not? Of course, if one were to become Tang San, having such a playful rabbit pet wouldn't be a bad thing. But unfortunately, he is not. For this rogue rabbit, although she looks quite charming, even described in the original work as slightly more attractive than Qian Renxue, so what? In Chen Yu's view, she is nowhere near Qian Renxue, and he feels no affection for her at all. All he has is the thought of teasing her like a canary. It's a typical case of mere physical desire without emotional attachment. His only goal is to cut off Tang's opportunities. Because Chen Yue is more curious if this Tang really can't survive without this rabbit pet. Who am I? Chen Yue stepped forward, looking down from above at the cute rabbit sitting on the ground, saying, Remember, I am your master, and from now on, you'll call me that, understand? You bastard. Xiao Wu trembled, pointing at Chen Yue. Feeling insulted, her legs suddenly wrapped around Chen Yu's neck, preparing to catch him off guard with an explosive 8-section throw to bring him down. However, the next moment, Chen Yue casually grabbed one of her feet and lifted her up completely, causing her white dress to fall towards her waist. Slap! After a crisp sound, Xiao Wu's face turned even redder, and she angrily shouted, You scoundrel! Let me go! Chen Yue shook his head, indifferent to her words. He already knew the gap between them, so why still think about resisting? You are a rabbit by nature. What's wrong with being a rabbit pet? Why think about so many unrealistic things? After seeing Xiao Wu quiet down, Chen Yue casually tossed her aside like a doll. Xiao Wu covered her dress and stood up trembling, looking around. It was pitch black, as if she were in an iron tower, completely devoid of any ventilation. Yet the entire room was eerily illuminated by a white light. What is this place? Is there such a place in the starry forest? She originally thought that Chen Yue had taken her away from the Lake of Life area, but it turned out she was still in the starry forest. However, the surroundings were completely unlike any place she had ever seen. It was an entirely unfamiliar land. At that moment, Xiao Wu's face turned even paler, and her delicate features were filled with panic and unease. She had realized that she had been taken away from the Star Dou forest by Chen Yue. Moreover, it was in front of De Ming and Air Ming. She anxiously groped around the dark walls, trying to find an exit. Chen Yue, on the other hand, was not in a hurry at all. He even felt a bit amused, teasingly watching her expression change from pale and fearful to drenched in cold sweat, then to as white as a sheet, and finally settling into a face ashen like death. So, have you found the exit? Xiao Wu, with a face like death, slumped to the ground, looking at Chen Yue. What is this place? What do you really want to do? The black walls in all directions are completely indestructible. Even her soul power strikes against them like an egg hitting a stone, unable to break through, harder than turtle shells. Could it be that this person intends to imprison her here for eternity? As for why she didn't think about her soul bone and soul ring, if Chen Yue really wanted her soul bone and soul ring, he would have killed her directly long ago and wouldn't have talked to her so much. Of course, it might also be that a glimmer of hope and desire for life hidden in her heart make her wish not to die, because she hasn't yet seen her beloved Sangge. This is my world, Chen Yue said, with his hands behind his back and a slight smile. I am the master of this world. Everything in it belongs to me, including you, little rabbit. If you want to go out, it's not impossible. If you make me happy, I might let you out to bask in the sun. Hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately shook her head frantically. No way. Give up on that thought. It's impossible. Just kill me. I will never agree to that. She had already stopped thinking about going out because she felt that Chen Yue would never let her out, even if she paid any price. But the next moment, Chen Yue suddenly leaned over, whispering with a smile in her ear, "What if I can let you see your beloved Sangge?" Huh? What did he say? Xiao Wu was taken aback, her eyes suddenly brightening. What did you say? Maybe when I'm in a good mood. I will let you out to take a look at your beloved Sangge. Her eyes lit up, really? But if you make me unhappy, I might think about whether to bring some of your Sanji's parts next time I come in. Chen Yue said with a smile, causing Xiao Wu's face to stiffen. And then she broke out in a cold sweat, for example, fingers, hair, scalp, flesh, legs, toes, or maybe heart, arms, head, or your beloved Sanji's parts. At this point, Xiao Wu was so frightened that her heart almost stopped. She couldn't imagine what would happen if she saw those parts of her Sangge. Immediately, she knelt in front of Chen Yue with a thud, crying out, No, please stop. I will agree to whatever you want. Please don't harm Sangge. I beg you. Chen Yue smiled, a hint of mockery in his expression. Anything is fine? Saying this, he raised his hand slightly and pinched her cheek, startling her. But she ultimately overcame her psychological fear, raised her head, and asked tremblingly, What do you want? What do you think? Feeling Chen Yue's aggressive gaze, Xiao Wu felt as if there was nowhere to escape, and she shivered again, scared to the point of collapsing onto the ground like a duck. Struggling to swallow her saliva. Can I change my request? Chen Yue looked at her with a smirk. If you stay here obediently, perhaps one day, when I'm bored, I can let you out to reunite with your Sangge. Isn't that good? Xiao Wu's face stiffened, her expression instantly turning to one of embarrassment and anger as she shouted, Impossible. I only belong to Sangge. Don't be delusional. She was the pure and innocent Xiao Wu, perfectly matched with the equally pure Tang San. How could this guy, who appeared out of nowhere, desecrate her purity? So, she would absolutely not agree, even if it meant death. Furthermore, this person dared to covet her purity. He was already courting death. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Chen Yue shook his head, slowly turning around. I'll go out first. And bring in a hand from your Sangge. The moment those words left Chen Yue's mouth, Xiao Wu was instantly frightened and completely lost her composure, breaking down. In that instant, she plopped down on her knees, crawling over and hugging Chen Yue's thigh, desperately pleading, No, please, I beg you, don't do the 3 cuts. Can we change the conditions? I can give you soul bones, 10,000-year soul bones, 10,000-year soul rings, even 100,000-year ones. I can give them all to you. Although her face was filled with panic, she had already calculated in her heart that as long as Chen Yue let her go, she would immediately inform her 3 cuts. And that person would undoubtedly die. As long as she could live through this, nothing else mattered. She would make that person pay a bloody price. Oh, Titan Giant Ape and Sky Blue Bull Python. Both are okay? Chen Yue said with a half-smirk. Yes. Xiao Wu was taken aback, but quickly realized she was just painting a grand picture, so she nodded in agreement. But the next moment, she felt a sharp pain in her face as she was slapped and sent crashing into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. I'm not in a good mood right now. Do you dare to lie to me? Chen Yue crossed his arms and sneered. With your little tricks that could fool a 3-year-old, you dare to use them in front of me? To teach you a lesson. I guess I need to go out and prepare a big gift for you now. As he spoke, Chen Yue seemed to suddenly remember. Right, I almost forgot. 3 hours ago, your 3 cuts had already entered the inner circle of the Star Douluo forest. The probing aura of the blue-silver grass earlier was hers. Which is also why the sky blue bull python and titan giant ape appeared on the surface. Within an hour, I should be able to bring you one of your 3 cuts hands. Hearing this, Xiao Wu's face turned pale, and as she saw Chen Yue's figure becoming transparent, as if about to disappear the next moment, she endured her injuries and ran over, but ultimately, she was still a step too late, collapsing onto the ground in despair. It's over, the 3 cuts are in danger. Chen Yue's figure reappeared in the valley, quickly returning to the stone cave, where he saw the still guarding porcupine and serpent spear outside. He ignored his good buddies and walked into the cave, where he met Qian Renxue. My martial soul has really evolved. Qian Renxue exclaimed excitedly as she rushed towards Chen Yue, hugging him like an octopus, her trembling face filled with excitement. My original martial soul was the 6-winged angel, and now it has evolved into the 12-winged angel. You have to know, since ancient times, the Qian family's martial soul has been the 6-winged angel, and even in their family, the ancestor who achieved the first-generation angel god also had the 6-winged angel martial soul. But now, I have directly surpassed the ancestor and obtained this terrifying 12-winged angel martial soul. How could this not make her delighted? Now, as she looked at Chen Yue in front of her, the more she looked, the more pleasing he became, and she couldn't help but want him. Stop teasing. Have you done what I just instructed you to do? With a slap from Chen Yue on her perky bottom, Qian Renxue's face instantly flushed red. After giving him a charming glare, she nodded and casually took out something wrapped in paper from her storage bag. Here, this is Tang San's little finger. As she said this, she seemed a bit confused. What do you want Tang San's finger for? She couldn't understand why he would want to cut someone's finger for no reason. It's nothing, just get familiar with your own strength for now. Chen Yue changed the topic. The enhancement brought by the 12-winged angel far exceeds that of your previous 6-winged angel. You need to adapt to your current strength, understand? This statement is accurate. Qian Renxue nodded in agreement. That's right, the gap is not simply 2 or 3 times, but a full 5-fold increase. From a 6-winged angel to a 12-winged angel. It seems like there are just 6 more wings, which appears to be a 2-fold difference, but in reality, the disparity is even greater. This is like the difference of 20 levels from Soul Master to Soul Respect, and also a difference of 20 levels from Soul Sage to Title Douluo. Can these 2 20-level differences be the same? Do you understand this plan? Qian Renxue nodded. Gue Douluo and Zhu Douluo are leading the team, along with the golden generation of the Spirit Hall and many Soul Sages. Their goal is a 100,000-year soul beast inside the Star Douluo forest. But I didn't inquire about the specifics. Qian Renxue only brought the and to meet Gue Douluo and Zhu Douluo, although they might not know her. The 6-winged angel spirit is enough to showcase her identity. So Gue Zhu Douluo did not hide anything. Chapter 6, Tang San, Xiao Wu. It has been 5 years, finally. Where's my lover? The entire text has been revised. Today's version 9. 5. Star Douluo Forest, near the area of the Lake of Life. In the team of the Spirit Hall, Gue Douluo and Zhu Douluo at the forefront looked serious, with many soul sages closely following them. Tang San looked at the increasingly close Star Douluo Forest, feeling excited. 3 hours ago, while resting, he had already sensed Xiao Wu's aura using blue silver domain. She was in the Lake of Life area of the Star Douluo Forest. However, there were 2 powerful auras around Xiao Wu that were comparable to Title Douluo. He guessed that one might be the Titan Great Ape, while he was unsure about the other, but according to his detection, it was also at the 100,000-year level. Yet he felt no worry at all, because he planned to use this group from the Spirit Hall as cannon fodder. He only needed to find a Xiao Wu. This damn Spirit Hall is indeed the embodiment of evil, directly demanding a finger from me. Truly despicable. At this moment, Xiao Wu was anxiously tending to her left pinky finger, her face bruised. She never expected that she initially intended to use the Spirit Hall people as cannon fodder, allowing them all to perish here. But unexpectedly, they all appeared, wanting to kill him to maintain the secrecy of the plan. Even Hulaina's protests were of no use. Tang San did not have the confidence to face a Title Douluo. He could only rack his brains to come up with a comprehensive strategy. With Hulaina's guarantee, He expressed his determination at the cost of a pinky finger, agreeing to join the spirit hall before Qian Renxue spared him. In fact, throughout the process, Qian Renxue was also quite puzzled. He had always followed Qian Yue and was part of the Title Douluo who was beaten by Tang Hao. So he recognized the six-winged angel. Therefore, when Qian Renxue came with the end to attract him and Zhu Dao over, giving him a task, he did not refuse. However, he could not comprehend why Qian Renxue wanted a finger from Tang San. Of course, he also knew this matter was significant, especially since Qian Renxue's identity was something he had to keep secret. He instantly understood that this was a top-secret plan that was completely beyond his purview. So, he honestly completed the task, although he was still in a daze. Everyone was on alert, about to enter the core area of the Star Dough Forest. At this moment, Zhu Douluo shouted loudly, and everyone trembled, quickly responding, yes. Qian Renxue then regained his composure, looking solemnly around. For some unknown reason, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Even the sounds of flying soul beasts were not heard, and even the ants on the ground were nowhere to be seen. All around, there was only the sound of the wind rustling the grass, with the blue-silver grass swaying gently. Something is odd. Stay alert. The core area is still some distance from the Lake of Life. Generally, this area is a habitat for soul beasts over 50,000 years old, but at this moment, Qian Renxue and Zhu Dao had not detected any signs of disturbance, and they cautiously approached the direction of the Lake of Life at a snail's pace. Yin and Xiaoyu each had their hands on Tang San's neck, as Qian Renxue had previously severed one of his thumbs. It was uncertain if he would retaliate in the chaos, so Qian Renxue arranged for these two to keep an eye on Tang San. Many elite soul sages were alertly watching the movements around them centered on them. At this time, Chen Yue had already arrived at the branch of the tree where Xiao Wu had been sitting earlier, with a 3,000 thunder motion in his body. Chen Yue did not disturb anyone. Not even Qian Renxue and Zhu Dao noticed anything unusual. At this moment, the Big Ming and the second Ming in the Lake of Life had not returned, as only an hour had passed, and they should still be frantically searching for people in the opposite direction. Arriving at the branch, Chen Yue reopened his Heavenly King Divine Tower Spirit. With his hands behind his back, he stepped inside. Xiao Wu saw Chen Yue return after such a short time, and she opened her mouth, about to say something, when she suddenly felt a slap on her face from Chen Yue. The force was so great that it sent her flying, crashing heavily to the ground, covering her face with her hands. What was your name again? Chen Yue disdainfully tossed Tang San's pinky finger to the ground like trash, right in front of Xiao Wu. It seemed that this was just a finger, no problem. Next time I'll just take one of his arms. Xiao Wu immediately recognized this was her severed pinky. As for how she could tell, don't ask, just know that it was her lover. What do you want? Xiao Wu looked up at Chen Yue, her gaze somewhat terrified. She was starting to believe that Chen Yue really might harm her Tang San. Slap. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Chen Yue slapped her again. With his Title Douluo strength, Xiao Wu could not react at all, and another red five-finger mountain mark instantly appeared on her pretty face, causing her to fall to the ground with a thud, blood oozing from her face. At this moment, her once stunning beauty was gone, replaced by two bright red five-finger marks, blood trickling from both corners of her mouth, looking extremely disheveled, no longer possessing the goddess-like aura she had before. What did you just call me? Xiao Wu covered her burning face, struggling to get up, with anger, fear, and humiliation intertwining in her heart, her eyes immediately becoming moist. How could she, under her mother's protection, have ever suffered such humiliation? She wouldn't even need her mom to act. De Ming and Air Ming would help her vent her anger by tearing the other party to pieces, especially now, in her own territory of the Star Dough Forest. However, now, no matter how much humiliation and grievance she felt, she could only bury it deep in her heart, only showing a terrified look as she stared at Chen Yue, whose expression was a mix of a smile and anger, filled with fear. She was scared. Speak. Chen Yue raised an eyebrow, wondering if this rogue rabbit was doubting life after receiving his 2 slaps, becoming dumbfounded. Immediately, he snorted coldly, raising his hand again, scaring Xiao Wu so much that she knelt down obediently at Chen Yue's feet, trembling like a pitiful little rabbit. No, I can't do this. Xiao Wu covered her face, suppressing the fear in her heart, but her gaze was firm. I can't do this. You can't even think about it. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson. Chen Yue let out a cold laugh and turned around as if he was about to walk outside. I'm on a good mood right now, and I'm planning to go out and vent by chopping off one of your arms. As soon as the words left her mouth, Xiao Wu was so frightened that her face turned pale. She rolled and crawled, suddenly hugging Chen Yue's thigh and crying out, No, please don't do the 3 cuts to me, I beg you, please. How can I beg? Xiao Wu's heart trembled as she lowered her head and said, bananas and milk. Chen Yue? When I type this symbol, it's not that I have a problem, but that you have a problem. Noticing that Chen Yue's gaze was directly facing the waterfall's white, Xiao Wu quickly released her grip on his thigh, covered her neck down, and shook her head repeatedly. No way that is the 3 cuts. Aside from that, I can agree to all your requests. I can even give you 100,000 years of soul bones. This remark momentarily stunned Chen Yue, who then said with great interest, oh, whose 100,000 year soul bone? The 2 soul beasts outside. Chen Yue's eyes glinted with amusement. At a critical moment, are you selling out your brother? How would you do that? That's a secret. Once they hear it, they'll definitely obey the order and sacrifice for you. Hearing Xiao Wu's confident words, Chen Yue was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly let out a mocking laugh, his expression turning cold as he suddenly slapped Xiao Wu away. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Chen Yue scoffed, disdainfully wiping the blood on his hands with a tissue. You want me to let you go so that these 200,000-year soul beasts can attack me, right? Truly the rogue rabbit. Once it involves your 3 shares, your intelligence is quite impressive. Huh? Xiao Wu covered her face. Half of her face was indeed bleeding from the slap, even showing signs of slight disfigurement, her face flushed and swollen. I still stand by what I said. Seeing Xiao Wu still racking her brains for schemes, Chen Yue lost his patience. Once I feel relaxed, I might consider letting you go. If it doesn't put me in a good mood, maybe I will go out and dismantle you 3 parts for fun. Right now, it's just an appetizer. Just a finger. Next time, who knows, it could be an arm, maybe a leg, or perhaps a certain weapon. At this point, Chen Yue chuckled. I really wonder if you can still become a Title Douluo after losing one of your limbs. Hearing such devilish words, Xiao Wu shivered, trembling as she pointed at Chen Yue. You are a devil. You are not human. On the Douluo continent, losing a limb would have significant repercussions, especially if it were severed at the root, as in the original story where Tang Hao lost an arm and a leg to extract bones, which would lead to a permanent decline in soul power, making it nearly impossible to progress further in life. Moreover, such injuries are fundamentally incurable. P.S. Don't forget, in the original story, the Sword Douluo remained a one-armed hero until death without recovering, clearly indicating that such battle injuries cannot be healed. It's worth noting that her 3 shares are innate full soul power, a true genius. In a future Title Douluo, if she were to lose an arm, she couldn't even imagine the despair and collapse her 3 shares would face. No, please, I beg you. Chen Yue sneered. Beg? With what? You've even forgotten your title. I think it's more interesting to go back and torture your 3 shares. Saying this, Chen Yue had already lost his patience and turned to walk outside. Seeing the scene, Xiao Wu couldn't help but recall the last time Chen Yue had walked away so decisively, and this time he was directly bringing her 3 shares fingers. If this time he really went out in a bad mood, Xiao Wu turned pale with fear and rushed forward, tightly hugging Chen Yue's legs, using her big white wings to press against him, while her flushed face, filled with humiliation, whispered, Master. Now, that's more like it. Chen Yue seemed a bit surprised, looking down at her, gently patting her head like a cat, and chuckled, as long as you can make me feel relaxed. I would mind taking you out to play. Really? Seeing the previously fierce Chen Yue so gently petting her head, Xiao Wu's heart trembled, and she couldn't help but look up at Chen Yue, feeling that his words might indeed be trustworthy. Hitting a few times before giving candy. This method never fails. Of course, only a well-behaved little servant has the right to make me consider. Chen Yue crossed his arms, a smile appearing on his face. I will definitely be a good little servant who listens. Xiao Wu sighed in relief, finally seeing hope for going out. She vowed to make the Ming, and ere Ming kill this bastard once she got out. Then strip. Xiao Wu. Seeing the bewildered Xiao Wu, Chen Yue's expression suddenly darkened, and he forcefully shook off her arms that were wrapped around his legs. Ungrateful. If you dare to deceive me for dinner, you'll be having 1 roasted arm and 1 braised thigh from your 3 shares, so prepare for the journey. Hearing this, Xiao Wu, who had been stunned earlier, turned pale with fear and quickly clung to him. No, I'll be good. At this moment, she finally understood that the indifference of the man before her was different from those other men who had been coveting her for a long time. Others wanted her soul bones and soul rings, while this man in front of her was only interested in her charming face and perfect figure. The difference here is significant. In the former case, the other party can relentlessly pursue you day and night, even conducting investigations that last for months, which raises the stakes significantly. But in the latter case, the other party's interest might only last for an hour or 2. Once they become completely annoyed and impatient, no matter how stunning your appearance. They could easily dismiss you. And now, in Xiao Wu's eyes, Chen Yue is the latter. If she truly provokes the other party's impatience, given this person's unpredictable temperament, she might really end up dismantling the three things she longs for. By then, even if she is rescued, even if she gets her revenge, what would it matter? The three things she cherishes would be gone, and living alone would have no meaning. Can we go out like that? Xiao Wu suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud, and seeing her tear-streaked face, it looked as if she had truly resigned herself to fate. Chen Yu's lips curled into a faint, satisfied smile, but it vanished in an instant. At the same time, in the Stardo forest, in the area of the Lake of Life, Xiao Wu, it's been 5 years, are you okay? Where's my beloved? Chapter 7, The Rain Wet the Sky. Gray gets more delicate s. Major revision of the whole text, revised on 9. 5 Xiao Wu, where's my beloved? Tang San, along with the Spirit Hall and many others, finally entered the area of the Lake of Life. He couldn't wait to search for the figure he longed for. With the results of his blue-silver domains exploration from 3 hours ago, he was certain that his Xiao Wu was under that big tree. However, when he looked up, that beloved figure had vanished without a trace. Where's my beloved? Tang San felt completely paralyzed. In the next moment, like a madman, he rushed toward that tree, digging desperately as if a crazy dog marking its territory. He didn't know how long he dug. He only felt utterly exhausted when he finally sat down weakly against the big tree, squinting up at the sky, trying hard to suppress his tears and prevent them from falling. My Xiao Wu, oh. Tang San moaned silently, and suddenly he felt as if it was raining in the sky. Could it be that my sincere love for Xiao Wu has even moved the heavens, making them feel sorrowful for me in this moment? At the moment this thought crossed his mind, Tang San felt an endless sense of pride. Even the heavens were shedding tears for his love with Xiao Wu. What supreme honor can anyone attain? Delete the dividing line and see if there's a comment section. However, it's strange that even though I'm hiding under the tree, how can I still get rained on? Tang San expressed his confusion. How could he get rained on behind the tree? His instinctive lick, however, felt like the taste of Bloody Mary in the city of slaughter. Because of this, he became even more puzzled. What's going on? Tang San was a bit confused. He lowered his head to wipe away his tears and was just about to look up when suddenly, a deafening roar of a bull and the furious shout of a giant ape sounded. The Tianqing Yomeng and the Titan giant ape have returned. Roar. The sudden, deafening roar startled all the birds in sight, causing them to flee in panic as if encountering some great terror, each one trembling and scrambling away. Even with Tang San's mental strength, he experienced a momentary blankness, and in an instant, he fell into a brief dizziness. Not good. It's 200,000-year soul beasts. Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo reacted first, their expressions changing drastically as they looked at the two gigantic figures rushing in from another direction, their hearts trembling. In their estimation, there was only 100,000-year soul beast in the Stardo forest, the Titan giant ape, which was why Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo had come together. They never expected there would be 200,000-year soul beasts. Hurry and escape. The two exchanged glances, both with grim expressions. Now that the 100,000-year rabbit was nowhere to be found, they had lost the main target of this operation. Staying here would likely get them torn apart by these 200,000-year soul beasts. However, this place was not something they could just come and go as they pleased. The first thing the Tianqing bull python and Titan giant ape did upon returning was to fix their gaze on the many members of the Spirit Hall who were trying to retreat. There was no way. Only Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo were Title Douluo present, and their unique aura made it hard not to attract the attention of the soul beasts. Second, kill them, leave none alive. The Tianqing bull python spoke. He felt that it must be this damned group of humans that had taken Sister Xiao Wu away. He wanted to kill these people to vent his anger and then retrieve Sister Xiao Wu. The moment the words fell, his cold gaze swept across the crowd like a sharp sword, and in that instant, everything around turned blue. All the members of the Spirit Hall felt their bodies suddenly slow down, at least by more than 30%. Slow field activate, and the next moment, the Titan giant ape charged towards the elite members of the Spirit Hall. Quick retreat. Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo's expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly shouted at the stunned elite members of the Spirit Hall while splitting up to respond. The strongest among the Spirit Hall members, aside from the two of them, were just soul saints. Even if they used their martial soul fusion skill to immobilize these 200,000-year soul beasts with the strength of these soul saints, they probably couldn't even break the skin of the Tianqing bull python and Titan giant ape. It was better to directly face them and let the elites escape. Tang In. Let us go. Liina took a few steps back and suddenly saw Tang San still stunned in place, shouting, "Let us go, what are you dazed for? It's you. Just now, Tang San was stunned by the roar of the 200,000-year-soul beasts, his thoughts becoming unclear. The idea of looking up just dissipated, and his attention was focused on Liina at that moment. The moment he saw her, he immediately thought of tens of thousands of theories about her having feelings for him, but being unable to get his attention, thus plotting against Xiao Wu. Such schemes were common in the martial world during his previous life in the Tang sect. However, this thought was quickly cut off, because it was impossible. Liina had no idea that he was Tang San. There was only one possibility. Tang San instantly recalled the earlier incident where the ghost Douluo had demanded a finger from him. At that time, he thought the ghost Douluo had some unknown special preference. But now that he thought about it, this person must have threatened his beloved Xiao Wu with his finger. With Xiao Wu's love for him, she would definitely yield. Thinking of this, Tang San's expression turned sinister as he pulled out his Haotian hammer and smashed it towards Liina. Die, you despicable Spirit Hall. As for why he targeted Liina now, the many elite members of the Spirit Hall were completely out of his attack range. Currently, the Ghost Douluo was holding back the Titan Great Ape, and the Chrysanthemum Douluo was dealing with the Sky Blue Bull Python. Only Liina was within his attack range, not far away. In other words, among those present, apart from Liina, the rest were either opponents he couldn't defeat or out of reach. Nana, the Ghost Douluo, was shocked. He never expected this junior would dare to harm the holy maiden Liina. He was immediately furious, trembling all over, and took advantage of being knocked away by the Titan Great Ape. His seventh spirit ring shone brightly, and as his martial soul true body was suddenly released, he instantly became ethereal, turning transparent in the blink of an eye, silently appearing in front of Tang San. Junior, you seek death. The Ghost Douluo slapped Tang San hard across the face, sending him flying. His body crashed heavily into a tree, causing his face to swell up, and he saw stars. Xiao Wu, my beloved. After crashing into the tree, he was somewhat dazed, and his vision was suddenly not very clear. It seemed like he saw his most beloved Xiao Wu. At that moment, his beloved Xiao Wu was blushing, extremely charming, with a pair of expressive big eyes filled with affection, staring at him without blinking, leaving Tang San mesmerized. Xiao Wu, I'm so happy to see you before I die. Tang San thought this was a moment of clarity before death, and a smile appeared on his face. He slightly extended his hand, wanting to touch this hard-won dream, but suddenly he grasped a soft little hand. Xiao Wu. Tang San abruptly woke up, and behind Xiao Wu, a strange man's face appeared in an instant. His eyes widened in shock. You. Tang San immediately pointed at the unfamiliar Chen Yue, just about to say something when suddenly, Xiao Wu's hoarse scream rang out. Daming, kill him. Earlier, the Ghost Douluo had just slapped Tang San, and he had just knocked the stunned Liina aside. Before he could act, he was locked down by the Titan Great Ape's gravity domain, and the following punch nearly blew him apart. At this moment, he had just gotten up from the ground, standing together with the equally injured Chrysanthemum Douluo. No, if this continues, we will definitely be annihilated. What should we do? Should we use the martial soul fusion skill? Not now. They're focused on us to prevent any tricks. As the two kings of the Stardow Forest, the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Great Ape were certainly not reckless and knew that Title Douluos must have some backup plans. These backup plans, being the trump cards of a Title Douluo, would undoubtedly ensure their survival. Therefore, upon sensing that the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo were severely injured, they did not act rashly but kept a close watch on them while controlling their respective domains, crushing the Spirit Hall's minions. Under the gravity domain and the slowing domain, some lower-ranked soul saints could no longer withstand the immense pressure, and their bones were crushed by the powerful gravity. If this continued, the elite members of the Spirit Hall would surely be annihilated. Just then, the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Great Ape suddenly heard Xiao Wu's voice. Daming, kill this bastard. Is this Xiao Wu's voice? The two beasts were initially taken aback, then suddenly turned around, and when they saw Chen Yue beside Xiao Wu, they were instantly stunned. Xiao Wu, is this human? Be careful, this person is a Title Douluo. Activate your domain second. In an instant of mental communication, the two didn't hesitate and immediately activated their domains, just as the blue and black domain lights were about to press down on Chen Yue. The opportunity has come. The Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo, who had been looking for a chance, suddenly showed great joy. Martial soul fusion skill. The two exchanged glances, stood facing each other. held hands, and their bodies suddenly fused together, instantly covering everything around them in a golden and silver hue, especially the turning sky blue bull python and titan giant ape, which were also frozen in place at that moment. Extreme stillness domain. In a moment of carelessness, the sky blue bull python and titan giant ape were directly locked down, unable to move at all, with only their eyeballs still capable of moving under their massive bodies. We can only hold these two soul beasts for a while. You all retreat immediately. Due to the angle, the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo only saw the turning sky blue bull python and titan giant ape in front of them, and did not see Chen Yue, Xiao Wu, and Tang San, who were facing them. After all, the bodies of the sky blue bull python and titan giant ape were too huge, completely blocking the line of sight. Seeing that these two were immobilized, the ghost Douluo let out a sigh of relief and quickly shouted. When those elite spirit hall members heard this, and with the pressure from the slowing domain and gravity domain dissipated, how could they dare to stay? They turned and ran. Tang, Ingo. However, at this moment, Hulaina was still fixated on Tang San in front of her. But the next moment, she lost her chance. Bang! Unable to watch any longer, Qian Renxue came crashing down with a slap that landed on Hulaina's head, causing the latter to roll her eyes and faint. Now I finally understand why I wanted her back then, but you stubbornly disagreed. Damn it, she can't stand this ungrateful wretch anymore. While others are trying to kill you, Tang San is still here, fawning over you. Your mother was pretty much the same back in the day. Chen Yue's words instantly made Qian Renxue explode with anger. What did you say? If you don't believe me, you can go back and ask. Qian Renxue fell silent, huffing and turning her head away in a proud manner, looking as if she was saying, come on, make me happy, I'm angry. For some reason, after Chen Yue helped her with her martial soul evolution, even though she knew that her relationship with Chen Yue was based on mutual benefit, she couldn't help but want to act cute to get his attention. Could this be the legendary phenomenon of falling in love at first sight? Just as Qian Renxue was lost in thought, Chen Yue shook his head with a smile, pointed at the still motionless sky, blue bull python, and titan great ape, and spoke to Qian Renxue, but what he said shocked everyone. Choose one. Chapter 8. Tang San. If you dare to treat my Xiao Wu like this, I'll kill you. What did you say? Qian Renxue was momentarily stunned. I'm not at the stage where I need to absorb soul rings yet. If I let you choose, then just choose without all that nonsense. Under Chen Yue's fierce demeanor, Qian Renxue suddenly appeared pitiful, pointing at the sky blue bull python. I choose this one. All right. Chen Yue nodded, a smile appearing on his face. You did that on purpose. Xiao Wu swallowed hard, her pretty face pale as she exclaimed, You let me out on purpose? At this moment, if she still didn't understand, then she truly had a pig's brain instead of a rabbit's brain. A bit clever, but not much. Chen Yue revealed a smile on his face, and, as he spread his palm, the 3 purple, 5 black, and 1 red soul rings far exceeding the standard configuration instantly blinded her titanium alloy rabbit eyes. You despicable, you shameless, you rascal. Xiao Wu was immediately stunned. She never expected that the person in front of her was actually a Title Douluo. You dare to take liberties with my Xiao Wu, I will kill you. At that moment, Tang San seemed to be shocked, and his eyes turned blood red as if he had gone mad, lifting the Haotian hammer and smashing it towards Chen Yue with a loud bang. Don't rush, you still have some use. Chen Yue, as if holding a doll, casually placed a finger against the enormous Haotian hammer that was coming down, allowing Tang San to go wild with all his strength. His hand trembled, but could not push Chen Yue even a bit. This scene left Qian Renxue stunned. She couldn't believe that he was not only terrifying in certain aspects, but also quite strong in terms of power. Looking at this toy rabbit, she hoped it wouldn't cause any trouble. Chen Yue had no interest in playing with this little rascal. With a casual lift of his hand, the Haotian hammer flew out like discarded trash, and then he slapped Tang San across the face. The remaining handsome half of his face instantly turned into a pig's head, and when compared to the half of his face that had been fanned by Ghost Douluo, it surprisingly matched. Tang San fell to the ground, completely unconscious, with blood oozing from his face. After doing this, he clapped his hands and looked at Qian Renxue, giving her orders. Oh good. Qian Renxue nodded, leaping onto a branch to grab the terrified Xiao Wu. Seemingly doubtful, she lifted Xiao Wu's hands. Xiao Wu, holding back her humiliation, looked hopefully at the battlefield, wishing that Daming and Erming wouldn't die and might even counterattack that despicable creature and that group of Soul Hall lackeys. On the other side, what was happening? At this moment, Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo, who was maintaining the 2-level static domain, looked bewildered at the approaching Chen Yue and didn't recognize him at all. I don't know, But should we maintain this form? The one saying this was Ghost Douluo because he sensed Qian Renxue's aura. Previously, Qian Renxue had come to him for Tang San's little finger. Therefore, he felt this should be a secret operation from the offering hall. Since he had also followed Qian Xuanji and naturally knew that the six-winged angel was an old inheritance of the Qian family. All right, Chrysanthemum Douluo understood his good friend's thoughts, and immediately their soul power was unleashed, stabilizing the static area of the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python even more. You despicable humans. The Titan giant ape could only widen its eyes in anger. Human, I warn you, second, don't panic. Compared to the irritable Titan giant ape, the sky blue bull python's mentor was calmer. Even if we are restricted by their domain, to kill us, at least 4 Title Douluo are needed to have any chance. Even if this human is a Title Douluo, it doesn't matter. The 2-level static domain has a disadvantage. Once an attack is made, the target must be killed instantly. Otherwise, if the target is attacked, the static state will immediately be released. If the 2-level static domain could continuously hold the target, then in the original work, Daming and Erming would not have been able to escape so easily with so many Title Douluo led by Bibi Dong. And the sky blue bull python was very confident that with his and the Titan giant ape strength, even facing the 9th soul skill of 2 super Douluo wouldn't directly cut them down. But the next moment, an aura that seemed to split heaven and earth appeared before it, accompanied by a pitch-black, sharp, eerie battle axe. What? What is that? Not only did the Titan giant ape's expression change drastically, but even the previously confident sky blue bull python widened its eyes in terror, feeling that under this strike, it might end up as a chopped-up snake skin, the true form of the weapon spirit, the Pangu axe. Chen Yue's figure gradually became illusory and dissipated, replaced by a Pangu axe that was 100 meters long. The axe light flickered, and in an instant, the entire body of the Titan giant ape froze at that moment. The next moment, its mountain-like body crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound, as if it had been sliced like a watermelon. A bizarre red soul ring appeared, accompanied by a pure white, energy-filled soul bone, which Chen Yue waved his hand to summon beside him. Erming. Xiao Wu was instantly stunned, never expecting that the mountain-like Erming would be chopped in half by Chen Yue so easily. It's all my fault. At this moment, Xiao Wu regretted it deeply. I was wrong. I will listen from now on. I beg you, don't kill Daming, I beg you. Seemingly recalling something, Xiao Wu wanted to kneel and hug Chen Yue's leg to plead for mercy, but as soon as she moved, she was pressed down by Qian Renxue. If you move again, do you believe I will kill Tang San? Xiao Wu, it's your turn. Chen Yue casually stored the soul ring and soul bone into the system space. Now was not the best time to absorb the soul ring. After all, this system space could store all non-living things. And the soul ring and soul bone were certainly not living things, right? After doing all this, his gaze fell on the sky blue bull python, filled with playful interest. The sky blue bull python froze all over. If it were in human form, its face would definitely be stiff, but now, looking through its giant bull eyes, its expression was filled with horror. It should be known that its strength was only slightly stronger than the Titan giant ape, as they were both 100,000-year soul beasts. It possessed a hint of the bloodline of the golden-eyed black dragon king. So its strength was naturally a bit stronger than other 100,000-year soul beasts, but only a little, not even enough to double it. However, the Titan giant ape had been cleaved in half by this human before it, so it thought, I can surrender. I can become her soul spirit. No, please don't kill me, can we? Soul spirit? Upon hearing this, everyone present except Chen Yue was left dumbfounded. These 2 words seem to have touched upon many people's knowledge blind spots. Soul spirit. This is indeed a good idea. Chen Yue smiled thoughtfully and glanced at the sky blue bull python. Do you know about soul spirits? It is said that this soul spirit was something created by some old man cheat during the Doer period. But what the sky blue bull python refers to as a soul spirit should be similar to the wisdom soul rings of the sky dream eye silkworm, right? However, Chen Yue didn't truly believe what the sky blue bull python said. It should be that the sky blue bull python had only casually heard the term soul spirit, perhaps mentioned by outsiders, but it absolutely did not know how to become a soul spirit. Otherwise, how could the original work still have sacrifices instead of becoming a soul spirit 3 years ago? The sky blue bull python had no idea that Chen Yue had seen through its lies. Noticing that Chen Yue seemed somewhat moved, it suddenly showed a look of great joy. Yes, I can become a soul spirit. It is well known that soul spirits have many more benefits compared to soul rings. Believe me, many benefits, I believe, but can you really master the method of becoming a soul spirit? The joy on the sky blue bull python's face instantly stiffened. It wanted to argue based on reason, but Chen Yue was already too busy to keep chattering with it and directly took action. Sixth soul skill, heaven opening axe. Just as he was speaking, Chen Yue suddenly erupted, wielding an axe as large as a sand pot, which transformed into a long beam of light, slicing horizontally towards the head of the sky blue bull python. In an instant, its enormous head was shattered inch by inch. The long beam of the giant axe was merely 0.01 centimeters away from completely severing the entire bull head. Puff! At that moment, as Chen Yue delivered these two axe strikes, the two levels of the ghost Chrysanthemum Doulouo's static domain also erupted with web-like cracks, followed by a sound of spitting blood. And both figures were immediately sent flying to the ground, their breaths slightly weak. But at this moment, neither Chen Yue nor Qian Renxue paid them any more attention. Angel True Body. The instant Chen Yue unleashed his sixth soul skill, Qian Renxue instantly understood. She immediately activated her martial soul true body, bathing in golden light. And behind her unfolded a full 12 golden wings. Angel Domain. Her momentum also soared as the domain was activated. Under the martial soul true body and angel domain, the aura she exuded was even comparable to that of a typical Title Douluo, fifth soul skill holy sword. Almost the moment the domain was opened, her fifth soul ring shone brightly, and a golden long sword, imbued with heat, surged forth as Chen Yue's long beam giant axe dissipated, connecting with the wound. Puff! The sky blue bull python's eyes widened, the brilliance within them slowly dimming. No, damning. Freed from restraint, Xiao Wu immediately panicked, tumbling down, but at this moment, her legs had gone numb and lost some sensation, leaving her only able to lie on the ground, tearfully watching as the sky blue bull python's corpse was split in two and crashed to the ground. What I do now? After doing all this, Qian Renxue looked at the soul ring suspended in front of her, emanating a strange red light, her breath momentarily stalling, but thinking of her current soul power level. Her mouth involuntarily twitched. She hadn't reached the critical point yet. Release the soul ring. To this, Chen Yue provided no explanation and simply commanded. All right. Qian Renxue obediently complied, probably having just eaten her fill last night, and immediately released her soul ring. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black. Facing her puzzled gaze, Chen Yue walked to the position of her first soul ring, casually took out the soul fragment stone from the system space, and lightly tapped it on the soul ring. No you. Qian Renxue was about to say something, but suddenly the sensation caused her expression to change drastically. She felt that her first soul ring had actually lost connection, and when she tried to sense it again, she was shocked to discover that her first soul ring was actually gone. Not just her. At this moment, even the ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Doulouo, who had been injured after forcibly breaking through 2 levels of the static domain, couldn't help but widen their eyes, staring at the scene in front of them, gasping in shock. Crack! The originally illusory soul ring, which could only be seen and not touched, was struck by this stone and bizarrely shattered like glass, scattering into pieces on the ground, leaving the ghost Chrysanthemum Doulouo and Qian Renxue nearly popping their eyes out. How is this possible? To shatter an existing soul ring, and then obtain a new soul ring? Upon witnessing this scene, ghost Chrysanthemum Doulouo couldn't help but gasp in shock. He and his good buddy exchanged glances, only to see the shock and disbelief reflected in each other's eyes. Is there really such a divine object in this world? Suck it. Qian Renxue nodded, but for some reason, she felt that with Chen Yue's gaze and his 2 words at this moment, something seemed a bit off. What are you still dazed for? The soul absorption ring. Seeing Qian Renxue's seemingly understanding expression, Chen Yue immediately gave her a light tap on the forehead, and she quickly covered her head, feeling wronged, and hurried to absorb the 100,000-year soul ring. You are a demon. You are a demon. Don't come closer. Xiao Wu looked at Chen Yue in terror, crawling backward repeatedly. Her legs had already been sealed by Qian Renxue's soul power and lost sensation, which was to prevent her from escaping when Qian Renxue attacked earlier. Fine, I want to go over. Chen Yue crossed his arms, looking at the frightened Xiao Wu with a half-smile. Suddenly, the Pangu axe appeared in his palm, and he swung it down. Slash! Ah! Xiao Wu turned pale with fright, covering her face tightly. After a while, she opened her fingers to reveal her eyes, which were filled with horror, fear, and heartache. 3 cuts, 3 cuts. As for this thigh, let it be your meal tonight. Chen Yue casually took out Tang San's 100,000-year blue-silver emperor right leg soul bone from that severed thigh and disdainfully tossed it to Xiao Wu. Is it enough? Chapter 9. Xiao Wu, 3 cuts, even though I still love you. S. Major revisions throughout, revised on 9. 5. If you think this is not enough, how about adding a paw? Xiao Wu shook her head desperately, using both hands to support herself as she knelt at Chen Yue's feet, sobbing, saying, yes, I'm sorry. Master, I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. You won't gang. Sobi. Master. She understood that Chen Yue was teaching her a lesson. She had actually dared to resist her master just now. Wouldn't that make her lover Tang San angry? But this couldn't happen. Chen Yue shrugged. I was just furious because of you, and if I don't vent, it could be harmful. Xiao Wu lowered her proud head silently, losing the confidence she once had. De Ming and Er Ming both died because of her, and now she was truly helpless, relying only on her dear Sange. Hey, what are you doing? Don't mess around. Chen Yue seemed startled and pushed her away, saying, I didn't force you. What are you doing? I came voluntarily. I came on my own. No, it's not because you forced me. Although I came voluntarily, you're still a demon. I will definitely help them take revenge. Xiao Wu's face was covered in tears as she glared at Chen Yue with hatred, murmuring in her heart. However, deep in her eyes, that hatred was mixed with deep fear. She truly never expected that this Chen Yue, who was like that terrifying Title Douluo, would be so strong. Even when the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape teamed up, they were no match for him. What did you say? Chen Yue smiled faintly, scaring Xiao Wu so much that her face turned white and her eyes trembled, no longer daring to look at him, but instead gazing weakly and affectionately at Tang San, who had fainted not far away. At this moment, Tang San's right leg had been severed, and one of his hands was bandaged, presumably from the little finger she had seen earlier. Chen Yue paid no attention to her, and instead opened the system's notification. Congratulations to the host for marrying the original female lead Xiao Wu. Rewards doubled. Million-year soul spirit, system modified version. Crystal, Q agricultural, fast-acting fertilizer, python sparrow, swallowing dragon chart. Sealing stone, heavenly source, secret realm. The host already has descendants. Please take care of the offspring, and reward will be distributed after birth. Million-year soul spirit. After system modification, only soul skills and summon are available. There is nothing to say about this. It is directly placed on the second soul ring of the Heavenly King Tower. The soul skill is called Nightmare of the Tower, which can envelop the opponent with the Heavenly King Tower and release a heart demon secret realm equivalent to the tribulation. If one falls into it, their soul will be unable to return to their body and will be deeply imprisoned within. As for summoning, it is a soul spirit summoning that can call forth the projection of the king of the heavenly court with the pagoda to fight. Currently, the strength of this summoned soul spirit is approximately at the level of a super Douluo, but the specifics are not known yet, as it has not been tested. The exotic fire crystal can be refined by the martial soul. It is a crystal of the fallen heart flame. After refinement, the space within the Heavenly King Tower will give rise to heart fire, equivalent to an enhanced version of the Heavenly Burning Refining Chi Tower. Hunome Speed Fertilizer is an acceleration growth item from a farming game. And Chen Yue still remembers seeing this thing sold for 15 yuan a pack in his previous life. However, now, after system enhancement, throwing it can accelerate plant growth by 80 years, and one pack can boost growth by a full 80,000 years. The Python Sparrow Swallowing Dragon diagram is essentially a fantasy version of the Brimming divine skill, which can absorb the opponent's soul power and consume soul beast flesh and blood to enhance one's cultivation. The Sealing Stone can temporarily seal a person's memories, but if the person experiences great stimulation, they will suddenly awaken and suffer significant mental damage, which can easily lead to personality splitting, commonly known as a second personality. The Heavenly Source Secret Realm is a small world dominated by vine ghosts. Killing vine ghosts can yield rewards, including but not limited to soul bones, soul rings, increased soul ring years, soul guiding devices, and more. The flow of time is not proportional. 1 day in Douluo continent equals 10 days in the Heavenly Source Secret Realm. This last reward made Chen Yue somewhat envious. So, if I put my pregnant wife inside for 30 days, can I get a baby? With this thought, Chen Yue's eyes suddenly lit up. But before he could react, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations, host, you have gained another offspring. The mother has been identified as the original female lead, Xiao Wu. Therefore, an additional reward is granted, a million-year soul ring. This million-year soul ring has 4 soul skills. Chen Yue did not hesitate to apply it to the King God Tower. The soul skills are quite interesting, namely God Tower Prison, God Tower Prison Return, God Tower Prison Seal, and God Tower Prison Suppress. The God Tower prison can forcibly pause any soul beast sacrifice and imprison the soul beast body within the soul ring. Everything that happens to the soul beast body will feedback effects, which will periodically return to the soul of the soul beast that has already become a soul ring. Successfully sacrificed soul beasts can also use their soul ring, and if successful, their body will be imprisoned by the soul skill. At the same time, only 2 soul beast bodies can be imprisoned. Once successfully used, the sacrificed soul beast's soul ring will turn into a white soul ring, with a duration of 1 year. After the soul beast completes its resurrection, this soul skill will automatically become ineffective. However, if the soul beast is resurrected, all reactions it previously experienced or did not experience will be returned to its body. When the soul beast is resurrected, the host will have a sensation. God Tower Prison. Return can only be used based on the preceding soul skill. It allows the sacrificed soul beast soul, which is turned into a soul ring, to temporarily return to its body. During this time, the person who received the sacrifice cannot use this soul skill or soul bone skills. This is also effective for already sacrificed soul beasts. God Tower Prison. Seal. Can seal one of the opponent's soul skills. Only one soul skill can be sealed at a time. God Tower Prison. Suppress. Releases the King God Tower, enlarging it to the size of a mountain to attack the opponent, belonging to physical attacks. This million-year soul ring is quite interesting. Speaking of the sacrificed soul beast, the first one that comes to Chen Yue's mind is the initial son's soul beast, Tang Ritian, who nearly caused his father to die from anger, right? Wait a minute. System, what is this second wave of rewards about? At this moment, Chen Yue suddenly froze, as if he had thought of something, and inquired with the system. It is well known that a rabbit can give birth to 10 at a time. Chen Yue, this is bad. I am increasingly hating this life of instant understanding. At this time, Xiao Wu on the other side looked at Tang San with deep affection, her gaze gradually becoming more determined. Sange, although I'm already, but I will always love you. Just as she was saying this, Xiao Wu glanced back. Chen Yue seemed to be in a daze. Qian Renxue was absorbing the soul ring. After all, 100,000-year soul ring is not so easy to absorb. As for the 2 guys, Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo, they recognized the 6-winged angel and guarded Qian Renxue's side to protect her. The last remaining Hulaina was knocked out by a big slap from Qian Renxue, and she was so dizzy that she probably wouldn't be noticed even if she did something bad. Sacrifice. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was not paying attention, Xiao Wu decisively decided to sacrifice herself for her beloved Sange. This was the last thing she could do for her lover. Anyway, even if she dies, she wants to die by her beloved Sanji's side. Fortunately, my earlier willingness should have relaxed his vigilance. Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, and it was worth her earlier initiative. However, just as her sacrifice was about to be initiated, Chen Yue on the other side curled his lips into a smile. Just as I wished, it was worth giving you so much time. Oh no, I fell for it. The moment Xiao Wu heard this voice, she recalled the earlier incident where her own actions led to the sacrifice of Deming and Air Ming. But now that the sacrifice had started, she couldn't interrupt it. Third soul skill, Divine Tower Prison. Chen Yue raised his left hand, and the Heavenly King Divine Tower emerged. 3 soul rings of 1 red and 2 gold instantly blinding everyone present. Wow, a golden soul ring? Ghost Douluo. Wow, a golden legend. Zhu Douluo. Not only were these 2 Title Douluos stunned, but Xiao Wu also widened her eyes. She had never seen a golden soul ring in her life. Just as she was astonished, filled with fear, a golden light enveloped her main body, and suddenly, a piercing pain came, causing her to let out a cry. In an instant, her entire being began to become illusory, and a soul ring emitting an enchanting red light, along with a pink soul bone, gradually fell off. 1 became 3. 100,000-year soul bone, the soul beast body shell, and 100,000-year soul ring. The soul bone first landed in Chen Yue's hands. The soul beast body shell, under the golden light, built an illusory chain with Chen Yue's 3rd golden soul ring. The last enchanting red soul ring slowly floated towards Tang San's body, and as it moved, its color seemed to peel away like paint, scattering starlight bit by bit. Until in the moment it merged into Tang San's body, it turned into a vast expanse of white. A 1-year soul ring? The well-informed Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo's eyes nearly popped out. My God, I can actually see a 1-year soul ring in my lifetime. No, Sange. The enchanting red soul ring's falling starlight gradually formed an illusory figure identical to Xiao Wu's main body, which was her soul beast soul. At this moment, her face was filled with regret, and she desperately cried out, but could only watch helplessly as the white soul ring merged into Tang San's body, appearing at the position of his blue-silver emperor's sixth soul ring. "No, you bastard!" Xiao Wu's soul cried like a torrential rain, and she punched Chen Yue in the chest. However, this punch not only failed to knock Chen Yue down, but instead made her cry out in pain. "Senior, this is the fire dog you wanted. Senior, this is the man-faced demon spider you wanted." At this moment, the missing pufferfish and the spear, each holding a corpse of a soul beast, walked over with a look of confusion. When they saw the scene, they were even more astonished. Was that mountain-like corpse the Titan great ape? What kind of noodles are as long as this, as thick as a bucket? Both Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were taken aback upon seeing the two, and had only recently become elders. They had seen each other, but were not familiar. However, they had indeed met this pair of good friends when Ghost and Chrysanthemum Douluo first joined the Spirit Hall, when they were merely platinum bishops. Not bad. A smile appeared on Chen Yue's face as he casually picked up an axe and chopped off the leg of the fire dog, then walked towards Tang San. What do you want to do?" Xiao Wu's phantom changed expression upon witnessing this and shouted hoarsely. "I really like your fox-like smile, just now." Chen Yue smiled slightly, slowly placing the fire dog's thigh where Tang San's leg had been severed. "But I am not happy about your earlier action of hitting me." "No." Xiao Wu's phantom cried out in despair, kneeling on the ground with a thud. "I beg you, please spare Sangge. I can give you anything you want. I beg you." She couldn't believe it. If her beloved Sangge knew that his leg had turned into a dog's leg, how devastated he would be. You must know, her Sangge was the pure and noble Tang San who vowed to become a god and destroy the Spirit Hall. "Don't be afraid, it will be fine soon." Chen Yue smiled slightly, glancing at the snake spear, realizing that the fire dog's age was sufficient and the thigh could be perfectly stitched to Tang San's severed leg. Without hesitation, he used his spirit power to perform the legendary supreme-level medical technique known as bone to flesh, allowing new flesh and blood to grow at the severed leg, perfectly connecting the nerves under Chen Yue's spirit power. The needle won't poke. A smile spread across Chen Yue's face as he raised his palm. And under the influence of his spirit power, the corpse of the man-faced demon spider fell beside him. Disdainfully, he picked up the axe and sliced through, producing 10 spider legs from the man-faced demon spider right in his palm. Then, Chen Yue grabbed Tang San's other intact arm, ready to chop it off at the shoulder to replace it with the dog paw. No, please don't." Xiao Wu's phantom suddenly woke up, quickly returning to her physical form, enduring the weakness in her body, and almost rolling to Chen Yue's feet, tightly hugging his thigh, crying out in despair. "I beg you, please spare Sangge. You can do whatever you want with me. I beg you." She had lost everything. Deming and Air Ming were dead. Her spirit rings had been taken. She only had her beloved Sangge left. "Just now, you mentioned something about a fire observatory, and that's something about climbing." Chapter 10. Xiao Wu, I become the person I hate the most. The entire text has been revised. Today is 9/5 revision. The moon is bright and the stars are few. The crows fly south. Chen Yue lazily stretched and rubbed the silent, tearful Xiao Wu on the ground. Not bad. Not bad. At this moment, she resembled a cute little rabbit. When Chen Yue patted her head, she instinctively rubbed against him. However, she still glanced at Tang San, who had 5 spider legs and a dog leg, murmuring something only she could hear. After she spoke, a tear rolled down her cheek and dripped on the ground. At this point, she had nothing left. She only had her beloved Sangge. As long as Sangge was alive, she had hoped for revenge against Ming and Air Ming. She had hoped to avenge her humiliation today. Therefore, for her Sanji's future, for her future revenge, she chose to endure humiliation and bear the burden, using the method she once despised the most to plead with Chen Yue, asking not to chop off Sanji's arms any longer. Once upon a time, she looked down on this chubby boy because of Ma Hongjun going to those places. Yet now, the wheel of fortune had turned, and she had become the very person she hated the most. "Hey, is this spirit beast really that fun?" Qian Renxue pouted with a hint of jealousy. "Her figure isn't even as good as mine. She just has a slightly younger face. You don't understand." Chen Yue chuckled, shaking his head. "Little pink rabbit. What use is there to raise such small animals if you're not going to play with them? Are you going to spoil them like some dog lovers do, pampering them to the point of becoming sentient and overthrowing human dominance?" With that thought, Chen Yue rubbed Xiao Wu's head, feeling much better. "If you have any spirit beast friends of 10,000 years or more, feel free to introduce them to me." Chen Yue smiled at her. No need to be polite. Xiao Wu, with tears in her eyes, lowered her head in humiliation, silently saying in her heart, "Sangge, I will always love you. He can never have my heart. My heart is all yours." The rabbit still loves you the most. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, she suddenly felt darkness before losing consciousness completely. Prison. Chen Yue released the heavenly King Divine Tower Spirit. And the third golden spirit ring suddenly opened a transparent, illusory chain, pulling Xiao Wu's spirit beast body in. The starlight remaining at the scene slowly returned to Tang San. I wonder what Tang San will feel when he wakes up and sees that his sixth spirit ring is actually the first white spirit ring in the history of Douluo continent. With a mere 1 year duration, Chen Yue looked forward to it, but the current mental impact was not strong enough. So he took out the God Sealing Stone that he had received as a system reward to use on Tang San. I am looking forward to seeing Tang San develop a split personality. With a smile on his face, Chen Yue waved his hand, storing the corpses of the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python in the system space, and said, "Let's go." Oomph. Qian Renxue snorted, glancing at the still unconscious Hulaina beside her. After thinking for a moment, she picked up her body. I don't believe that stinky rabbit can compare to my fragrant fox sister. She felt that she was pregnant, and for the baby in her belly, she couldn't be reckless. So she had no choice but to find a peach to help her justify herself. After seeing the three walk out, the Douluo and Douluo guarding outside exchanged glances, then quietly went to lift the spirit beast corpses they had brought earlier and follow behind. "Hey, Your Majesty, wait." At that moment, Chrysanthemum Douluo, who was also guarding outside, suddenly woke up, hurriedly pulling Ghost Douluo to approach and calling out to Chen Yue as they hurriedly ran toward him. Chen Yue paused, glancing back at them with calm eyes, not saying a word. Although the system had returned his lifespan, the life he had lived for the past 120 years was indeed real. Combined with his previous life's experiences and strength, his state of mind was very stable. Facing Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, there was no expression on his face. After all, they were just a ghost and a flower. He could simply chop them in half with his axe. Staring at Chen Yue with such a gaze, and recalling how the celestial blue bull python and the Titan giant ape were split in half earlier, Ghost Douluo and Zhu couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. "That crown, this is our saintess. You could just say it directly." Qian Renxue snorted. She was still quite unhappy about the grand performance Chen Yue put on in front of her earlier. Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo felt embarrassed. How could they, as elders, withstand such a divine clash? If the Pope and the Grand Offering were to fight because of their report, they probably wouldn't survive even with 10 lives. Or, you can just say she died at the hands of Tang Yin, a disciple of the Haotian sect, got it? At this moment, Chen Yue suddenly spoke up, which immediately stunned the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo. Tang Yin, a disciple of the Haotian sect, but his Haotian hammer doesn't have a single soul ring, and his soul power is at the level of a soul emperor. Chen Yue did not explain further, but said, "You just need to organize what I just said and pass it on." Qian Renxue, who was still humming, was also taken aback upon hearing this. After a moment of thought, her beautiful eyes widened, and she gasped in surprise, avoiding everyone's gaze to gain the maximum benefit, then perfectly extricating herself while shifting all the risks onto others, and even forcing Pope Bibi Dong to face the Haotian sect again. The saintess of the Wuhuan Palace has been captured by a disciple of the Haotian sect. Are you going to do something about it? If Qian Renxue had read Sun Tzu's Art of War, she would have immediately blurted out these 3 idioms. Crossing the sea by deceiving the sky. The golden cicada sheds its shell, and killing with a borrowed knife. Unfortunately, she hadn't learned it, so she could only silently give Chen Yue a thumbs up, impressive. At the same time, a trace of pride flashed deep in her eyes. Such an impressive man is still under the skirt of this young master. With this thought, Qian Renxue's face turned slightly red, and she murmured, "It's all your fault, you little rascal. How annoying." The Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo were confused. But just as they raised their heads to ask Chen Yue about the person, they felt a murderous intent, which immediately frightened them into a cold sweat, not daring to make a sound, and they nodded repeatedly. If you don't agree, Chen Yue will probably pick up an axe and chop them down in the next moment. And by then, even the Pope won't know how they died. On the other hand, if they told the truth, Ghost Douluo shivered all over. The two good friends exchanged glances. They didn't want to become cannon fodder in the internal war between the Pope and the Hall of Offerings. "Old Ghost, how about we do as that guy said?" Zhu Douluo asked tentatively. Ghost Douluo nodded, and they both sighed in relief. Mainly because Qian Renxue's 6-winged angel martial soul had scared them. After all, Ghost Douluo had previously followed Qian Renxue, and Zhu Douluo had also seen Elder Judgment Qian Douluo when he entered the Spirit Hall, recognizing the six-winged angel. If Qian Renxue hadn't been there this time, they might not have easily agreed. Hey, where are you going? Qian Renxue, carrying the unconscious Hulayina, quickly walked to Chen Yue's side and walked shoulder to shoulder with him, asking. She had just realized that this didn't seem to be the way out of the Star Douluo forest at all. It seemed more like heading to another forest. You can go back first and just capture Tang Yue for me, Chen Yue said casually. Huh? Qian Renxue looked confused. Why capture Tang Yue? Wait, is this guy's goal really just those 200,000-year-old beasts plus a pet rabbit? How does this relate to Tang Yue? You just go do it, don't worry. After the coronation ceremony in the future, your throne will definitely be unshakable. Chen Yue smiled slightly, rubbing her exquisite face. So tender. Good. Qian Renxue, with the snake spear, was on her way back to Heavenly Dou City. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became, feeling as if her CPU was about to burn out. Forget it. I'll just ask him later. Qian Renxue shook her head, deciding not to think about these chaotic things anymore. Anyway, she believed that the father of her child wouldn't harm her or the baby. And at this moment, deep in the core area of the Star Douluo Great Forest, Tang San quietly woke up. Pain. So much pain. As soon as he woke up, he was hit by intense pain, almost fainting again. At that moment, his entire brain felt as if it was being crushed and was about to explode. And it took a good while for him to regain his senses. Looking around, he appeared somewhat confused. This was due to the sealing stone used by Chen Yue earlier, which had left his memories stuck at the moment he entered the Star Douluo forest, even lacking any recollection of encountering members of the Spirit Hall. So, when he saw the familiar scene before him, he scratched his head in bewilderment, thinking, what is going on? Is this the Star Douluo forest? He instinctively scratched his head, but at that moment, he couldn't help but gasp in shock, his whole body shivering as he trembled and spread his palm out in front of him. To his horror, he saw 5 black-red spider legs protruding from what used to be his 5 fingers, now stained with blood. He had torn his own scalp. Damn! He quickly shook his hand away, retreating in panic, and accidentally bumped into a tree, causing his head to buzz. Is this my hand? Tang San held his head in pain, looking at his hand from a distance, confused as to why the fingertips were gone. All that remained were these 5 cold, black glowing spider legs. After witnessing this scene, his already bewildered expression turned even more perplexed. How did my hand become like this? He looked puzzled and tried to move his fingers, and surprisingly, the spider legs moved in accordance with his thoughts. Tang San, are these the spider legs of a human-faced demon spider? But how'd I end up like this? He found it hard to believe that his normal human hand had transformed into spider legs like those of a human-faced demon spider. Could it be a side effect of the human-faced demon spider? Thinking of this, Tang San dared not delay any longer and hurriedly walked outside. No, I need to quickly return and ask my teacher how I ended up like this. However, as he ran, the strength of his 2 legs was uneven, and his height was slightly off as well. Consequently, he unexpectedly stumbled and fell flat on the ground with a thud, his mouth full of dirt. Tang San spit. He spat out the strange mixture of salty and fishy dirt from his mouth, feeling it wasn't tea enough. Wanted to run to the lake of life to rinse his mouth. But, with another thud, he fell flat on the ground again, successfully filling his mouth once more. Tang San. This time, the unknown substance in his mouth had only a slowly fading salty odd taste left. The ocean-like fishy flavor from before was gone. What is going on? Tang San spat out the substance, but despite being pure and clean, he still felt his mouth was very dirty, carrying an indescribable strange taste. Why can't I move? Tang San swore that the confusion he had accumulated over his past lives was definitely not as much as he felt today. Especially when he looked down at his lower limbs, he was completely stunned. He saw that his right leg, which had once been like a human thigh, had disappeared, replaced by a furry leg that was obviously thicker than his left leg. A dog leg? What the hell? Why has my leg turned into a dog leg? He was bewildered, trying to bend his knee, but couldn't he, only it was see that dog leg kicking back a bit. No, this isn't right, this is fake. Tang San desperately cut off this thought, shouting in disbelief. I must still be dreaming. How could someone as pure and clean as me become this half-human, half-beast monster? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must be dreaming. Although he was said to be a product of the fusion between the Blue Silver Emperor and a human, it couldn't possibly have mutated his genes to give him a dog leg, right? But no matter how much Tang San rubbed his eyes, even making them red and pounding his head until it felt like scrambled eggs, he still transformed into a half-human, half-beast with 5 spider claws and 1 dog leg. No, this is impossible. Tang San shouted. How could this happen? No, I need to find my teacher. My teacher must have a solution. With this thought, he quickly controlled his mother's spirit to wrap around him, binding himself and flinging himself away like in a relay race. Bang! Tang! Sand crashed into a towering tree, with such force that a human-shaped outline was left indented in the tree. After being baptized by the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, Tang San was already immune to all poisons, but unfortunately, this was a physical toxin, and the spider claws contained mental toxins specifically collected by Chen Yue from the thorny sea snake. Therefore, after this crash, Tang San's brain buzzed, and he completely collapsed onto the ground, fainting. Chen Yue appeared nearby, a hint of a kind smile on his face. Don't worry, when you wake up, I will let you be surprised to find that your mother is gone, your father has run away, your uncle is dead, and your aunt is also missing. What will that feel like? Chapter 11 Tang Yuehua, I beg you no, don't harm us. The entire text has been greatly revised. Today 9. 5 revised. What did you say? Spirit Hall City. Spirit Hall, the Hall of the Pope. Bibi Dong suddenly stood up, her eyes wide open, looking incredulously at the trembling ghost chrysanthemum Douluo in front of her. You said that Nana was captured. A disciple of the Haotian school named Tang Yin? His Haotian hammer doesn't have a single soul ring, but he has shown the strength of Soul Emperor? Ghost chrysanthemum Douluo nodded repeatedly, looking at Bibi Dong, whose expression was becoming increasingly gloomy, not daring to breathe. Good, what a good you Xiaojiang. Bibi Dong laughed in anger. This is your closed-door disciple, and he really has the audacity to come and capture my spirit hall as saintess? She had thought that Yu Xiaojiang would not act against her disciple Hulaina due to their old relationship, but she never expected. This Yu Xiaojiang is really not following the rules of martial ethics. You have to understand, in Bibi Dong's heart, the status of Hulaina is even higher than that of her own daughter, Qian Renxue. No, it should be said that in Bibi Dong's heart, Hulaina is her real daughter, while Qian Renxue is merely a sinful sister. What a hypocrisy from the Haotian sect, claiming to be closed off from the secular world. Yet now they're playing this double-faced game? Do they really think I, Bibi Dong, am an easy target? Bibi Dong shouted angrily, scaring Ghost Douluo and a host of guard into trembling and not daring to speak. Back then, Tang Hao had beaten Qian Xuanji to a pulp, giving her the opportunity to take action, so after rising to the position of Pope, she didn't do much to the Haotian sect. Basically, these measures were all led by Title Douluo. But now, the Haotian sect actually dared to touch her beloved daughter like Saint Hulaina, then she can't be blamed for being ruthless. Send the order. Gather all the elders. Command all the platinum bishops to search for the address of the Haotian sect, with a deadline of 3 days to find it. The ghost chrysanthemum Douluo's heart trembled. The development of this situation is really just as they imagined. Old ghost, if we speak the truth here, will we be killed on the spot by His Majesty? Zhu Douluo whispered nervously. Be more confident. Remove the will we. Ghost Douluo's mouth twitched. But now that the arrow is on the string, he has no choice but to shoot. He also doesn't dare to offend both Bibi Dong and the Grand Offering Qian Douluo at the same time. So, after exchanging a glance, the two good friends could only brace themselves and respond, yes. At this moment, in the blue-silver forest, Tang Hao, who was indulging in a drunken stupor with that piece of grass, suddenly heard about the alert from the Title Imperial Palace. Initially, he didn't care much, as he only needed to guard his piece of grass and had no intention of getting involved in other matters. However, the news he accidentally overheard left him completely dumbfounded. I heard about this too. Apparently, a disciple of the Haotian sect captured the saintess of the Spirit Hall, and the current pope was furious, demanding that the Haotian sect hand over the person and bow in public. Haotian sect? Huh, isn't that the turtle that shrank back decades ago? I didn't expect that after so many years, they were still causing trouble. I've heard of the Haotian sect, but didn't they close their mountain gate? Also, what does their conflict with the Spirit Hall have to do with Tiando City? Well, you might not know this, but it's said that the Haotian sect appears to have closed their mountain gate, but in reality, they're hiding not far from Tiando City, watching the world unfold. But I never expected their disciples to be so bold as to directly capture the saintess of the Spirit Hall. My goodness, won't the Haotian sect be in big trouble now? Of course, I've heard that there are spies from the Haotian sect hidden in the Tiando Imperial Palace. And when the Crown Prince discovered this, he was furious, sealing off the entire palace and starting a thorough investigation. It's just a turtle sect. What's the need to be so serious? Hearing this, Tang Hao couldn't sit still any longer. He directly picked up his signature giant hammer and smashed that spitting and mocking guy into a meat pie. Dare to insult the Haotian sect? You have chosen the path to death. Shut up. Tang Hao's gaze turned cold as he swept over the few terrified soul masters. Insulting the Haotian sect must be washed away with blood. With those words, he ignored the pleas of the few and sent them off to the afterlife with a single blow. After doing this, Tang Hao paid no attention to the suspicious looks from the crowd around him and quickly headed in the direction of the Haotian sect. No, I currently only have the strength of a soul sage. Going to the sect would be pointless. But as a disciple of the sect, how can I turn a blind eye to the crisis facing my sect? Tang Hao's expression turned somewhat grim. He originally planned to return the soul bone to the sect and not get involved in worldly matters. But he didn't expect the sect to be in such a serious crisis, targeted by the spirit hall. No, I must do something for the sect. He thought for a moment and suddenly slapped his thigh. Wait, the Tindo Imperial Palace? Although I can't save the sect, I can bring back Yuehua. Perhaps the legacy of the sect will lie with Xiao, San, and her. With this thought in mind, Tang Hao no longer hesitated. Overjoyed, he quickly made his way towards the Tindo Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, Chen Yue, who was drinking tea in a nearby town, was also smiling as he watched Tang Hao's retreating figure. Finding something suitable for you is not easy. And this place where the blue silver grass is hidden is thanks to Tang Hao's hard work. Saying this, Chen Yue glanced at the blue silver grass in his hand, shook his head, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'll be waiting for you at the Moon Pavilion, Tang Hao. After all, we're family, and we need to be together, right? Soon, the night fell, and the Tindo Imperial Palace was on high alert, with countless guards patrolling back and forth. And the fluctuations of soul power were even at the Soul Emperor level. With Chen Yue's full support, Qian Renxue had completely taken control of the Tindo Imperial Palace, and the Snow Knight Emperor had become nothing more than a figurehead. Even if he could rise, no one would listen to him. How could there be so many Soul Emperors in the Tindo Imperial Palace? Hidden in the shadows, Tang Hao, who was adept at evading detection, frowned as he narrowly escaped the heavy encirclement and finally arrived at the Moon Pavilion. But the moment he stepped inside, a powerful wave of soul power pressed down on his heart. Title Douluo. Sensing this soul pressure, Tang Hao's expression changed. People from the spirit hall? He looked up and saw Chen Yue sitting in a chair in the empty Moon Pavilion, smiling at him, slowly rising. Tang Hao, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing this, Tang Hao's pupils suddenly constricted. Without a second thought, he released his martial soul, and his soul rings floated as he lifted the giant hammer, prepared to unleash a full assault. After all, he was just a soul sage now. Only by detonating all his rings could he possibly gain a chance against the Title Douluo. However, the moment his soul rings appeared, Chen Yue's smile grew even wider, and he released his King God Tower martial soul in a surprising move, dazzling Tang Hao's titanium alloy eyes with its red and 3 gold configuration. 100,000-year soul ring? This is impossible. Tang Hao was shocked. He had never seen such an outrageous configuration. And even the golden soul ring was something he had never heard of in his life. Just as he was stunned and hesitated, Chen Yue's 3rd soul ring suddenly shone brightly, and a golden light transformed into a chain, swiftly piercing through Tang Hao's 9th soul ring. At that moment, Tang Hao felt that the soul power he had raised due to the desire to explode the ring was pouring out rapidly, like a puncture balloon. Before he could react, he saw a graceful and elegant phantom, with closed eyes, pouring out from his 9th soul ring, as if it were dreaming. The phantom looked to be in its 30s, stunningly beautiful. Although the face was not clear, Tang Hao knew that it was the figure he had been longing for. No. Watching his beloved grass walk towards Chen Yue, as if in a dream, Tang Hao immediately screamed in agony, trying to lift his giant hammer to smash someone. However, the moment he looked up, he saw a colossal tower, like a mountain, crashing towards him. What is this? Tang Hao was greatly shocked and, in a panic, lifted his signature Haotian hammer and smashed it down fiercely. But this comes from the Heavenly Court's King Li Jing of the Heavenly Kings, whose Heavenly King God Tower in hand, even if it is merely a projection of molecules, is absolutely not something that any martial soul from the mere sewer realm can shake. Crack, without any warning or unexpected events. The massive body of the Haotian hammer crashed down onto the towering Heavenly King God Tower, but in the next moment, a crack suddenly appeared within the enormous hammer. And then, like a web, it rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, the entire Haotian hammer was covered in cracks, resembling a patchwork of glass. It's a long story, but this shattered time from the beginning to now is merely a moment, and all the sounds have turned into a crisp sound. This is impossible. Tang Hao was shocked, unable to imagine that this proud Haotian hammer could not even break a tower one day. but instead shattered itself? Impossible, absolutely impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Hao's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He leaped up, but his whole body collapsed to the ground as if it had just been hit by a plane 240 times, instantly weakened and powerless. With his martial soul shattered, he suffered a tremendous backlash, collapsing to the ground as if he were exhausted. "You, who are you?" Tang Hao clutched his chest. His body slumped on the ground, struggling to get up, but he was gasping for breath and couldn't rise at all. However, Chen Yue completely ignored him. Instead, he looked with great interest at the phantom of a yin that had approached him. "No, Yin." Seeing this, Tang Hao's eyes widened in rage as he yelled, "Yin, don't leave me." But at that moment, a yin's eyes were tightly closed. Her figure was ethereal, as if she were blind to Tang Hao, abandoning him and drifting towards Chen Yue. What a scene! Chen Yue waved his hand, and the dreamy phantom of Yin instantly merged into his third soul skill. Then, he flicked his palm, and a somewhat withered blue-silver grass appeared in his hand. With a gentle toss, it also merged into his third soul ring. The Heavenly King Divine Tower Martial Soul is not restricted by any soul skills, meaning that even in the midst of using a soul skill, one can use other soul skills, even reuse soul skills, or even activate another martial soul to use a soul skill. "You give Yin back to me. Give her back." At that moment, the 9 soul rings behind Tang Hao erupted simultaneously, and he seemed to go mad, gathering his strength to pounce at Chen Yue. "Your acting should be saved for the king of hell below. It's better." Chen Yue did not indulge him and slapped him hard, sending him crashing into the wall, causing him to spit blood wildly. In that moment, all his spirit was completely exhausted as he fell to the ground. Like a half-dead old man, he collapsed, barely able to raise his head, looking at Chen Yue with eyes filled with fear and resentment. Damn it! He cursed inwardly, but did not realize that he was cursing Chen Yue. Instead, he began to resent his good elder brother and the 4 elders. If it weren't for these 5 damn things forcing him to hand over the soul bone to allow Tang San to return to the sect, how could he have fallen to such a fate? No, it should be said that if it weren't for his good elder brother and those 4 elders causing trouble and offending the spirit hall, how could he have ended up in a moon pavilion to save Yuehua and become a fish on a chopping board? It's all Tang Zhao's and those 4 elders' fault. Tang Hao's life was brilliant. If it weren't for the cowardice of his good elder brother and the 4 elders, how could it have ended like this? No, don't hurt my brother. I beg you. I am willing. At this moment, a dignified and beautiful woman suddenly rushed out of the side room, tears streaming down her face. She looked to be only around 27 or 28 years old, but her enchanting face was far beyond what a woman of that age could compare to. In this book, she is set as the youngest daughter of the old master Hao Yin, born when he was much older, and is more than 30 years younger than Tang Hao, with her real age only slightly older than Tang San. The author does not specify her exact age, as it seems meaningless. She is indeed Tang Hao's younger sister. Dan Ziwu. As she rushed in, without saying a word, she knelt down at Chen Yu's feet with a thud, tightly hugging his thigh and pleading desperately, "I beg you, please don't hurt my second brother Hao. I am willing to obey you." Chen Yue looked down at her with a smile on his face and contemptuously lifted her chin with one finger. "Then what should you call me?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua's face instantly turned pale. She opened her mouth to plead for mercy, but after seeing the half-dead Tang Hao on the ground, she ultimately lowered her head obediently. Facing Tang Hao's gaze, which shifted from shock to fury, Tang Yuehua, under Chen Yu's seemingly amused and teasing eyes, obediently whispered, "Maid, I greet my master." Chapter 12. Tang Hao, Yin, I only have you now. What the hell, my Yin has been dug out. Major revision of the full text, revised on 9/5. Boom. Tang Hao's eyes widened, feeling as if his head had been struck by lightning, completely stunned and empty. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Yuehua loves me. She is an elegant and noble lady. How could she possibly say such shocking words and make such earth-shattering moves? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. You're not Yuehua. You're definitely not Yuehua. Tang Hao was heartbroken. He actually felt a sense of pride in his feelings for Yuehua, but he just couldn't accept it. It's just a game, just hanging on a play. After all, what you can't have is always restless. But he never expected that this thing that originally belonged to him would now be gone. It seems that your brother has gone mad. Chen Yue looked at the lowered head of Tang Yuehua with a half-smile, his hands behind his back. The latter shuddered slightly, continuing to massage in silence. Should I just kill him? Tang Yuehua's pupils contracted, her face slightly pale, but she dared not stop. Instead, she massaged more gently. After feeling the fluctuations of soul power, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least, from this reaction, it seemed that the demon in front of her would not be so displeased as to tear her Hao Gu apart. Compared to your nephew, you are much more sensible. Chen Yue smiled, gently placing a hand on her head. After a moment, he rubbed her head and said, "Good, keep it up." There's a saying, a mother's status rises with her daughter, understand? I understand, Tang Yuehua said, swallowing hard. She quietly glanced at Tang Hao, obediently supporting Chen Yue as they slowly walked towards the Yuexian pavilion, her heart silently sobbing. Second brother, I'm sorry, Yuehua belongs to someone else now, and we can't meet again in the future. I hope you can stay away from Tiandou and live a peaceful life. There are also various masters of Hao Yian sect in the Yuexian pavilion, meant to protect her and maintain the information network of Hao Yian sect. However, she witnessed these masters being completely torn apart by Chen Yue. The scene made her vomit directly. Now, in comparison, although Tang Hao has been crippled, being able to salvage a life is already quite good. And the cost? It seems that her future will no longer have any freedom. Of course, this is the result she voluntarily exchanged for. Hey, Qian Renxue, carrying the little fox Hulaina, looked at Chen Yue, who was about to enter the boudoir, and suddenly shouted, "How about you switch tonight?" It was obvious that she sensed her own crisis, especially after seeing that little dance's looks were not inferior to hers, which made her even more anxious. What if this guy gets tempted and, during her pregnancy, gets seduced by another woman? So, she decided to give Hulaina as a gift to Chen Yue. A white-eyed wolf, once stained with blood, cannot be washed clean. Chen Yue casually glanced at Hulaina, and there was a hint of disdain on his face. Qian Renxue, no, you. Before Qian Renxue could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Chen Yue, stingray, serpent spear, lock this white-eyed wolf up, and then proceed with the plan, understood? Yes. After seeing Chen Yue easily chop down the sky blue bull python and a titan giant ape with 2 axes, the good buddies Stingray and Serpent Spear no longer dared to act arrogantly in front of Chen Yue. They were more obedient than a dog. Just as the words fell, before Qian Renxue could react, the Hulaina she was carrying was taken away and locked up by the two. You. Qian Renxue pointed at Chen Yue, unable to speak. If you have something to say, feel free. Chen Yue smiled, showing no concern that Qian Renxue would expose her identity. The entire palace was under control. How could any accidents happen? It had only been a day, and that was acceptable. Really? Qian Renxue felt a bit suspicious, sensing that Chen Yue's gaze was somewhat off, as if he were a big gray wolf staring at a little fat sheep. But soon, she realized her feeling was correct. Outside, the half-dead Tang Hao heard Tang Yuehua's voice from the room and instantly turned as pale as a pig's liver, looking extremely terrible. No, Yuehua, didn't you love me the most? You should have kept yourself pure for me. Why are you doing this? Si Tun and Shi Miao exchanged glances, silently starting to use the thread to temporarily stitch up the soul beast corpses that Chen Yue had brought back for Tang Hao. Time passed, and it wasn't until the sky outside gradually brightened that the sounds from the room finally ceased. Are you really going to let this fox go? Qian Renxue lay in Chen Yue's arms, drawing circles on his body with her fingers, murmuring softly, "Look, you could even deal with that soft-boned rabbit. Why won't you take action against this fox, which is just a martial spirit?" Slap. Qian Renxue's face turned red as she bit him hard. I'm talking about serious matters. This villain, for some unknown reason, has become even more passionate towards her since she felt a new life force within her. Didn't I already tell you the answer to this question? Qian Renxue was taken aback. You told me? Then she realized. Are you talking about the white-eyed wolf? Chen Yue remained non-committal. But you also saw the hatred that rabbit and Tang Yuehua had for you. Wouldn't they also be considered white-eyed wolves? Chen Yue smiled slightly. What do you think? Qian Renxue thought for a moment and then shook her head. I think their rebelliousness should be higher than Hulaina's, right? Hulaina, who later entered the spirit hall, had already been lurking in the Tiandou imperial palace to implement plans. And Qian Renxue had only heard of Bibi Dong considering her as a daughter. There wasn't much emotional connection between the two. If there was any connection, it was that Qian Renxue was so furious at Hulaina's white-eyed wolf-like actions that she knocked her out with a hat. You are still too naive. Knowing the original work and the now-established character settings, Chen Yue naturally understood the personality of this white-eyed wolf. Where am I naive? Qian Renxue huffed, pouting her fiery red lips, causing Chen Yue to press her head down to make her quiet. Woo-woo. Just as Qian Renxue was about to resist, she heard Chen Yue's voice, which made her stop her movements. Chen Yue said, Tell me, how does the spirit hall treat this Hulaina? Qian Renxue couldn't speak, only making nasal sounds. Then think about it. They raised her to adulthood, gave her mimicry training and soul bones, with Bibi Dong treating her like her own daughter. Ouch, be gentle. Chen Yue took a deep breath, gently rubbed Qian Renxue's head, and continued. But how did she repay them? She disregarded a 100,000-year soul beast that was to be her soul ring and even ignored the safety of many people in the spirit hall, only focusing on the wanted criminal of your spirit hall. Hearing this, Qian Renxue instantly understood. She swallowed hard, and cold sweat appeared on her forehead. So the white-eyed wolf you mentioned wasn't just an insult, but a fact? But then she thought, now that the Wuhuan Temple has already locked onto the whereabouts of the Haotian sect and launched a full-scale attack, the two sides have reached a point of irreconcilable conflict. She shouldn't lean towards them anymore, right? Chen Yue smiled but said nothing. In the original work, Hulaina revealed Bibi Dong's whereabouts to Tang San, which led to the fall of the ghost Duo, who had been quite indulgent towards her in the early stages, and her mentor Bibi Dong was severely injured. Of course, the most important thing is that despite the significant efforts of the Title Douluo from the Wuhuan Temple, they ended up with nothing, instead benefiting Tang San. It should be noted that soul masters hunting for soul rings, especially those hunting for 100,000-year soul beasts, cannot simply disclose their whereabouts to outsiders. Even for the people of the Spirit Hall, such matters are strictly confidential, yet Hulaina casually handed it over to outsiders. Even now, with the Heavenly Dou sect and the Spirit Hall engaged in full-scale war, and perhaps the Heavenly Dou sect could be completely wiped out. Because of this, for Hulaina, giving up on betraying her teammates is less believable than trusting that Tang San will ascend to godhood and bring her teacher into the divine realm. Or perhaps that her cousin Bai Chunxiang and her cousin's husband Ma Hongjun will both ascend to the divine realm together. Forget it, I'm tired. I won't care about this anymore. Seeing Chen Yue's expression, although they had only interacted for a few days, Qian Renxue had already understood the disdain on his face and felt a sense of helplessness. After all, she was just a saintess of the Spirit Hall, and she wasn't from her grandfather's faction, so what was the point of keeping her? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her mind, and she thought, wait. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Chen Yue, her expression gradually turning horrified. Since you have no interest in this little fox, then why did you tacitly allow me to capture her? Was it intentional? When she brought Hulaina back, although Chen Yue didn't say anything, his attitude clearly indicated acquiescence, so she naturally assumed that he had some interest in this little fox. After all, if he could play with that rabbit, why not with a fox? However, now that she saw that Chen Yue was truly uninterested in Hulaina, she suddenly realized the chilling implications of this person in front of her. The purpose of capturing Hulaina is to provoke Bibi Dong into a rage, leading her to directly go to war with the Haotian sect and completely annihilate it. It's important to note that Bibi Dong is not a coward like Qian Douluo, nor would she adhere to any gentleman's agreement. She understands Bibi Dong's character very well. Once the mask is torn off, she will definitely eliminate all risks without leaving any traces. In fact, she is quite certain that if the events of that year were in line with Bibi Dong's character, it would not simply result in the Haotian sect being sealed off, but would lead to its total destruction. What? You say, what if Tang Chen returns? It's simple. Aren't their strengths comparable? If Qian Douluo destroys the Haotian sect, he just needs to perish together with Tang Chen. Then who could shake the status of the Spirit Hall? Of course, Chen Yue speculates that Qian Douluo's hesitance might not be due to a cowardly personality, but perhaps because of his position. With Qian Xuanji dead, Qian Douluo is currently the only guide for the six winged angels. And now, with Qian Renxue's extraordinary talent, he might see her as the only hope to achieve the angel god, which is why he's been staying in the shadows, only to let Qian Renxue ascend to godhood. However, Chen Yue feels that the reason Qian Renxue came to the Heavenly Dou Empire should be related to gathering faith for the angel god, right? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Qian Renxue looked at Chen Yue in shock, saying that after staying in the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace for so many years, he should be clear about the current Pope's character. But with Bibi Dong's ruthless nature, the Haotian sect is bound to be in real trouble. Of course, the previous incident with the seven treasure glazed tile sect doesn't count, as it was solely Bibi Dong's scheme from the beginning. While there were people supporting her in this action, they were definitely not all of them. Moreover, although the seven treasure glazed tile sect suffered greatly, their strength has been tested. At present, unless the worship hall is mobilized, or the ghost Duo and Bibi Dong personally intervene, or they resort to sacrificing ordinary Title Douluos, it would be impossible to deal with the seven treasure glazed tile sect. That is why Bibi Dong let it go. However, the matter of Hulaina, the saintess of the Spirit Hall, being captured by disciples of the Haoyan sect is not solely Bibi Dong's doing. This concerns the honor and face of the entire spirit hall. Moreover, with Bibi Dong leading the way, it is likely that all Title Douluos, except for her grandfather Qian Douluo, will choose to support her. The killing of the former Pope of the Spirit Hall is considered an old grievance, but since Qian Douluo did not take the lead, everyone had to suppress their anger. However, now with the capture of the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall and the theft of a 100,000-year soul beast, these new grievances are likely to make it difficult for even her grandfather Qian Douluo to say anything. Otherwise, the prestige that the Spirit Hall has built over the years could be destroyed in an instant, which would not be a good thing for their angel clan either. Therefore, Qian Renxue is very certain that her grandfather will choose to turn a blind eye, but he won't take action. However, the other offerings may not necessarily do the same. With this thought, Qian Renxue looked at Chen Yue with a deep sense of horror. She never expected that Chen Yue would do something so shocking right under her nose. And it was only now, after the incident had occurred, that she realized it. So terrifying. This man is truly cunning. At this moment, Qian Renxue feels very fortunate that she chose to feed the tiger with her body. If she had become this guy's enemy, she probably wouldn't even know how she died. Chen Yue smiled without saying a word, rubbed her little belly, and his gaze softened slightly. For him, only Qian Renxue is true love. Everything else is just an accident. To put it in the words of his past life, that's just a cup used to exploit the system's bugs. Rest well. Chen Yue kissed her cheek, glanced at Tang Yuehua, who was foaming at the mouth and had passed out, and added, "Take care of her, got it?" "Okay." Feeling Chen Yue's unintentional tenderness, Qian Renxue felt relieved and watched his departing figure, secretly thinking, "No, this man is too terrifying. I must keep him by my side. Otherwise, if he gets charmed by another woman, I might not even know how I died." Outside the room, Chen Yue immediately spotted Tang Hao on the ground, who had listened all night and was now extremely exhausted, with bloodshot eyes and a collapsed mentality. A smile appeared on his face. "Don't worry, a severed limb can be regenerated. Although it's a spirit beast, but aren't you in love with the sun beast? So this should be just right for you, right?" As he spoke, he used his soul power to turn into a needle and stabbed it towards Tang Hao. With his supreme-level traditional Chinese medicine skills, he could easily reattach severed limbs, especially for someone like Tang Hao. He was not as meticulous as he was with Tang San. "Let's go," Chen Yue casually responded. This time, Tang Yuehua provided excellent service. "I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you off the hook, but next time." Tang Hao glanced at the position of his previously severed limb, which had turned into a dog paw, and then looked at his severed leg, which had become a spider leg. He felt a warmth in his nose and wanted to cry, but seeing Chen Yue's cold expression, he silently sniffed back his tears, turned around without a word, and stumbled away from the moon pavilion. After returning to his cave in the blue-silver forest, he finally couldn't hold back his expression and knelt on the ground with a thud. I have nothing left. Now, I only have you. Woo woo woo." However, when he looked up and saw the already excavated soil and the confused turtle on top of it, he was completely dumbfounded. My grass was dug up." At this moment, he could no longer hold back, collapsing to the ground and bursting into tears. Chapter 13. If you have the guts, come at me, don't kill my Hao. Major rewrite of the full text, revised to 9.5 today. By the way, keep an eye on her, understand? Chen Yue kissed Qian Renxue's cheek and glanced at Tang Yuehua beside him, who was already foaming at the mouth and had fainted. Good. After feeling Chen Yue's unintentional tenderness, Qian Renxue also relaxed. Watching Chen Yue's departing figure, she secretly thought, "No, this man is too terrifying. I must keep him by my side, otherwise if he gets charmed by another woman, I might not even know how I died." Outside the boudoir, Chen Yue immediately spotted Tang Hao on the ground, whose eyes were bloodshot after listening all night, looking extremely limp and mentally collapsed. A smile appeared on Chen Yue's face. "Don't worry, severed limbs can be regenerated. Although it's from a soul beast, aren't you in love with the sun beast? So for you, this should be just right, right?" As he spoke, he used his soul power to form a needle and stabbed it at Tang Hao. With his supreme level of traditional Chinese medicine skills, he could easily reattach severed limbs, especially for someone like Tang Hao. He didn't need to be as meticulous as he was when helping Tang San. "Let's go." Chen Yue casually responded, "This time, I'll let you off the hook for Yuehua's sake, but next time." Tang Hao glanced at the spot where his limb had been, now transformed into a dog's paw, and looked at his severed leg, which had turned into a spider leg. He felt a warmth in his nose, wanting to cry, but seeing Chen Yue's cold expression, he silently sniffed back his tears, turned around without a word, and staggered away from the Yuexian pavilion. After returning to the vicinity of the ice and fire yin yang eye, he finally couldn't hold back his expression any longer and knelt on the ground with a thud. I have nothing left now. I only have you, woo woo woo. But when he lifted his head and saw the soil that had been dug out and the confused turtle on top of it, he was completely dumbfounded. My grass has been dug up? At that moment, he could no longer hold back and collapsed onto the ground, crying out loud, "No, this is impossible. How could Ain be missing?" Tang Hao wiped his tears, refusing to believe it, and turned the entire area of the ice and fire yin yang eye upside down, but still found nothing. Could it be that Ain couldn't adapt here and return to the blue-silver forest? With this thought in mind, Tang Hao hurriedly rushed back to the blue-silver forest. Fortunately, it wasn't too far from the ice and fire yin yang eye in the sunset forest. However, when he saw the emptiness of the cave in the blue-silver forest, he immediately froze, and tears streamed down his face as he cried out. In the cave, the soul beast turtle. After the blue-silver emperor was transplanted, the soul beast turtle living here is now staring blankly at Tang Hao, who is sitting on the ground and crying like a deep well of ice, with a turtle full of question marks. What's going on with this human? Why is he kneeling before me without saying a word? Could it be that he has recognized my extraordinary nature and wants to take me as his godfather? The turtle was stunned for a moment, then immediately felt a surge of joy. Father, the turtle, now have a godson too, huh? Hey, human, I've already sensed your desire to acknowledge me as your father. From now on, I agree to take you as my godson. With that thought, the turtle spoke in human language, looking proudly at Tang Hao, and opened his mouth as if bestowing a favor. Tang Hao's sobbing immediately came to a halt. What did that shameless turtle just say? It wants to take this day as its son? Seeing Tang Hao stop crying, the turtle immediately showed a smug expression. Hypocritical human. Your acting has successfully moved this turtle. Now you can be grateful. But in the next moment, it was dumbfounded. A fist the size of a sand pot instantly kicked its entire turtle head away, and vaguely, it heard the human's roar, "Get lost. Who the hell wants to be your turtle son?" The little turtle fell to the ground, completely dumbfounded, questioning its turtle life. Wait, wasn't this human just kneeling and crying for it to be his adoptive father? How did this happen? I'm in a bad mood today, so I'll make you this turtle my lunch. Having listened to a night of anger and frustration from Chen Yue, and with the blue-silver emperor seed gone after a yin sacrifice, Tang Hao's mood had reached rock bottom. Just when the turtle dared to rub salt in his wounds, he was not going to hold back. "No, human, you can't do this. My father won't let you go." Tang Hao sneered. "I don't care if it's your father or your grandfather. Even if the king of heaven comes today, I'll still stew you and eat you." In the next moment, boom! An old turtle as large as a mountain instantly burst into the cave, staring expressionlessly at Tang Hao. "What did you just say?" "Tang Hao, damn. Such a big turtle. 100,000 years soul beast." "My goodness." Tang Hao swallowed hard, trembling as he looked at the old turtle that was almost as big as a mountain, cold sweat streaming down his forehead like a waterfall. In the next moment, he plopped down and knelt in front of the little turtle, saying, "I, Tang, have met my. A good man doesn't suffer immediate losses." Tang Hao is indeed a good man, so he naturally wouldn't allow himself to suffer such a loss. Deciding to kneel temporarily, to feign weakness and wait for the right moment to escape, the old turtle squinted, glanced at Tang Hao, then at the little turtle, and was about to take the latter away when suddenly the little turtle exclaimed, "Hey, turtle kid, why do you have something strange on you? You are obviously a human soul master, but why do you have spider legs and a dog paw?" Although the little turtle could speak, it was only at the cultivation level of about 10 to 20,000 years, which made it a child among soul beasts, so it seemed a bit naive and innocent. Could it be that you were a spider child? Or a dog child? Tang Hao, if it were someone else, they might have been so enraged by this remark that they would have exploded and fled immediately. But who is he? He is Tang Yue. Even after his wife was killed by the spirit hall, he could hide in a small village for decades without seeking revenge. Yet he bullies a seemingly ordinary assessment student like Zhao Wuji. The title of Ninja Tortoise is fully embodied by him. Suddenly, Tang Hao thought of something and began to cry loudly. Father, you don't know. I have been harmed by treacherous people. Woo-woo." The old and young tortoises looked at each other, and the old tortoise said lightly, "Harmed by others? But your dog paw seems to be under your control, right? Could it be that you are a dog son yourself, trying to deceive my tortoise son?" Tang Hao shouted, "No, that's not it." Noticing the old tortoise's unfriendly expression, as if he was about to slap him to death, Tang Hao's face turned pale, and he quickly explained, "There is a human soul master who has evil skills that can transplant soul beasts. Transplant? The old and young tortoises exchanged confused glances, not quite understanding the term. It's like this, specifically killing soul beasts and then using their bodies to splice onto humans. And after the splicing, the human soul master can use it freely. The old turtle was indeed filled with an inexplicable rage, specifically hunting soul beasts just to take their limbs. How could humans be so audacious? Let's go. Take me over to see this human. The little turtle glanced at the seemingly angry old turtle and silently thought to itself, Dad truly lives up to his title, even learning to act as skillfully as those hypocritical humans. It seems Dad wants to capture the human soul master who can splice limbs and bring back the severed ones from Mom, right? The little turtle had a turtle mother, but she had transformed. However, after encountering a human Title Douluo, although she had healed her injuries in the blue-silver forest, the wounds from the severed limbs could not be healed by these blue-silver grasses. All right, I'll take my adoptive grandfather over. Upon hearing this from the old turtle, Tang Hao was instantly overjoyed. He had just started to speak when he noticed the old turtle's cold gaze and quickly changed his words. However, he soon paused in his steps. Looking at the mountain-sized old turtle, scratching his head with his paw, isn't it a bit much for you to go to the human world like this, adoptive grandfather? Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the old turtle shrink in size, transforming into a small object the size of a palm, like a shell, clinging to Tang Hao's paw like a gecko. Is this okay now? Of course it's okay. Tang Hao was immediately overjoyed. With a 100,000-year-old turtle soul beast taking action, retrieving the moonlight from that person would be a piece of cake, right? So, these three bastards took advantage of the night and quietly sneaked into the moon pavilion again. Previously, Tang Hao took an entire day to return to the blue-silver forest after leaving the moon pavilion. After all, his spider legs were like a bamboo pole, and coupled with his physical weakness, walking wasn't very smooth. Moreover, he had to take a detour around the Star Doe forest to avoid humans. Who told him to look so creepy? If his old fan saw this, he really wouldn't be able to show his face again. The guards of the moon pavilion were not very strict, and soon these three bastards sneaked in. However, when Tang Hao quietly arrived at the moon pavilion, in Tang Yuehua's boudoir, he did not see anyone there. Not even the bedding and clothes were to be found. If he hadn't listened outside the room all night last night, he would even doubt that this was a room that had never been inhabited. Tang Hao was a bit confused. He hadn't seen any of Chen Yue's group last night, and Chen Yue didn't introduce himself either, let alone Qian Renxue and the snake spear. This meant he had no idea about the identities of Chen Yue and his group. He only knew that Chen Yue had given him a live broadcast for an entire night at the moon pavilion. They must have moved, trust me. Noticing the cold and fierce gaze of the old turtle on his dog paw, Tang Hao shivered and quickly said, I will definitely find them. After he said this, the old turtle snorted, I warn you, don't try any tricks. Tang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, and just as he was about to leave the moon pavilion, he suddenly heard a faint sound coming from above. Tang Hao was a bit puzzled, frowned, and listened carefully. Why did this sound seem a little similar to the live broadcast he heard last night? What is going on? With a furrowed brow, Tang Hao raised his head to look above. The sound grew louder, and he felt the female lead's voice becoming more and more familiar. Could it be Wawa? As soon as this thought arose, it was immediately dismissed by Tang Hao. He had just heard Tang Yuehua's voice last night, and it didn't sound like her at all. This voice sounded a bit like his beloved Ayin. Wait, Tang Hao suddenly recalled that mysterious man from last night, who used an unknown golden soul ring to turn his 9th soul ring, which was a Yin's sacrifice soul ring, into white. Moreover, he had witnessed his beloved Ayin being taken away by an illusory chain. It's that guy. Without a second thought, Tang Hao wanted to grab his signature hammer and smash it overhead. However, just as he charged forward, he discovered that his hammer seemed to have been shattered last night. Adoptive grandfather. He instinctively looked at the old turtle on his dog paw and was immediately startled. The old turtle that had been clinging like a gecko to his dog paw had vanished. Adoptive father? At this thought, Tang Hao was greatly alarmed and hurriedly looked down at the little turtle on his spider leg, only to be dumbfounded as well. His adoptive father. That little turtle was also gone. Oh no, I've been discovered. Seeing that his two sources of confidence had disappeared, Tang Hao was instantly horrified and quickly turned to run. But, just as he turned around, he saw and walking out slowly from the doorway with their arms crossed. Tang Hao, we've been waiting for you here for a long time. He smiled, rubbing his fists and feet. That's right, the senior said you would definitely come tonight. And we've been waiting for quite a while. The Douluo cracked his neck, grinning to reveal his white teeth. But to be honest, the two of us have never experienced what it's like to beat the Heavenly Dou Palace after so many years, have we?
Just think, if we recorded the scene of beating you, the Dou, it would definitely make a lot of people admire us, right? Dang hao, ofthe. Upon seeing the malicious smiles of his good buddies, he shivered and stepped back repeatedly. You guys, don't come over. Chapter 14 Tang Yue, Brother Hao. Even though I still love you. Major revision, updated on 9/5. As long as Tang Hao had the Haotian hammer in hand, he would not care about anything else, directly swinging the hammer like a teddy bear against the sky, the earth, and the air, fearless. But now, with his martial soul shattered, he had only soul power. It was not even a match for a Title Douluo, let alone a random soul sage or soul emperor, who could easily overpower him with one hand. No, don't kill a Hao. I'm willing, I beg you, don't kill him. Tang Hao, who was knocked down by his two good buddies, suddenly heard the voice of his beloved Een from above, and his eyes turned red instantly. Een. Above. Hearing Tang Hao's voice from below, Een trembled all over, and with a thud, she quickly knelt at Chen Yue's feet, tightly hugging his thigh. Tears streaming down like poetry. I'm willing, please don't kill him. I didn't force you. You came up on your own. Yes. It was my choice. Good rain knows the season when spring arrives. It quietly seeps into the night, nurturing things without a sound. At this moment, silence speaks louder than words. Tang Hao, who was beaten to a pulp, was now staring blankly at the ceiling with red eyes, listening to the live broadcast he had never heard before, as if he was in a daze. Hey, this Tang Hao really? Ian sat beside Tang Hao, knowingly sealing their hearing, glancing back at the middle finger raised beside Tang Hao's spider leg, feeling a bit chilly. The senior really wasn't exaggerating when he said the Qian Douluo. I was a bit skeptical before, but now seeing this scene, if this isn't the Qian Douluo, then what is? And the ghost Douluo, who was not mentioned, might feel offended. Ugh, the senior said that the Qian Douluo is like a teddy bear. And I didn't quite understand it before, but now I finally get it. Teddy? What is that? They glanced speechlessly at the confused. The senior said that it was a soul beast that rules the sky, earth, and air. The Douluo was stunned for a moment, then looked at Tang Hao's raised contemptuous middle finger and suddenly realized, indeed, the senior's vocabulary is beyond what us juniors can comprehend. Speaking of this, the two good buddies couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Good thing they didn't have any conflict with the senior at that time and listen to the senior. Otherwise, they might end up like the Qian Douluo now. By the way, should we report this? The Douluo suddenly thought of something and asked. Report? Report what? The Douluo pointed at Tang Hao, saying about us. Stop. The Douluo interrupted him. I haven't been out for a while. I don't know anything about the Stardew Forest. I haven't done anything. I don't know. Don't say nonsense. This denial trio instantly left the serpent's spear, Douluo bewildered. But in the next moment, he suddenly realized and understood. Haha, we are inseparable, so we must be guarding together. I definitely don't know either. At this moment, Tang Hao lay back on the ground, gazing at the ceiling and hearing the cries for mercy. He felt a strange sensation in his heart. My Een, how could you become like this? I remember in my previous life, after crashing that pink Maserati, Chen Yue was hospitalized for a long time, and even developed a slight shadow towards street racing. It was terrifying. Every time he woke up, he would dream of being in a scene submerged in water. He was trapped inside the car, surrounded by water, the car's power dwindling, and the windows began to crack with a crunching sound. Under his terrified gaze, the immense pressure of the water caused the car to shatter. Finally, with a loud crash, it completely broke apart. In the next moment, countless floods rushed down, drowning his mouth and nose, completely submerging the whole car, and his breathing became weaker and weaker. The suffocating feeling in his dream suddenly jolted Chen Yue awake. He sat up straight, his eyes showing a hint of shock, gasping for breath as if he had nearly drowned. This dream was so vivid. He once thought this dream was just like reality. What's wrong? Qian Renxue was also awakened by the commotion, seeing Chen Yue drenched in sweat. She hurriedly got up and hugged him, trying to speak in a gentle voice. It's okay. Just a nightmare. Just hold on to me. Chen Yu's mouth twitched slightly as he touched her forehead. You're not even burning up. Why say that? Isn't it okay for someone to care about you? Qian Renxue huffed. Is it because you have the most guilty conscience? That's why you have nightmares every day? It's nothing, just a small problem. Chen Yue shook his head, gently holding her. Listening to the sound of their connected bloodlines, his restless heart gradually calmed down. Yes, that was all about the near-drowning experience from his previous life. What was he still thinking about? Now that we are in Douluo continent, if he is not invincible, how can he justify this reincarnation? By the way, I noticed you retired last night, so I didn't disturb you. Qian Renxue seemed to remember something and said, also,
That Tang Hao. I let him go too, but he looked like a walking corpse when he left. As she spoke, she couldn't help but stop. It seemed that last night it was that 10,000-year-old blue silver grass that turned her man into this. However, she also knew that Tang Hao probably listened to the voice of that blue silver grass all night, which made him doubt life. And that's why he looked like a walking corpse, right? At this moment, after Qian Renxue mentioned it, Chen Yue suddenly thought of that particularly proactive blue silver queen from last night. This is still his first defeat ever. But to be fair, if Tang Hao were still around, he would definitely say very smooth, very silky, very soft. However, he couldn't help but think that Tang San must be a product of 3 seconds, which is probably why he is called Tang San, right? With this thought, Chen Yue glanced at the unresponsive system. It was evident that neither Tang Yue Huan nor Ain had hit the mark. He had never killed the seeds. Just like Qian Renxue, who was also not hit in just one go, and even Xiao Wu was the same. Yet, strangely, Tang Yue Huan and Ain did not have this issue. Clearly, these two women sweetly said they were willing, but it turned out to be just a fleeting pleasure. Indeed, a woman's words are deceiving. If you are not willing to bear my child, how could you possibly love me? This is just like the real-life version of, if you don't spend money on me, how could you possibly love me? Chen Yue sighed and complained in his heart, but then shook his head and sneered. It didn't matter anyway. It was voluntary, haha. As a good person, we can't force women's will, right? Just as this thought crossed Chen Yu's mind, he heard Qian Renxue nodding in response, saying, I understand. He regained his composure and turned to Qian Renxue, who was about to say something, and asked first, how's the situation with the Shrek 7 monsters that I asked you to pay attention to? Huh? Qian Renxue was about to pry Chen Yu's hand away when she suddenly heard this question, and she was momentarily stunned. After a good half a moment, she came back to her senses and, after pondering for a moment, said, it seems they are all staying at Shrek Academy? Chen Yue raised an eyebrow. Seems like? I'm not sure. Qian Renxue nodded, because during this time, they have been like startled birds running everywhere. After all, not long ago, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was destroyed, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect also suffered heavy losses. They might be discussing countermeasures in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, or perhaps at Shrek Academy. She paused and continued. After all, according to my investigation, the first generation of the 7 monsters from Shrek has gathered in the academy. It seemed for some 5-year reunion. I'm not too clear. Chen Yue nodded. What were you about to say? What I wanted to say also involves the situation with the 3 sects. Qian Renxue glanced at the unresponsive Chen Yue and added, although the focus is currently on the Spear Hall, there is no substantial evidence, so Chen Yue remained indifferent and did not respond. Now, it was Qian Renxue's turn to be curious. Why aren't you asking about the result of the Spear Hall declaring war on the Haotian sect? Is there even a need to ask? Qian Renxue, wait, why am I losing track of the conversation? As we talk, how do we end up on different wavelengths? Qian Renxue looked at him in confusion. If you don't ask, how do you know? Chen Yue replied without thinking, it's simple. The Haotian sect was completely wiped out, with only Tang Xiao escaping injured, while the Spirit Hall also suffered a Pyrrhic victory, probably losing a few Title Douluo. Qian Renxue's eyes widened instantly, and she didn't even care about Chen Yue holding her anymore, staring at him in shock. How do you know? You must know. This result is still news she received not long ago. Chen Yue had completely collapsed and was resting after being arranged by Yin, and he hadn't gone out or met anyone at all. Yet, how could he still know the result? Qian Renxue looked at Chen Yue with a confused expression, opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Seeing her bewildered face, Chen Yue couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Tang Xiao was already a peak super Douluo at level 96, and, as the current leader of the Haotian sect, he naturally knew some of the sect's ultimate skills. With Bibi Dong's current strength, it was unlikely she could kill him, although Bibi Dong's soul power level had never been revealed. Chen Yue could make an estimation based on the original work. 5 years ago, at the end of the Soul Master Contest, led by Bibi Dong, 7 Title Douluos attempted to block Tang Hao's martial soul true body strike, resulting in injuries to all 7, including Bibi Dong, in exchange for a mouthful of blood from Tang Hao. This was enough to indicate that none of these 7 Title Douluos, including Bibi Dong, were super Douluos. At that time, Tang Hao was probably around level 93 to 95. After the sacrifice of the Blue Silver Emperor, he was likely at level 92 to 93. After hitting a Title Douluo and severely injuring Chen Yue, he had to hide, and given his character in the original work, it was impossible for him to cultivate. Therefore, his level could only increase naturally. From this deduction, it was clear that Bibi Dong's soul power was not high at that time. If she had a level 95 and was a dual martial soul top tier, it would not be possible for her to be injured under the Haotian hammer with the help of 7 allies. Hence, her level was not very high, likely between 91 to 93. By now, she had entered the realm of Super Duo, and 5 years later, she reached the peak of level 98, which was understandable. In 5 years, she went from an ordinary Title Douluo to a Super Duo from the end of the Soul Master Contest to the eve of the Tian Dou Palace's transformation, and then spent another 5 years moving from Super Duo to the peak of level 98 during the 5 years on Sea God Island with Tang San and others. And under the assessment of the Rakshasa God, it was reasonable. As for Tang Xiao, at this point, he was already at the peak of level 96, close to breaking through to level 97. With the Haotian hammer in hand, his strength was naturally formidable. Therefore, it was understandable that Bibi Dong, who had not yet obtained the Rakshasa scythe, could not break through the Haotian unity led by Tang Xiao. Qian Renxue looked at Chen Yue in front of her, unsure of how to respond, and could only nod, confirming that's right. The Spirit Hall has lost a total of 2 Title Douluos, as well as several severely injured Title Douluos. If the Hall of Offerings hadn't sent out 2 level 96 offerings, this time we might not have been able to destroy the Haotian sect in one go. Chen Yu's heart stirred at the mention of 2 level 96 offerings. It seemed this is the moment when Qianjun Jiangma makes his move. Based on the timeline, Qianjun Jiangma should be in the late stage of level 96 soul power, not yet at the peak of level 96. However, combined, these 2 brothers shouldn't have a problem fighting against an injured Tang Xiao, but capturing him would be quite difficult. Just as I was thinking this, I heard Qian Renxue continue. After Tang Xiao fled, hundreds of people from the Haotian clan, along with the 5 elders, fell one after another. After reviewing the Haotian clan's genealogy and statistics post-battle, it was found that 3 people managed to escape. Beside Tang Xiao, the leader of the Haotian clan, there are 2 others who fled, a little girl named Tang Tian and a little boy named Tang Rongyao. After a pause, Qian Renxue said, among the 3, Tang Xiao was the first to be injured by the Pope, and both of the others were equally injured. It was only after the 5 elders of the Haotian clan joined forces to withstand the pressure that Tang Xiao managed to escape heavily wounded. As for Tang Tian and Tang Rongyao, they were lucky to be out and not in Tian Dou City, so they escaped the disaster. Tang Tian, Chen Yue couldn't help but think of the little girl from the original work when Tang San first visited the Haotian clan. She should be grown up by now, right? Hee. What about Tang Yue? She's next door to us. Although Qian Renxue didn't know what Chen Yue was planning, she was very clear that he either wouldn't cause trouble, or, if he did, it would be something earth-shattering that could make ghosts weep. The downfall of the Haotian clan. This matter is even more shocking than the heavy blow to the 7 Treasures glazed sect and the destruction of the blue electric tyrant dragon family. Moreover, in this battle, the martial soul hall displayed its might, which successfully astonished the entire continent and completely raised its reputation. Now, quite a few wandering soul masters have come to join. Even the number 1 sect in the world, the Haotian sect, was destroyed by the martial soul hall. What other forces would dare to act recklessly in front of the martial soul hall? Of course, this chain reaction has naturally left the Star Luo Empire in a panic, wanting to cooperate with the Heavenly Dou Empire. If it were in the past, perhaps Qian Renxue would have pretended to cooperate and then stabbed them in the back. But now, with Chen Yue by her side, she felt it was better to listen to her man. After all, this guy, although a bit bad sometimes, is indeed ruthless. All right, Chen Yue stood up, casually put on a coat, and walked next door. Hey, you haven't put on your pants yet. In the next room, Tang Yue had just finished taking a shower. She lay on the bed, silently closed her eyes, and 2 lines of tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. In her hand was a bottle of medicine, her last stubbornness and dignity. Although I am stained, I will always love Brother Hao. I can only. Just as this thought arose, the door was kicked open mercilessly by Chen Yue, and the loud noise startled Tang Yue, making her sit up in shock. Yu, what are you going to do? You said yesterday that you were willing, didn't you? Chen Yue said with a playful tone. What's wrong? You don't even want to bear my child, yet you say you are willing? It seems I still need to find someone to settle the score. Tang Yue's heart skipped a beat. Oh right, Chen Yue said, hands behind his back. Let me tell you something. I heard that the Haotian sect has been destroyed by the martial soul hall. The sect master, Tang Xiao, was heavily injured and fled. I have a suggestion. Don't you think it would be nice for those 2 old men to reunite underground? What do you think of this suggestion? Tang Yue's face turned pale at an observable speed. Taking advantage of Chen Yue turning around, she hugged his thigh and pleaded, No, I truly am willing. Is that so? Chen Yue looked down at her, lifting her chin with one hand, his expression playful as he gazed into her evasive eyes. Then what is this? He waved his hand, and the medicine bottle that Tang Yue had hidden under the bed appeared in Chen Yu's hand. Oh, you still have money to find a healing soul master to get this kind of medicine? It seems your information network is still a bit broad. Huh? Chen Yue said with a playful tone. You can still buy this kind of medicine right under our noses. I heard that women who are unwilling to have children for their men are actually reluctant. I wonder if that's true. That's false. That must be false. Oh, really? Tang Yue's face turned ashen. She dared not argue anymore and knelt on the ground, disregarding her usual elegance. She knew very well that sometimes words can seem very weak, but actions will not have such a situation. Congratulations to the host for marrying the original female, supporting character Tang Yue, earning the reward. The soul ring lifespan of the Pangu axe is increased by 10,000 years. The host already has descendants. Please pay attention to protect the offspring and distribute offspring rewards after birth. Not bad, a bit of progress. Upon hearing Chen Yue's praise, Tang Yue let out a sigh of relief. But the next moment, Chen Yue's words froze all expression on her face, and her whole body stiffened. Now, hand over Tang Tian and that Tang Rongyao, and I can consider sparing your second brother Tang Hao's life. Tang Yue trembled as she raised her head. What did you just say? Just now, I only spared your elder brother Tang Xiao's life. Now, what reason do you have for me to spare Tang Hao? Chen Yue looked down at her, his expression playful. Oh right, there's also Tang Hao's son, the twin martial souls, right? Tang Yue's previously rosy complexion turned pale in an instant. Looking at Chen Yue, her eyes were filled with horror, feeling a chill run down her spine. How does he know this? The hepatitis was put on the shelves today, and the editor notified me about it, which left me quite confused. It's only a few tens of thousands of words, and the editor explained that this is due to a mechanism revision. This book is available for free to QQ Reading users who subscribe to a membership. As for Qian, since it is a subscription site, I have no way around it. Apart from the big names, authors generally have no autonomy over the shelving of their works. If Qian readers don't want to continue due to the fees, they can just leave. If you want to read it, you can switch to QQ Reading and get a membership for the entire book for free, or subscribing is also fine. The book is shelved, and the data from the first few days is very important, as it concerns the life and death of a book. Therefore, I'm making a separate statement here, hoping that all the readers won't abandon it. At least take a look during this week's weekend. Thank you. By the way, to add on, some readers have reported that Bibi Dong was at peak 99 very early on, but was suppressed to 95. 96. The only thing I found out is that Bibi Dong was suppressed to peak 98 around the timeline given by Deming Erming. As for the early 99 peak being suppressed to 95. 96, the novel didn't mention this point. If it's about the comics or animations, I apologize for not considering them because I haven't watched either of those things. The settings of Lingyuan Duo and other comics or animations were adopted purely based on hearsay, and the request to add them 1T affect the main storyline. So I thought it wasn't too excessive and added them. However, I feel that suppressing Bibi Dong like this is a bit excessive. It would be simpler and clearer to just say to participate in the divine test and practice on her own. Writing such a complicated setting that I am not familiar with is meaningless. Therefore, feel free to nitpick the earlier parts. As long as you provide screenshots from the original novel, it can be modified as long as it doesn't affect the plot. It's too old. So no way to change it. Otherwise, all posts will be deleted and repeated offenses will lead to permanent bans. Chapter 15, Tang Xiao. Which man can withstand a Yin's test? S. Major overhaul of the text, revised to 9. 6 today. What about Tang Yue? She is next door to us. Although Qian Renxue doesn't know what Chen Yue is planning. She is very clear that this person either doesn't cause trouble or does something earth-shattering that can make even ghosts weep. The destruction of the Haotian sect. This matter is even more shocking than the heavy blow to the 7-treasure glazed tile school and the annihilation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Moreover, in this battle, the Spirit Hall displayed its might, successfully frightening the entire continent and completely raising its profile, resulting in many wandering soul masters coming to join. Even the number 1 sect in the world, the Haotian sect, was destroyed by the Spirit Hall. What other forces would dare to act recklessly under the Spirit Hall? Naturally, this chain reaction caused the Star Luo Empire to panic, wanting to cooperate with the Heavenly Dou Empire. If it were in the past, perhaps Qian Renxue would have pretended to cooperate and then stabbed them in the back. But now, with Chen Yue by her side, she felt it was better to listen to her man. After all, this guy, although sometimes a bit bad, was indeed ruthless. All right, Chen Yue stood up, casually put on a coat, and walked next door. Hey, you haven't even put on your pants yet. In the next room, Tang Yuehua had just finished her shower. She lay on the bed, silently closing her eyes, with 2 lines of tears sliding down from the corners of her eyes. In her hand was a bottle of medicine, her last stubbornness and dignity. Though I'm tainted, I will always love Brother Hao. I can only. Bang! Just as this thought arose, the door was kicked open mercilessly by Chen Yue. The loud noise startled Tang Yuehua, causing her to sit up in shock. You, what do you want to do? Didn't you say yesterday that you were willing? Chen Yue said with a playful tone, smiling faintly. What's this? You don't even want to give me a child, yet you say you're willing? It seems I need to find someone to settle the score. Tang Yuehua's heart skipped a beat. All right. Chen Yue, with his hands behind his back, said, let me tell you something. I heard that the Haotian sect has been destroyed by the Spirit Hall. Sect Master Tang Xiao was severely injured and fled. I have a suggestion. Don't you think it's lonely for those 2 old men underground? How about we let them reunite as a father and son down there? What do you think of this suggestion? Tang Yuehua's face turned pale at an observable speed. Seizing the moment Chen Yue turned around, she hugged his thigh tightly. No, I really am willing. Is that so? Chen Yue looked down at her, lifting her chin with one hand, gazing at her evasive eyes. Then what is this? He raised his hand, and the medicine bottle that Tang Yuehua had hidden under the bed appeared in Chen Yue's hand. Oh, you still have money to find a healing soul master to get this kind of medicine? Tang Yuehua, it seems your information network is still quite extensive. Chen Yue smiled faintly. You can still buy this kind of medicine right under our noses. I heard that women who are unwilling to bear children for men are usually reluctant. I wonder if that's true? That's false. That must be false. Oh, is it? Tang Yuehua's face turned ashen. She didn't dare to argue anymore. She knelt on the ground, disregarding her usual elegance. She knew very well that sometimes words seemed very pale and powerless, but actions would not have such a situation. Congratulations, host, for marrying the original female, supporting character Tang Yuehua. You have received the reward. The soul ring of the Pangu axe has been increased by 10,000 years. The host already has descendants. Please take care to protect them, and rewards will be distributed after they are born. Not bad. A bit of progress. Upon hearing Chen Yue's praise, Tang Yuehua immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, Chen Yue's words froze all expressions on her face, and her whole body became stiff. Now, hand over Tang Tian and that Tang Rongyao, and I can consider sparing your second brother Tang Hao's life. Tang Yuehua trembled as she raised her head. What did you say? Just now, you only spared your elder brother Tang Zhao's life. What reason do you have to let Tang Hao go? Chen Yue looked down at her with a smile that was not quite a smile. All right, and Tang Hao's son, the twin martial souls, right? Tang Yuehua's previously rosy complexion turned pale in an instant, and her eyes were filled with horror as she looked at Chen Yue, feeling a chill run down her spine. How does he know this? Tang San's twin martial souls, according to this timeline of the original work, aside from the Haotian clan, only Yu Shaojiang, Bibi Dong, and Xue Qinghe, Qian Renxue, are aware of it. Even she, Tang Yuehua, only found out within the sect. And now that the Haotian clan has been destroyed, how does this unfamiliar yet familiar man know? Tang Yuehua is very unsettled. Of course, compared to the fact that Tang San has twin martial souls. She is even more shocked about how this person knows that the 2 remnants of the Haotian clan are hidden by her. You. Tang Yuehua's face turned pale. I don't know what you're talking about. It doesn't matter if you don't say. Chen Yue seemed not to want to extract an answer from her, casually saying, but staying here is too comfortable for you. I think it's better to let you calm down first. No, you. Tang Yuehua was taken aback at first, but the next moment she understood Chen Yue's intention. Her expression changed drastically, and just as she was about to speak, she felt a wave of dizziness and completely fainted. Hey, Qian Renxue had just put on a nightgown and opened the door. She wanted to know if Chen Yue stayed next door tonight, so she wouldn't have to leave the door open. But unexpectedly, when she opened the door, she only saw Chen Yue and not Tang Yuehua. Where is Tang Yuehua? Chen Yue casually replied, I locked her in the little black room. Qian Renxue? What is the little black room? Just as she was about to ask again, she saw Chen Yue casually throw out 2 half-dead turtles. One a 10,000-year-soul beast, and the other a 100,000-year-soul beast. You can deal with this as you wish. Wait, before talking about the 100,000-year-soul beast, I want to ask what you just said. Just as Qian Renxue was speaking, she suddenly realized something. She slapped her forehead and looked at the 2 half-dead little turtles in her hands in shock. Are you saying this is a 10,000-year and a 100,000-year soul beast? MHM. Chen Yue looked at the 2 silly turtles with some curiosity, really wondering how these 2 turtles thought they could dare to use their shells to bump into his king god tower. These two turtles are naturally the newly recognized adoptive father and grandfather of Tang Hao. With Chen Yue's current control over the Heavenly King Divine Tower, it would be incredibly easy to secretly capture these two little guys without Tang Hao noticing, who is just a small soul emperor. I'll go out for a bit. You both take care of Xiao Shui. Chen Yue didn't explain much to Qian Renxue and turned to leave the palace, glancing back at and giving them instructions. As for why he didn't put Qian Renxue in the Vine Ghost secret realm to train, Chen Yue had never been to this secret realm himself, and he had no idea how difficult it was inside. Throwing his wife in there recklessly would be like sending a sheep into a tiger's den, right? So, he decided to go out and find a test subject to see. Yes, Senior, please take care. Faced with the presence of the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, the good friends dared not act recklessly, their smiles almost flattering. All right. After seeing Chen Yue walk away, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before they could fully relax, they saw Chen Yue turn back, instantly making them tense up again. Senior, do you have any instructions? Send someone back to bring Qian Jun over. Something big is about to happen in Tiano City, and you two won't be able to handle this situation. After a slight hesitation, Chen Yue raised his head and added, of course. If you two have the ability to find someone stronger, that's fine too. And the two good friends exchanged a bewildered glance, their confused faces reflecting each other's confusion. The serpent spear Douluo's mouth twitched. Did the senior look down on them? After all, they were also Title Douluos, right? However, their strength seemed indeed unimpressive in the eyes of the senior. Serpent spear thought, hissing, it seemed like it was still. So I'll go back. And you stay here? The porcupine suddenly slammed a big arm in a serpent spear's head. Are you stupid? The senior already said to find someone to go back. Don't you understand? No. Why are you also hitting your head like that? The porcupine snorted. You didn't see how the young master knocked out the Saintus with a single slap when he descended from the heavens. It was so cool. Serpent spear. At this moment, Chen Yue had already arrived in a grove. At the end of the grove was a small mountain village, and currently, there was only an unfathomable canyon, seemingly leading to the final destination. As soon as he entered the canyon, Chen Yue discovered that even the brief ability to fly that Title Douluos could use was impossible here. The swampy walls from all directions seemed to sense the intrusion of this outsider and were vigorously pressing towards him, the immense pressure nearly choking Chen Yue. Especially beneath his feet, the soil seemed to be connected to magma, releasing intense heat. Chen Yue looked down and found that the soil beneath him was actually a blood-red color, resembling a path made up of countless soul masters' corpses. And that blood red seemed to be the bloodstains emerging under the high temperature. This scene is somewhat reminiscent of the Hell Road in the City of Slaughter. Chen Yue thought to himself. In this case, the battle between the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall is indeed a fight to the death. However, this is also to be expected, as the Haotian sect has taken one of their Saintus. It would be strange if it weren't a life-and-death struggle. Chen Yue glanced around and did not find any traces of corpses, but he thought they must have been buried on the spot by the people of the Spirit Hall. Perhaps the spirit masters from the Spirit Hall were dragged out. The fact that not even a body was left behind indicates that this battle was truly brutal. As Chen Yue sighed, he continued to walk forward. Although there were no corpses on the ground, there were faint traces of blood and flesh, clearly left by the spirit masters who had been shattered in the fierce clashes of soul techniques. Moreover, the lingering smell of blood in the air was impossible to conceal, strongly ing his nostrils, causing even Chen Yue to pinch his nose. The smell of blood is almost like certain slaughterhouses from my past life. No, this battlefield is filled with too much evil aura. I need to find someone to wake me up before I sink too deep. With this thought, Chen Yue pulled Yin out from the third soul skill of the Heavenly King God Tower. What do you want? Yin's face was haggard, but there was a sickly flush on her cheeks. She spoke weakly, looking at Chen Yue in horror. Her memories were still stuck in the scene from several years ago when she was sacrificed to Tang Hao. However, after Chen Yue rapidly fertilized her true body, the blue-silver Emperor seed, with Qunong's fast-acting fertilizer, she had already restored her cultivation to around 80,000 years. As it stands, bringing her back to life would actually be quite easy. But Chen Yue did not think of himself as a good person. There was no need to do such a thing. Keeping this mother-in-law duo locked in the Heavenly King God Tower and occasionally letting them out for a stroll was the best option. This place is the Haotian sect. Chen Yue answered her question indirectly. Maybe you don't know what the Haotian sect is. This is your husband's home. Yin looked around. At this moment, Chen Yue had crossed the long, deep canyon and arrived in front of a house that had already been destroyed. No, don't even mention the door. This one remaining house, which could still be considered decent, now had no door at all. From Chen Yu's perspective outside, he could see a somewhat tidy bed against the inner wall of the house. Haotian sect? Ayin glanced around. This was indeed her first time coming to the Haotian sect, because Tang Hao's father did not accept her identity as a 100,000-year-old beast. So Tang Hao did not dare to bring her into the sect. Not to mention, after the Haotian sect was pressured and closed by the Spirit Hall, they moved to another location, making it even less likely for her to have been here. What do you want from me? Ayin looked at Chen Yue, her eyes filled with deep fear. This man was even more terrifying than a bull, and she felt that his intention in releasing her at this moment was probably very impure. I think, Chen Yue said casually, you only have one son. It's too lonely for him to live alone. Why not give him a brother or sister? A brother or sister who is 200 rebellious. Impossible. Ayin immediately refused without thinking. She loved her Ahao and had only met her son once. How could she do such a thing? At that moment, she was already prepared to resist fiercely. All right then. However, to her surprise, Chen Yue actually nodded in agreement, leaving her completely dumbfounded. Wait, this devil actually didn't forcefully change my will? But Chen Yu's next words sent a chill down her spine, plunging her into an icy abyss. It was said that a few days ago, a disciple of the Haotian sect had kidnapped a saintess of the Spirit Hall, provoking the wrath of the Spirit Hall, which led to the Haotian sect ending up like this. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that the Haotian hammer of that Haotian sect disciple had no soul rings, but possessed soul power over level 60. Along with an overspec blue-silver grass martial soul, Chen Yue smiled ambiguously. Tell me, if I accidentally let this news slip to the Spirit Hall, do you think they will reward me with a beauty? Yin's body stiffened, and she stumbled, almost falling over, trembling as she pointed at Chen Yue. After all, reporting actively must come with a reward. Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth. Don't you think so? Having a natural 30-level soul power gave Chen Yue immense comfort, but he was coldly reminded of the harsh reality that brought him down from his lofty ambitions. For survival, to avoid being conscripted by the Tiando royal family, Chen Yue made the grim decision to enter the palace as a father-in-law. What a tragic choice. What a heavy psychological burden. Fortunately, he entered the palace, but not entirely. However, during this long, seemingly endless closed-door training, he was almost driven mad. 120 years of closed-door training. Are you testing people's patience with this? Who can withstand the ravages of time? Hey, what are you doing? Just as Chen Yue was about to leave, he suddenly saw Ayin step forward and hug his thigh, leaving him somewhat startled as he looked down. Don't come over. Men and women should not have close contact, and you are a married woman. Ayin's face flushed red as she whispered, I am willing. Please don't misunderstand. Really? Chen Yue asked suspiciously. Don't lie to me, okay? No, I'm not lying. Ayin knelt down, lowering her head silently after speaking. The sea embraces all rivers, and the myriad phenomena of the world. Chen Yue thought to himself, casting a meaningful gaze at the dilapidated little house's flooring. He was really looking forward to what would happen when Tang Xiao learned that the wife he had given up on was not well cared for by Tang Hao. The so-called most dangerous place is the safest place. Indeed, the seriously injured Tang Xiao had hidden in this abandoned site of the Haotian sect, in this unknown basement. At this moment, in the basement of the house, Tang Xiao sat cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation. Despite being heavily injured in this battle, he, a peak level 96, had unexpectedly gained a lot from fighting against the level 97 Bibi Dong, feeling that he could break through the 97 level barrier. Once I break through to level 97 and let Hao absorb the soul bone, it will be time to take revenge on the Spirit Hall. Tang Xiao thought resentfully. The Spirit Hall was nothing but a figment of imagination. All the disciples of the Haotian sect who went out must have soul rings with their Haotian hammers. It was impossible for them to have no soul rings and possess the power of a soul emperor. Damn Spirit Hall, when my grandfather returns, you'll taste the bitterness of having your mountain gate broken. Compared to the submissive Tang Hao, Tang Xiao was not the kind of fool who would endure humiliation after having his family door knocked down. Now that the sect was gone, he was all alone, only thinking about avenging the sect, without caring about anything else. Huh, is it raining? Tang Xiao had just exited his cultivation state when he suddenly felt wet on his head. He froze in surprise, wondering if the disciples had cut corners while building. Damn it, I can't be drowned by the Spirit Hall, can I? With this thought, Tang Xiao could no longer sit still. He quickly got up, prepared to head to the stairs to find out what was going on, when suddenly a bucket of water came pouring down, soaking him from head to toe. What the hell? Has the Spirit Hall really found me? Tang Xiao was horrified, not daring to hesitate, and quickly opened the mechanism to close the canyon he had set up to prevent the flooding. and then he walked out towards the secret passage. But as soon as he stepped out, everything went wrong. At this moment, Chen Yue was already prepared to return the same way. The location of the Haoyan sect was set very secretly, as they were a reclusive sect. Generally, the secret passage was only for Tang Yuehua to enter the sect, so this secret chamber's gorge could only accommodate one person. However, this mechanism could be controlled at any time. With Tang Hao's control, the gorge was about to collapse in a flat ground, and Chen Yue was desperately operating his soul power to resist the overwhelming force coming from all directions. Oomph. You underestimated my strength, didn't you? Chen Yue sneered disdainfully, his soul power circulating, and he fought his way through, ultimately successfully returning to his starting point, leaving behind Tang Xiao, who stood at the broken house's door, dazed and confused in the heavy rain, gradually questioning his life. Is that a Yin's voice? And who is this man? Why is Hao brother treating a Yin like this? He took a Yin to test other men. Which man can withstand such a test? The pure and innocent Tang San thought, I can withstand it. Chapter 16 Tang Hao, brother, why are you getting rained on? Full revision, changed on 9. 6. After the sudden rain at dusk, light raindrops fell softly on the confused Tang Xiao. He stared blankly at Chen Yue's departing figure until it disappeared, still unable to understand, instead standing there, gradually questioning his life. Could it be that something happened that I don't know about? He doubted his life, his expression becoming increasingly grim. No, I need to ask Hao brother what he really wants to do. How could he abandon Yin? Tang Xiao was in a state of confusion for a long time before he came back to his senses and decided to get to the bottom of it. Although he didn't know where Tang Hao was, he knew that his sister Tang Yuehua would definitely know about this. So, he had to go to Heavenly Dou City. However, just as he moved, he ran into Tang Hao, who was also in a similar plight. Hao brother? Big brother? Tang Xiao looked at Tang Hao, who at that moment resembled a spider leg with a dog paw, and opened his mouth, suddenly unable to voice the earlier accusations. Hao brother, even if you have a lot of grievances, you can't do this. Tang Hao, what have I done? Look at you, making yourself look inhuman and animalistic. And that's fine. Tang Hao, what do you mean that's fine? And I didn't want this to happen. Big brother. Tang Hao wanted to explain, but before he could, Tang Xiao interrupted him, but sending a Yin away is too much, right? Tang Hao silently closed his mouth. He had just seen Chen Yue arrive, the demon that had become his greatest shadow. If he hadn't seen Chen Yue leave, he wouldn't have come out at all. So terrifying. That demon shattered his life-sustaining Haoyan hammer in an instant. You kneel in front of our father's grave and repent. Seeing Tang Hao's silent demeanor, Tang Xiao sighed deeply, shook his head, and brushed past him, disappearing shortly after. He made up his mind. He would go to Yuexian Pavilion to bring back Yuehua. The two brothers and their sister would create a new Haoyan sect together. As for the fact that Tang Yuehua had always liked Tang Hao, he, as the elder brother, was actually aware of it. However, at that time, Tang Hao already had a Yin, and he knew Tang Yuehua had her boundaries, so he didn't say anything. But now, reviving the sect is the most important matter at hand. He believed that even if Tang Hao was reluctant, he would definitely agree to this arrangement. Of course, he couldn't tell Tang Hao about this in advance. What if the latter shrank back like a turtle again, just like back then? However, what Tang Xiao never expected was that at this moment, Heavenly Dou City was already surrounded by a net. The 1,000 Jin demon subduing formation was ready. The moment Tang Xiao appeared, he was instantly surrounded, caught like a turtle in a jar. However, at the moment of Tang Xiao's peril, Tang Hao descended from the sky with a mother turtle, taking advantage of the mother turtle to block the 1,000 Jin demon subduing formation, allowing the two brothers to escape. Damn it. Yuehua's been captured. That damn spear hall. Although the 1,000 Jin demon subduing formation hadn't reached the peak of level 96, it was close enough, and moreover, the combined strength of the two brothers was even more terrifying. Injured as he was, Tang Xiao was no match, and despite the mother turtle's help, he still lost an arm, becoming a true one-armed hero. Now, he dared not return to the sect, and could only hide with Tang Hao in the blue-silver forest, in a Yin's cave. However, the impact of his lost arm was extremely significant. It would be nearly impossible to break through to level 97 again in the short term, and he might not have any hope of doing so in this lifetime. For now, he could only barely maintain his peak soul power at level 96 without dropping, and trying to break through was unrealistic. Thinking of this, Tang Xiao couldn't help but sigh deeply, then raised his head, looking at Tang Hao with a somewhat strange expression. Hao brother, what is the deal with that mother turtle? Tang Hao, his mouth twitching, forced a smile and said, Big brother, let's not get into that. After the old turtle and the young turtle were captured, Tang Hao had no choice but to escape back to the blue-silver forest. Before he could catch his breath, the old turtle's wife, that is, the mother turtle, came looking for him. Coincidentally, this mother turtle was in her mating season but hadn't transformed into human form. Tang Hao had originally planned to be of no help, but who would have thought that the mother turtle had her sights set on Tang Hao's spider leg? Thus, this 10,000-year-old mother turtle fell at Tang Hao's feet. But now, this mother turtle was facing the joint attack of the Thousand Jin demon subduing formation, and the final result could only be to follow her husband and child down the path of becoming a soul ring. All right, although Tang Hao said nothing, Tang Xiao already understood everything at this moment. However, he had no way to deal with it and could only pat Tang Hao's shoulder with his remaining right arm, sighing, "Let us rest for the night." Tang Hao felt that Tang Xiao's gaze was like that of someone caring for a mentally challenged child, filled with a hint of caution, as if afraid he would change. Big brother, don't say anything. I just want to be quiet right now." Who is Jingjing? Dang Xiao, Si Len Ti simply bandaged his wound with his clothes, ignoring Tang Hao and sitting down to meditate. Seeing this, Tang Hao also opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent, though he felt that Jingjing should be the new partner his big brother found, right? However, since the elder brother didn't want to say much, he didn't ask further and silently sat down to enter a state of cultivation. But at that moment, Tang Xiao suddenly felt a sense of unease. He always felt that the unknown person who had taken aim didn't seem like someone who would treat her well. And then there was Yuehua. Now that the Haoqian sect had been destroyed, Tang Yuehua had fallen into the hands of the Spirit Hall, and her outcome was likely to be very grim. The more he thought about it, the angrier Tang Xiao became. He felt he couldn't continue to be as despondent as his brother Haoyan. Then, he exited his cultivation state and turned to look at Tang Haoyan, just as the latter also came out of his meditation. "What's wrong, elder brother?" Tang Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "I think we can't let ourselves fall into such a state. We absolutely cannot let the destruction of our sect go unpunished." Tang Haoyan looked puzzled, "But with our current strength, is that really possible?" He was aware of Chen Yue's strength. It was simply inhuman, capable of shattering his Haoyan hammer with a single axe strike, which was outrageous. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect had been attacked by the Spirit Hall. Although there was no evidence, it was clear that they were also harboring a lot of anger. Tang Xiao analyzed rationally, "If you absorb 2 more soul bones now, you should be able to restore your strength to the level of a Title Douluo. Plus, with the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, we shouldn't be unable to challenge the Tiando Imperial Palace." What you said has made Tang Hao feel a bit moved. However, he still had some doubts in his heart and didn't dare to reveal his shattered martial soul. So he advised, "But won't this be too hasty?" "What's wrong with that?" Tang Xiao made up his mind, and it wasn't something Tang Hao could persuade him against. He immediately took out 3 soul bones that were over 10,000 years old from the Haoyan sect's inheritance, saying, "If you absorb these 3 soul bones, you will definitely be able to return to the Title Douluo level. Hurry." All right. Tang Hao saw this and knew that he couldn't hide his shattered martial soul any longer. But he was also reluctant to part with the soul bones and planned to absorb them first before discussing it. After all, it was all for the sect. While Tang Hao was absorbing the soul bones, Tang Xiao was on guard. Chen Yue, however, crossed his arms and looked down at Tang Yuehua, who was kneeling on the ground, her face anxious and uneasy, and asked with a half-smile, "Hey, what do you think we should do about that incessantly buzzing fly?" Tang Yuehua's expression suddenly changed, forcing a smile as she trembled and hugged Chen Yue's thigh. Looking up at him, "Well, let's not worry about them for now, okay? Let's do something fun, something that makes people happy." Such matters she seemed to have gotten used to, because she was a weak girl who wasn't even a soul master and didn't know why Chen Yue kept her around. To her, voluntarily once and voluntarily countless times seemed to make no difference. "Where have you hidden Tang Tian?" Chen Yue looked at her with a half-smile. Tang Yuehua's expression froze, and she instantly understood this man's intention. "Why you can't? I would never tell you where Tian is." Chen Yue wasn't angry. He smiled at Tang Yuehua. "It's fine. I never force others." Tang Yuehua's pupils shook. "Hey, such a vast forest is actually quite nice." Chen Yue yawned, "But a forest usually requires fire prevention, especially with this tall blue-silver grass, which is live fuel. By the way, what do you think would happen if a rogue named Zhang Sin came along and burned the forest down?" Tang Yuehua's expression changed drastically. Although she didn't know what a rogue named Zhang San was, it wasn't hard for her to understand those 6 words as referring to a person. "So, what are you trying to say?" Ain, who was beside her, also changed her expression. looking at Chen Yue with wide eyes. I warn you, don't mess around. I'm not messing around. Chen Yue innocently shrugged his shoulders. I'm just asking, see, have I used a single word of coercion? You may not know, but that rogue Zhang San is truly a menace, committing all sorts of evil and still at large. If he gets unhappy and sets the entire forest on fire, who knows how many soul beasts and people would die. If he unleashes the legendary 3-flavored true fire, which can't be extinguished by water, it would indeed be a disaster. Yin and Tang Yue exchanged glances, and after a moment of hesitation, they both gritted their teeth and moved towards Chen Yue for an embrace. Hey, what are you doing? Chen Yue retreated repeatedly, his eyes wide with fear. We said that men and women shouldn't have physical contact, and it looks like I forced you. The two women replied in unison, I volunteered. Really? The two women stopped speaking, but had already shown their intentions with their actions. In his past life, when Chen Yue had just become a driver, he almost met with a tragic end. For a long time after that, he followed the law until years later when his wealthy roommate called him again, asking him to drive the blue supercar from the estate. The devil in Chen Yue was completely unleashed as he sped down the highway. But he didn't exceed the speed limit, enjoying the ride. However, whether it was because he stepped out with his left foot halfway through, the weather suddenly turned from sunny to overcast, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a dark sky with heavy rain pouring down. The rain is still coming, and I'm so scared. At that moment, memories of his previous near-drowning flooded back to Chen Yue, and with a sudden flash of lightning and thunder, he panicked and swerved the steering wheel, crashing into a building beside the highway toll station. Chen Yue, this junk sport car, damn, what a waste. Chen Yue cursed and took out his phone to tell his roommate, then grumbled as he returned the car to the repair shop. When he first drove the blue supercar, he thought that nothing would go wrong and he could enjoy himself. But he never expected it to turn out like this. By the way, about my earlier question, have you figured out the answer? I can say, coming back to his senses, Chen Yue looked up at Tang Yue with a playful expression. What did you say? I can tell you where Tian is. Are you going to negotiate with me again? Under Chen Yue's playful gaze, Tang Yue shivered and quickly admitted, I handed Tian over to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. As for Tang Renxue, he said he was going to the Star Luo Empire. I don't know where he is now. The 7-treasure glazed tile school, huh? Chen Yue nodded slightly. Not bad. Good job. I've decided to treat you to a cup of milk tea. Tang Yue shivered all over, but still stepped forward to receive a reward. I'm sorry, Brother Hao. I can't face you and still like you. In the blue silver forest, inside the cave, the clear sky suddenly turned into a rainy day, with strong winds and torrential rain pouring down. Brother Hao, this place is leaking. The cave that Tang Hao made for the blue silver emperor seed was actually just dug out with a big hammer and wasn't waterproof at all. In no time, there was already standing water in the cave. At this moment, Tang Xiao, who was in a state of cultivation, was also disturbed by this mess. As a super Douluo, he was naturally extremely vigilant and immediately exited his cultivation. After feeling his head, he heard the sound of heavy rain outside and was slightly taken aback. Upon exiting the cave, he also discovered the downpour outside. This rain is so heavy, Tang Xiao exclaimed, and suddenly a gust of wind swept through, bringing countless raindrops hitting his face, washing away his previous hiding. Big brother, thank you. At this time, Tang Hao had finished absorbing a soul bone, and he felt that his soul sage level had made a leap. At this rate, after absorbing 2 more soul bones, he would be able to return to the Title Douluo level. Big brother, why are you out in the rain? But when he woke up and looked up, he found Tang Xiao drenched like a drowned rat, making him a bit dumbfounded. The rain in the blue silver forest is really peculiar. Just like the seawater when we went to Sea God Island a long time ago, carrying a taste of the ocean. Tang Hao sighed, and suddenly seemed to remember something. All right, Brother Hao, what do you think has happened to Xiao San now? Tang Hao, wait a moment, Hao, I know. It's the hidden weapons given to you by Xiao San, right? Tang Hao, who is very concerned about his nephew Tang Xiao, naturally knows about the power of Tang San's hidden weapons from before. In the original story, Tang San established the Tang sect after returning from the Star Douluo forest when the 7 monsters gathered, but it hasn't been established yet. However, Tang Xiao has also heard about Tang San's hidden weapons, and upon seeing Tang Hao's unusual behavior, he understood. But Tang Hao, on the other hand, felt embarrassed. How should I put this? In Chapter 17, Chen Yue, Qian Douluo comes over, probably to be the first to kill me. Let me clarify. This book is free for all members on QQ Reading, so friends from other channels, please don't try to influence the comments to make me finish it. Okay? Major revisions to the entire text at 9. 6. Tang Hao awkwardly adjusted to sit cross-legged. Should it be? What do you mean by should it be? Tang Xiao had always been curious about Tang San's hidden weapons, and now that he had the chance to see them, how could he refuse? Immediately, he got up and curiously reached for the hidden weapon. Tang Xiao, in an instant, the two brothers' bodies froze. The next moment, a sudden storm swept through the blue-silver forest, and countless raindrops poured into the cave, drenching both brothers in an instant. Tang Hao swallowed hard, feeling as if everything was burning away. Big brother, I'm sorry. The two brothers were speechless here, and at the same time, Tang Yue was the same. Congratulations to the host for marrying the original female supporting character Ain, receiving the reward, Soul Fragment Stone. The host already has descendants. Please pay attention to protect the offspring and issue the offspring reward after giving birth. Another old friend, the Soul Fragment Stone? Chen Yue still remembers that he used this to help Qian Renxue exchange her first soul ring, which made her so excited that she almost rewarded herself. But now, it seems unnecessary to give it to Qian Renxue. Although Tang Hao was injured, this was nothing to Chen Yue, even with a dirt wall in between. He immediately noticed Tang Xiao's abnormality, and thus inferred that in the Tiando Royal Palace, the two little white mice he had been thinking about, should be the super enforcers Qian Jun and Jiang Mo who had arrived. Go home. Since he knew the whereabouts of Tang Tiantian, Chen Yue no longer needed to interrogate Tang Yue severely. With a wave of his hand, he returned her to the Tianwang Divine Tower space and turned to leave. At this moment, inside the Tianwang Divine Tower, Tang Yue, Xiao Wu, and Ain looked at each other, suddenly embracing and crying loudly, feeling a sense of we are all fallen people in this world. Why must we have met before? Not to mention, Tang Yue knew Ain, and Ain probably knew that Tang Hao had such a sister. But Ain did not know about Tang Yuehua's fatal orthopedic thoughts. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. He said at the time that he was just rubbing, not going in. I didn't expect. She looked at Tang Yue in front of her, as if she saw her husband Tang Hao, feeling extremely guilty and awkwardly said, I didn't mean to get pregnant with his child. He secretly broke it himself, originally thinking that these two women had nothing to do with her, and most just sharing the same suffering as Xiao Wu. Upon hearing this, she immediately widened her eyes, looking at Ain in disbelief. You are Sanji's mother? She could naturally see that Ain was in a situation similar to hers, although slightly better, but essentially the same. But she never expected that this was actually Tang San's mother. Now it was Ain and Tang Yuehua's turn to be dumbfounded. What did you say? Xiao Wu's face looked a bit unnatural as she touched her abdomen, forcing out a rather ugly smile. I'm a lover of Sange, yet I'm carrying a child that isn't Sanji's, and not just one. I'm sorry, Sange, I was wrong. Okay, good child. Yin's eyes brimmed with tears as she tightly hugged Xiao Wu. Mom, doesn't T have much to give you? I can only hug you. I'm sorry. Suddenly, she thought that since she appeared here, her daughter-in-law's fate would definitely be the same as hers, and she couldn't help but feel her tears turn cold, flowing down like verses of poetry. Why, you don't worry. Even if the third party finds out, he definitely won't despise you. Ain smiled through her tears, comforting Xiao Wu. If he dares to deny you, then I won't recognize him as my son. The melodrama of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the Heavenly King's divine tower excited Chen Yue, making him want to go to the repair shop ahead of time to borrow a rich woman's pink Maserati that he got to know while working as a plumber. But unfortunately, that rich woman was also a speed freak, and that Maserati was practically a wreck. Probably not fixable anytime soon, and would need to be sent back to the factory for repairs. It's a pity that the quality of these foreign cars is really not great. They just can't be driven. Chen Yue sighed, realizing he still needed to support domestic products. With these thoughts in mind, he had already returned to the Tiando Imperial Palace. As soon as he entered the palace gate, he felt himself locked onto by two powerful auras. The fluctuations of these soul powers made him raise his eyelids. And it was indeed the Demon Slayer and the 1,000 Jun Douluo who had been waiting here for a long time. Kid, are you the guardian of the Tiando Palace? Said the Demon Slayer Douluo with a displeased tone as he glanced at Chen Yue. The 1,000 Jun Douluo looked at Chen Yue, but didn't say anything, his eyes showing signs of suspicion, clearly still shocked by how Chen Yue knew that Tang Xiao would attack the Tiando Palace. I don't have time to explain to you. Chen Yue completely disregarded the Demon Slayer Douluo's question and focused on the 1,000 Jun Douluo, saying, release your martial soul and soul rings. This kid actually dares to ignore me? Being younger, the Demon Slayer Douluo frowned immediately, ready to teach this ignorant Chen Yue a lesson when he was suddenly stopped by the Qianjun Douluo beside him. Compared to the Demon Slayer Douluo, the Qianjun Douluo was much more composed,
he silently released his martial soul, the Panlong stick. His soul rings were the standard 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Chen Yue silently took out the fragment of the soul stone he had received earlier and accurately struck it against the first soul ring of the Qian Renxue. This kid wouldn't be. The demon slayer Douluo was about to mock him, especially since this kid had quietly taken down Qian Renxue and even got her pregnant. Although Qian Renxue wasn't his biological granddaughter, in the eyes of all the worshippers, she was no different from a real granddaughter. Thus, he was naturally displeased and wanted to beat this pretentious kid and mock him fiercely. Now, seeing Chen Yue so foolishly hitting the soul ring with something, wasn't he this brainless? But just as this thought and words were about to take action, he was horrified to discover that the first soul ring of the Qian Douluo actually shattered with a crack as Chen Yue struck it. What? The demon slayer Douluo's eyes widened in shock, almost popping out. Meanwhile, the usually calm and cautious Qian Douluo also showed a look of astonishment. Even with his years of experience, he had never heard of anything that could directly shatter a soul ring without any effect on the soul ring's owner. He could clearly feel that his first soul ring was gone. No, it wasn't just gone, it felt empty. He had never had a twin martial soul, and didn't he know what it felt like to have a soul ring that was empty. But he guessed it must be quite something. The one you captured earlier, that 100,000-year-old turtle, can now be absorbed. Chen Yue casually clapped his hands to shake off the dust from the shattered soul stone and said lightly, "Hey, you." The demon slayer Douluo opened his mouth to say something, but before he could, he was slapped on the mouth by the Qian Douluo. Demon slayer Douluo. What the heck? He looked at his brother with resentment. But the Qian Douluo completely ignored him and nodded seriously. Good. Chen Yue walked smoothly into the palace, leaving the demon slayer somewhat indignant. But he didn't dare to chase after him due to his brother's authority. Brother, this kid is a bit too full of himself. I can't swallow this. If you can't swallow it, spit it out. The Qian Douluo shot him a cold glance, saying, "You're already in your 60s, still so rash. I'm going to reabsorb my soul ring. You come and guard me." As he said this, the Qian Douluo felt quite excited. After all, that was the coveted 100,000-year soul ring, and it would become his first soul ring. How could he not be excited as a super Douluo? Yes, the demon slayer Douluo's heart tightened, throwing aside his previous emotions. His expression also somewhat excited. A 100,000-year soul ring. He had dreamed of absorbing one. But unfortunately, during the time they broke through to Title Douluo, there were only a few known 100,000-year soul beasts on the continent, and each one was extremely powerful, far beyond what they could hunt at that time. "Oh, you came in so quickly?" Sitting cross-legged on the bed practicing, Qian Renxue exited her training state upon hearing footsteps, and when she saw it was Chen Yue, she asked with some uncertainty, "Didn't they stop you?" "They couldn't stop me," Chen Yue casually replied as he sat down. "But I think you should have been able to stop me." "How is that possible?" Qian Renxue shook her head, saying, "They couldn't stop you. How could I possibly stop you?" At this moment, she finally understood what it meant to be stopped and was immediately filled with a mix of shame and anger, almost cursing. "Is there some movement in the young master's palace?" The spiked porcupine Douluo scratched his head and looked at his good friend, the snake spear Douluo, asking tentatively, "What kind of movement? Like, did someone go in?" The spiked porcupine Douluo asked tentatively, "Should we go take a look?" The snake spear Douluo sneered, saying, "With 2 worshippers guarding here, how could anyone get close to the young master's palace?" But last time, didn't Tang Xiao sneak into the palace and almost kill the young master? The snake spear Douluo, don't say that, being reminded by his good friend. He also became a bit anxious. "Then let us go take a look." After saying that, the 2 good friends immediately went to the palace door. Just as they were about to knock, they heard Chen Yue's voice from inside. "You guys come, hurry to the worship hall, and bring another worshipper over. It's best to call the golden crocodile Douluo too." As soon as the words were spoken, they and both froze, looking at each other in confusion, completely baffled. "What the hell? The 2 offerings have already arrived. Why do we need to call for another?" "You have to know, that is a being whose status is only below in the entire. It's not something they can just summon at will, right? No, there's no need for that, right?" In the sleeping quarters, Hess' urgent voice came through, saying there was no need to call. "Are you referring to those 2 who almost got to steal the trash from their hometown?" And, with just one sentence, instantly left the 3 of them at a loss for words, and could only hum in strong protest. Predecessors, we understand, and exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and were just about to leave when suddenly a flash of light sped by. It was throwing out her token, saying that with this token, would definitely come to the offering hall. Yes, upon hearing about the token's function, and felt a chill in their hearts and dared not to delay.
They understood the importance of this item and immediately set off towards. Within here, they felt assured about safety. Are you trying to die, you bastard? Pinched waist. I don't want a little baby to go. I still need it. She was still thinking about the inheritance. It's okay. The little baby's vitality is strong. As long as it's not directly killed, it definitely won't die. Why do you want to call over? Casually asked. He continued, saying that soon the would experience the largest soul master conflict in history, and even with it might not be able to hold up. Currently, although it was incredibly strong, he was still at the pinnacle of level 91 in terms of soul power. He estimated that one strike wouldn't be enough to take down that. Not to mention that there was also that assisting. If at that time, the desperately tried to kill while desperately held him back. Would Tia be just like in the original story, watching his wife die in front of him and then having to express his deep feelings while being devastated? Rather than that, it would be better to eliminate all threats in the cradle. Moreover, also didn't he know if he would be guarding the at that time? He glanced at who was looking at, whose belly had slightly bulged at this moment, and swallowed hard, estimating that if came over, he would probably be the first one to be dealt with. So, it's better to find. Chapter 18. I'm the Prince of the Empire. Isn't it natural for the prince to take concubines? What did you say? In suddenly slammed the table, her eyes wide open, staring intensely at the trembling in front of her. They have searched high and low in, and still haven't found trace? What on earth is going on? Trembled, not daring to speak, lowering his head. On the other side, having gone through it once, the who was barely maintaining his composure, weakly said, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Glanced at him and said, Speak. Under's glare felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, but he had no choice but to press on. He lowered his voice and said, in the entire action of, There's still fish that have slipped through the net. They may have long been prepared to fight us to the death, which is why they move their people. Remained silent. Continued, apart from their sect master, who was expelled from over a decade ago, is also missing. Upon hearing the name, S' expression darkened even more. She recalled the scene from 5 years ago during the Soul Master competition when hammered the entire in front of a large crowd, infuriating her to the point of wanting to annihilate. What disgrace. And, cautiously said, also it's said that after hiding, has had a good relationship with the... According to our investigation, 3 disciples have not been found dead, and they are suspected to have escaped to the... When he said this, his tone was very careful, as this information was conveyed to him by... Faced with the of the S young master, he was hesitant to disobey, but also feared that his previous lies to deceive would be exposed, ultimately angering the and indirectly offending the, which would be counterproductive. Thus, he could only go against his conscience, feeling conflicted, but convincing himself that following the young master's instructions should be correct. Which 3? S' gaze was icy. In her heart, she already had the first suspect, which was her ex-boyfriend's disciple, possessing no soul ring, yet having the soul power of a soul emperor. It's hard not to imagine it on Tang San. But over the years, Tang San has been completely out of touch, and since she hasn't completely darkened yet, she still has some unresolved feelings for Yu Shaojiang, so she just deceives herself. The 3 disciples of Hao Yin sect are Tang Tiantian, Tang Rongyao, and another Tang San. Bibi Dong's gaze turned cold, but she remained silent. Among them, Tang San is the most suspicious because he has a twin martial soul, with the second being the Hao Yin hammer, which generally has a high chance of not needing spirit rings. Bibi Dong's expression darkened, interrupting Ghost Douluo's speech, saying to talk about the other 2. Ghost Douluo was startled. The young master really is insightful, predicting that Her Holiness the Pope would absolutely not consider Tang San. A thought flashed through his mind, but Ghost Douluo didn't dare to show any signs. Fortunately, he was just a shadow of a ghost, and Bibi Dong couldn't see his changing expression clearly. Yes, Ghost Douluo responded, then said a bit nervously that Tang Tiantian is said to be a 3rd-generation disciple, with the martial soul being the Hao Yin hammer. The most likely place to hide her soul power currently is in the Tiendo Imperial Palace, as it is said that the Tiendo royal family's court academy has a deep relationship with a high-ranking member of the Hao Yin sect. This was something Qian Renxue taught him to say. As an elder of the Spirit Hall, he didn't know these matters, so saying this made him seem a bit lacking in confidence, fearing that Bibi Dong would notice. However, after saying so much in Bibi Dong's ears, there were only the 7 words Tang Tiantian, Tiendo Imperial Palace. Then she understood in her heart and waved her hand to interrupt, saying, What about Tang Rongyao? Yes, said the Ghost Douluo. According to our intelligence, Tang Rongyao happened to be outside their sect when we took action. After the incident, he immediately fled the Tiendo Empire
and is currently missing in the Star Luo Empire. Before the ghost Douluo could finish his sentence, Bibi Dong slapped the table, interrupting him. Listen to my command. I order the Star Luo Empire to hand over the saintess of the Spirit Hall and the disciples of the Haotian sect within 3 days. Otherwise, the Haotian sect will be a cautionary tale for your Star Luo royal family. Ghost Douluo? The watching Jew Douluo? What the hell? What's going on? Why is the Star Luo Empire being ordered for military action out of the blue? Ghost Douluo and Jew Douluo exchange confused glances, both seeing bewilderment in each other's eyes. However, Bibi Dong didn't explain anything to them. With a wave of her hand, she sent a message down. I need to rest. Yes. Although confused, since the Pope didn't say anything, they dared not ask further and left obediently. Old ghost, did you understand? Jew Douluo scratched his head, still feeling a bit dazed. He had just thought that this old ghost had a plan, but now with the Pope, something seemed off. Why was there an order for military action? Among the 3 people that Ghost Douluo mentioned earlier, he thought the most suspicious one should be Tang San. Why was Tang Rongyao involved? If you don't understand, don't ask. Why question so much about the Pope's matters? Just execute the orders. Ghost Douluo also couldn't figure it out, but he was quite shocked. He knew that as a qualified subordinate, it was better not to ask too much about such matters, as knowing too much could lead to trouble. After delivering the orders, Ghost Douluo also prepared a letter and handed it to the porcupine and snake spear who had come out of the hall of worship. Can this guy be trusted? After Ghost Douluo left, the figure of golden crocodile Douluo appeared behind the 2 good friends, wearing a golden robe. His gaze indifferent as he glanced at Ghost Douluo and coldly asked, regarding Bibi Dong's mobilization of the Spirit Hall's power to destroy the Haotian sect. Almost no one in the hall of worship supported this. It should be noted that when Qian Douluo was the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall, his son died at Tang Hao's hands, and they had exhausted the Spirit Hall's strength to destroy the Haotian sect back then. Now, a holy maiden raised by the Spirit Hall was able to make Bibi Dong almost exhaust all the Title Douluos, which indeed left many in the hall of worship feeling dissatisfied. However, due to the circumstances, Qian Douluo was also afraid that Bibi Dong would lose all the Title Douluos of the Papal Hall, so he sent Qian Jun to assist. Otherwise, this time the Spirit Hall's losses wouldn't just be 2 Title Douluos. Previously, in the soul hunting operation, including Porcupine and Snake Spear, the Spirit Hall had dispatched a total of 6 Title Douluos. Among the 6 Title Douluos, Cuttlefish and Snake Spear first went to the Tian Dou Royal Palace to settle accounts, while the remaining 4 attacked the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, ultimately resulting in 2 severe injuries and 2 minor injuries, but inflicted heavy damage on the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, causing Sword Douluo to lose an arm. Afterwards, the 2 with minor injuries, along with the Spirit Kite Douluo, who was dispatched later, jointly attacked the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. In the end, at the cost of 2 Title Douluos being killed and the Spirit Kite Douluo being severely injured, they brought about the destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Currently, the Spirit Kite Douluo has returned to the Douluo Palace to recuperate and has not been heard from for a long time. Now, in Tian Dou City, besides Cuttlefish and Snake Spear, there are actually 2 more Title Douluos present. There are the 2 Title Douluos who were severely injured during the previous attack on the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, they are recuperating in the Spirit Hall within Tian Dou City and are not in the Tian Dou Royal Palace. So the Spirit Hall is currently unaware of the specific situation in the Tian Dou Royal Palace. The ones who know about the situation in the Tian Dou Royal Palace are only Qian Jun and the 4 guys Cuttlefish and Snake Spear. But now, Qian Jun has obtained a 100,000 year spirit ring and is still absorbing it, while the Demon Slayer Douluo is responsible for protection and cannot leave for the time being. Cuttlefish and Snake Spear, after experiencing the scene in the Stardow Forest, have completely chosen to side with Qian Renxue, naturally not wanting to reveal this secret to anyone else. As for the ghost, Chrysanthemum Douluo, Cuttlefish and Snake Spear both agree that unless these 2 think their heads are harder than the Sky Blue Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape, there is no way they would irrationally betray the young master. Thus, Cuttlefish Douluo nodded, trustworthy. Golden Crocodile Douluo stopped speaking, nodded slightly. Let us go. At this moment, Chen Yue, who was in the Tian Dou Royal Palace, also received the news. Hey, what are you planning to do now? Chen Yue had just put on his clothes and stood up when he heard Qian Renxue's question, and he couldn't help but smile mysteriously. Rest assured, I'll give you a big surprise later with the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Qian Renxue looked at Chen Yue's departing figure with some suspicion and couldn't help but rub her sore waist. In this day and age, it's truly ridiculous that there are still lands that have been left uncultivated. But what about the land that has been neglected for so long?
What should be done? Qian Renxue felt somewhat troubled. She never expected that someone as charming as Ulaina would also face rejection one day, which was really beyond her imagination. So, how about changing to another one? Just as Qian Renxue shifted her gaze, a sudden inspiration struck her mind, and she slapped her thigh, thinking, yes, I am now the crown prince, and it is only natural for a crown prince to take concubines, right? That's it. With this thought, she instantly became energized and began to formulate a plan in her heart. The Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ever since the last attack by the Spirit Hall, the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School had been in a state of decline. If it weren't for Tang San's hidden weapons, this sect would have likely perished on the spot. Since the incident at the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, Bon Dulouo, and Sword Dulouo had been going to Shrek Academy every day. It was unclear whether these three were safe after arriving at Shrek Academy or what their situation was, which puzzled many. Not just Chen Yue was puzzled. As Ning Rongrong's biological mother and Ning Fengji's wife, the woman named Shangwan Wan was equally confused. She was a battle spirit master, with a martial spirit being a green snake, and her soul power level was not high, only at the soul emperor level. She went to Shrek Academy to bring food to Ning Fengji and the others, and after returning to her room, just as she laid down on the wooden bed after bathing, she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Not good, someone is here. In that instant, the alarm bells rang in her heart. And Shangwan Wan did not move at all because she knew that the strongest presence in the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School was a Soul Douluo. To be able to infiltrate her room without the slightest awareness of a Soul Douluo meant that this was undoubtedly a Title Douluo. Now that this Title Douluo was silent, it was evident that they were not here to kill. Perhaps they wanted to extract some information from her? As Shangwan Wan thought this, she slowly relaxed her tense muscles. Just at that moment, two hands gently rested on her fragrant shoulders, and the softly spoken words made her suddenly sit up in shock. Madam, you wouldn't want the Spirit Hall to know about your hiding of the remnants of the Haotian sect, would you? Shangwan Wan was taken aback and instinctively swung her hand back to attack. However, her strike, which was merely that of a soul emperor, was as light as a child's to Chen Yue, who easily caught her fist. Chen Yue looked at Shangwan Wan with amusement, examining her from top to bottom, and chuckled. You don't look much like a child's mother, do you? How about proving it? Shangwan Wan's face flushed with anger. What proof? What do you want? Her wrist was firmly held in Chen Yue's hand, unable to move, and she could only glare at him with fiery eyes, gradually turning cold. I advise you to let go. My Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ah, I know. Your Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School has two Title Douluos, right? The one-armed hero Chen Xian and the old bone Gurong, correct? Chen Yue interrupted her, smiling. I also know that with Ning Fengji's support, they can easily face 4 Title Douluos, right? As he spoke, Chen Yue leaned in slightly and whispered a chilling sentence in her ear. So, you wish to repeat the old path of the Haotian sect? Or do you think that the Spirit Hall, which couldn't be stopped by 6 Title Douluos of the Haotian sect, can be held back by your Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School? Shangwan Wan's face turned pale. Who are you? The fact that the Haotian sect had 6 Title Douluos was something only the top 3 sects were vaguely aware of. But the specific levels were not well known. They only knew there were 6 Title Douluos. Even the Spirit Hall had not learned of this, but only attacked in a fit of rage from Bibi Dong. Who I am is not important, Chen Yue said with a grin, revealing his white teeth. What matters is that I want you to prove what you just said. Shangwan Wan was taken aback. Prove what? Then she seemed to realize something and immediately asked, You want Tang Tian? I can hand her over to you, but before she could finish her sentence, Chen Yue pressed a finger to her lips and said, Shoo, keep your voice down. Save some strength for later. Shangwan Wan thought, save what strength? But the next moment, she understood. I also want Tang Tian, but I wanted proof as well. Chapter 19, Zhu Qing. Who are you? I warn you, hurry up. Indeed, in this day and age, service is paramount. This is the first time I have received such a large sum of remuneration. My catering business is bound to thrive. In my past life, I did well in the catering industry. So in this other world, my first action will naturally not go wrong. Ning Fengji, your opponent is here. Having just arrived, I hope you'll be satisfied with this big gift package. As the murmurs fell, Chen Yue quietly left the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School, heading towards Shrek Academy. His figure gradually disappeared into the night until he was no longer visible. Shrek Academy. Originally, this academy was established at the corner of an iceberg in Soto City, and later merged with the Blue Tyrant Academy to settle in Heavenly Dou City. However, after the first generation of Shrek's 7 monsters won the championship of the Continental Spirit Master Competition, and with Duga Bo's presence, It must be said that more and more unwitting benefactors came to contribute funds, and now it finally has the semblance of a proper academy. This scale is still somewhat lacking compared to established institutions like the Tiando Royal Academy. However, it is ultimately the academy that first won the championship in the Continental Elite Soul Master competition within the Tiando Empire. The Snow Knight must have received significant funding for its construction, but unfortunately, Snow Knight has fallen ill, and it is now under the control of Xue Qinghe. In the VIP lounge of Shrek Academy. So what does the Spirit Hall really want to do? Even though the night is deep, the three people in the lounge are still awake. Among them, Ning Fengji is rubbing his temples, sporting dark circles under his eyes, looking utterly haggard. He simply cannot sleep, especially after the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was severely damaged. He hasn't had a good night's sleep in days. Not to mention, not long ago, the Spirit Hall directly destroyed the Haotian sect, which is a shocking event that can make ghosts weep. Now, among the three upper sects, only his Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect remains. As the sect leader, how can he possibly sleep? Leader, it's late at night. You should rest now. Sword Luo looked at Ning Fengji, who was rubbing his temples and sporting two big dark circles under his eyes, and couldn't help but speak up. With disciples guarding the sect with Zhuge crossbows, we will know immediately if anything happens. It's impossible for anything to go wrong. I hope so. If it weren't for the incident with the Haotian sect, perhaps Ning Fengji wouldn't be this anxious. But now that such a major event has occurred, he must be restless. And people's hearts are in turmoil. After all, that was the invincible Haotian sect. To think they could be destroyed just like that. Doesn't that mean that our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect could also follow in the footsteps of the Haotian sect? With this thought, Ning Fengji rubbed his temples again. Just as he was about to say something, suddenly a loud shout rang out, "Enemy attack." The voice was very familiar. It belonged to Zhao Wuji, a teacher at Shrek Academy. However, just as his voice fell, it abruptly stopped, as if someone had suddenly slit his throat. Not good. Something has happened. The Bone Douluo, sensing this commotion, immediately darkened his expression. He was about to move, but unexpectedly, the Sword Douluo stepped out first. That damn bone. Seeing this, the Bone Douluo Gurong could only helplessly retract his foot. One of the two Title Douluos must stay by Ning Fengji's side. This has been their consensus for many years. The Sword Douluo quickly rushed to the source of the sound, and his expression darkened even further. This was the dormitory assigned to Ning Rongrong and Oscar by Shrek Academy, but at this moment, there was no trace of Ning Rongrong. Only Oscar, covered in blood, and the body of Zhao Wuji, who had already died in a pool of blood, remained. Damn it! The Sword Douluo glared angrily, sensing the fluctuations of soul power. He drew his sword, furious, and chased after whoever dared to kidnap Rongrong. No matter who you are, you will surely die. At this moment, Chen Yue, who had intentionally paused his actions, noticed the figure of the Sword Douluo chasing after him, and a smile crept onto his lips. The fish has taken the bait. However, feeling the killing intent of the Sword Douluo, Chen Yue was slightly relieved for his foresight. If my predictions are correct, with Tang Hao's martial soul shattered, Haotian clan must have other ways to restore his martial soul. At that time, the two Title Douluos, along with the two from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, would storm into the Imperial Palace. Even the three of them, Thousand Genes Demon, Subduing, and Golden Crocodile Douluo, might not be able to stop them. And if I can't take out all four of them in one move, they will likely become alert immediately. In a desperate situation, they might even kill Qian Renxue. Therefore, to prevent their cooperation, it is reasonable to eliminate the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School first, right? With this thought in mind, after careful consideration, Chen Yue ultimately decided to sacrifice himself, playing the handsome strategy to shift the main battlefield away from the Tiando Imperial Palace to another location. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he casually picked up Ning Rongrong, disregarding her limpness, and took off running. The strength of this Sword Douluo is indeed very strong, to the point where he is not confident he can defeat someone in one strike. However, there is a possibility that he might accidentally harm Ning Rongrong, whom he is holding. If she dies, then the guests he previously entertained might never come back to patronize his business again. Considering all this, Chen Yue decided not to take action. They had traveled a long distance to bring the Golden Crocodile Douluo here. It wouldn't be fair to not let him fight after such a long journey. An hour earlier, Qian Renxue had already informed Chen Yue that he and his companions had arrived outside the Heavenly Dou City and were expected to enter the palace late at night. At this moment, in a forest outside Heavenly Dou City, they and the Golden Crocodile Douluo had arrived at their destination. They were preparing to enter the Heavenly Dou City under the cover of darkness and take the opportunity to enter the palace. Suddenly, A figure like lightning flashed by, and before the three of them could react, it had vanished. The 3,000 thunder movements were completely a dimensional strike in the sewer dimension, far beyond their ability to react. Even the golden crocodile Douluo only saw a flash of light pass by. What just rushed past? The golden crocodile Douluo, realizing something, raised his head with a look of confusion. And being good friends exchanged glances. Just as the Douluo was about to speak, a fierce shout accompanied by a murderous sword light struck the air, instantly exploding. "You dog thief, come and take your life." Douluo, Douluo, golden crocodile Douluo. What the hell? So quickly we have been discovered. It's the sword Douluo Chen. The CTN and SHMO were both confused, looking at each other. The golden crocodile Douluo, however, was shocked, thinking it was bad. Could it be that something happened in the palace? But being an old fox who had lived for over 100 years, he quickly calmed down, unleashing his peak soul power at level 98 in an instant to intercept the sword light. "You two, hurry into the palace to protect the young master. I will deal with this Chen." "Yes." The Yin understood and turned to run without saying a word. The sword Douluo, having failed his strike, furrowed his brow deeply upon seeing the and turning to flee, as he felt the soul power fluctuation he had been tracking had already dissipated. Instead, there was a large area of unfamiliar soul power fluctuations. But before he could think it through, he suddenly heard the distant voice of the Douluo, which was enhanced by the power of a Title Douluo. "What is 7 treasure glazed tile school? Daring to obstruct my spirit hall from capturing the wanted criminals of the Haotian school. Are you really not afraid of death, sword Douluo? Wait, when did I obstruct your spirit hall from capturing people from the Haotian school? Golden crocodile Douluo. Damn, this 7 treasure glazed tile school actually colluded with the Haotian school? No wonder the Pope is so furious, willing to go to any lengths to destroy the Haotian school. So that's how it is. Thinking of this, the golden crocodile Douluo's gaze turned unfriendly. It seemed that the 7 treasure glazed tile school also wanted to follow in the footsteps of the Haotian school. "Today, I will fulfill your wish." Without saying another word, he unleashed all his soul power, released his martial soul, and his soul rings shone brightly. This time, the sword Douluo was completely stunned. "No, when did I ever want to follow in the footsteps of the Haotian sect? Let me just say, did you recognize the wrong person? Friend, there's no point in saying more about this. Accept your death." The golden crocodile Douluo had no intention of wasting words with the sword Douluo and directly unleashed his martial soul's true form. "Sword Douluo, what the hell? Level 98 peak. And it's one of the top beast martial souls, the golden crocodile king? I really can't handle this." At Shrek Academy, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong were still waiting for the return of the sword Douluo. Shortly after the sword Douluo left, the soul Douluo from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect hurried over, looking distressed. Not good, sect master, madam. She has gone missing." "What?" Ning Fengji stood up suddenly, his face filled with shock. "How could this happen? How could she go missing?" "I'm not sure either. It was when the maid went to inform madam to take a bath that she found madam was no longer in her room. They even searched the entire sect, but couldn't find her." As soon as these words were spoken, Ning Fengji could no longer sit still. He hurriedly took Gu Rong and this soul Douluo and rushed towards the 7 treasure glazed tile school at full speed. With Ning Fengji's departure, the entire Shrek Academy was left in a state of uncertainty. Although Dugabo was stationed at Shrek Academy, he did not actually live there. His presence was merely nominal. Of course, even if he were present, Chen Yue wouldn't mind putting on a show of chopping the big snake in front of everyone. Now, the B plan could be executed. Chen Yue shrugged and slowly walked into one of the dormitories of Shrek Academy. Earlier, Zhao Wujia's voice had already spread throughout the academy, and many people had gotten out of bed, including Dai Mubai, who was making rapid progress tonight and was about to win over Zhu Zhuqing. In the original story, they shared a room when they went to Sea God Island, but in this book the setting is at Shrek Academy, and now it was interrupted by the protagonist. He had exerted tremendous effort, using his silver tongue to finally persuade Zhu Zhuqing to open the door for him. Just as Dai Mubai was about to transform into a tiger, he unexpectedly heard Zhao Wujia scream, which startled him so much that he almost became a mushroom. "Mubai, you go first. There's always a chance later." Zhu Zhuqing was also startled by the sound, quickly regaining her composure, and blushed as she pushed Dai Mubai out of the room. "Don't let me find out which bastard ruined my good deed." Seeing the closed door, Dai Mubai cursed under his breath, but in the end, he could only helplessly turn around and head towards the dean's office. Behind the door, Zhu Zhuqing finally sighed in relief, slumping against the door. Just as she was about to change her clothes and go out, a sudden knock on the door sounded. Huh? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Could it be that Mu Bai forgot something? She scratched her head and opened the door a crack, but the next moment, a powerful hand pushed the door open. A strange man, wearing a faint smile, slowly walked in. Who are you? Zhu Zhuqing was startled and quickly retreated, not attacking immediately because she felt an immense pressure from the man before her. It was like facing a sword Douluo. The feeling was very dangerous, and she had the intuition that if she dared to make a move, she would be the one to die in the next moment. Therefore, she chose to retreat and create some distance. The unfamiliar man was naturally Chen Yue. Zhu Zhuqing, right? Zhu Zhuqing's face was full of vigilance. Who are you? I warn you. Hurry up. Before she could finish her words, Chen Yue casually pinched her neck with one hand, so quickly that she didn't have any reaction. I've heard that in your view, a man's flirtation is not a mistake. As long as it's not lewd, it's not a big problem, right? Excerpt from chapter 116 of the original work, Strange Mushrooms Reaching the Sky, Tiger Breaking the Dragon. Moreover, it seems you also think that women don't count as population, but as resources, right? Excerpt from chapter 25 of the original work, The Power of Weapon Spirits, Part 2. Zhu Zhuqing's hands tightly gripped Chen Yue's large hand that was pinching her delicate neck, her face turning a shade of purple, feeling a bit suffocated. But Chen Yue's palm was like a vice, firmly locking her throat. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pry apart even a single finger of Chen Yue's. So, it can be said that the resources of the weak can be plundered by the strong, right? It seemed that Chen Yue sensed her near-death state, and he loosened his grip. Zhu Zhuqing fell to the ground with a thud, gasping for air. Her face filled with the relief of having escaped death and agreed for life. She was already the princess of the Star Luo Empire, the future queen. How could she possibly be compared to that girl from back then, who fled the Star Luo Empire at all costs in pursuit of a slim chance of survival, and was brainwashed by the Dai and Zhu families to be as pure as paper? I warn you, before she could finish her words, Chen Yue raised his hand to interrupt her. Don't be in such a hurry to warn me. Let me see if this resource is useful. If it's not useful, I don't mind letting this garbage resource become waste. The threatening words that Zhu Zhuqing had on the tip of her tongue abruptly stopped. She stiffened her body and trembled as she raised her head, just in time to see Chen Yue smile filled with ulterior motives. What do you want? Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth. Tell me, how many survivors do you think the Haotian sect has under the declaration of war from the Spear Hall? I wonder how many the Star Luo Empire can have. Zhu Zhuqing shuddered all over, feeling her legs go weak. What did you say? The Haotian sect. The Haotian sect's matter. Is it? Did you do it? The fact that only 3 survivors remained after the Haotian sect was exterminated was no longer a secret. As the princess of the Star Luo Empire, she naturally had some channels for information. It was precisely because of this that the 2 great empires were hastily seeking to unite and ally to resist the Spear Hall. She looked up and saw Chen Yue's peak appearance, enhanced by the peerless talent, and her body trembled violently. Of course, it wasn't her looks that attracted me. It was that smile, which in her eyes seemed almost demonic, scaring her so much that she shivered all over, just a hair's breadth away from losing control. You haven't answered my question yet? Chen Yue smiled, but his words made Zhu Zhuqing's face turn pale in an instant. If you don't speak, I don't mind stripping you naked and hanging you at the gate of Tiando City for everyone to witness the purity of the Star Luo Crown Princess. Zhu Zhuqing opened her mouth. She wanted to admit that she had said those words, but upon sensing Chen Yue's gaze, her heart trembled, and she dared not speak. She was scared. She feared that if she nodded even slightly, this man in front of her would perfectly reward her with substantial actions. I'm actually quite curious about your Zhu family. Chen Yue suddenly shifted the topic, leaving Zhu Zhuqing slightly stunned, instinctively asking, curious about what? Since you all want to escape the fate of death, why are you searching for husbands thousands of miles away? And after seeing them with multiple wives and concubines, do you still pass through the flower bushes without a leaf touching your body? Our fates are the same. Of course, we must unite. Chen Yue chuckled. United? So, does that mean you admit to what you said about counting resources, not counting people? Zhu Zhuqing, yes. Since you've already escaped the Star Luo Empire, why are you looking for Dai Mu Bai, resisting that so-called impossible fate? Chen Yue shook his head. The Tiando Empire is vast. You could easily hide in a small mountain village to cultivate or join the Spear Hall, learning to rise to power like Bibi Dong, controlling your own reputation. Wouldn't that be better? Could it be that subconsciously, you feel you are an accessory of the Dai family, right? Zhu Zhuqing's expression changed, but in the end, It turned into determination. The Dai family and Zhu family have been intermarried for so many years. We have long become a community. In other words, it's just the weak relying on the strong, isn't it? Zhu Zhuqing nodded, that's right. But the next moment, all expressions on her face completely vanished, replaced by deep fear and panic. If that's the case, and I am stronger than you, then that means you must rely on me and please me, right? Chapter 20 Zhu Zhuqing. Mubai, you go out first. I need to use the restroom. 9. 6 major revisions, full text deletion and modification line. The dean, what happened? At this moment, Dai Mubai had just arrived at the dean's office and saw the grave expression on Flinder's face, instantly making his own expression serious. He remembered the last time he saw Flinder's face like this was when the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was annihilated and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was heavily injured. In the dean's office at this moment, it wasn't just Flinder. Yu Xiaojiang was also there. The expressions of the 3 were very serious. Ning Rongrong has been kidnapped, and the lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has also disappeared mysteriously. What? Dai Mubai was immediately stunned. How could this happen? Then, it seemed he thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. Could it be the Spirit Halls doing again? Whether it was the heavy injuries to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School or the destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Although there was no direct evidence on the surface, everyone knew it was the work of the Spirit Hall. And now, the only force in the world capable of kidnapping Ning Rongrong right under the nose of the Swordbone Douluo is the Spirit Hall. Mubai, I know your 7 monsters agreed to gather after 5 years, but with such events happening in the academy, it is no longer safe. Master Yu Xiaojiang, with his usual stiff expression, looked at Dai Mubai. As the Prince of the Star Luo Empire, if nothing goes wrong, the Spirit Hall will definitely target you. I have already invited the Poison Douluo to take you back to the Star Luo Empire. In this situation, you will be the safest. Since the palace is now entirely under the control of Qian Renxue, the news of Emperor Shui's serious illness cannot be spread. No one can know, and therefore, Dugu Bo has not been left in the Tiando Imperial Palace. Of course, before this, Dugu Bo was aware of Emperor Shui's health issues. But now he isn't even allowed to enter the palace. He can't just barge in, can he? To be honest, if Dugu Bo did force his way in, he would definitely be in for a big surprise. All right, I want to take Zhu Qing with me. Dai Mubai pondered for a moment, then nodded, but he also proposed a condition. This isn't because he has deep feelings for Zhu Zhuqing, but rather because he senses that if Zhu Zhuqing stays here, something will definitely go wrong, which is why he said that. No, we must leave now. Master Yu Xiaojiang's zombie-like face stared at Dai Mubai again. Just now, when the Ning Sect Master and Bone Douluo were in the academy, it was relatively safe. But now, Bone Douluo and the Ning Sect Master have returned to their sect, and the academy is no longer safe. There has been no news from the Sword Douluo who went to pursue the kidnapper of Rongrong. If the other party has accomplices coming, with our strength, we won't be able to stop them at all. At this point, Master Yu Xiaojiang's zombie face rarely showed a serious and heavy expression. Mubai, as the Prince of Star Luo, you should also know what is more important. Women are not counted as population, but as resources. In the original work, Dai Mubai has said, as the Prince of Star Luo, if you are safe and sound, resources are naturally countless. But if you're captured by the Spirit Hall, even if you're released in the end, the Emperor of Star Luo and the Empress, along with many royal relatives, will definitely not trust you again. Do you understand what I mean? Dai Mubai's face changed between green and white, his eyes filled with hesitation. On one hand, he is reluctant to part with Zhu Zhuqing, but on the other hand, he fears that he might end up like his brother, becoming a useless person. If he is really captured by the Spirit Hall, once released, with his suspicious father, he will definitely not be trusted again, and might even be suspected of colluding with the Spirit Hall to usurp the throne. In the Star Luo Empire, even brothers can betray and kill each other, so father-son conflicts are naturally high-probability events. Let's go. But this hesitation only lasted for 3 seconds before it turned into determination. If Zhu Zhuqing is gone, he can marry another girl from the Zhu family. It doesn't mean he can't display the martial soul fusion skill, the Nether White Tiger. You must know that this is the Zhu family attached to his Dai family. With his identity as the Prince of Star Luo, isn't it just a matter of speaking to choose which Zhu family girl he wants? Trouble with the Poison Douluo? Your Excellency. Master Yu Xiaojiang looked at Dugu Bo. No problem. Dugu Bo's eyes were indifferent as he raised his hand and waved, lifting Dai Mubai by the collar, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the office. The Tiando and Star Luo empires are one in the north and one in the south. With most of the territory in between divided by the Star Do Great Forest and there isn't much land connecting them. Shrek Academy has already moved into Tiando City, and to enter the Star Luo Empire from Tiando City, one must naturally head south. Outside Tiando City, in a small grove to the south, Dugabo carried Dai Mubai, moving at high speed, disappearing in just a few seconds. How about that? I told you resources can be traded. See? Chen Yue hugged Zhu Zhuqing, watching the two distant figures leave, and said with a playful smile, "This Dai Mubai has sold you as a resource to me." Zhu Zhuqing bit her red lips lightly. She didn't believe in evil at all and coldly glanced at Chen Yue, saying, "Even the poisoned Douluo has been invited over. This is definitely an urgent matter. Don't sow discord here. I cannot trust you." She now had boundless hatred for Chen Yue in front of her and completely disbelieved his demonic words. "It's okay." Chen Yue was not surprised by Zhu Zhuqing's reaction. A smile appeared on his face. "Whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. Whether the Star Luo Empire believes it or not, it also doesn't matter." Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback and looked back at him in confusion, meeting her puzzled gaze. Chen Yue smiled broadly, revealing his white teeth, but the words that came out made Zhu Zhuqing's whole body tremble with fear. "I only need the Star Luo Emperor and that Star Luo Empress from your Zhu family to believe it." Zhu Zhuqing shivered all over, her eyes wide open as she looked at him. Chen Yue leaned close to her ear, his low laughter interrupting her words. "You say, if this news doesn't reach the Star Luo Emperor, will he grow to despise the Zhu family Star Luo Empress? Then, take the opportunity to falsely accuse your Zhu family." Zhu Zhuqing's face turned pale. "No, it's impossible. They can't do that." "I think it's possible. Why not give it a try?" Zhu Zhuqing trembled in fear and quickly grabbed Chen Yue. "No, don't, you can't do this. Chen Yue raised a finger and pressed it against her somewhat pale lips, shushing her. "Don't make a sound. If Dai Mubai sees this with his own eyes, you really want to be able to clear your name, even if you jump into the Yellow River." Zhu Zhuqing trembled all over, not daring to speak. Although she didn't know what the Yellow River was, she understood the meaning of Chen Yue's words. If Dai Mubai really saw it, once he returned, it would be a disaster for her Zhu family. "Who is it?" Just when she felt a little relieved, comforting herself that Dugabo and Dai Mubai had left, suddenly a familiar cold voice made her freeze. "Hiss, are you trying to choke me to death?" As soon as Chen Yue's words came out, Zhu Zhuqing was so frightened that she quickly turned around and covered his mouth tightly with one hand. Outside, Dugabo, who was passing by, sensed a slight fluctuation of soul power. Not only him, but even Dai Mubai felt it. This wave of soul power is very familiar. Dai Mubai immediately followed the sound and soon stopped in front of the tree hole. "What's wrong?" Dugabo turned back to look at the paused Dai Mubai and asked with a frown. "It's nothing." Dai Mubai glanced around and asked, "Senior Dugu, did you sense anything?" "No." Dugabo carefully sensed for a moment, then shook his head. There seemed to be no aura inside, but it couldn't be ruled out that there might be items with hidden soul power fluctuations. On the Douluo continent, the so-called aura is generally soul power fluctuations, unless it is a divine servant like Poseidon or Qian Douluo, who can sense life aura within the realm of divine inheritance. Ordinary Title Douluo rely on soul power fluctuations, or the aura of martial souls, as well as the aura of domains. In the original work, the King of Slaughter found Hulaina and Tang San through the domain of the God of Slaughter. Of course, Dugabo, as an ordinary Title Douluo, might be somewhat sensitive to poison's aura, but for everything else, he could only be considered at the ordinary Title Douluo level. Zhuqing, the leaves in front of the tree hole were lifted, and Dai Mubai's face appeared in front of Zhu Zhuqing, scaring her so much that her face turned pale. Mubai, what are you doing here?" Dai Mubai looked curiously at the squatting Zhu Zhuqing, showing a puzzled expression. "Zhuqing, what are you doing?" "Mubai, you go out first?" I'm in the restroom." Dai Mubai suddenly understood, nodded, and said, "All right, hurry up, I'll wait for you outside." Saying this, he put the leaves back down, and his footsteps gradually faded away. "You let go of me." Chen Yue smiled playfully. "You want to go back with Dai Mubai, right?" Zhu Zhuqing looked at him coldly. "Isn't that obvious? Do you believe that if you dare to go back, the Zhu family will face a catastrophe?" "That's a good point." Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned pale for a moment, but then she revealed a cold smile. "I admit you are a Title Douluo and very powerful, but let me tell you, the Star Luo Empire is not to be underestimated. As an outsider, you can't even compare to the importance of our Zhu family." Chen Yue showed a strange smile, making Zhu Zhuqing feel uneasy. "Oh really? What else?" Zhu Zhuqing felt Chen Yue's gaze making her hair stand on end, but the chance to leave was right in front of her. How could she give it up? "And I promise you about what just happened. You can't go back on your word." Chen Yue smiled slightly. Of course, I want to go back on my word. Zhu Zhuqing breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, her expression froze. But if you want to leave, that won't do. Zhu Zhuqing's eyelids twitched. What do you want to do? Nothing much. Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth. I recently opened a restaurant that has some uniquely flavored dishes and excellent drinks. As long as you taste them, you can leave. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Restaurant? She thought for a moment. She was a bit hungry from the physical exertion lately, so she nodded without hesitation. All right, it's a deal. Remembering in his past life, Chen Yue was happily living in the city with his new car. At this moment, with the city license plate on his car, he truly felt a sense of belonging to the city. Before, he was just drifting like a leaf, but now he had a car, a job. How far was it from buying a house? However, soon he grew tired of the daily cruising. Just when he was thinking about whether to find a partner to date and relieve his boredom, he suddenly encountered a black kitten lying unconscious by the roadside. As an animal lover, how could he let the kitten be killed by wild dogs outside? So, Chen Yue carefully picked up the kitten with a protective cover from the leather seat of his new car and placed it in the passenger seat, slowly driving back to the restaurant. As we all know, stray cats are very dirty and carry a strong odor. So after bringing it home, Chen Yue first gave a bath. To his surprise, it turned out not to be an ordinary black cat, but a purple British shorthair. During the bath, it groggily woke up and meowed. Here, eat this. Although it's leftover from last night, I haven't bought any new materials. This is all I have in stock. Chen Yue took food from the fridge, heated it up, and placed it in front of the kitten. Then he took out a bottle of milk from the fridge, poured it into a bowl, and said, "Eat slowly. There's milk too." Meow, meow, meow. The kitten seemed stunned. As a stray, it had never seen such a feast. After a moment of daze, it quickly opened its mouth and bit into the fragrant fried sausage, satisfaction written all over its face. It glanced at the pure milk in the stone bowl, seemingly curious, and stuck out its tongue to stir it. Instantly, its eyes lit up, and it began to lick it up, just like Tom the cat drinking milk in Tom and Jerry. Eat slowly, eat slowly. No other cat is going to steal it from you. Good girl. Seemingly satisfied with Chen Yue's service, the kitten didn't show strong defenses and allowed him to pet it. Meanwhile, it was happily munching on the fragrant fried sausage and slurping the sweetened milk, its eyes squinting with joy. Meow. Chen Yue looked at the adorable kitten and smiled knowingly. With nothing to do, he could take a drive or play with the cat. Who could refuse such a cute little animal these days? Snapping back to reality, Chen Yue watched Zhu Zhuqing leave, a meaningful smile on his face. Star Luo Empire. I will be there soon. Chapter 21. Yu Xiaojiang. Ere long, won't you invite me in for a chat? 9. 6 major revision of the entire text. Did you not see a third person? Outside the tree hole, Douluo squinted his eyes when he saw Dai Mubai come out and asked faintly. This place was already quite a distance from Heavenly Dou City. During this time, let alone a soul emperor like Zhu Zhuqing, even a soul sage wouldn't be able to move so fast. Thus, even though he didn't feel any other soul power fluctuations, Douluo still felt that Zhu Zhuqing definitely didn't come alone. To have an aura that even the poison Douluo didn't detect must be extraordinary. In response to Douluo's remark, Dai Mubai replied lightly. He also didn't believe that Zhu Zhuqing was fast enough to rival the poison Douluo's journey. However, that said, even the poison Douluo only made a judgment based on common sense without actually discovering anything unusual, which clearly indicated that that person's strength was above Douluo's. If he carelessly revealed this, it would likely cause trouble for both him and Douluo. Douluo quickly came to this realization, and his expression turned somewhat surprised as he looked at Dai Mubai with a changed gaze. This kid, indeed worthy of being the Star Luo Prince, actually has such courage. A quarter of an hour later, Zhu Zhuqing walked out from the tree hole. Upon seeing Dai Mubai, a somewhat unnatural smile appeared on her face. Mubai, shall we go? Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Zhuqing's expression. His eyelids twitched, and he clenched his teeth, whispering, "Let's go." Out of sight, out of mind. Soon, the three of them quickly left. However, a minute later, Douluo's figure suddenly appeared outside the tree hole. He lifted the leaves and glanced around, finding no traces, not even residual soul power fluctuations. Strange? Douluo was somewhat puzzled, but as he entered the tree hole, he realized. However, they had only left for a minute, and he had been staring at this side all along, feeling no one passing by at all. How odd. After searching for a while, Douluo still found nothing and ultimately gave up, turning to leave. At this moment, Chen Yue had long returned to the city of Tiandou, inside the Shrek Academy's dormitory building. He had his hands behind his back, a playful smile on his face, looking up at the building. He turned back to glance at the dean's office. Master Yu Xiaojiang, right? Your theory on the top 10 martial souls really makes one benefit greatly. Just like those expert opinions I heard in my previous life about renting out houses to make money, driving DD for extra income and suggesting college students pay to work. Can't say it's unrelated, only that it's exactly the same, right? I think, since I've come here, if I don't give you a surprise, it might not be fair to this trip of mine. Continuous overnight dining service really has left me exhausted. Moreover, Chen Yue currently doesn't intend to provide this service to others, as cooking is quite energy-consuming and requires effort and thought. So he planned to come and see how the famous master Yu Xiaojiang's mentality is. With this thought, he no longer hesitated and walked toward one of the rooms. Ever since Tang San and the others became the champions of the Soul Master competition, it must be said that Shrek Academy has been built quite impressively, almost resembling the style of the former Tiando Royal Academy during the previous emperor's time. Compared to the scale of the Tiando Royal Academy from the last century, it still lacks a simulated training environment. Inside the room, it had been completely hollowed out. Lu Erlong, who had sold the Blue Tyrant Academy and its college to Flander and Yu Xiaojiang, turning it into their experiment, was startled upon hearing the knocking sound. Is it Xiaojiang? There was no response from outside, but the knocking continued after a few seconds. Lu Erlong hesitated for a moment, but still opened the door. After all, she was a Soul Douluo and wasn't worried about anyone having ulterior motives. Who are you? She opened the door and saw a stranger's face, instantly furrowing her brow. Looking at Chen Yue in front of her. Who I am isn't important. Chen Yue smiled, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. What's important is, I know how to break through the limitations imposed by innate soul power. Hearing this, Lu Erlong frowned, staring at Chen Yue as if looking at a fool. Without evidence, who would believe such baseless claims? If it weren't for the deadly sense of threat she felt from Chen Yue, given her temperament, she would have almost slammed the door in his face right there. In response, Chen Yue was not angry. Instead, his smile grew even wider. At the same time, Lu Erlong's pupils suddenly constricted. The previous look of suspicion and disdain turned into shock, then horror, and finally dread. 9 soul rings, 8 black and 1 red, rose from Chen Yue's feet. Regardless of the pitch-black 10,000-year black ring filled with pressure or the eerie red 10,000-year soul ring, at this moment, they exerted unprecedented pressure on Lu Erlong. Even at the moment Chen Yue's soul rings were released, Lu Erlong, with only 8 rings, felt as if every cell in her body was facing the crushing weight of a mountain. Her legs felt as if they were filled with lead. Unable to move an inch, at this moment, only 4 words remained in her heart. This is impossible. This isn't the river. Why is there someone whose first spirit ring is black? Lu Erlong screamed wildly in her heart. In the next moment, she felt an overwhelming pressure. Her legs felt as heavy as lead. Even though her spirit Douluo's spirit power struggled to resist, it was like an ant shaking a tree, and she was forced to kneel down under the crushing weight of this powerful spirit pressure. Cold sweat uncontrollably streamed down at that moment, quickly soaking her entire body. The pressure brought by this Title Douluo was something she simply could not withstand, especially since Chen Yue was not an ordinary Title Douluo. Although Chen Yue's spirit power was only at level 92, his true combat strength could not be measured by this spirit power level. It should be noted that when he previously killed the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, he was only at level 91. If it weren't for the support of a million-year spirit and a million-year spirit ring given by the system, he might not have stepped into level 92. Chen Yue retracted his spirit ring and looked down at Lu Erlong, who was kneeling on the ground with a face full of fear, and asked playfully now, "Do you believe it? Senior, please." Lu Erlong had seen many Title Douluos, including her uncle Yu Limian and the Sword Law, among others. However, regardless of which Title Douluo she had encountered, none had ever given her such immense pressure when releasing their spirit rings. This gap is like when she faced her soul sage father, Alexander the Great, during her time as a Grand Soul Master. However, thinking of what Chen Yue said earlier, Lu Erlong couldn't help but raise her head with a hopeful gaze. "Senior, are you saying that you have a way to lift the restrictions on innate soul power?" She knew that Yu Xiaojiang was limited to level 29 entirely because of the restriction of his innate half-level soul power. If the restriction could be broken, does that mean her master could break through as well? Yes. Chen Yue smiled and nodded. "Senior, can you tell me this method?" "Of course." Lu Erlong was instantly overjoyed, just about to express her gratitude, but Chen Yue's next words made her completely freeze. "But if you want to ask for help, shouldn't you have a proper attitude?" Chen Yue's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the stiff-faced Lu Erlong. "After all, is there really such a thing as a free lunch in this world? Well, I'm not in a good mood. If you can make me feel better, maybe I will tell you." Chen Yue was a bit curious about what clever tricks the lovesick Liu Erlong from the original story could come up with to make him happy. Just to be clear, I'm a serious person and only do serious things. Liu Erlong's face turned pale as she took a few steps back. She thought Chen Yue was that kind of person, actually having such thoughts about her. By the way, don't use those little tricks. I'm not that interested in you. Liu Erlong's expression changed slightly, but she felt a bit relieved in her heart. Fortunately, the other party didn't have much interest in her. Otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do. On one hand, she wanted to be with the famous master Yu Xiaojiang, and on the other hand, she wanted her famous master to have a double flying partner like her. If the other party really wanted to force her, she felt she wouldn't have the ability to resist. But if she were to commit suicide, wouldn't that mean her famous master would really have to be a grand soul master for the rest of his life? This won't do. If her famous master Yu Xiaojiang really can't get rid of that useless title for a lifetime, then what should she do? Thinking of this, Liu Erlong's gaze suddenly became firm. This opportunity only comes once. Don't miss it. Shrek Academy, Dean's office. Flanders rubbed his temples, glanced at the sky, and said, Xiao Gang, you should go back and rest for now. There's probably nothing to do at this point, and it's getting late. If you don't sleep soon, it'll be dawn. The famous master Yu Xiao Gang still had his zombie-like expression and shook his head. Xiao San went to the Star Doe forest, and if nothing unexpected happens, he should be back today. Xiao San mentioned the estimated time when he left, and if he still hasn't returned. We'll have to go into the Star Doe forest to look for him. This statement made Flinder's expression become serious. If it were some time ago, Flinder might not have reacted this way, but now, with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family destroyed and the 7-treasure Glazed Tile school heavily injured, even the reclusive Haotian school has been obliterated, and Tang San, being a disciple of the Haotian school, might really be chased by the Spirit Hall in the forest. Xiao Gang, what you said makes sense. Flinder nodded, but then he added, we also need to rest for a while. If Xiao San hasn't come back by dawn, we'll go into the forest to look for him. The renowned master Yu Xiaojiang thought for a moment and agreed, nodding in response before turning back to the dormitory. Erlong, what's wrong? Due to the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang feeling guilty, he decided to maintain a platonic relationship with Liu Erlong, and they actually rested in separate rooms. He had just opened his room door when he heard a sound coming from Liu Erlong's room next door, and couldn't help but ask, Erlong, aren't you resting? Didn't I say you should rest first? Just as Yu Xiaojiang finished speaking, Liu Erlong opened her door, poked her head out, and upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang, displayed a somewhat unnatural smile. Xiao Gang, you're back? Is everything okay at the academy? Her hair was wet, as if she had just taken a shower, making her look even more beautiful. For a moment, the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but stare, feeling a bit flustered. Erlong, won't you invite me in to sit for a while? Liu Erlong replied, Xiao Gang, I'm going to rest now, let us talk tomorrow. In the past, when Yu Xiaojiang said this, Liu Erlong would definitely be overjoyed to welcome him in. But now, upon hearing this, Liu Erlong's face turned pale, and she shook her head repeatedly, refusing his invitation. Hearing this, the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang felt quite displeased, as he had finally mustered the courage to propose such a request. His expression hardened, turning back into the stiff face from before. He opened his mouth to say something when suddenly a voice sounded from behind. It was Flinder's urgent voice. Xiao Gang, come quickly, Xiao San is back. Something happened. Something big happened. Upon hearing those last 4 words, the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang's expression changed dramatically, and he no longer paid attention to Liu Erlong, turning around and rushing towards the source of Flinder's voice. You must know, Tang San is the biggest experimental product he has had over the years. He has now placed all his reputation on Tang San. Once he achieves the title of Douluo, he can boast about it for the rest of his life. In fact, he only needs to have his name associated with some academies to live a life of ease and indulgence. But now, Flinder has told him that something has happened to Tang San. How can he still sit still? Who? Liu Erlong let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang leave, but before she could fully relax, her heart suddenly tightened. She heard Chen Yue's playful voice coming from behind her. Very good. Your performance has improved my mood just a little bit. Now have a drink of water. And then just like this, go into Yu Xiaojiang's room. Liu Erlong's expression stiffened, and she pleaded, can we not go in like this right now? Can I go in and then tee it off? Okay. Chen Yue looked at her with a playful gaze, non-committal. What do you think? Liu Erlong dared not speak up anymore. She felt that this incredibly handsome man in front of her had a very strange personality, and she was afraid that if she wasn't careful, she would anger him and ruin everything. So, she bit her silver teeth, determined to fight for her famous master to break through the limits. She didn't even have a single thought about visiting Tang San, because in this female Tyrannosaurus's eyes, the world was vast, but only her famous master Yu Xiaojing was the greatest. In a certain sense, this fire dragon was even harder to please than a toy rabbit. Therefore, Chen Yue had no intention of serving her. As for the method, Chen Yue revealed a strange smile. What's your surname? A disaster. Cut for eternal rule. Chapter 22. Teddy 3 cuts. Very good. The spirit hall has gained another path to death. Flinder, what happened? In the dean's office. The famous master Yu Xiaojing hurriedly arrived and saw Flinder with a serious expression, immediately asking, what happened to Xiao San? This is the most successful little mouse he has had in so many years. There can't be any mistakes. Flinder's expression was somewhat grim, and he didn't know how to explain it to Yu Xiaojing, so he could only say, you come in and see for yourself? To be honest, after seeing Tang San's current miserable state, Flinder was completely stunned. He had never seen anyone with 5 spider legs and 1 dog leg in his entire life. At this moment, in the lounge of the dean's office, Tang San lay on the chair with a face full of despair. The handsome and suave appearance he had after awakening the blue-silver emperor was gone, replaced by a bruised face like that of Lao Gao, covered in blood. And even his clothes were muddy. God knows how he managed to walk out of the Stardow forest. Tang San wanted to cry, but had no tears. Looking at his dog leg, he hadn't adapted to it at all. After falling dozens of times in the Stardow forest, his body was covered in mud. If it weren't for his clever use of the blue-silver emperor to bind himself like a relay race, he would have thought he might have to be beaten into a pig's head to walk out. As is well known, dogs run on all 4s. And if this dog leg were to be on a person, to exert force, one would have to run on all 4s like a dog. If one were to try to walk, they wouldn't be able to exert any strength at all. This is also why Tang San has been falling like a dog in distress. His feet simply can't exert any strength. Dicha, wah wah wah. At this moment, Tang San saw the famous master Yu Xiaojing, and it felt like seeing his own father who had lost his mother, leading him to cry out loud. Tightly hugging the latter, feeling a flood of grievances rushing into his mind, and he began to weep bitterly. Xiao San, what kind of shape are you in? The first thing the famous master Yu Xiaojing noticed was Tang San's 5 fingers that were abruptly severed, with the original fingertips replaced by spider claws. Dark as a zombie's nails, clearly infused with potent toxins. Wah wah wah. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojing's words, Tang San cried even harder, tears flowing uncontrollably. No, I mean Xiao San. Didn't you go looking for Xiao Wu? Tang San, with a face full of grievances, wiped his tears, crying like a bullied young wife. I don't even know what happened. I didn't find Xiao Wu. When I woke up, I just turned into this. Teacher, you are well informed. Can you tell me what exactly happened to me? Tang San wiped his tears and then looked up, filled with hope, at the somewhat awkward Yu Xiaojing. Is there any chance I can recover? This. The famous master Yu Xiaojing's expression became somewhat unnatural. It was indeed the first time he encountered such an outrageous thing, leaving him completely at a loss. But, as a renowned master, known as a leader in theoretical circles, how could he say no in front of his beloved experimental guinea pig, his proud disciple? Just like Tang San's first spirit ring, wasn't that the result of his theoretical work? Now, the facts proved that his theory was correct, so even though he didn't know the answer now, he had a kind of blind confidence that he could certainly say something correct based on his theories. With this in mind, Master Yu Xiaojing stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, Xiao San, your finger should be a change brought about by your previous external soul bone. Indeed, they're the spider claws of a human-faced demon spider, complete with toxins. Well, this gives you another surprise attack method after all. Not everyone can expect that your fingers have mutated. At this point, Master Yu Xiaojing paused his words. However, you need to bandage and hide these fingers. Don't let others see them. Otherwise, the surprise effect will be greatly reduced, and the enemy will definitely be on guard. Then, teacher, what's up with my dog leg? Yu Xiaojing this. His mouth twitched slightly, while Flinder beside him had already tightly covered his mouth, hurriedly crouching and running outside. If he didn't run away soon, this 4-eyed cat-eagle principle might not be able to hold back. After all, it was the first time he heard someone refer to their own leg as a dog leg. Even if it was true. Cough, cough. Master Yu Xiaojing coughed a bit. Although he also wanted to laugh a little, because Tang San had fallen several times. The one relatively intact left leg had already been worn down significantly, even bleeding at the knee, making him appear somewhat unsteady while standing. Perhaps due to the muscle memory of this dog leg, Tang San involuntarily dropped to all 4s, like Luo San Pao, lifting his head to look at Yu Xiaojing. This scene is truly amusing, and even he can hardly hold it in. However, The famous Master Yu Xiaojiang's zombie face over the years wasn't built without reason. He knows just how small-minded this little white mouse is. If he mocks him, who knows if this little white mouse might think he's being looked down upon and seek revenge in the future. So, Yu Xiaojiang forced himself to hold back his laughter and said with a serious face, "I need to go back and look through some books to understand your legs. If you had a beast martial soul, it would definitely be due to a mutation of the beast martial soul. But you both have weapon martial souls. And there are no relevant soul bones on you, so it doesn't seem like this is caused by the martial soul or soul bones. Tang San, this is just nonsense. Isn't it? If I had a beast martial soul, I would have known the reason long ago. Why would I need to come and ask you?" Although Yu Xiaojiang was holding back laughter earlier, the twitching corner of his mouth silently mocked Tang San's young heart. And he had successfully taken a jab at Master Yu Xiaojiang. But who made it so that he needed something from someone else? He could only rely on others. So, you should change into a pair of long pants first, and then wrap it around and take a look. Master Yu Xiaojiang didn't know the little schemes in Tang San's heart. After pondering for a moment, he continued, "After all, looking like this is not good for meeting people." Tang San's right leg was cut off along with the pant leg and taken away as a soul bone. Now, it's not just about hiding this dog leg. As long as he's not crawling on all fours, anyone can clearly see this dog leg of his, and even his somewhat reserving K. Upon hearing this suggestion from Master Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San rolled his eyes repeatedly. He had already thought of this idea himself. Okay, originally, he had some hope that this famous master could give him some advice, but he never expected it to be this. But now, he needed something from others and couldn't afford to break ties, so he could only reluctantly respond. "By the way, Xiao San, what exactly did you encounter in the Star Dough Forest?" After the bandaging was done, Yu Xiaojiang just remembered the previous events and couldn't help but ask. "Where is Xiao Wu?" Tang San, lying on the chair, furrowed his brows deeply, searching his memory, but to his surprise, his mind was blank. He only remembered searching for a whole day and night in the Star Dough Forest, but there was no news at all. After that, it was as if his memory had been cut off by something, and he woke up in the life lake in the core area of the Star Dough Forest, only to find himself in this state. "I don't know what exactly happened." Tang San sighed and shook his head. "I can't remember." He was quite frustrated, as he clearly had only 5 spirit rings when entering the Star Dough Forest. But why did he come out with 6? More importantly, his 6th spirit ring, logically, should be at least 10,000 years old, so why was it white? And the more he looked at this white spirit ring, the more familiar it felt to him. Tang San was very confused. Well, Master Yu Xiaojiang noticed that Tang San truly could not recall, so he didn't ask further and nodded. "In that case, you should go rest first. Coincidentally, the dormitory I prepared for Mu Bai and the others is empty now. You can stay there for a night." Hearing this, Tang San was taken aback. The dormitory for Mu Bai and the others was empty? Where had they gone? During the time when the 7-treasure glazed tile school was heavily injured and the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan was destroyed, Tang San had been in the Star Dough Forest, and due to his later delays, he had no knowledge of what happened to the Haoyan school. As for Tang Hao, now that Yin was gone, Tang Hao naturally wouldn't return to the blue-silver forest. After absorbing the soul bone, Tang Hao had already set off to the Star Luo Empire with his brother Tang Xiao, intending to capture Tang Rongyao and exploit the Haoyan hammer from him to restore his martial soul. Indeed, the Haoyan school had a secret technique that could repair broken martial souls, but only the sect master knew this method, primarily to prevent the direct line S martial soul from being broken, and thus losing their status to others. Of course, Tang San was completely unaware of all this. "I've already sent the Poison Douluo to escort Mu Bai back to the Star Luo Empire. He just left a few hours ago." Tang San was even more confused. What could have happened? Mu Bai just returned to the academy. Why did he go to the Star Luo Empire again? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang remembered that Tang San had only just come out of the Star Dough Forest and immediately said with a heavy expression, "Because something big has happened in the Tiando Empire." Something big? Tang San was startled. Seeing the pain in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. "Teacher, could it be that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan has been destroyed?" It was likely that only the death of a parent could cause such a change in the famous Masteress expression. "That's right," Master Yu Xiaojiang said sorrowfully. "Not only has the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan been exterminated, but the other 2 of the 3 great sects have also suffered heavy losses." What? At this moment, Tang San already knew that he was a disciple of the Haoyan school, the #1 hammer sect in the world, and he had even visited the Haoyan school, but he never expected things to turn out like this. He had only been in the Star Dough Forest for a few days. How could such a hidden Haoyan school be gone? Was it the Spirit Hall's doing? Master Yu Xiaojing nodded. The only one capable of annihilating the three great sects is the Spirit Hall, although there is currently no evidence. What does the Spirit Hall want to do? Have they gone mad? Tang San's eyes widened with a fierce look. Daring to harm the Haoyan school is very good. The Spirit Hall has added another path to their death. However, unknowingly, due to the genetic inertia from being a sycophant, as he displayed a fierce look, Tang San couldn't help but jump up from the chair, landing on all fours like a teddy bear, raising his head with a fierce gaze, barking like a dog. Tang San, Master Yu Xiaojing. In the office, Chen Yue covered his mouth, nearly unable to suppress a laugh. Watching with great interest the various expressions of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law duo beside him. What do you think? If this scene spreads across the continent, will Tang San completely explode in popularity and become the new generation of spirit master stars? Upon hearing this, Ian, who had previously shown a hint of emotion upon seeing her son for the first time, immediately stiffened. No, you. Please don't do this. I beg you, let me do anything, just don't. Don't do this to my San. Xiao Wu, the soft-bone rabbit, had completely given up her bottom line. Such things only happen once and countless times. She now understood Chen Yu's power. Even to Ming and Air Ming were no match for him. She had no way out and could only plead hopelessly. She couldn't imagine the kind of impact it would have on her proud San once it was exposed. She might even completely lose her mind. If her beloved San died, what meaning would her life have? All the humiliation she had suffered before would be in vain. I beg you, don't hurt my son. If there is any dissatisfaction, just come at me. Chen Yue looked at her with amusement, pressing one hand on Xiao Wu's head, and looked at Ian, whose face had turned pale, making her heart tremble, and she quickly spoke up. She knew how bottomless this demon was. If it were an ordinary person who was this bottomless, they would have died 1,000 times by now. However, Chen Yue was different. She was well aware that this person's strength was absolutely unfathomable. She knew that Tang Hao's martial soul had already been crippled. If it weren't for the fact that she and Tang Yuehua had gone to plead with Chen Yue for mercy, her beloved Hao would probably have gone to hell. Indeed, a bit of progress, Chen Yue said, ruffling the hair of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, smiling as he leisurely rested his head on the roof, with his heavenly king tower enveloping the three of them. There was no need to worry about anyone in Shrek Academy, even those without a Title Douluo, noticing anything. Next, Tang San should be heading towards the plot of recovering the 4 single attribute families, right? This part is of no use to me. I'll go see the 7-treasure glazed tile school first. If there is nothing, I'll head to the Star Luo Empire to pet some cats. Chapter 23. Flender. Xiaojing, wake up. What are you going to do? There is one more chapter. Dear book friends, don't let the book sit idle. I'm here to give you a burst update on the 520. The current data has even made the dogs shake their heads. But before leaving, how can I not give this master and disciple duo a surprise? How can I justify my visit to Shrek Academy? Chen Yue had a deeply meaningful smile on his face. Inside the room, little San Yu Xiaojing saw Tang San on all fours at that moment, his mouth twitching slightly, and then said seriously, it's getting late. Let us rest first. If there is anything, we can discuss it together when Sect Master Ning and the others arrive tomorrow. Tang San nodded, standing up with a somewhat unnatural expression. He had just taken a step when his dog leg stumbled and he lost his balance, instinctively using his hands to support himself. His head bumped hard against Yu Xiaojing's body. As everyone knows, when a person is on all fours, their head aligns with the flat surface beneath them. This kneeling and head collision thoroughly impacted Yu Xiaojing. Yu Xiaogong, why? Hiss. Yu Xiaojing's face visibly turned from its original zombie-like pallor to a deep red, and he couldn't help but show a look of pain. His hands instinctively shielded Kuan as he jumped up, howling and bouncing out of the dean's office like a jumping zombie. Tang San cursed that wretched dogleg. He glared fiercely at his own leg, wishing at that moment that he could chop it off. However, the pure and handsome him didn't want to become disabled. He thought to himself that he would find a way to restore his legs sooner or later. With resentment, Tang San slowly crawled out of the office. Just as he stepped out, he saw the bouncing Yu Xiaojing, as if he had received some kind of boost, leap up and bang his head against the roof tiles with a loud thud, then fell to the ground with a thud, fainting with a bleeding head. Tang San, this definitely has nothing to do with me. Tang San's mouth twitched, while Flanders, who was watching the show, was also stunned and quickly carried Yu Xiaojing to find a healing soul master. Fortunately, the reputation of Shrek Academy was great at this moment, and they had accepted quite a few healing soul masters. Otherwise, Master Yu Xiaojing's head might not be safe. Thinking of this, Tang San looked around and, taking advantage of the night when no one was around, crawled out of the office using his 8 spider lances. What sound is that? Why do I feel like it's a soul beast crawling? Did you have a nightmare? We're in the academy. How could we hear the sound of soul beast crawling? As he passed by the academy dormitory, he heard the student's word from inside the room, and his mouth twitched again. He hurriedly quickened his pace, scrambling to crawl away and return to his dormitory. As everyone knows, Flanders gave off a stingy aura, and with his personality, it definitely wouldn't provide the 7 monsters with fully equipped dormitory rooms. Thus, when Tang San arrived at the academy dormitory and saw the 4 makeshift rooms Flanders had set up for the 7 monsters, he fell into deep thought. Forget it. Just pick one. Except for Ma Hongjun, the Shrek 7 monsters were all paired off, so it was no wonder Flanders thought that way. Of course, if it weren't for the 7 monsters, he might have just set up 2 large dormitories, one for males and one for females. Tang San noticed that his crawling seemed to have attracted the attention of quite a few students in the darkness behind him, who were now rushing this way. He immediately dared not hesitate anymore, fearing he would suffer social death, so he randomly picked a room and with a bang, closed the door behind him. Wet. The first feeling Tang San had upon entering was that the air was too humid, just like a room that had been soaked by a heavy rain, damp and clammy. Strange? Why is this room like this? Tang San felt puzzled. He remembered that when he was in Stardou Forest, this room was just fine. How could it be so damp in just a few days? Forget it. Whatever, I'll take a shower and sleep. To be honest, the journey in the Stardou Forest over the past few days had left Tang San feeling exhausted, so he stopped thinking too much and walked into the bathroom. Just as he stepped into the bathroom, Chen Yue, Ain, and Xiao Wu's figures appeared on the new bed. I'm feeling a bit down right now. You all know that when I'm in a bad mood, I want to hit someone. I just don't know if Tang San can take a hit. Chen Yue lay on the bed like a lord, squinting at the pair of mother and daughter in front of him, revealing a smile. But the words he uttered turned the faces of the 2 women pale. No, please, I beg you, don't lay a hand on Tang San. He's innocent. If you have any dissatisfaction, just come at me. Xiao Wu was completely bewildered at this moment. She didn't know what use Chen Yue had for her now. Every inch of her was already under Chen Yu's control, and she felt like she was getting more and more used to such things. No, it's definitely not that I'm used to it. I'm just trying to protect Tang San from getting hurt. There's absolutely no other reason. What exactly do you want to do? Compared to Xiao Wu, who was gradually being pushed to the edge, Ain appeared more reserved. She glared angrily at Chen Yue. Is it interesting to humiliate us like this? Not really. Chen Yue shrugged, seemingly ready to get up. But torturing Tang San is somewhat interesting. This time, I'll take him down. Switching to a dog should be nice. Seeing Chen Yu's seemingly ready to get up posture, Xiao Wu, who witnessed Tang San being treated like a dog, was immediately scared pale and hurriedly leaned in. No, please, I beg you, don't treat Tang San like that anymore, woo woo woo. At this moment, she felt a bit dissatisfied with Ain. If Tang San really ended up like that, would she have to become a spiritual couple like Lu Erlong? Ain. She faced the dissatisfied gaze of Xiao Wu, and surprisingly found herself at a loss for words, looking at the already lowered head of Xiao Wu. She also reluctantly suppressed the shame in her heart and silently lowered her head. For her little San, she accepted it. After so many years, the dean was still as stingy as ever. After a full hour, Tang San finally finished his shower. He looked speechlessly at the faucet that was dripping like raindrops and couldn't help but complain, shaking his head as he left the bathroom and lay down on the bed. Is it leaking? As soon as he lay down, he felt a chill. Turning over, he found that the bed was soaked with rainwater and hadn't dried yet. Seriously, what is up with this dean? Why is he so stingy? At this, Tang San became even more dissatisfied. This Flander is stingy with other students. But now he is using this leaky and rain-soaked building to treat the Shrek 7 monsters, who have returned in glory. Tang San couldn't help but curse under his breath. Just as he stood up, he instinctively glanced at his own legs, and then thought about how he had been on all fours in the Stardou Great Forest these past few days, as well as the scene in the office earlier. Tang San thought, forget it, I just finished showering. If I get dirty again, I'll have to wash up when I come back. It's just one night. I can manage. Thinking this way, Tang San slowly fell into a dream. In the dream, he saw the girl he had been longing for, Xiao Wu. After 5 years apart, Xiao Wu was even more charming in his eyes, especially with her shy expression, which completely captivated the pure and noble Tang San. Xiao Wu, it's been 5 years. How have you been? I miss you so much. Hearing Tang San's murmurs in his sleep, Xiao Wu's face suddenly changed and turned even redder at a visible speed. It seemed that Tang San's dream hand accidentally brushed against her, causing Xiao Wu to gasp in surprise. Ah, Are you giving your three a little response? Chen Yue said with a playful smile. Or, would you like me to give you this three a little something to eat? Xiao Wu, the education during this period has been very successful. This toy rabbit has recognized the situation and has become exceptionally obedient. Even if she were asked on the spot to treat the pure and noble Tang San Xiao to some Oreos, it probably wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, is this even a small matter? Soon, the sky began to brighten. Flander, looking exhausted, carried the already healed Yu Xiaojing back to the dormitory. As soon as he entered the room, he noticed a damp smell, and his brows furrowed instantly. He cursed, "Damn it. How dare the construction team in Heavenly Dou City be so corrupt? Are they cutting corners too?" A few days ago, there had been heavy rain, and now the room felt completely damp. Flander wasn't a fool. He immediately thought of the construction team he had hired, sure that they had embezzled his gold soul coins. No, I must confront them tomorrow. Flander thought angrily, suddenly frowning. Wait, why does it smell a bit like Erlong? Just as he was feeling puzzled, he heard Yu Xiaojing mumbling in his sleep. Erlong, Erlong, I miss you. Thud. Flander, who was pressed down on the ground, was like, what? No, why are you thinking of Erlong and pressing me down? Hey, Xiaojing, wake up. I'm not Erlong, what do you want? Flander cursed and was about to push Yu Xiaojing away, but for some reason, his soul power could not be used at that moment. Then he was horrified to see Yu Xiaojing's face showing a flush of excitement, which scared him to death. What are you doing? Get away. Erlong, I miss you so much. How about we have a child? Just consider it adding more bloodlines to our blue lightning tyrant dragon family, okay? Flander was like, what? No, you should go find Erlong's sister for a child. Why come to me? Don't come over. Chapter 24. Qian Renxue, porcupine fish, snake spear, damn it. There, a cheat. 520 extra update S. The author's sacrifice today as once a year, 520, to give readers explosive updates. Where are your tickets, your support? Oh, we haven't found any trace of Madame. Not even how they left. 7 treasures glazed sect. Ning Fengji has returned to the sect with Bon Douluo Gu Rong for a while now. They searched the entire sect, almost digging 3 feet into the ground. It still found nothing. Even how Madame Ning, the esteemed Shangwan Wan, left is completely unknown. This news immediately darkened Ning Fengji's expression. Master, this matter is likely the work of the Spirit Hall. Bon Douluo Gu Rong's face was serious. Only the Spirit Hall has the strength to silently infiltrate our sect on the continent. Their target is probably us. Uncle Bon, you are right. Ning Fengji nodded slowly, but his dark expression gradually shifted to one of shrewdness. However, I have to say, the Spirit Hall is making a terrible move. Bon Douluo, do you want to hear what you just said? Your wife has been kidnapped, and yet you show such an expression? As if sensing the oddity in Bon Douluo's face. Ning Fengji's lips twitched. Uncle Bon, you just can't understand this. Bon Douluo nodded. Indeed, he couldn't comprehend it, but he was greatly shocked. Although we haven't found concrete evidence. In this situation, evidence is unnecessary. Ning Fengji's eyes sparkled with wisdom. The Spirit Hall openly destroying the Haoyan sect has stirred the entire continent. The status of the 2 empires has been seriously threatened, and they will definitely impose sanctions on the Spirit Hall. Even now, without evidence of the annihilation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, everyone is not foolish and naturally knows that the matter concerning the 3 upper sects is definitely the doing of the Spirit Hall. Recently, the Spirit Hall even issued a notice to the Star Luo Empire, demanding they hand over the remnants of the Haoyan sect, Tang Rongyao, within 3 days. Bon Douluo nodded. That's right. He also knew about this matter. But upon hearing Ning Fengji's next words, Bon Douluo's hair stood on end. But Uncle Bon, do you think a mere disciple of the Haoyan sect poses any threat to the Spirit Hall, even if let go? Bon Douluo's expression changed drastically. Are you saying they're feigning an attack on the Haoyan sect, but in reality, they want to take this opportunity to destroy the Star Luo Empire? If that's the case, then the intentions of the Spirit Hall are completely obvious. You have to understand, if the Star Luo Empire falls, then only the Heavenly Dou Empire will remain. However, looking at the current situation in the Heavenly Dou Empire, there are only Gu Rong and Chen Yue left. And if you count Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, there are only 5 Title Douluo in total. According to their actions against the Haoyan sect, the Spirit Hall has likely mobilized over 10 Title Douluo and even 2 Super Douluo at level 96. If they really succeed in destroying the Star Luo Empire, then this continent will completely belong to the Spirit Hall. The most critical point is that the Spirit Hall is using the guise of righteousness, and many soul masters are standing on their side. The more Ning Fengji thought about it, the more anxious he became, pacing back and forth. After a moment, he asked, "Has Uncle Jian not returned yet?" "No," Bon Douluo Gurong replied, his face grave. As an old rival, he knew the strength of Sword Douluo, Chen Renxue, who was at the peak of level 97. Of course, with Chen Renxue having lost an arm now, his strength was greatly reduced. But with his 7-killing sword martial spirit, even an ordinary level 98 might not be his match. From what Bon Douluo Gurong knew, among all the super Douluo in the Douluo continent, besides the grand offering of the Spirit Hall, the only one who could possess level 98 soul power was probably the current Pope Bibi Dong. However, what Bon Douluo Gurong didn't know was that there was a golden crocodile Douluo who had been hiding in the offering hall for over 60 years, and he was a terrifying peak level 98. Chen Renxue was already struggling under his hands. If Sword Douluo, Chen Renxue had not lost his arm and had Ning Fengji support, perhaps he could have fought against the peak level 98 golden crocodile Douluo. But now, with Chen Renxue's greatly reduced strength and no support from Ning Fengji, plus the golden crocodile Douluo's murderous intent rising, it was uncertain whether he could return intact. The golden crocodile Douluo's thoughts were simple. Since this Sword Douluo, Chen Renxue had blindly guessed their whereabouts, it was likely that there would be some changes regarding the young master in the Heavenly Dou Palace. Therefore, even if he had to risk injury or even serious injury, he needed to take down Sword Douluo, Chen Renxue. Otherwise, if anything happened to the young master, he feared that the entire offering hall would go mad, and even the hidden grand offering Title Douluo would go berserk. Thus, it was destined that Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo would not wait for Sword Douluo, Chen Renxue to return. Soon, a disciple of the 7-treasure glazed tile school hurried over and whispered a few words in Bon Douluo Gurong's ear. Bon Douluo Gurong's expression darkened, almost like a dramatic change in a Sichuan opera. "What's wrong, Gushu?" Ning Fengji glanced at the departing disciple, frowning and asking. "Master, something has happened." Bon Douluo Gurong's face was somewhat ugly. "A few of our disciples studying at the Moon Pavilion have gone missing." "What? The Moon Pavilion?" As the gathering place for almost all noble disciples in the entire Heaven Dou city, naturally had a certain quota for the 7-treasure glazed tile school to send disciples to study there. This matter has always been the responsibility of the Sword Douluo Qian. But the Bon Douluo Gurong sent someone to pay attention to the movements of the Yuexian Pavilion. Of course, those sent may not be able to enter the Yuexian Pavilion, but it shouldn't be a problem to keep watch outside and grasp some trends. But now, the people he sent out to observe the situation discovered that the disciples of the 7-treasure glazed tile school inside the Yuexian Pavilion had not appeared on time for a long time. This group of disciples responsible for observation initially thought that some activities of the Yuexian Pavilion were taking place outside. However, as time went on and there was still no news from the Yuexian Pavilion, some of the disciples became restless and went to investigate the pavilion. However, this investigation led to a big problem. They went missing. The Soul Saint disciple who went to investigate the Yuexian Pavilion has gone missing. It's a true disappearance, just like evaporating into thin air. How could this happen? Ning Fengji was immediately stunned. Could it be that something went wrong with the Haoyan sect? As one of the top 3 sects, Ning Fengji had some connections with Yu Yunjin and Tang Xiao. These 3 leaders of the top 3 sects had some ties. Moreover, since Ning Fengji had met Tang Xiao before, upon seeing Tang Yue and noticing the resemblance between the two, he began to have some speculations. However, there was no need to verify this matter, so he didn't investigate further, just keeping an eye on it. Now that he thinks back, the Haoyan sect was destroyed, and something happened at the Yuexian Pavilion. The events that occurred are, according to the words of Gurong, completely out of order. In other words, before the destruction of the Haoyan sect, the Yuexian Pavilion had already encountered trouble. It is Xue Qinghe. Almost at the same moment, Ning Fengji and Gurong thought of the most crucial figure. He couldn't hold back any longer. He was going to usurp power. This Xue Qinghe actually had the madness to contact the Spirit Hall. Isn't that courting death? The two were as anxious as if sitting on pins and needles, no longer able to remain calm. If Sword Douluo Qian were here, the 3 of them would have gone straight to the Imperial Palace without a second thought. But now that Sword Douluo Qian hasn't returned, if they went rashly, they might be caught like turtles in a jar. At this moment, a disciple hurried over, "Sect Master, here is your letter." This person said it was a letter from an old friend and then left. The guarding disciples didn't even know when this person appeared and didn't see how he left. Upon hearing this, Gurong and Ning Fengji were both taken aback, exchanging glances. And Ning Fengji then took the letter, saying, "You can leave now." "Yes." After the disciple left, Ning Fengji looked at the letter sealed with wax in his hand. His brow slightly furrowed. An old friend's letter? He went through his mind, but couldn't think of who it could be. Glancing at Bon Douluo Guron, the latter shrugged and raised his hands. Sect Master, I don't have any old friends either. Since he couldn't figure out, he might as well open the letter to see. Ning Fengji slowly opened the letter, and after seeing the writing on it, he instantly understood who this old friend was. At this moment, Chen Yue had already returned to the Tiando Imperial Palace. Originally, he should have gone to the Xinglua Empire, but just as he was about to set off, the sea tortoise came to find him, saying that Qian Jun wanted to seek his help with something, but he didn't say what it was. Immediately, Chen Yue rushed over, taking the opportunity to also take care of a certain somewhat resentful and hungry little bird. Thank you for your assistance, noble one. Qian Jun solemnly bowed to Chen Yue, his face serious, meeting the puzzled gaze of Qian Renxue. He did not explain, but instead released his martial soul. Red? The first burst of eerie red light instantly stunned Qian Renxue, while the nearby nearly popped its eyes out, exclaiming, "What the hell, it's cheating. This damn first soul ring turned out to be 100,000 years old. Isn't that just cheating? Thank you." Although the demon slayer Douluo still has some prejudice against Chen Yue, he is already over 60 years old, not some rabbit with lovesick thoughts in his head. In the face of such important matters, he naturally sees things clearly. However, he feels a bit resentful. Is it a bit condescending to give it to his brother and not to him? After absorbing the soul ring, it was just right. Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth. I have a secret place of feng shui. Do you want to go take a look? The little white mice delivered to our doorstep are about to play their role. Chapter 25. What the heck? Can we really hear this? Feng Shui Treasure Land? Secret Realm? Upon hearing this, Qianjun Jiaoma was slightly taken aback, and the two brothers exchanged glances, both seeing the clarity that ran deep in each other's eyes. They had grown up, but they had really never heard of any secret realms. It's not their fault. During the fighting period, there were hardly any secret realms. There was just the Rakshasa secret realm, plus the sea god secret realm, and at most, one angel secret realm. But these three places are all related to inheriting divine positions. It's only natural that they haven't heard of the Qianjun demon suppression. I haven't been to the secret realm myself, so I'm not very clear about the situation inside. Facing the five people's innocent and clear eyes, Chen Yue smiled and said, anyway, once you go in, just remember one thing. Aside from your teammates, everyone you see is an enemy. Previously, in the Tianyuan secret realm rewarded by the system, there was a small world filled with vine demons, but Chen Yue didn't know the strength of these vine demons, as he had never been inside. After all, with his Pangu Axe's bug-like power, as long as they weren't unmatched Douluo, they were probably all equal to him. He also hadn't fought much, so he lacked experience and knowledge, making it impossible for him to judge the strength of the vine demons. Therefore, after careful consideration, he didn't go in himself, nor did he let Qian Renxue enter, and he definitely didn't let the rookie Sichuan Snake Spear go in. After thinking it over, he concluded that Qianjun Demon Suppression was more suitable. Perfect. Let Qianjun Demon Suppression clear a vacuum area in the Tianyuan secret realm, and then he could put the toys he collected inside. After they were born, they could come out, and he could have the Qianjun Demon Suppression brothers take care of the unexpected arrivals. Perfect. Chen Yue couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his own idea. One day in Douluo continent is equivalent to 10 days in the Tianyuan secret realm, so 10 months of pregnancy. Staying in the Tianyuan secret realm for over 300 days would only be over 30 days in Douluo continent, right? At this moment, after hearing Chen Yue's words, the pure clarity in Qianjun Demon Suppression's eyes deepened. Everyone you see is an enemy? With that said, the Demon Slayer Douluo became even more curious, and couldn't help but ask, so, does that mean we need to go in and seize the treasures? Yes, but also no. Chen Yue smiled slightly, then asked, if you develop inside, you might have a chance to possess a soul ring configuration like your brother's. Hearing this, the Demon Slayer Douluo, who had originally felt a bit of danger, was instantly captivated. Wow, if such a secret realm exists, wouldn't it be a waste of all these years not to experience it? The Thousand Gene Douluo glanced at his eager little brother, his mouth twitching slightly, but he didn't oppose it. Instead, he said, since there is such a secret realm, it wouldn't hurt for us brothers to go and test it out. After seeing both of them nodding, Chen Yue's smile widened. These two little lab rats were quite obedient, and it was worth the soul fragment stone and the 10,000-year soul ring he had given them. You will thank me when you come out. Chen Yue smiled slightly, waved his sleeve, and suddenly a black vortex erupted from the large door nearby, resembling a black hole, deep and unfathomable. Even when mental energy touched it, it felt as if it was sinking into a quagmire, being forcefully crushed and severed. Brother? The one emanating spiritual energy, seemingly testing the waters, was naturally the demon slayer Douluo. After feeling the connection with that segment of spiritual energy severed, his expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but look towards the Qian Douluo. Let's go. Compared to this kid, Qian Douluo, as the elder brother, was clearly more composed and calm. He found it quite normal that this spiritual energy was crushed. Since it was said to be a secret realm, it was naturally not something they could investigate at their current level. Perhaps they would only know what it was like after entering. Moreover, if Chen Yue wanted to harm the two brothers, he wouldn't need to offer a mysterious crystal capable of crushing soul rings or a heavy price, like a 100,000-year soul ring. Of course, rather than saying Qian Douluo believed in Chen Yue, it was more accurate to say he trusted Qian Renxue to some extent. After all, Qian Renxue grew up in the offering hall, and to those who were offerings, she was like a beloved granddaughter. And now, this Chen Yue was the man recognized by Qian Renxue. Plus, he had a part in controlling the palace, so naturally, he didn't think Chen Yue had any reason to harm them. With this thought in mind, Qian Douluo no longer hesitated, grabbing hold of the demon slayer Douluo, and they quickly walked into the black hole. Chen Yue waved his sleeve again, and the black hole instantly disappeared from the doorway. If it weren't for the fact that Qian Jun and Demon Slayer had already vanished, Qian Renxue might have even doubted if the black hole had appeared at all. Senior, any instructions? Not only was Qian Renxue stunned, but even the Title Douluo, the porcupine, and the snake spear, who were good friends, were dumbfounded at this moment. One, no. Two living people just entered that so-called secret realm. They felt that the instant Qian Jun and Demon Slayer entered, it was as if the two suddenly evaporated. Their presence vanished instantaneously, and no matter how they sensed it, they couldn't detect anything. At this moment, the more perceptive snake spear noticed that Chen Yue's gaze fell on their duo and quickly said, "The battle between Golden Crocodile Douluo and Sword Douluo is about to conclude. You should go send Chen Xian on his way." After pondering for a moment, Chen Yue finally spoke. If he guessed correctly, the previous incidents of him kidnapping Ning Rongrong and taking away Madame Shangwan, Ning Fengji's wife, must have already been known to Ning Fengji, and he had undoubtedly returned to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to take control of the situation. Chen Xian going after him for kidnapping Ning Rongrong and encountering Golden Crocodile Douluo would certainly not allow for any chance of returning to report. After all, this was a duel between two peak Douluos, and no ordinary Title Douluo would dare to intrude. As for the remaining two at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Gu Rong and Ning Fengji, they likely wouldn't leave easily without hearing back from Chen Xian. However, if other matters arose, Chen Yue calculated with his fingers, a smile appearing on his face as he added, "After sending Chen Xian on his way, remember to bring Golden Crocodile directly here to the palace. Understand?" "Yes." Upon hearing Chen Yue's words, the porcupine and snake spear exchanged glances. Although they were quite puzzled, they both responded in unison and quickly turned to leave. Now, the battle between Chen Xian and Golden Crocodile Douluo had reached its later stage. With Chen Xian's one-arm strength, he might not be able to seriously injure Golden Crocodile Douluo, but he could probably inflict some damage. After all, it was still the 7-killing sword martial soul. Unfortunately, lacking Ning Fengji's assistance, otherwise, perhaps Golden Crocodile Douluo would have been counter-killed. Of course, such a scenario was impossible. After watching the porcupine and snake spear leave, Qian Renxue couldn't help but ask, "What do you want the two offerings to come to the palace for?" To give him a surprise. Chen Yue smiled slightly, flipping his left hand, causing Tang Yue, who was imprisoned in the Heavenly King God Tower, to appear. She looked around in confusion, and then her gaze finally settled on Chen Yue. "What do you want?" She didn't understand why this demon kept her alive. Now that Tang Tian had fallen into this demon's hands, and her brother, Ahao, had been crippled at this moment, she couldn't figure out what value her life held for this demon. "It's nothing, just a simple annoyance. I want to take a breather." Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth. Tang Yue. She silently glanced at the curious Qian Renxue, and then, under her wide-eyed gaze, she quietly knelt on the ground. Looking at the once elegant and noble Tang Yue in the moon pavilion, now reduced to such a state, Qian Renxue almost couldn't believe her eyes. "I must be dreaming." To Qian Renxue's murmurs, Chen Yue paid no mind, smiling as he rubbed Tang Yue's head, saying with deep meaning, "The night is still long, and there are quite a few things to do tonight." At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji received a sealed letter with wax dripped on it. Upon seeing the 4 characters' old friend visit, he instantly understood who had written this letter. Who could it be? Just then, Gu Rong suddenly raised his head, his gaze icy, and he whispered, "Old friend, visit." There were two visitors, both cloaked, shrouded in their garments. The leading person's aura made Gu Rong feel as if he were facing a great enemy. He sensed a deep threat from this person. Super Douluo, Tang Zongzhu. It's been a while. Unlike Gu Rong's vigilance, Ning Fengji smiled casually, stood up, and said with a smile. This statement also made Gu Rong slightly stunned. Tang Zongzhu? Is this Tang Xiao? You are the master of Haotian's sect, Tang Xiao? Gu Rong's eyes were filled with surprise. He did not expect that the reclusive Haotian sect, which had been isolated from the world, had a master who had reached the level of a super Douluo. The two cloaked figures lifted their hoods, revealing their faces, which were indeed the brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. Ning Songshu. Tang Xiao nodded slightly and pointed to his brother Tang Hao behind him, saying, "This is my brother, the Haotian Douluo. I believe Ning Zongzhu has heard of him. Haotian Douluo, I have long admired your name." Ning Fengji smiled slightly. He had heard of the Haotian Douluo due to his previous collaboration with Tang San on hidden weapons, although he had never met the person. Now that he saw him, he thought it was somewhat disappointing. It was not as good as not meeting him at all. Tang Hao still looked like he did back in Holy Soul Village, with hair as messy as a chicken's nest and wearing tattered clothes that made him look like a beggar. It truly gave the impression of a wealthy protagonist in a modern urban novel dressing like a loser in a high-end venue. "I didn't know the two of you came to visit. What is the matter?" After some small talk, Ning Fengji asked with a puzzled expression. The envelope did not specify the matter, only stating old friends visiting, which made him recognize it as Tang Xiao's handwriting. "There's indeed something." Tang Xiao nodded slightly and then looked at Tang Hao. "Let my brother explain to Ning Zongzhu." Ning Fengji nodded and looked at Tang Hao, who met their gazes and made a shocking announcement. "The Tian Dou Palace has already been taken over by the Wuhuan Temple." "What?" Ning Fengji suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open, while the Bone Dog Gu Rong exclaimed, "Tang Hao, you can eat recklessly, but you can't talk recklessly. The people from Wuhuan Temple appeared in Tian Dou Palace? Are you implying that the Crown Prince colluded with Wuhuan Temple?" It should be noted that Ning Fengji was still the Crown Prince's teacher and belonged to the Crown Prince's faction. If this accusation spread, it would tarnish the reputation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. "Don't rush to refute," Tang Hao said solemnly. "Haven't you been unable to contact the disciples at Yuexian Pavilion?" "I also went to Yuexian Pavilion, but I encountered 3 Title Douluos there." Upon hearing this, both Ning Fengji and Gu Rong's expressions changed dramatically. 3 Title Douluos? It should be known that there wasn't a single Title Douluo belonging to the Tiandou imperial family. Only a Dugubo was nominally affiliated with the Tiandou Empire as a guest elder because of Prince Xuexing. He merely handled some minor matters for the Tiandou Empire and was completely unreliable in times of great danger. But now, 3 had appeared all at once. The 3 Title Douluos Tang Hao mentioned were indeed the Stingray, the Snake Spear, and Chen Yue. "That's right." Tang Xiao also nodded. "When I went there, I found that there were also 2 Super Douluos present, both at the 96th level, working together perfectly. Even I, at the peak of 96th level, was suppressed and beaten by them. At that time, Qianjun Jiangma was only at mid to late 96th level soul power, but when combined, even a 97th level Title Douluo could fight them. Thus, Tang Xiao, who was only at the peak of 96th level and with injuries, had no way to escape. If Tang Hao hadn't used his charm to lure that old mother turtle into a death exchange, Tang Xiao might have died there. Upon hearing this shocking news, Ning Fengji was also greatly alarmed. He never expected that the seemingly calm Tian Dou Palace had undergone such a significant change, and he had not anticipated that the situation had become so severe. Things were getting urgent. What exactly does the Spirit Hall want to do? After sweeping through the top 3 sects, they still dare to reach for the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace. Are they not afraid of losing the faith of the Spirit Master world and becoming a rat in the street? Everyone shouting to beat them? What do you intend to do? After a long silence, Ning Fengji finally let out a long breath, raised his head to look at the Tang Xiao and Tang Hao brothers, and asked in a deep voice, just as Tang Xiao and Tang Hao were about to speak. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps interrupted them. A blood-soaked disciple of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School stumbled in, exclaiming, "Sect! Sect Master, it's bad. What happened?" Upon seeing this disciple, Gu Rong's heart skipped a beat as he recognized him as the one he personally sent to investigate the Soul Sage outside the Moon Pavilion. But at this moment, the Soul Sage was already on the verge of death. "Sect! Sect Master, we..." We heard Madame's indescribable voice outside the moon pavilion. Ning Feng He. Dan Xiao. Dan Hao. Bon Douluo. Damn, is this something we can hear? Chapter 26 Chen Yue. Which man can withstand such a test? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but look at Ning Fengji. Their eyes, as if a shining crown had grown on his head, making it impossible to look away. Impossible. Ning Fengji's face turned pale. He suddenly stood up and shouted. This is absolutely impossible. My feelings for Madame are sincere and steadfast. She would never do such a thing. But the disciple has been in the sect for so many years and confirmed that it was Madame's voice. Ning Fengji said, let's go to the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace. I want to see who is so bold. This is intolerable. Ning Fengji could no longer hold back. After all, this concerns his reputation as the sect master of one of the top 3 sections. He must clarify this matter. Seeing Ning Fengji angrily leave with Gu Rong, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao exchanged glances and ultimately decided to follow. After all, their purpose for coming here was to rescue Tang Yue and A Yin from the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace, right? The group stormed into the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace. And strangely, there was no one guarding the huge door, and they even walked freely into the moon pavilion. Why is there no one? Ning Fengji looked around in confusion, with 3 Title Douluos forming a triangle to protect him, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Wait, what sound? Ning Fengji suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. He heard his wife, Shang Wan's indescribable voice, and his expression turned grim. In the backyard of the moon pavilion. Let's go in. Just a mere Chen Renxue, not worth mentioning. The golden crocodile Douluo coldly laughed as he removed Chen Renxue's head. Then, he glanced appreciatively at the 2 who had sneak attacked the over 100-year-old Chen Renxue, the stingray and the snake spear. If it weren't for these 2 guys ambushing him, he and Chen Renxue would have had to fight at least another 100 rounds to determine the victor. Very well, you 2. I will request a reward of a soul bone for each of you from the grand offering. Thank you, second offering. The stingray and snake spear were overjoyed, and this pair of good friends nodded in unison to the golden crocodile Douluo. All right, lead the way. He casually flipped his hand and stored Chen Renxue's body into a storage bag. During the previous battle, he sensed that Chen Renxue had soul bone skills. However, the urgent matter now was to follow the stingray and snake spear to the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace. Yes, the stingray and snake spear did not hesitate and quickly led the way. Soon, the group arrived at the moon pavilion in the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace. Previously, in order to capture Tang Yue, Chen Yue and Qian Renxue had abandoned the earlier prince's dormitory and made the moon pavilion their residence. After all, the moon pavilion had many rooms. However, as subordinates, they naturally would not wait outside the dormitory, but instead went to the backyard, asking the golden crocodile Douluo to wait there. As for the stingray and snake spear, they went to knock on the door of the dormitory to report. But Qian Renxue was not here. What is this? The good buddies looked at each other, a bit confused. The young master and that senior said to bring the second offering here, right? Where is this person? Second offering, please wait here for a moment. The young master might be out for some reason. We'll go look for her right away. Fortunately, the snake spear Douluo is quite clever and immediately spoke to the golden crocodile Douluo in the backyard. The golden crocodile Douluo nodded slightly, just right. He could check if there were any soul bones on Chen Renxue's corpse or in his storage bag. With this thought, after watching the porcupine and snake spear leave, the golden crocodile Douluo sat down on a stone chair in the backyard, took out Chen Renxue's corpse, and began to dissect it. A 30,000-year-old torso bone. Too bad it's fused into one. Oh, is this an 80,000-year-old right leg soul bone? Not bad, not bad. Ah, and there's a 70,000-year-old spirit skull bone. This is something I didn't expect. The golden crocodile Douluo looked at the 2 soul bones over 50,000 years old in his hand, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. But in the next moment, he seemed to sense some commotion. When he raised his head, he heard Ning Fengji's murderous words. You dog thief, come and take your life. Golden crocodile Douluo. This sounds a bit familiar, doesn't it? Ning Fengji was shaking with anger, as he had previously heard his wife, Shang Wan, make that indescribable sound right here. Now, the only one left in the moon pavilion was the golden crocodile Douluo, without a doubt the one who had captured her. For a moment, Ning Fengji felt his entire face turning green with rage, and he let out a roar, you dog thief, go die. However, just as his thunderous roar fell, a stone suddenly fell and hit him on the forehead with a thud, followed by Shang Wan's indescribable voice echoing through the air. Ning Feng He. Gurong? Dan Xiao, Dan Hao? Golden crocodile Douluo? Ning Fengji stared dumbfounded at the stone in his hand, from which the familiar and indescribable sounds were emanating. His mind was in a daze. Was this a soul guide that could record sound? During the Douyi period, although soul guides were not very advanced, there were many things in daily life that relied on them, such as this type of sound recording soul guide, which functioned similarly to a tape recorder. Big brother, why does that head in front of this person's table look a bit familiar? Tang Hao's expression turned slightly unnatural as he turned away. He had also been in the Moon Pavilion and heard the voices of Tang Yuehua and even Ayin, so he naturally guessed this was the work of Chen Yue. However, being fellow sufferers under the same sky, instead of feeling sympathy for Ning Fengji's plight, he felt a sense of glee, as if finally someone was in the same situation as him. But when he looked at the stone table in front of the golden crocodile Douluo, the more he looked at that head, which was badly damaged, the more familiar its face seemed. I have the same feeling, Tang Xiao said, similarly to Tang Hao, as he had also heard similar indescribable voices at Hao Yinsek before. However, after Tang Hao's words, he also shifted his attention, and the more he looked, the more he felt that head was familiar. Is there even a need to ask? Jiandou, Chenxin's head, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. These two brothers have met him before, so they naturally feel very familiar. At this moment, Ning Fengji finally turned off the recording soul guide, then raised his head to look at the confused golden crocodile, Douluo, just about to say something. When he saw Chenxin's head, he immediately exclaimed, Jianshu. Gurong was also shocked. You bastard? It's you who killed Jianshu? Ning Fengji widened his eyes and suddenly looked up at the golden crocodile, Douluo. You're looking for death? Secmaster, stop talking nonsense. I'm going to take revenge for that bastard. Gurong's face was filled with killing intent, his eyes filled with blood. This was his good buddy after so many years. How could he just disappear now? He couldn't swallow this anger. He had to avenge his good buddy. Kill. With a command from Ning Fengji, without saying another word. Like an unleashed beast, he directly activated his martial soul, true body, and charged towards the golden crocodile Douluo. In this moment, the auxiliary buff from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda was also stacked to the maximum in an instant. We also joined in. Seeing the famous swordsman Chen Renxue actually being killed, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were both taken aback, but they didn't hesitate and rush to help. They understood that anyone who could kill Chen Renxue could naturally also kill Gurong, even with Ning Fengji's buff fully stacked. With this thought in mind, the two of them simultaneously took out their hammers and charged towards the golden crocodile, Douluo. Earlier, Tang Hao's martial soul was shattered, but with Tang Xiao's help, they went to the Star Luo Empire to capture the survivor, Tang Rongyao, planning to use a unique secret method to take his martial soul and give it to Tang Hao. This is equivalent to a secret technique in cultivation that seizes the supreme bone. Of course, it's just a principle and doesn't have such a heaven-defying effect. Instead, its effect is quite low. Therefore, Tang Hao's soul power is only at level 90, unable to maintain even his original soul power level. So you are a remnant of the Haotian sect. You Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School really have some guts to actually shelter a wanted criminal from the Spirit Hall. Seeking death. Facing the attacks from the three of them, Golden Crocodile Douluo was completely unfazed. Among the three, only Tang Xiao, who was at the peak of level 96, caught his attention slightly. As for Tang Hao and Gurong, in his eyes, they were no different from small fry. Since you insist on seeking death, then I shall grant your wish. A fierce battle erupted in the backyard of the Moon Pavilion, but due to the palace's blockade, hardly anyone felt it, except for Chen Yue. At this moment, Chen Yue was taken back to the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace by the mysteriously smiling Qian Renxue. What are you going to do? Chen Yue looked at her in confusion. At this moment, he truly didn't know what Qian Renxue was thinking. I have prepared a big gift for you, Qian Renxue huffed, assuring that you would absolutely love it. Chen Yue was instantly overjoyed and picked her up, startling Qian Renxue into pushing him away. What are you doing? I absolutely love you. Qian Renxue, hissing, this bastard. How can he speak so sweetly? Qian Renxue instinctively touched her slightly bulging abdomen. Huffed. Don't mess around. I'm pregnant. It's good that this guy has some conscience. Qian Renxue thought happily. The more she looked at the stunningly handsome Chen Yue, the more pleasing he appeared to her. Hiss. How can my man be so dashing? Under Qian Renxue's guidance, Chen Yue arrived at a side hall. When she opened the door, he saw a legally lowly in a Lolita outfit lying on the big bed, unconscious. Chen Yue was stunned. What is this? Qian Renxue crossed her arms and smiled slightly. Shuaiku, the princess of the Heavenly Dou Empire. How about it? Are you moved? Chen Yue never expected that Shuaiku, who was merely a supporting character in the original story, would turn out to be a legally lowly. and lying on the phoenix bed, decorated by Qian Renxue, made her even more charming. After swallowing hard, Chen Yue looked up at Qian Renxue. What are you doing? The Heavenly Dou Empire is already under my control, but this girl seems to have sensed something and came to persuade me a couple of days ago. I fear she might leak information, so I locked her up. Qian Renxue said casually. I originally planned to marry her off after seizing power, but it seems I can give her to you for free now. How about it? Saying this, she leaned in closer and whispered in Chen Yue's ear with a smile. As the saying goes, Loli has 3 good traits: sweet voice, soft body, and easy to topple. Hiss. Chen Yue gasped. Are you testing me with this shueko? Which man can withstand the test of a legally lowly? You think you can test a normal person? Which normal person can endure such a test? Chen Yue exhaled deeply, and he had to admit that Qian Renxue had him firmly in her grasp. She was truly testing him like this. Seeing Chen Yue's reaction, Qian Renxue remained silent with a smile. However, the little smugness on her face betrayed her thoughts. As expected, he's a complete lecher. Now that I'm the prince of the empire, I don't believe I can't figure you out in the future. At this moment, Qian Renxue felt as if she had Chen Yue by the throat, finally having him under her control. However, she knew that just having shueko wasn't enough. She needed to increase her stakes. Tomorrow, I will increase the dosage, and after killing Shui Yi, following 3 days of national mourning, I will ascend to the throne. Qian Renxue thought this in her heart, and when she becomes the emperor, she can offer even more stakes. The most famous one is the 4 Elements Academy. She didn't believe the 4 Elements Academy would dare to oppose her. Oh right, she suddenly recalled the words Chen Yue had mentioned when they first met and thought of his actions during this time. Her expression suddenly became a bit strange. Could it be that he has a crush on beautiful wives? Thinking carefully from the beginning, he proposed to be her stepfather, and then there was Tang Yuehua. Well, let's not count her as a wife, but later there was Yin and Madame Ning, and it seemed quite reasonable, right? Qian Renxue didn't know that Chen Yue also had a little cat and teased a big Tyrannosaurus. After all, he didn't bring these 2 back to the palace. But it didn't prevent Qian Renxue from making a judgment. By the way, Chen Yue spoke up, interrupting Qian Renxue's thoughts. How do you plan to explain this to her? This legally lowly shueko looks too cute. He felt a bit reluctant to harm her. If this princess wakes up and makes a scene, he estimated he might slap her to death, which would be a pity. He could only hope that Qian Renxue had handled the aftermath well. No witties. Qian Renxue revealed a sweetly confident smile that Chen Yue found familiar. I've already told her that she will live in the palace from now on and won't be married off. At this point, her tone suddenly turned cold. But if she dares to step out of the palace by even half a step, I will hang Tang Yin's head at her doorstep. Chen Yue almost forgot that this imperial princess in the original story also had a secret crush on the pure and clean Tang person. Chapter 27. Qian Renxue. I'm afraid Grandpa Golden Crocodile will beat you to death. The last time, the little cat was too proud and slipped away after finishing the food Chen Yue gave her. For this, Chen Yue was not the least bit annoyed. Every day he drove his new car and sped around, living quite a leisurely life. But just that night, when he was preparing to sleep early, a golden-haired rich woman heard about his excellent racing skills and took a customized white Porsche, asking him to take her for a race. The blonde rich woman said that if Chen Yue could impress her with his racing, she would give him the customized white Porsche as a gift. To this, Chen Yue felt it was his duty. He wasn't doing it for the white Porsche, but mainly because he couldn't go against a woman's wishes, right? So he took the rich woman back to the familiar stretch of road and raced madly. To be honest, this Porsche truly lives up to its reputation as a famous sports car, or rather, a customized version. The speed it reaches when racing is completely unmatched by previous experiences. After Chen Yue became familiar with the handling of this white Porsche, he quickly impressed the blonde, wealthy woman in the passenger seat, delivering a very satisfying performance. The wealthy woman gave Chen Yue a thumbs up, expressing her admiration, and signed a transfer agreement for the white Porsche on the spot. You really are amazing at racing. I'm impressed. This completely stunned Chen Yue. It should be noted that this white Porsche is worth over 7 figures, and since it's a custom version, the price is likely even higher. Therefore, he firmly refused her offer, but the blonde, wealthy woman countered by throwing down cash, effectively breaking Chen Yue's backbone. She even said that whenever she felt like throwing up after a meal, but couldn't, she would definitely come to Chen Yue for a joyride, claiming it would be much better than any hospital stomach wash. In response, Chen Yue expressed deep respect and very gentlemanly asked the blonde, wealthy woman to leave. At this moment, he finally had the time to look at the somewhat battered white Porsche after the street racing. He let out a long sigh and shook his head. Well, the car is still drivable, but if I race it again, it will probably need to be sent to the repair shop. Fortunately, this white Porsche is a custom version, and the repair shop is open 24 hours. He drove the Porsche towards the repair shop, unaware that across from the shop, an old man lying in the shade, feeling the northwest wind, suddenly widened his eyes in shock upon seeing the state of the white Porsche. He pointed at Chen Yue and cursed loudly. How did this car end up in your hands? Is this how you treat her? Such a good car. How could you let it get into this shabby state? Don't you have any compassion? Chen Yue felt a bit bewildered. It's my car. What does it have to do with you? Mind your own business. To his surprise, the old man became so angry that his face turned red and started to bruise. Then he awkwardly fell back onto the chair. Chen Yue thought, damn, could this lead to someone dying? What? You said Shui died? Qian Renxue had just returned to her palace and taken a shower. Before she could lie down to rest, she saw a somewhat guilty-looking Chen Yue walking over. She frowned and asked suspiciously, did you provoke him? No, Chen Yue said, his gaze a bit unnatural, but he still spoke confidently. I was just curious about who lived in such a luxurious palace, so I took a look inside. Who knew that old man would die as soon as he saw me? Qian Renxue felt that this matter wasn't as simple as Chen Yue described, but she had no evidence. Where's Shueku? Chen Yue coughed. She is recovering in a very safe place. Qian Renxue was even more suspicious, but didn't ask further. All right, just be careful. She can't leave the palace. Otherwise, someone might support her to take the throne, which would affect our plans. Got it. Chen Yue nodded and glanced at the already brightening sky. By the way, how is it going over at Yuxian Pavilion? It should be about time, right? Qian Renxue's expression suddenly stiffened, and her mouth twitched. Why don't you go to the Xingluo Empire first, and then come back? She remembered that Chen Yue had mentioned wanting to go to the Xingluo Empire before. What's wrong? Qian Renxue's mouth twitched. I'm afraid Grandpa Jean, he will kill you. That's unlikely, right? Chen Yue whispered, isn't it just about him killing the Sword Douluo, and then the god coming down to 1v3 against Gu Rong, Tang Hao, and Tang Xiao? This little thing shouldn't be enough for him to hold a grudge, right? Qian Renxue was like, you call this a small matter. Do you have some misunderstanding about the word small? Isn't it just that? Why don't you go kill him? Chen Yue confidently replied, of course I want to protect my dear Shue. How could I just run around, right? Qian Renxue thought, this bastard. Why is he so slick with his words? She felt pleased in her heart, but maintained a stern face. I advise you to finish your business in the Xingluo Empire before coming back. Otherwise, even if you flatter me, if Grandpa Jean, he gets angry, I won't plead for you. She was also curious about Chen Yu's strength. After all, if it weren't for the fact that he had given her a soul ring back then, she figured that even if the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape were combined, they wouldn't be enough for Chen Yue to cleave with a single axe. Since you say that, then I won't go. Chen Yue chuckled. Once dawn breaks, you can announce that Ning Fengji, the master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and Elder Gu Rong have committed treason, stormed into the Tiando Imperial Palace, killed Emperor Shui, and then fled. A couple of days later, you just let the Spirit Hall release a statement saying these two guys have been executed and hang their heads at the door of the Spirit Hall. Qian Renxue was somewhat unconvinced. Why should the credit go to the Spirit Hall? The Jean represents they are from our angel clan. How can we give this credit to the Spirit Hall? And what about the Sword Douluo? His death means nothing? Chen Yue smiled and remained silent. At this moment, Qian Renxue finally became aware and asked in shock, how do you know that Ning Fengji and Gu Rong are dead, and that Tang Xiao and Tang Hao have escaped? She remembered that she hadn't mentioned the battle from last night. How did Chen Yue seem to know the outcome instantly, as if he had foreseen it? Chen Yue smiled and remained silent, showing no intention of explaining. The golden crocodile Douluo was indeed very powerful. After killing Chen Yue, he was able to single-handedly take on 3 opponents and even managed to kill one. Indeed, with Ning Fengji's support, Gu Rong could unleash his full strength at the peak level of 96. But he was still not a true Super Douluo and could only barely withstand the golden crocodile Douluo's attacks. However, if Ning Fengji had assisted Tang Xiao, the 3 of them together could have pressured the golden crocodile Douluo, who was not at full strength, especially since he had expended a lot of soul power fighting Chen Yue and was relying on his level advantage to hold his ground. But this would create a fatal weakness. Gu Rong. Without Ning Fengji's buff, Gu Rong was the weakest among the 3 Title Douluos. Even the 91st ranked Tang Ritian could defeat a Super Douluo under the right conditions, and the golden crocodile Douluo, who was well aware of how Tang Hao had crushed Qin Xuanji in the past, clearly recognized that these 2 wielding large hammers were not to be trifled with. Therefore, he focused on Gu Rong, who had lost his buff. Upon seeing this, Ning Fengji hurriedly tried to transfer the buff, but unexpectedly. The snake spear were waiting for this moment and instantly killed Ning Fengji, who was fully focused on transferring the buff. Just like that, without Ning Fengji's support, the three of them could not contend with the golden crocodile Douluo. In the end, they had to rely on Tang Hao's explosion ring to retreat together, but Gu Rong unfortunately got targeted by the snake spear, which delayed him for a few seconds. And it was those few seconds that sealed his fate. As a result, Tang Xiao had no choice but to quickly retreat with the weakened Tang Hao after the explosion, effectively sacrificing his teammate. From a moment he instructed the snake spear to call for help. Chen Yue had been planning this for several days, but the arrival of the golden crocodile Douluo was beyond his expectations. Originally, he had anticipated that a peak Douluo like Si Gongfeng would come to deal with Chen Xin. But now with the golden crocodile Douluo's arrival, it had turned into an extraordinarily powerful enforcer, allowing him to stay perfectly hidden in the background. Now, after 2 exhilarating battles since his return, the golden crocodile Douluo would soon realize that he had been used as a pawn, right? With this thought, Chen Yue no longer hesitated and quietly left the Tiandou Imperial Palace. At this moment, that old man must be furious and wanting to find out who this mastermind is. But I want to let you find out. Just for fun. Ha ha ha. Damn. Just 1 minute after Chen Yue vanished, the disheveled golden crocodile Douluo appeared in the area, looking utterly defeated, as if he were a beggar. This is Tang Hao's explosion ring hitting him. Of course, if it weren't for the golden crocodile Douluo's soul power being nearly depleted, with his peak strength at level 98, he would never have been hammered like this by Tang Ritian's explosion ring, which is only at level 91, outside of Tiandou City. Brother, why don't we just leave? Tang Xiao threw a big slap on his face and said with some frustration, Leave? Ain and Yuehua are in the Tiandou Palace. How can you say such a thing? Brother, do you still remember how my martial soul was shattered? Tang Xiao frowned. Isn't it just that golden crocodile Douluo? Just as Tang Hao was about to say something, he heard a voice that made him feel cold all over. It's not him, it's me. Chen Yue, with his arms crossed, smiled at the two brothers. How about I show you? 10 minutes later, Tang Hao was in despair, holding his head and crying, thinking he would never go to the Tiandou Palace again. It was too terrifying. What are you crying about? Tang Xiao slapped him again. Let's go to Sea God Island. There must be a way to punish this demon. Tang San, you actually stole the secret treasure of our sect, committing such a heinous crime. This is an act of great treachery. Tang San, Tang Sect, raised you with great difficulty, yet you repay kindness with enmity, committing such an act that angers both gods and men. Voices echoed in Tang San's mind, and faces began to expand rapidly soon. More than 10 elders of the Tang sect surrounded him. I didn't do anything. You were talking nonsense. There's nothing more to say. Tang San, you have committed a grave crime and will face the highest punishment of our sect. The 10 elders stared coldly at the surrounded Tang San, and with a loud shout from Tang Daxian, catch that rabbit for me. Then, an inner sect disciple was seen holding Xiao Wu, kneeling in front of Tang San, letting him see his beloved rabbit turn from white to black. Hearing this, Tang San's eyes turned bloodshot. No, you can't. If you have anything, come at me. Don't hurt my Xiao Wu. Singa, save me. Tang San's eyes were blood red as he stared at the inner sect disciple, suddenly feeling the person's face looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it for a moment. But if Qian Renxue were here, she would definitely recognize that the one dressed as an inner sect disciple was none other than Chen Yue. Don't worry, I'm also responsible for the sect's punishment. Once the punishment is over, it is highly likely that the sect will return it to you. Tang San's eyes were bloodshot, struggling desperately, but he was bound by chains in all sorts of ways and couldn't move at all, only able to roar in anger. I refuse. At Shrek Academy, Tang San suddenly woke up, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. It was only then that he realized his entire blanket was soaked. Was I having a nightmare? He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, lifted the blanket, and found the entire sheet was wet and even had a strange smell. Why does it smell a bit like blue silvergrass? Could it be that Xiao Wu has been here? Just as this strange thought arose, it was cut off. How could that be? This is the academy. How could there be such smells in my room? It must be an illusion caused by missing my mother and Xiao Wu too much. Tang San thought to himself, but at that moment, a strange smell entered his nostrils. Why is there such a strong smell? Wait, why are my pants also wet? Tang San panicked and hurriedly took a shower, even washing the sheets and blankets thoroughly. Until midday, Tang San finally stepped out of his room, basking in the sunlight. For some reason, he felt that the midday sun was not warm at all. Could something have happened? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the trembling voice of the famous master Yu Xiaojiang rang out. Xiao San, something bad has happened. Tang San's heart trembled. What happened? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect suddenly attacked and killed the Snow Knight Emperor last night. Now, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect has become a wanted criminal in Tiando. Tang San was shocked. What? Chapter 28 Chen Yue. Why do I feel like you're more excited? How is that possible? Tang San looked incredulously at the equally grave-faced famous master Yu Xiaojiang. Teacher, did you hear wrong? How could the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect rebel? There's no reason for it. Currently, the three major sects have lost too, and the remaining Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is also heavily injured. In this changing situation, the wisest choice for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is to ally with the Tiando royal family and then form an alliance with the two major empires to fight against the Spirit Hall. It's absolutely impossible for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect to plot against the royal palace. This is completely unreasonable. Tang San couldn't understand why Ning Fengji, a cunning old fox, would make such a foolish move. Wait. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he frowned as he looked up at the famous master Yu Xiaojiang, who seemed to have an unpleasant expression. Teacher, you mentioned that the old monster was escorting Mu Bai to the Star Luo Empire, right? That's right. But what about Zhu Qing? Isn't she at the academy? Yu Xiaojiang had no idea that the little cat had already been transported by Chen Yue to the tree hole to meet Dai Mu Bai in Dugabo, and they were escorting her to the Star Luo Empire together. Are you saying that the old monster took both Mu Bai and Zhu Qing out of Heavenly Dou City? After seeing Yu Xiaojiang nod, Tang San suddenly had a bad premonition. This is bad. It seems that things are just as I feared. After confirming that Dugabo had left Heavenly Dou City, Tang San's mind instantly constructed what he believed to be the truth. It was Xue Qinghe who had ordered the assassination of Xue Yi. Coincidentally, Ning Fengji and his group sensed something unusual, but by the time they acted, it was too late, so they were framed by Xue Qinghe and had now become wanted criminals of the Heavenly Dou Empire. With this thought, Tang San's expression also turned ugly as he glanced at Yu Xiaojiang and conveyed his thoughts. Little San, are you serious? Hearing this, the famous master Yu Xiaojiang nearly popped his eyes out. He had no idea about Xue Yi being poisoned. If the old monster was in the palace, then Xue Qinghe wouldn't have been able to take lethal action. But now that the old monster had left, something must have happened to Emperor Xue Yi, and it was definitely Xue Qinghe trying to usurp the throne. Tang San was certain that if he wasn't mistaken, Xue Qinghe would soon hold a funeral for Emperor Xue Yi and then ascend to the throne. What we need to do now is to investigate Emperor Xue Yi's body and confirm whether he was murdered or poisoned. If he was poisoned, it would clear the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School of suspicion. Upon hearing this, the famous master Yu Xiaojiang also found some logic in it. Little San, you have a point. Teacher, we shouldn't delay. Let's go to the palace and request an autopsy. Tang San said eagerly. He desperately needed the assistance of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, as the Haotian School had already been destroyed by the Spirit Hall. Currently, they could only gather the strength of the two empires and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to counter the Spirit Hall. The number of Title Douluo dispatched by the Spirit Hall during the battle that led to the destruction of the Haotian School was astonishing, far beyond what any single force could withstand. Tang San was well aware that with his current strength, let alone countering the Spirit Hall, he would probably just be seen as an ant in their eyes. Little San, don't be too hasty. Seeing the impatient Tang San, the famous master Yu Xiaojiang said in a deep voice, do you think that if we go to the palace now, Xue Qinghe will let us see Emperor Xue Yi's body? Teacher, can't we? Tang San asked, confused. You are now considered a guest of the Heavenly Dou Empire. This small request shouldn't be a problem, right? Ever since the Shrek team represented the Heavenly Dou Empire to win the Soul Master Tournament and took the soul bones from the Spirit Hall, Xue Yi had been very pleased, which is why he specially appointed the famous master Yu Xiaojiang as a guest of the Heavenly Dou Empire. Logically speaking, with his status as a guest, making a request to enter the palace shouldn't be a big deal, right? Little San, tell me, if Emperor Xue Yi was really poisoned by Xue Qinghe, would he let us in the palace? Without hesitation, Tang San replied, Teacher, if he doesn't let us in to examine the body, we can spread the news. Seeing Tang San's naive thinking, Master Yu Xiaojiang almost wanted to slap him to wake him up. What the hell? Has Tang San become stupid after getting the dog leg and spider claw? They're all about to be examined for a corpse. If it really was Xue Qinghe's doing, how could he possibly let them come out safely? Is he insane? We've already entered the palace. Do you think he would let us leave? Xiao San, have you gone dumb after visiting the Stardow Forest? What kind of nonsense is this? Demanding a corpse examination, if successful, would expose Xue Qinghe's conspiracy. If not, how can you still expose his plot? Where in the world does such a good thing happen? Yu Xiaojiang looked at the bewildered Tang San with disappointment. Think about it. If you propose a request for a corpse examination, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, do you really think Xue Qinghe would let you walk out of the palace alive? He never expected that his brilliant disciple would come up with such a foolish idea. It's truly infuriating. Tang San thought for a moment and felt there was some truth to it, but on the other hand, he was somewhat unwilling. So, teacher, are we just going to sit back and let this parricide, Xue Qinghe, ascend to the throne? Although there is currently no evidence to prove that Xue Qinghe killed his father to claim the throne in the pure-hearted Tang San's eyes, Xue Qinghe was already this kind of rebel. Once such a rebel ascends to power, the people of Tiandou would surely face dire straits. And this is not what he wanted to see with his sense of justice soaring. Therefore, he has the duty and responsibility to stop Xue Qinghe from ascending the throne. What has to rush? The famous master Yu Xiaojiang glared at him, not knowing if it was Tang San's illusion. But he felt that today Yu Xiaojiang seemed a bit off compared to usual. The feeling of being stared at gave Tang San a sense similar to when Xiao Wu used to give him a glance in the past, filled with charm and allure. Ugh! As this thought crossed his mind, Tang San felt a wave of nausea and quickly cut off this line of thinking. How is this possible? His teacher, the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang, is a normal man and is paired with his wife Lu Erlong. How could he possibly show such an expression, reminiscent of the eunuchs that Tang San saw in his past life? However, Tang San had no idea that this famous master Yu Xiaojiang was almost incapacitated due to his critical hit yesterday and was currently heading in the direction of being like Eunuch Yu. It's no wonder that the not-so-smart Yu Xiaojiang suddenly had this clever idea and immediately thought of the various disadvantages of entering the Tiandou Imperial Palace. In fact, he wasn't wrong. At this moment, Qian Renxue was waiting for Tang San to throw himself into the net. As long as Tang San dared to come, she would dare to have someone capture him directly. Teacher, have you thought of a foolproof plan? Seeing Yu Xiaojiang like this, Tang San immediately showed great joy and hurriedly asked for advice. According to the regulations of the Tiandou Empire, if the emperor dies at the hands of another, the new monarch must ascend to the throne only after the murderer is captured, Yu Xiaojiang said slowly. And now that it has been announced that Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is the murderer, then both Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo must be accomplices. Within the Tiandou royal family, they're the biggest culprits. If Xue Qinghe wants to ascend to the throne, he must take the heads of these three people. Otherwise, he can only consider himself a prince and cannot claim to be emperor. In this sewer plane, although the combat power is not high, there are many rules, and the class system is still quite strictly divided. Even the Spirit Hall cannot escape this. After all, even though the Spirit Hall gathers almost 80% of the soul masters on the continent, it cannot rely on the monthly gold soul coin subsidies to make these soul masters betray the country, right? Furthermore, in this sewer world, which is said to have an army of 1 million that can scare the gods, excerpts from the original work's grand conclusion. Did the 1,000,000-strong army intimidate the angel god, Qian Renxue? It seems that an army composed of thousands of soul masters being able to withstand Title Douluo is not impossible, right? This point can actually be seen from the original work, where the Spirit Hall secretly targets the 2 of the top 3 sects without daring to expose itself, which shows that the Spirit Hall still needs to occupy the moral high ground. However, this is quite understandable, as although Qian Douluo doesn't care about the Spirit Hall, he, as the future guide of the angel god, naturally has to maintain the faith in the angel god. He certainly wouldn't allow anything that would harm the believers to happen. To get back to the point, after Tang San heard Yu Xiaojiang's words, he was overjoyed. Teacher, do you mean that currently Xue Qinghe cannot ascend to the throne unless he can take down Bon Douluo and Sword Douluo, and also the head of the Ning sect master? Yu Xiaojiang did not confirm or deny. If he were to forcefully ascend to the throne, then the Tiandou Empire would immediately fall apart, and other kingdoms would have reasons not to recognize Xue Qinghe's legitimacy. This is what we call righteousness at its core. It's better to outwardly comply while secretly opposing than to openly reject and slap someone in the face, right? After all, the former still carries some considerations. At least it won't look too bad on the surface. But the latter is equivalent to a direct palace coup. Yes, that's right. I am a kingdom under the Tiandou Empire, but I do not acknowledge you as the legitimate Tiandou Empire. I won't listen to your words, so what? Are you going to hit me? If you have the guts, come and hit me. Why aren't you hitting me? When you do hit me, I'll just use the excuse of self-defense to take you down. Yes, that is pretty much what Tang Xin meant by that. So, does that mean during this time, we just need to find Ning Zongzhu and protect him? Tang San's words were fierce, leaving Yu Xiaojiang stunned. Wait, Xiao San, how dare you say that? Those two are Title Douluo, and one is a soul sage. Why would they need a mere soul emperor like you to protect them? Noticing the strange look in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes, Tang Xin quickly explained, Teacher, you don't know, but the three of them were definitely seriously injured during the previous attack by the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, with the current Title Douluo Imperial Palace, unless they gather the entire palace's Soul Master team, it would be impossible to pose a threat to them. But even so, the Snow Knight Emperor is still dead, and they're being hunted. From his point of view, Ning Zongzhu and the others must have suffered great injuries. Yu Xiaojiang's expression became even stranger. Didn't you say before that the Snow Knight Emperor was poisoned to death by Shueqinghe? But that doesn't prevent framing and setting traps, right? Yu Xiaojiang rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat speechless. Fine, you handle yourself. Just don't rush into the palace and force Ning Zongzhu and the others to flee in a panic. The Soul Master team in the Title Douluo Imperial Palace must be numerous. He still didn't believe that this treacherous act could be done by Shueqinghe. And given the character of Ning Fengji and others, they would never commit regicide. So, there must be a hidden reason behind this. But last night, he practiced all night. And if it weren't for today's shocking news, how could he possibly come out? Watching Yu Xiaojiang leave, Tang Xin clenched his fists, his eyes showing determination. I indeed cannot meet Shueqinghe now, but Shueqinghe should be able to see me, right? As the pure and noble Tang San. Using others' feelings for his own benefit has become the norm. After all, he is doing this for the justice in his heart. Soon, with the token he obtained from Qian Renxue during his time of self-cultivation at Yuexian Pavilion, Tang Xin entered the palace smoothly and was escorted to the gate of Shueqinghe's palace. Mr. Tang Yin, this is Princess's palace. Please wait a moment. We will go in to report. There are quite a few rules in the palace, but Tang Xin didn't mind, nodding slightly as the two guards turned to leave. As the two guards entered through the side door, their low voices drifted into Tang San's ears. Who is this person? Could he be Shueqinghe's suitor? Nonsense. How could a suitor have a token? Now, who doesn't know that Princess Shueqinghe is extremely busy all day? How could she possibly meet him? True. If it weren't for this token, we wouldn't even be here. Tang San ignored their words. He had heard such gossip plenty of times. However, when he heard that Princess Shueqinghe was very busy, he was slightly taken aback. Princess Shueqinghe is very busy? Suddenly, he thought of the matter of the death of the emperor, and he understood. She must be helping with the funeral as the princess, right? Poor girl. Just as Tang San was lamenting how filial Shueqinghe was, preparing a funeral for her deceased father, little did he know, in front of him, Shueqinghe was tightly covering her mouth, not making a sound, not even daring to let out a hint of soul power. Chapter 29. Chen Yue gives Dou Palace a big surprise. The customized white Porsche was fixed quickly, and Chen Yue received a call from the repair shop that day. He was then picked up and taken to the shop, excitedly driving his car home. On the way, he encountered an old acquaintance who expressed a desire to get in the car. Chen Yue felt deeply regretful. His white Porsche had a cleanliness obsession and only recognized him. So he could only apologize for his old acquaintance's request. Just as he was about to roll down the window to refuse, he unexpectedly found that the one-way glass window simply wouldn't roll down. Despite Chen Yue using all his strength, it was no use. Helpless. He could only look for the switch, but he was indeed unfamiliar with his car and had never used a window before, having no idea where the switch was. Outside, the old acquaintance was still eagerly waiting for Chen Yue to roll down the window and take him for a ride. But inside the car, Chen Yue had already tried every button that might be the switch, yet it was futile, and he could only shake his head at the old acquaintance. However, the one-way glass meant that the outside couldn't see the situation inside the car. Gradually, under the blazing sun outside, the old acquaintance became increasingly impatient and began to knock on the car window, seemingly shouting something. But due to the car's excellent sealing, Chen Yue couldn't hear what he was saying. However, seeing his expression, it was clear he was somewhat angry, thinking Chen Yue was putting on airs, pointing at him and muttering while knocking on the window. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the green light turned on, and the vehicles behind Chen Yue honked to alert him. Seeing the old acquaintance still knocking on the window, Chen Yue shrugged and could only say sorry, then slammed the accelerator and the vehicle sped away. This car truly lives up to being a brand new version. With one foot on the gas and both hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, Chen Yue even felt like he could soar into the sky, racing like a wild horse. How dare you ignore me? The old friend looked at the distant white Porsche and said resentfully, "It's fine if you don't show up. I even gave you a chance to pursue me, and you didn't cherish it." Thinking this way, he could only leave in a dejected manner. Coming back to his senses, Chen Yue looked at Shueku in front of him and revealed a smile. "Ah." Shueku blushed, secretly pulled open a crack in the door, and only let out a sigh of relief after seeing Tang San's figure disappear completely. Meeting Tang San put a lot of pressure on her. With her brother Shui, Qinghe watching from the front and her betrothed husband watching from behind, the feeling she had for Tang San and Yuxian Pavilion could only be apologized for. After all, she was a princess, and he was just a commoner. Indeed, this thought was instilled in her by Qian Renxue. Otherwise, she would have really been in despair. Fortunately, as a princess of the empire, she was still quite obedient. Especially after the major incident last night, she became even more afraid, with the only support being the husband her brother had promised her. Yes, quite obedient. Chen Yue patted the head of this legal lowly and stared at her beautiful white stockings, becoming more and more satisfied. He really needed to express his gratitude to Qian Renxue. Can you really not kill him? As long as you are obedient. The Tang Yin you've been thinking about will be fine, got it? Upon hearing this, Shueku immediately nodded repeatedly. I will definitely be obedient. Chen Yue let out a long breath and rubbed her little head. All right, from what I see, you are indeed very obedient. Keep it up, understand? I will. Xue Kiskiviko nodded continuously. She looked at Chen Yu's back and finally sighed softly, turning back to look at the direction where Tang San had disappeared, shaking her head before slowly returning to her palace. At this moment, a long-lost system prompt suddenly rang out. Congratulations to the host for marrying the original female character Shueku. Reward: Shrinking Bone Skill. Shrinking Bone Skill. A remarkable skill that can completely change one's appearance and essence, allowing for a total transformation of muscles and bones to change one's self. The host already has descendants. Please take care to protect the offspring, and rewards will be given after they are born. The sudden system prompt made Chen Yue slightly startled. He turned back to glance at Shueku, who was leaving while holding her slightly bulging belly and supporting herself against the wall. Could it be that he hit the jackpot? He calculated in his mind. As of now, the beauties he had saved included Qian Renxue, Xiao Wu, Tang Yuehua, Yin, Madame Ning, and Zhu Zhuqing, as well as Lu Erlong. Among them, only Qian Renxue, Xiao Wu, twins, Tang Yuehua, and Yin had descendants. As for the others, Chen Yue had never thought about it. After all, he had no interest in the thoughts of toys. Among these 4 women, except for Qian Renxue, the other 3 were under his complete control with no way to escape. Now, another Shui could have been added? Chen Yue shook his head, not returning to express concern for Shueku, perfectly illustrating what it meant to be ruthless. This bastard really didn't care. Watching Chen Yue leave the imperial palace, Qian Renxue felt a mix of joy and annoyance in her heart. The joy was that Chen Yue hadn't lied to her. She was his true love, while the others were merely accidents. The annoyance was that now Shueku was pregnant, and she had to help Chen Yue take care of her, while he simply shrugged it off. Whatever, since I am now officially Shueku's brother. Taking care of her is also reasonable. Qian Renxue comforted herself in her heart. After all, we are true love, and the others are just accidents. Having already left Tiando City, Chen Yue had no idea that Qian Renxue was watching him, nor did he know what was happening in the palace. Under his full speed, it only took a few minutes to travel from Tiando City to Suatuwa City. This wasn't because he was tired, but because he encountered an old acquaintance he didn't recognize in Suatuwa City. Yu Tianheng Duguyan. Let me think. Dugubo sent Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing back. I should repay this favor, right? Chen Yue stroked his chin, but a Title Douluo didn't really need my help. I might as well help his granddaughter instead. However, if I give it directly, he might not accept it. It would be better to give him a big surprise, right? Chen Yu's gaze gradually became arrogant, and a smile crept on his lips. At this time, Dugubo was completely loyal to Tang San. Unless Tang San killed Dugu Yin in front of him, he would never betray him. But clearly, there was no need to do that. After all, Dugu Yin was still a decent beauty, and although she was a bit inferior compared to Medusa from Dopa, she could still be considered the version of Medusa in the Douluo continent, right? As for Yu Tianheng, as one of the survivors of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, if nothing unexpected happened, Yu Tianheng would inevitably become Tang San's lackey under the mouth of the famous master Yu Shaojiang, and then he would not know where he would die. Of course, Chen Yue didn't care whether Yu Tianheng lived or died. His mind was filled with how to take action to maximize his own interests. Suddenly, Chen Yu's eyes brightened, and he looked at Dou Yin with a gradually dangerous gaze. Ashu. Dou Yin, who was walking alongside Yu Tianheng on the street, suddenly felt an inexplicable chill, as if a malicious gaze was watching her. Tianheng, does it feel like something is watching me? Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings vigilantly, releasing a wave of soul power belonging to a soul emperor. 5 years ago, during the Soul Master competition, he had already reached level 43. And over the past 5 years, he had been training even harder, especially after the painful blow of his family's destruction. He had become even more motivated. Ultimately, just a few days ago, he broke through to Soul Emperor and had not yet hunted for his 6th soul ring. He was waiting for Dugubo to return after delivering people to Xingluo City, so he could go with him to the Star Dou Forest to hunt for soul rings. After all, with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family destroyed, he could only rely on Dugubo to obtain soul rings. Yin, I didn't see anything. Yu Tianheng felt puzzled. With his level 60 soul power, there was no one in Soto City who could escape his gaze, but now he looked around and found nothing. Just then, a slightly familiar yet strange figure appeared before them. Yu Tianheng, run quickly. The Spirit Hall has sent people to catch you. What? Yu Tianheng was both shocked and angry. How dare the Spirit Hall be so blatant in capturing people? 2 of the 3 major sects had already been destroyed, leaving only the 7-treasure glazed tile clan, which had also become a wanted criminal. Who could stop the Spirit Hall now? Upon hearing this, not only was Yu Tianheng stunned, but even Dou Yin beside him felt a tremor in her heart. What? The 3 major sects have already been destroyed too? The couple turned to look at the figure, and Dou Yin couldn't help but exclaim, You are Tang San? Tang San smiled widely, revealing his white teeth. Long time no see. Tang San, weren't you in Heavenly Dou City? Yu Tianheng also came to his senses and hurriedly asked. Something happened in Heavenly Dou City. The Haoyin clan was crushed by the Spirit Hall, and the 7-treasure glazed tile sect killed the emperor and became a wanted criminal of the empire. After hearing this, Tang San said with a somewhat heavy expression, The teacher is worried that you might be killed by the Spirit Hall people in the chaos. So he told you to stay in Shrek Academy for now. The teacher, along with Aunt Air Long and the dean, will ensure your safety. Under the joint forces of this golden triangle, there truly is the fighting power of a Title Douluo. Yu Tianheng's heart stirred. He actually already had some intentions. He did not doubt that Tang San was deceiving him, as once he returned to Tiandou City, he could easily inquire and find out everything. There was no way he could be deceived. Moreover, with the protection of this golden triangle, his safety would surely be better than hiding here and there. Right? That yin. Chapter 30, Dou Yin. Damn, I'm thinking about spicy rabbit heads again. Yu Tianheng glanced at Dou Yin beside him, feeling a bit reluctant in his heart. This is not because of feelings, but because among all the surviving members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, there are only a handful left, and among those of marriageable age, there is only him, Yu Tianheng. In other words, he needs Dou Yin to join him in completing the mission to revive the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. To put it simply, he wants to go to Heavenly Dou City with Dou Yin. Tang San glanced at Dou Yin and said that the old monster asked him to take her to the Star Luo Empire because he found a way to completely control her poison skills there. What? Dou Yin was instantly shocked, and then overjoyed, but a hint of suspicion flashed in her eyes. Are you serious? The poison of the jade phosphor snake is just a small trick. Hearing this familiar phrase, Dou Yin no longer had any doubts about the Tang San in front of her. All right, I will go with you. This sentence was spoken by Tang San when he first faced the Imperial fighting team, led by him and Shrek, and was in the moment he cured the poison of the green phosphor snake from Dou Yin. At that time, Dou Yin's green phosphor snake poison was invincible. So Tang San's words left an indelible impression in her heart. Moreover, she believed that only Tang San could remember these original words. No one else could possibly do so. Thus, Yu Tianheng watched as Tang San took Dou Yin towards the direction of the Star Luo Empire. And only after they disappeared did he let out a long breath and set off towards the direction of Heavenly Dou City. The Heavenly Dou Empire and the Star Luo Empire were separated by the Star Dou Forest, and to enter the Star Luo Empire, they would have to pass through the Star Dou Forest, which posed risks at night. Therefore, after finishing dinner, Dou Yin suggested staying overnight in the small town. Naturally, Tang San had no objections to her suggestion, but then an awkward situation occurred. The shopkeeper seemed to sense that it was a bit strange for a man and a woman to stay overnight together, so he kindly reminded them, Sorry, we only have one double room available. Do you need to book it? Tang San was immediately taken aback and shook his head repeatedly. No, let's skip that. How about we pass through the Star Dou Forest overnight? Guyan shot him a cold glance and slapped a bag of gold soul coins on the table, saying, "We'll book this room. I warn you, although you can cure my green phosphor snake poison, I am not defenseless." After saying this, Guyan glared fiercely at Tang San and warned, "Also, I am a married woman. If you dare to act inappropriately, even if my grandfather tries to stop me, I will kill you." Tang San snorted coldly. "I am the pure and noble Tang San. How could I do something so vulgar and shameless?" "I hope so." Hearing this, Guyan's expression softened a bit. She had also heard from her grandfather, Dougalbo, that this Tang San was indeed pure and noble, loving only a certain spirit beast and never being moved by others. But little did she know, this Tang San was not the real Tang San at all, but Chen Yue after using disguise techniques. When they entered the room, Guyan set up defenses with her green phosphor snake poison on her bed, keeping a vigilant eye on Chen Yue. She didn't even take off her coat and just lay down under the covers. Her own martial soul was the green phosphor snake, so she was immune to the poison she released, but if anyone else got even a little bit of it, they would instantly turn into blood. Unfortunately, for Chen Yue, her poison was like an ant biting a tough diamond. It posed no hindrance at all. But this is not Chen Yue's goal. A thought flashed through Chen Yue's mind, and a strange smile appeared on his face as he raised his second martial soul, the Heavenly King Divine Tower. The second golden soul ring shone, transforming into a beam of light that entered Dou Guyan's mind. The second soul skill of the Heavenly King Divine Tower. Nightmare of the Divine Tower. It can directly envelop the opponent and release a heart demon secret realm equivalent to crossing the tribulation. If one becomes immersed in it, the soul cannot return to the body and will be deeply imprisoned within. Of course, as the user, Chen Yue can easily this state. Enjoy the dream I meticulously constructed for you. He. Dou Guyan was hazy. She felt someone touching her, and with some difficulty, she opened her eyes to see a familiar face in front of her. "Tianheng, didn't you return to Tiandou City?" The prelude ended, and the accompaniment rose, gradually entering the first verse of the main song. Suddenly, "No, wait, you're Tianheng. He can't. Who are you really? Who do you want me to be?" "Then I am who I am." Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth. "If you want me to be Yu Qianheng, or Tang San, or someone else, that's fine." In this illusion of the nightmare of the Divine Tower, Chen Yue was almost an invincible presence. His changing face was like a Sichuan opera, transforming in the blink of an eye, making Dou Guyan's mentality almost collapse. To some extent, she was akin to Tang San's pure and innocent character, but now, even though Chen Yue only changed his face, it still made Dou Guyan's mentality break down. "No, please don't, I beg you." The next moment, Dou Guyan suddenly awoke on the bed, drenched in fragrant sweat, gasping for breath. Her eyes filled with terror as she looked ahead, realizing she had only experienced a nightmare. She let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it was just a nightmare. She turned back to see Tang San still sleeping under the covers, seemingly having no thoughts about her. This scene made Dou Guyan breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know how to face Yu Tianheng. "You scare me into a cold sweat." Dou Guyan sighed and thought, "I should take a shower first." She shook her head, not thinking too much about it, and got up to head to the bathroom, then began to soak in the bath after a shower. Lying in the bathtub, Dou Guyan squinted her eyes, feeling drowsy, and seemed to fall asleep again. Am I dreaming again?" Dou Guyan frowned, looking around, only to be shocked to find herself on a 99-tier high platform, wearing a snake crown and a snake queen robe. She turned her head in confusion and was instantly stunned. She saw countless familiar faces kneeling at her feet in terror. There was Tang San, who had previously been cold and indifferent to her, claiming to be pure and innocent. There were the siblings Xie Yu and Hu Laina, who trampled her dignity at the Soul Master competition. At this moment, everyone without exception knelt in fear at her feet. Dou Guyan gasped, the cold air filling her lungs. On this high platform, she felt as if she were truly invincible in the world. With a feeling of floating like a celestial being, she felt relaxed and looked down upon the mountains. She raised her hand to release her martial soul, only to be horrified to discover that her martial soul was actually the heavenly poison snake emperor, a king-level martial soul among the snake emperor types. What made her breathe even faster was the 9 eerie red soul rings displayed above her martial soul. 100,000-year soul rings. And she had 9 of them at once. If this weren't a dream, how great would it be? Dou Guyan murmured to herself. If this isn't a dream, then I can directly destroy the Spirit Hall to avenge Yu Tianheng and help him rebuild the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family.
She yearned to avenge Yu Tianheng against the Spirit Hall and revive the new blue lightning tyrant dragon family. After all, she was Yu Tianheng's beloved wife and had the obligation to do so. With this thought in mind, her heart surged and trembled. Suddenly, she seemed to sense some movement. Raising her head to look up at the 99 steps, where she saw a man dressed in a black and gold dragon robe slowly turning around. The revealed face instantly shocked her. "Why are you?" The figure turning around was not the one she had been longing for, Yu Tianheng, but rather Chen Yue, who had almost made her heart break earlier. What else could it be? Du Guiyin looked in terror at the approaching Chen Yue, and in the next moment, she suddenly jolted awake from the bathtub. She looked around. There was nothing unusual. Everything was as usual, and the events that had just occurred were just a nightmare she had again. How could this be? Why was she dreaming about this stranger every day? She always felt that Chen Yue's smile, revealing his white teeth, carried a certain fear that made her heart tremble with dread. It was as if something ominous was about to happen. She glanced at her own body in the bathtub, finding nothing abnormal, just a bit uncomfortable from overeating dinner. After all, she had never tasted the delicacies prepared by Tang San himself, especially that spicy rabbit head, which was so fragrant that it lingered in her mind. She swore that tonight's meal was the best she had ever eaten. Damn it, I thought of the spicy rabbit head again. Du Guiyin licked her red lips, thinking of the delicious rabbit meat again, but waking Tang San in the middle of the night for the spicy rabbit head wouldn't be good, right? Forget it. Let us talk about it when I see Grandpa. After cutting off her wicked thoughts, Du Guiyin quickly dried herself, changed into new clothes, and spread the dried sheets and duvet back on the bed before falling into a deep sleep. As Du Guiyin fell asleep, it seemed that the entire hotel also fell into silence. The night deepened. Chen Yue suddenly opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly King God Tower covered the entire room, and as the soul ring flickered, the light of the nightmare from the divine tower fell upon Du Guiyin. After doing all this, he slowly rose and sat at the foot of Du Guiyin's bed, a smile on his face as he rubbed her exquisite face. Truly worthy of being the first snake woman. Chapter 31. Chen Yue, indeed, is quite a well-behaved little kitty. Why do I feel like suddenly there's no one around? And the data feels so cold, I have no motivation to update. So smooth, the sky gradually brightened, and at this moment, Chen Yue was very satisfied with his evaluation. He smiled as he thought, Yu Tianheng. Oh, Yu Tianheng, such a smooth snake woman. It's better that I keep you safe. At this time, a system notification popped up in front of Chen Yue. Congratulations to the host for marrying the original character Du Guiyin. Reward: malicious poison pill. Malicious poison pill. After consumption, one can become a malicious poison body, adapted from the Dopa world, but without the drawbacks and dangers of the 10,000 poisons backlash. With skin and hair carrying powerful and intense toxins, ordinary soul masters will die upon contact. After consumption, immune to all poison attacks, theoretically, no one except the host, and those with the host bloodline, can touch. The host has offspring. Please pay attention to protecting your descendants after giving birth. Rewards for the offspring will be distributed. He looked at the system notification, and the smile on his face grew wider. The malicious poison body. This is my gift to you. Remember not to let others touch you. Otherwise, there will be surprises. In the Star Luo Empire, Star Luo City, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had just returned to Star Luo City under the escort of Du Guibo. After a continuous period of travel, Du Guibo did not immediately return, but rested outside the Star Luo Palace. After all, Dai Mubai and the others were currently safest inside the Star Luo Palace, and it did not suit Du Guibo's character to stay overnight in the palace as an outsider Title Douluo. Upon entering the Star Luo Palace, Dai Mubai did not return to his prince's mansion, but rushed to find his father, the emperor. At this moment, the Star Luo emperor was in a daze. Hearing the news from his ministers, Your Majesty, the Spirit Hall has given us 3 days to hand over the remnants of the Haoyan sect and their saint from the Spirit Hall. The Star Luo emperor was confused. Wait, when did I ever capture this saint from the Spirit Hall? I'm not taking the blame for this. He immediately summoned all the ministers to discuss state affairs. The Star Luo emperor was completely bewildered. He truly did not know when he had ever kidnapped anyone. Could it be some nobles from Star Luo City? He decisively ordered a court meeting, as this was a matter concerning the entire Star Luo City. It should be known that the Haoyan sect, being the top of the 3 sects, was not to be trifled with, yet they had still been exterminated. He could not afford to be careless. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince requests an audience. The Star Luo emperor, lost in thought about when he had captured the saint from the Spirit Hall, completely ignored the Crown Prince.
He himself was not particularly fond of Dai Mubai, thinking he wanted to ask about the Haotian sect, so he instructed him to go ask the empress instead. Do not let him in. Yes. When the guard conveyed the message to Dai Mubai, he was also bewildered. No, father. This concerns our Dai family's reputation and innocence for so many years. How can you not take it seriously? He wanted to tell the Star Luo emperor that Zhu Zhuqing was being unfaithful and that the Zhu family should be punished, which would give him the chance to replace Zhu Zhuqing and marry Zhu Zhuyan. But now, the Star Luo emperor wanted him to find the empress. What was that about? How can this be told to him? After all, the empress is also from the Zhu family. Dai Mubai couldn't understand why this matter wasn't handled by their own Dai family. What major issue does Father Emperor have that he won't see me? Dai Mubai looked at the guard, who seemed hesitant to speak, and immediately asked. After all, he is the crown prince of Xingluo and the future heir. So the guard didn't dare to show him a cold face, and promptly replied, It's like this. The Spirit Hall has given us 3 days to hand over the remnants of the Haotian sect that we have hidden, as well as the kidnapped saintess of the Spirit Hall. Dai Mubai was taken aback. His reaction was the same as that of the emperor of Xingluo after receiving the news. What the hell? When did our Xingluo empire kidnap the saintess of the Spirit Hall? And when did we take in the remnants of the Haotian sect? Dai Mubai was completely stunned, but he vaguely felt that the Xingluo empire seemed to be suffering from an undeserved disaster. It should be taking the blame for someone else. No, I have to go to the court to see Father Emperor. Our Xingluo empire is being used as a pawn. At this momentum, we absolutely cannot confront the Spirit Hall. This is related to the imperial power of the Dai family. Dai Mubai had no other thoughts in his mind, and was solely focused on how to resolve the current situation. Otherwise, something serious might really happen. A thought flashed through his mind, and Dai Mubai no longer hesitated. Hurriedly making his way to the Imperial Palace Hall, he felt he should be able to catch up to the court meeting. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing also sensed something was off about Dai Mubai's demeanor during the journey. According to Dai Mubai's personality, he would definitely be trying to persuade her along the way. But instead, he was acting like a gentleman, keeping his distance from her as if avoiding a plague. Originally, Zhu Zhuqing didn't want to think too much about it, but her mind was filled with the words Chen Yue had said in the tree hole, coupled with the fact that Dai Mubai was heading to meet the Star Luo emperor in the inner palace without acknowledging her, which made her increasingly uneasy. If she hadn't done anything wrong, she might not be this restless, but she had indeed done something that wronged the Dai royal family. If it were to be discovered, the entire Zhu family could face trouble. No, she absolutely couldn't just sit and wait. She steeled herself and hurried to the rear palace to meet the Star Luo empress. Upon learning that the Star Luo emperor was holding a court meeting and that Dai Mubai hadn't seen him, she let out a sigh of relief. What happened? The Empress Zhu Qingxue asked softly as she glanced at Zhu Zhuqing. She also came from the Zhu family, but she was not from the same lineage as Zhu Zhuqing. She belonged to the main branch, while Zhu Zhuqing was from the 6th branch, with 5 generations separating their bloodlines. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen Zhu Zhuqing as Dai Mubai's princess consort. Zhu Zhuqing wanted to speak, but didn't know how to begin. At that moment, she realized that with the Empress Zhu Qingxue's involvement, the entire source of the trouble would likely fall on her 6th branch. While the other family members would only face minor penalties in terms of salary or funds, they would definitely not face severe punishment. In other words, if she spoke up now, her fate would probably be to be controlled by the Empress Zhu Qingxue and then secretly executed. Is it about the Haotian sect? Seeing Zhu Zhuqing hesitate to speak, the Empress Zhu Qingxue thought of recent news and softly said, The issue with the Haotian sect is due to them capturing the saintess of the Wuhuan temple. Now, the Haotian sect has been destroyed, but some have escaped, and the saintess they captured has yet to be found. At this point, Zhu Qingxue paused and asked, but it should just be a matter of time. The order from the Wuhuan temple went directly to the Star Luo emperor and never passed through the empress's hands. So even the Empress Zhu Qingxue was unaware of this matter. Thank you, mother. I will take my leave now. After hearing this news, Zhu Zhuqing found a way out and quickly stood up to take her leave. This child still can't let go? Watching Zhu Zhuqing's departing figure, Zhu Qingxue chuckled and shook her head. She thought Zhu Zhuqing still harbored some resentment over past events, but she believed that time would provide Zhu Zhuqing with answers. What to do? What to do? How should I handle this? Back at the prince's residence, Zhu Zhuqing was in a flurry. In the past, she might have been able to just run away, but now that was not an option. If she left, the entire 6th branch would likely be implicated and ultimately exterminated by the Dai family. While Dai Mubai hadn't reported yet, she felt there was still a chance to negotiate. As for pleading with Dai Mubai, if he hadn't shown any signs of weakness during the journey and was still trying to persuade her, Zhu Zhuqing might have thought that pleading would be effective. But given Dai Mubai's indifference on the way, Zhu Zhuqing was certain that if she dared to plead, Dai Mubai's character would lead him to humiliate her severely. Even if he ultimately spared the Dai family's treatment of the Zhu family's sixth branch, he could still make her suffer greatly under the watchful eyes of Douluo. It was all that scoundrel's fault. Just thinking of Chen Yue made Zhu Zhuqing so angry that she gritted her teeth, wishing she could bite him hard. What's this? Missing me after just a few days? Suddenly, Chen Yue's light laughter echoed, causing Zhu Zhuqing to shudder. She fell to the ground in terror, scooting back. Why you? How did you follow me here? No. How did you get in? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Chen Yue in fright. This man had left an indelible impression in her heart. But it was not a feeling of affection. Rather, it was a deep-seated fear. This man is too terrifying, whether it was at Shrek Academy or in the tree hole. She only felt a deep-seated hatred towards Chen Yue. However, after calming down during the journey and considering Dai Mubai's reaction, she increasingly felt that Chen Yue's words made some sense. After all, Dai Mubai is a playboy. Although her heart is loyal to the Dai family, who would believe you? After all, seeing is believing. She had personally witnessed that after they entered the palace, Dai Mubai shot her a cold glance and then went in without saying a word to her. This is no longer the normal reaction it used to be. How I got in here is actually not important. Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth. What matters is that I am now your savior, able to liberate you from the sea of suffering. Do you believe it? Zhu Zhuqing raised an eyebrow, coldly staring at Chen Yue, and scoffed. Save me? The situation I'm in right now is entirely caused by you. How dare you say you're here to save me? If she hadn't known that Chen Yue was the cause, she could have confidently allowed Dai Mubai to search her to prove her innocence and purity. But now, not only did she lack the courage to confront this search, even now, facing the already informed Dai Mubai, she had lost all courage to stand her ground. So, are you just going to watch your place in the 6 rooms completely cut off? Chen Yue didn't refute, walking over with his hands behind his back, looking down at Zhu Zhuqing with a smile that was not quite a smile. I've heard that in the Douluo Empire, some noble daughters involved will rush into the teaching bureau and then be given as resources and rewards to those soul masters of commoner backgrounds as gifts. To cultivate someone like Dai Mubai, who does not regard women as resources, and to brainwash many noble ladies into accepting such views must involve some very extreme measures, and it's impossible for them to be very merciful. How do you know about this? Zhu Zhuqing's face turned visibly pale. And if your crimes are confirmed, I estimate that giving you to those rising commoner soul masters would be a humiliation. Chen Yue grinned, showing his white teeth, seemingly in high spirits. But it terrified Zhu Zhuqing to the point of losing all color in her face. So I tend to think that the Dai family won't easily kill you. After all, this crime is the first of its kind in 100 years for the Dai family. So I think you will ultimately be sent to the poorhouse in Douluo City after your martial soul is abolished, as a demonstration of the Dai family's imperial grace. No, don't say that anymore. I promise you. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned ashen, completely breaking down, and with a thud, she fell to the ground, tightly clutching Chen Yue's thigh, almost sobbing as she said, No, please, I beg you, don't say that anymore. I promise, I beg you, save me. The poorhouse in Douluo City can be said to be the most chaotic place in the entire Douluo Empire. It is nominally in Douluo City, but in reality, it is in a closed-off small city outside Douluo City, essentially a smaller version of the City of Slaughter. Unlike the City of Slaughter, this place is filled with those whose martial souls are very poor or whose innate soul power is very low, true poverty-stricken people, or what could be called the black populace. A few years ago, after becoming the crown princess, Zhu Zhuqing visited this place once and saw the residents, whose faces were as dark as Kunlun slaves, with filth visible all around, making her so disgusted that she vomited up her overnight meal. If she were to be exposed and married off to such a place, she would rather lower her head and serve this man before her in a manner devoid of dignity than go there. Master, please, save me. Chen Yue was very pleased. The little kitten he had fed was found by him and was now very obediently rubbing against his leg. Holding the little kitten in his arms, Chen Yue smiled slightly. Yes, you really are a well-behaved little kitten. The master will surely find a way to help you completely redeem yourself. Upon hearing this, the little kitten became even more excited, rubbing against Chen Yue's embrace like a golden retriever, licking his cheek, responding to his words with the most enthusiastic actions. Chapter 32.
the Empress of Star Luo. How could there be such a handsome and charming man in this world? In the depths of the Star Luo Palace, Empress Zhu Qingxue lay on a phoenix bed, waking up faintly. She glanced at the maid beside her. Has His Majesty not returned yet? Reporting to the Empress, not yet. She rubbed her temples wearily, turned over, and prepared to continue sleeping. But at that moment, the maid suddenly spoke up, reporting to the Empress. The Crown Princess requests an audience. Empress Zhu Qingxue was taken aback. Zhu Zhuqing? Didn't I just see her? Why is she here again? With this doubt in mind, Empress Zhu Qingxue didn't reveal her thoughts on her face, slightly nodded. Let her in. Yes. The maid bowed and retreated. Soon Zhu Zhuqing, dressed in a black spaghetti strap dress, walked in. Empress Zhu Qingxue frowned slightly upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing's outfit. As the Empress of Star Luo, she immediately felt that this attire was quite inappropriate. But as a daughter of the Zhu family, she also understood the temptation it embodied, especially for her son Dai Mubai, who was only in his 20s. Therefore, she didn't scold her but said, Zhu Qing, you should only wear this outfit at home, when you leave the Crown Prince's residence. You must wear formal attire, understand? Yes, mother, you are right. Zhu Zhuqing silently added in her heart that this outfit was not for Dai Mubai, but for that demon. Thinking this way, she raised her head to look around, glancing at Zhu Qingxue, hesitating to speak. You all may leave. The queen, Zhu Qingxue, immediately noticed Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts and waved her hand, signaling the many maidservants to withdraw. Although her soul power level was not very high, a mere soul emperor posed no significant threat to her, and moreover, Zhu Zhuqing had no reason to act against her. Therefore, she felt quite at ease. Yes. The maidservants bowed and withdrew, soon leaving only Zhu Qingxue and Zhu Zhuqing in the entire palace. If there's something to say, just say it. Zhu Zhuqing showed a difficult expression. Upon hearing Zhu Qingxue's words, her expression grew even more troubled. After all, she couldn't directly say that she was not upholding her duties as a wife and had betrayed Dai Mubai, right? In response, Zhu Qingxue did not urge her. Lazily leaning against the head of the bed, squinting her eyes, waiting for Zhu Zhuqing to speak. Although Zhu Zhuqing was not saying much at the moment, she guessed it should be about the Haoyan clan, right? But the next moment, Zhu Zhuqing's words immediately stunned her. Mother, I don't know if you were aware of what Mubai did in the Tiando Empire before. How did it suddenly relate to Dai Mubai? Zhu Qingxue's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Her lips parted. What happened to Mubai? She was also aware of Dai Mubai's escape from Xinghua City, as it was something she had arranged. Otherwise, how could Dai Mubai, who was only a great soul master at that time, safely leave Xinghua City and arrive at the Tiando Empire, even if he posed no threat? Davis would not remain indifferent. After all, they as parents had intervened to stop Davis's pursuit. Therefore, she also knew about Dai Mubai's outrageous deeds in the Tiando Empire. But as a queen, how could she actively bring it up? After all, it was just a few women. As a prince, having a few romantic encounters was nothing significant, right? This is Zhu Qingxue's thought. She thought that Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat resentful and wanted to seek comfort. Immediately, as soon as the thought flashed through her mind, she laughed and said that at that time, Mubai was still young and naive, a bit hot-blooded, which was normal. After they got married, he would definitely be honest. If he dared to have any improper thoughts, she could rest assured to tell the Empress Dowager, and the Empress Dowager would stand up for her. She originally thought her words would comfort Zhu Zhuqing, but she never expected that Zhu Zhuqing suddenly raised her head and asked, the Empress Dowager, can this idea of women are not counted as population, but as resources be changed? Excerpt from Chapter 25 of the original work, The Power of the Weapon Spirit, Part 2. Zhu Qingxue was dumbfounded. What the hell? What did you just say? Zhu Qingxue could no longer sit still. She abruptly stood up, no longer the confident demeanor she had before, and looked at Zhu Zhuqing in confusion. Did Mubai say this? How could this child say such a thing? Seeing Zhu Zhuqing like this, Zhu Qingxue instantly guessed that Mubai must have been discovered by Zhu Zhuqing, and it hadn't changed until now. Otherwise, she knew very well that Zhu Zhuqing's character would not bring up old grievances. However, she never thought that this was not about Mubai being caught on the spot, but rather Zhu Zhuqing had to bring it up for self-preservation. Empress Dowager, are you saying that he can't say such things, but his actions are acceptable, right? Zhu Qingxue. At this moment, if she still couldn't detect the unusual tone in Zhu Zhuqing's voice, then she had wasted her years as a queen. Zhu Qing, what are you trying to do? Queen Zhu Qingxue squinted her eyes, her long white legs exposed beneath her nightgown hanging down, bare feet suspended in the air. Are you here to seek justice?
Or do you think that now, as the crown princess, you can control the power of the harem? She gently raised an eyebrow, looking at Zhu Zhuqing with a hint of coldness in her gaze, her soul power pressing down on Zhu Zhuqing. I dare not. Zhu Zhuqing felt the pressure of this soul power, cold sweat appearing on her forehead, but she still gritted her teeth and said, however, Zhuqing feels that this title of maidservant is something she cannot bear. So please change it. She still felt a bit guilty in her heart, although she was forced. She truly felt sorry for Dai Mubai. Therefore, at the moment, she thought that if she left it to that demon to handle, Dai Mubai would probably be fine, right? In this way, it can slightly compensate for her inner guilt. However, this statement sounded like a provocation in Zhu Qingshue's ears. Zhu Zhuqing, how bold you are! The queen, Zhu Qingxue, felt a chill in her expression. The Dai family and the Zhu family have been interconnected for generations, and each pairing has been decided from birth. How can it be changed just because you say so? Do you think that becoming the crown princess allows you to challenge the ancestral rules of the Dai family? Speak. Who is instigating you? By this point, her soul power pressure had fully unleashed, forcing Zhu Zhuqing to kneel down involuntarily, struggling to hold on. Mother, Zhu Zhuqing's heart skipped a beat. She never expected that Zhu Qingxue would see through her. But at this moment, she absolutely could not reveal that demon. Otherwise, with the current power in the palace, it would be impossible to deal with Chen Yue. You must know, Chen Yue appeared in the palace without anyone noticing. And although this Zhu Qingxue was strong, she was not yet a Title Douluo. Zhu Zhuqing felt it was impossible for her to handle Chen Yue. Are you having an affair in the Tiando Empire, betraying Mubai? Zhu Zhuqing's little thoughts were all exposed on her face, which Zhu Qingxue instantly noticed, causing her expression to turn cold. Good, Zhu Zhuqing, it seems you truly intend to seek death. And you want to bring your entire sixth branch to accompany you in death, right? Zhu Zhuqing was shocked. Speak otherwise. Not a single one of your sixth branch will be spared. Zhu Qingshue's gaze was icy to the extreme. This lowly maid actually dared to betray her son. If this were to be known by the Star Luo Emperor, the entire Zhu family would be implicated. Therefore, she must act quickly and eliminate the entire sixth branch. Then select a few other Zhu family girls for Dai Mubai. By then, she would step in, and surely Dai Mubai would let this matter pass. Zhu Zhuqing was so frightened that her face turned pale. Under the deeply rooted ruling ideology of the Dai family, she felt as if she had violated a heavenly decree akin to a commoner, and it was equivalent to her opponent becoming the defendant in a case against lawyer Zhang San, filled with terror. No, you say she is going to kill your whole family, and how can you still be thinking of her? The sudden sound instantly caused the air in the entire palace to freeze. The soul power pressure of the queen, Zhu Qingxue, shattered like a mirage with a crack. Who is it? Zhu Qingxue turned around in shock and saw a handsome and elegant man with an extraordinary appearance that stood out even among many comments from readers. How could there be such a handsome and charming man in this world? The first thought that crossed her mind upon seeing this striking face was. Then, the next thought was, who is this person? As the queen, she probably knew the top nobles in Xinglua City, and as for the palace guards, she might not know them all, but at least some would look familiar. However, if such a handsome man appeared in the palace, she would definitely remember him for a lifetime at first glance. But now, this person, indeed, was someone she had never seen before. It was only at that moment that her third thought returned to the point. Looking at Chen Yue in shock, she sternly asked, "Who are you?" Chen Yue ignored the uniquely flavored queen of Xinglua and instead looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who could barely get up after he had crushed the soul power pressure. You're about to kill your whole family, yet you're still thinking about the Dai family? Are your parents and your family deserving of death? Zhu Zhuqing's expression changed repeatedly as she glanced at Chen Yue, then at Zhu Qingxue, biting her red lip and falling silent. Upon hearing Chen Yue's words, Queen Zhu Qingxue immediately reacted, exclaiming, "You are the mastermind who instigated Zhu Qing? You have guts. Not only did you deceive the crown princess with rumors, but you also dared to break into the queen's palace at night. I see you really are bold enough to seek death." After speaking, she did not call for help immediately, but transformed her martial soul and charged at Chen Yue. Quite clever. Chen Yue was somewhat surprised, but then he understood that how many queens are there who are fools? Zhu Qingxue didn't call for help immediately, which indeed showed a bit of selfishness. After all, if such a beautiful man could be captured, not to mention other crooked thoughts, just the fact that Zhu Zhuqing's life and death were completely in her hands. Moreover, she felt that such a handsome and elegant man could be used to win over some ambitious noble women for her benefit. Once they were entangled, These noble women would become her pawns for life. Furthermore, if she couldn't take him down, the fluctuations of soul power here would naturally alarm the entire palace, and the guards would arrive to control the situation before she was defeated. One must say this idea is indeed clever. Unfortunately, you have underestimated my strength. Chen Yue sighed. The allure of his stunning appearance was indeed too strong. After all, who would have thought that a beautiful man like him harbored a soul that had lived for over 100 years? While he sighed inwardly, Chen Yue, amidst Zhu Zhuqing's horrified gaze, directly shattered Zhu Qingshue's martial soul with a punch, causing her to fall heavily back onto the phoenix couch. Blood at the corner of her mouth. How could you? She found it hard to imagine how he could crush her martial soul with just one punch without even needing to activate it. What do you think we should do with her now? If Chen Yue activated his martial soul, he estimated that he could explode this beautiful woman into a mist of blood with a single punch, which wouldn't align with his interests at all. Zhu Zhuqing opened her mouth, glancing at the drastically changing expression of Zhu Qingxue beside her, hesitating to speak. No, don't kill me. The Queen Zhu Qingxue had only been a queen for a little over a decade, and was not even past her 30s. How could she be willing to meet her end like this? I can hire you as a special worshiper of the Xingluo royal family, enjoying the highest treatment. And I can also offer dozens of women who are even more beautiful and charming than her, truly living up to her title as queen. At first glance, she immediately recognized the look in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as she gazed at Chen Yue and decisively employed the beauty trap. Chen Yue found it amusing. If he really wanted to be an endless stud, he could probably populate a planet. However, this statement should also provoke Zhu Zhuqing, he thought as he looked at her. Sure enough, as soon as Zhu Zhuqing heard this, her expression changed drastically, and her gaze turned fierce. Master, I have made my decision. Chen Yue was curious. Oh? What decision? Zhu Qingxue was greatly alarmed, her face turning pale as she looked at Chen Yue pleadingly. Master, I have decided. Zhu Zhuqing knew very well that she had completely lost her way out. Once she lost Chen Yue's support, her parents and the entire Zhu family would be executed under fabricated charges. But now, killing this Xingluo queen wouldn't work either. As many people knew she had come to the harem to see the Xingluo queen, once she died, the entire Zhu family would surely suffer huge repercussions. So the best course of action now is, Master, I have decided to drag her down with me. Chen Yue? Zhu Qingxue. Chapter 33 Dai Mu Bai. Mother, wait a minute. Zhu Qing, why are you here too? As night deepened, the many ministers in the Xingluo Great Hall gradually dispersed, each with different thoughts and heavy expressions. How could this happen? The Xingluo emperor, with his hands behind his back, paced back and forth, increasingly agitated. After discussions among the ministers, it was indeed found that a noble had gathered the remnants of the Haotian sect, but this remnant had gone missing a few days ago, seemingly abducted. However, at that time, the noble thought that losing one remnant was no big deal, so he didn't pay it any mind. But who would have thought that this would happen? Father, what should we do now? Dai Mu Bai, who had attended the court meeting, was also anxious, completely forgetting about Zhu Zhuqing's situation. Just to let you know, this is the spirit hall that easily annihilated the Haotian sect and even reduced the remaining 3 sects to just the 7 treasures glazed sect struggling to survive. Given the current strength of the entire Star Luo Empire, let alone facing the Haotian sect, there is no hope even against the 7 treasures glazed sect. Not to mention this, the spirit hall that can easily destroy the Haotian sect. Are we really going to capture the remnants of the Haotian sect by ordering a search throughout the empire? Dai Mu Bai looked up at the Star Luo Emperor, his expression somewhat flustered. Why are you panicking? Seeing Dai Mu Bai's demeanor, the Star Luo Emperor became even angrier. You don't need to worry about this. Go rest. After a pause, he continued, you just returned, and instead of paying your respects to your mother, you ran over to attend the court meeting and acted this way in a state of panic. How will the ministers view our Dai family? The Star Luo Emperor was already troubled, and with Dai Mu Bai buzzing around like a fly, it was no wonder he was annoyed. Dai Mu Bai, having been scolded harshly, didn't dare to retort and, fearing another reprimand, wisely left the Star Luo Hall. However, just after leaving the Star Luo Hall and taking a few steps toward the Empress's palace, he suddenly recalled the matter concerning Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, he devised a clever plan to frame someone. His mother also came from the Zhu family, which is considered a noble family with significant power in the empire. What if we shifted the blame for the remnants of the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall's saintess onto the entire Zhu family? Wouldn't that leave the Dai family in the clear? It's no wonder Dai Mu Bai had such thoughts. After all, He was not yet an emperor and had not clapped hands with Zhu Zhuqing. And considering Zhu Zhuqing's betrayal now, it was not surprising that he had this idea. Just relying on that noble who sheltered the remnants of the Haotian sect could not bear this responsibility. At least a major noble family, like the Zhu family, would be needed. Dai Mubai knew very well that the Dai family's rule largely depended on many nobles. After all, even if the Dai family had many people, they could not individually control everyone. These nobles dependent on the Dai family were their good subordinates. But facing the aggressive Spirit Hall, a noble without weight could not bear this responsibility and would make the Spirit Hall think the Dai family was playing with them, which would only provoke more fury. With this thought in mind, Dai Mubai considered asking the Star Luo Emperor. But the Star Luo Emperor was clearly in a bad mood now. Wouldn't that just invite scolding? Should he let his mother go comfort his father? Thinking this way, Dai Mubai no longer hesitated. After all, his father and mother had gone through so many storms together, and their feelings were naturally very strong. He believed that his mother would definitely have a solution. Immediately, he headed towards the Queen's palace. Strange, why was there no one outside? He glanced at the Queen's front hall and found that not a single maid was inside. It should be known that, as the Queen, she had many well-trained and capable palace maids under her command, who were always guarding the Queen's palace. How could this situation occur? With doubts in mind, Dai Mubai walked into the front hall, then the middle hall, and even the back hall, but there was no one. Could they all be in the sleeping quarters? As the Queen, the palace was naturally extremely large. Besides the three main halls in the front, middle, and back, there were also sleeping quarters within. However, these sleeping quarters were generally private spaces for the Queen, and basically, apart from the Emperor and palace maids, no one would enter. It made sense. It was already late at night, so they must be in the sleeping quarters. At this moment, Dai Mubai finally noticed the sparse moonlight and immediately stopped hesitating. Walking towards the entrance of the main hall, he knocked on the door and called out, "Mother, are you resting?" Just as he got closer, he noticed that there seemed to be some movement inside the palace. But as soon as he spoke, all the sounds abruptly ceased. It seemed that the people inside were startled by his sudden voice. This is the feeling of Dai Mubai. Mubai, right? The familiar voice coming from inside made Dai Mubai breathe a sigh of relief, but then he became puzzled. It felt a bit like the tone of his twin sisters who were hugging him on both sides. But he quickly dismissed that thought. How could that be? His father was in the Star Luo Palace. This must be an illusion caused by his prolonged abstinence. He then spoke up, "Mother, have you had a rest?" I am in a bath. Is there something you need?" Dai Mubai didn't think too much and simply asked, "How much longer do you need, Mother? I have something to report to you." After all, this matter was of great importance. The deadline given by the Spirit Hall was approaching, and they needed to come up with a foolproof plan quickly. Otherwise, the Dai family's throne would be in jeopardy. With that thought in mind, he didn't leave immediately, but instead inquired, it shouldn't take too long, right? It's strange for Dai Mubai to be in this situation. How can it still be uncertain after taking a bath? But soon, the Queen, Zhu Qingxue, provided him with an answer. I am taking a medicinal bath." Then, "Mubai, if you're not in a hurry, you can go back first." A medicinal bath? Dai Mubai was a bit confused. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing in his life. The most he had experienced was the celestial herbs Tang Sen gave them before, but that was something you swallowed directly. However, despite his doubts, he didn't think too much about it due to the Queen as authority and immediately replied, "Then I will wait outside for a moment." After that, he heard some movement inside again, and if he listened closely, it sounded like she was really taking a bath. But isn't using too much bathwater a bit wasteful? He heard the sound of tsunami crashing against the shore, scratched his head, and didn't pay much attention. He just curled up and sat on a statue outside, waiting. Nightfall deepened, but for some reason, Dai Mubai, as a sole emperor, felt inexplicably chilly all over. He looked up and noticed that snowflakes were drifting down from the sky. In an instant, they covered his golden hair, turning it into a white expanse. Strange. It's not even winter yet. Why is it snowing? Dai Mubai muttered to himself, brushing off the large pile of snowflakes that had accumulated on his head like a hat, and shook his head. At this moment, a slightly flushed maid opened the palace door and walked out. She was holding a scarf and a hat in her hands. "Your Highness, the weather is cold. Although you are a sole master, you should not neglect your health. This was knitted for you by the Queen." Mubai's face showed joy, and his heart felt warm. At that moment, when he raised his head to look, he was taken aback by the color of the hat. Hearing his doubts, the originally blushing maid smiled shyly and said, "Your Highness, you may not know. This hat is made from the skin of a 1,000-year-old gecko that Her Majesty the Queen personally hunted when she was still the crown princess. It has the function of keeping warm, and protecting against the cold. The previous queen said that this winter is particularly cold, so she prepared a scarf for His Majesty and this gecko hat for you. After a pause, the maid continued, however, His Majesty was furious a couple of days ago, and the queen was also turned away, so she decided not to give this gecko skin hat to His Majesty, but to you instead. The queen also said that the gecko's vitality is extremely tenacious, and its greenish color is natural. It even has some healing effects, representing vigor and the continuity of life. Compared to this, the hat being a bit greener is really not a big deal, right? Vigor and the continuity of life? Dai Mubai looked at the hat in his hands, feeling that something was slightly off, but when he picked it up, he indeed felt a warmth emanating from it. And even some old injuries were recovering at an extremely slow pace at that moment. Since it was personally given by his mother, there was no reason for him to refuse. Thinking of this, Dai Mubai no longer hesitated, smiled, and put the hat on his head. Then he wrapped the scarf around himself, and to his surprise, he felt the coldness around him vanish completely at that moment. By the way, how much longer does my mother need for her medicinal bath? After dispelling the cold, Dai Mubai was in a good mood. He looked at the maid, whose face was redder, but whose gaze was somewhat unnatural, and asked curiously, "What's wrong with you?" "Oh, it's nothing," the maid said with a shy smile. "I just thought of something happy." "What happy thing?" "It's just that the queen might be expecting again." "What?" Dai Mubai was stunned. "What did you say?" "He has already become the crown prince. Why does his mother still want to have a child?" "Your Highness, don't worry." The maid smiled slightly. "You are already the crown prince, and when the time comes, His Majesty will naturally pass the throne to you, so you don't need to compete for it at all." But Dai Mubai still felt uneasy. You have to know that his father was only in his 40s, and according to the age regulations of the Xingluo Empire for abdication, there were still several decades left. What if he had another son? No, his mother cannot have another younger brother. Thinking of this, Dai Mubai's eyes turned cold, and disregarding the fact that he shouldn't intrude into the queen's palace, he directly pushed the maid aside and rushed toward the palace. "Alas, your highness, the queen is still bathing. You can't go in." The maid was shocked and quickly tried to stop him, even activating her martial spirit and soul rings in an attempt to block him. "Get out of the way." Now, Dai Mubai was a genuine soul emperor, and a mere soul king like the maid could not stop him at all. With a single push, the maid was knocked aside and fell to the ground. As for him, he took a step and rushed into the palace. However, after rushing in, Dai Mubai was completely stunned. "Mother, wait a moment, Zhu Qing. How are you here?" He saw the queen, Zhu Qingxue, with a rosy complexion, sitting gracefully on the phoenix couch in her royal phoenix gown. Behind her, Zhu Qing, also with a hint of blush on her face, was giving her a massage. On the phoenix couch, there was a red quilt adorned with dragon and phoenix patterns. In the middle of the quilt seemed to be slightly raised. "Mubai, what are you doing?" The queen, Zhu Qingxue, opened her eyes. Dai Mubai couldn't tell if it was his illusion, but he actually saw a seductive look, something he thought was impossible before. His mother would absolutely never do something like this. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth, denying his thoughts, but as a scoundrel he sniffed the air, and his pupils suddenly constricted, his expression trembling slightly. "Get out! Get out!" Queen Zhu Qingxue's expression was icy, but on her flushed face, she couldn't exert any authority. Fortunately, Dai Mubai was accustomed to her demeanor and was immediately startled back to his senses, scrambling out in a flurry. "Mother, did he see that?" Behind her, Zhu Qing cast a cold glance at the fleeing Dai Mubai, her eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent. Now, aside from Chen Yue, the only ones who knew about her betrayal of the Dai family were Zhu Qingxue and Dai Mubai. And since Zhu Qingxue was already implicated, there was no need to worry. It was Dai Mubai who was the concern. Should we kill him? Queen Zhu Qingxue's expression changed. After all, he was her son, and she found it hard to take action. He probably didn't see anything, did he? After all, don't forget what happened to Dai Mubai in the Heavenly Dou Empire. He wasn't a fool. Zhu Qing's words immediately wiped the blush off Zhu Qingxue's face, turning it pale. "If you don't kill him, once the master leaves, it will be the end of our entire Zhu family." Hearing this, Zhu Qingxue's expression changed repeatedly, and suddenly, her eyes widened in shock, her body stiffening before she collapsed. In the next moment, Chen Yue lifted the red blanket and embraced her, wrapping his other arm around Zhu Qing. "Double the happiness. I want to give him another chance, okay?" Moments later, Zhu Qingxue came back to her senses and turned to look at Chen Yue, who was holding her, unable to help but plead. After all, he was still her son, her only son now. For the beauty's request, Chen Yue just smiled, revealing his white teeth. Seemingly warm and gentle, Yet his words were cold and ruthless. Rather than obsessing over this, son, how about I send you? Chapter 34. Dai Mubai, father. I will go to the Empress Mother's palace and find. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingxue was immediately taken aback, her face growing even paler. No, this can't be. She struggled, wanting to rise. But Chen Yue's next words abruptly halted her movements. Do you think it's more interesting to be the Empress or the Empress Dowager Regent? What do you mean? Chen Yue smiled, making a gesture with one hand. I won't interfere in your empire's affairs, so after eliminating the threats, with a prince around, this star Luo will be your world. Understand? After hearing this, Zhu Qingxue's breathing became rapid, but soon she looked worried. But the Dai family still has ancestors. Don't worry before I leave. I will definitely take care of everything for you. Zhu Zhuqing had no objections. She had no way out now and could only depend on Chen Yue, obediently listening. After all, she had been raised to be compliant and marry into the Dai family. Her submissiveness had been thoroughly developed, making it difficult to eradicate. It can only be said that the target of her obedience had changed. Dai Mubai was fleeing at full speed, his mind filled with one word: escape. Escape. His mother had completely betrayed him. The only thing left to do was to tell his father and let him suppress the Empress and Zhu Zhuqing. He never expected that his mother would make such a move, provoking the Dai royal family. This is meant to infuriate his father, the emperor, and wipe out the Zhu family, daring to bring shame to the royal family. If it were just a consort, perhaps it could be dealt with privately, like replacing her, and it would probably only tarnish Dai Mubai's reputation a little. By the time he ascends to the throne, it would likely be forgotten. But now, this is the current empress. If this is not stopped at this moment and continues to develop, what reputation will the Dai family have? What face will his strong-willed father, the emperor, have left? It is imperative to inform the emperor immediately and have all the maidens in palace made to know about this executed. As Dai Mubai made this decision in his heart, he returned to the Star Luo Great Hall. What happened? The Star Luo emperor furrowed his brows deeply. Raising his head to look at the sullen-faced Dai Mubai, his eyes narrowing as he asked, what happened? Dai Mubai remained silent, glancing at the surrounding guards, and the Star Luo emperor immediately understood, waving his hand to dismiss them all. Father, I found an unknown man in Mother Empress's palace. Dai Mubai initially wanted to say it was an unknown smell, but thinking about the Star Luo emperor's character, he felt it might downplay the matter. So he simply stated that he had caught a man. In this way, both Empress Zhu Qingxue and Zhu Zhuqing would surely die. The matter of him being cuckolded would also remain unknown. However, upon hearing this, the Star Luo emperor's expression suddenly darkened, saying, "Take off your hat and scarf first." Dai Mubai, it seems I forgot to take them off. He hurriedly removed his hat and scarf, and just as he was about to say something, he saw the Star Luo emperor with a dark face slap him on the forehead, entering the palace gates with a green hat. You really can do it, Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, tell me, what exactly is going on? Dai Mubai stammered, afraid to speak, saying, it's like this. He rambled on, perfectly illustrating what it means to embellish a story, completely darkening the Star Luo emperor's expression. Shut up. A hard slap landed on Dai Mubai's face. Now go find that damned Zhu Qingxue and demand an explanation. With his slap, he infused it with soul power, but controlled it just right, only sending Dai Mubai flying to the entrance of the main hall without causing much harm. Feeling this move, Dai Mubai was overjoyed. If his father could control soul power so well, he must also be a Title Douluo. Zhu Zhuqing, you shameless maid. How dare you go against my wishes and seek another man? Are you looking for death? Immediately, the father and son quickly made their way towards the queen's palace. As soon as they entered the queen's palace, Emperor Xingluo furrowed his brows deeply, feeling that something was off. Father, what's wrong? Dai Mubai noticed that Emperor Xingluo had stopped and was taken aback, looking around curiously, but finding nothing suspicious. It's nothing. Emperor Xingluo narrowed his eyes, glanced at Dai Mubai, and ignored his somewhat anxious son. He waved his sleeve and strode forward, saying, let's go. Yes, father. Seeing Emperor Xingluo's pace, Dai Mubai felt overjoyed and also moved forward with determination. Before long, the father and son arrived at the door of the palace, and at that moment, the demonic sound from within the hall surged into Emperor Xingluo's mind without any cover. Damn, that wretched maid. Emperor Xingluo's already gloomy expression turned completely dark at that moment. Without hesitation, he instantly summoned his martial soul, and 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, floated into the air behind him. Wow, Dai Mubai was taken aback upon seeing the 9 soul rings. His father had silently broken through to become a Title Douluo. My goodness. He knew that the Title Douluos in the Xingluo Empire were few and far between, and even he, the crown prince, was unsure of how many there were. But he was certain that there were no Title Douluos in the entire Xingluo court. However, he never expected that his concealed father had quietly become a Title Douluo, and no one had received any news about it. Now, that wretched maid Zhu Zhuqing and that pretty boy were undoubtedly doomed. Dai Mubai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With this, his embarrassing incident would be completely silenced, and no one would know about it anymore. Of course, there was also Douluo. Thinking of this, a chill flashed in his eyes, but he felt a sense of apprehension. Although Douluo is a Title Douluo and the weakest among all Title Douluo, it cannot be denied that his poison is extremely difficult to defend against. If a fight were to break out in Luo City, the entire city would likely be buried with him. Therefore, this matter must be carefully considered. As the thought flashed through his mind, Dai Mubai looked up at the palace in front of him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The guy inside must have been scared silly after sensing the soul power fluctuations of his Title Douluo, right? 7th soul skill, White Tiger True Body. At the moment Dai Mubai's thoughts were racing, the Luo Emperor showed no hesitation. His eyes were filled with a chilling light, and the black 7th soul ring behind him shone brightly at that moment. In an instant, he vanished, replaced by a massive evil-eyed white tiger. With a roar like a tiger's roar or a dragon's roar, the gigantic white tiger true body slapped fiercely towards the palace door. The true body of a martial soul below Title Douluo is extremely powerful. Don't you remember when the Qian Douluo appeared back in the day and almost smashed open the Pope's hall door with a single strike? Under the paw of this evil-eyed white tiger true body, Dai Mubai was certain that no matter how tall the palace door was, it could not withstand it. Facing Dai Mubai's eager gaze, the gigantic evil-eyed white tiger true body came crashing down, hitting the palace door. Once this door was smashed open, they would definitely be scared silly. Dai Mubai was overjoyed. He could almost see Zhu Zhuqing's horrified yet regretful eyes. He even eagerly anticipated the scene where Zhu Zhuqing would kneel at his feet and beg for mercy. Then, he would humiliate Zhu Zhuqing fiercely and slap this broken shoe away. What kind of status did she think she had to meddle in Dai Mubai's affairs? However, when Dai Mubai came back to his senses after his daydream, he was completely stunned by the sight before him. What was going on? He looked at the intact door in front of him, completely bewildered. The loud sound of that earlier slap was like a fart, yet the palace door was perfectly fine. Luo Emperor. He seemed to sense Dai Mubai's doubtful gaze, and immediately the massive white tiger true body paused, retracted its claws, and then let out a low growl before slapping again. Dai Mubai's eyes were once again filled with anticipation. This door must have been supported from behind. Otherwise, this kind of thing could not happen. Dai Mubai did not believe that such an ordinary palace door could withstand the true body of a dignified Title Douluo. It must be that his mother sent something and sent countless soul masters to support it from behind, coupled with his father not using full strength. That was why it was not smashed. But when this slap landed, the palace door still showed no reaction. Luo Emperor, Dai Mubai. The father and son were both dumbfounded as they looked at the palace door, and even the white tiger true body seemed confused as it slapped the floor, resulting in a cracking sound as the floor shattered. This made no sense. Dai Mubai was also dumbfounded. He saw how the white tiger true body slapped the floor tiles, and it was obvious that this white tiger true body had strength. But why? Couldn't it break the palace door? Dai Mubai was puzzled. Luo Emperor was even more puzzled. Was it a defensive Title Douluo? Luo Emperor thought in confusion when his tiger claw slapped down. It felt like hitting a copper wall or iron bastion, and apart from his arm going numb, there was no other reaction. Logically, with his Title Douluo's true body, he should be able to smash the palace door with a single slap, right? But how could this be? Luo Emperor refused to believe it. Another soul ring shone behind him, white tiger flame wave. In an instant, the white tiger true body spat out a mouthful of energy, and with a loud boom, the entire palace door finally broke. Luo Emperor, Dai Mubai. He caught a glimpse of Dai Mubai's eyes filled with strange emotions, as if asking, "Father, did you run out of strength? So it took 2 soul skills to break open this door?" Luo Emperor directly ignored his rebellious son's gaze, and the white tiger true body slowly walked into the palace. Dai Mubai followed closely behind. Once the father and son entered, the expected scene did not appear. Instead, the palace was extremely clean and sparse, with not a single person in sight. How strange. Dai Mubai was somewhat confused. He pointed at the neatly folded blankets on the phoenix bed and said, I remember seeing them here before. How could they have left in such a short time? Oomph. Star Luo Emperor snorted coldly, and the white tiger true body spoke human words. The monk can run, but the temple cannot. Anyone who dares to shame the Dai family will start with the extermination of the Zhu family's 9 clans. The reason the Dai family has maintained its rule for so many years is not only due to strength, but also because of the opportunity to unleash martial soul fusion skills with most nobles. Let me put it this way. By destroying a branch of the Zhu family, the Dai family can no longer merge into the nether white tiger. But perhaps a dual-winged white tiger or a ghost demon white tiger might emerge instead. However, over the years, the Zhu family status has been higher than that of other nobles, leaving them with almost no opportunity to choose a prince in the power struggle for the throne, as those have long been reserved by the Zhu family. But now, the Zhu family has brought this trouble upon themselves. And Emperor Xinglua believes that as long as he issues a decree, 99% of the nobles in Xinglua City will participate in the campaign to eliminate the Zhu family. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai also showed great joy. His father is wise. But regarding the issue of the crown princess, Emperor Xinglua snorted coldly, saying there are plenty of people who want to be the crown princess, so you don't need to worry. I will personally choose a noble girl who is a better match for you. The future martial soul fusion skill will definitely not be inferior to the nether white tiger. Dai Mubai was overjoyed and was just about to say something when suddenly a light and airy voice rang out. Look, I told you. Your feelings seem so ridiculous in the context of royal power. Upon hearing this, the father and son suddenly raised their heads and discovered that, at some point, on the once empty phoenix throne, Chen Yue was sitting with a smile, holding the queen Zhu Qingxue in his left arm and embracing Zhu Zhuqing with his right. Now, should they give up? Zhu Qingxue and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance and nodded slightly, revealing a chilling murderous intent as they looked back at Dai Mubai and his father. Since they had plunged into darkness and lost the chance to embrace the light, they would let all light disappear. The Dai family was not worth sparing. At this moment, Dai Mubai finally regained his senses and shouted, Father, it's this pretty boy who... His loud shout brought Star Luo Emperor back to reality, but the latter found him too noisy and slapped him away, sending him crashing into the side. No one has ever dared to act wildly in my Dai family's palace. Under the true form of the white tiger, Star Luo Emperor's cold eyes glared. You are the first. State your name, and I will proclaim it to the world, hanging your corpse for all to see. P.S. This afternoon, after waking up, I found that over a dozen of my posts were blocked. I was so frustrated that I nearly broke down, rewriting over 8,000 characters in total. It's really not that I want to delay updates. Can someone please offer some comfort? After crying over the revisions, I gritted my teeth and updated again. Chapter 35, Star Luo Queen, the main reason we go. As the emperor of the Star Luo Empire, commanding the power of the entire empire, coupled with his own Title Douluo soul power level, he indeed had the confidence to say such words. As Star Luo Emperor's words fell, his 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, were immediately released. And with a fierce glare, his true form of the white tiger swiped a paw at Chen Yue and the others. It would definitely crush them. Dai Mubai, watching from the side with a swollen face, struggled to get up and was overjoyed at the sight. The previous door not opening might have just been a minor accident. After all, perhaps that door had been reinforced? But this scene before him, these were 3 real people. How could mere mortals withstand a blow from a martial soul true form? Moreover, this was the true form of a Title Douluo. This pretty boy is even more handsome than me. It's unforgivable. At this moment, Dai Mubai noticed Chen Yue's stunning appearance, and his eyelids twitched. A hint of jealousy surging to his mind, but soon, this emotion turned into a cold smile. It seemed he could already envision the scene where the 3 in front of him would be completely flattened into meat patties under the slap of the white tiger's true form. It wasn't just Dai Mubai who felt jealousy. Even the Star Luo Emperor in his white tiger true form felt the same. No wonder that maid would be tempted by this pretty boy with such a fair face. Oomph. Today, I will slap this pretty boy into a meat patty and then force that maid to eat it. With this thought in mind, the Star Luo Emperor's attack was also focused on Chen Yue. If you're going to make a move, do it sooner. Why waste so many words? Chen Yue had long known that the Star Luo Emperor would definitely be unable to hold back. But he didn't expect the Dai father and son to have so much drama in their hearts. As soon as the words fell, Chen Yue raised his left hand, and a red and 3 gold soul rings, mixed with a soul ring energy that suffocated the entire arena, suddenly swept across the scene. What? As soon as this configuration of soul rings was unleashed, it instantly captured the titanium alloy eyes of everyone in the palace, especially the queen, Zhu Qingxue. She finally understood why Zhu Zhuqing had to lower her head and face reality. Even more shocking was the Star Luo Emperor. How is this possible? The first soul ring is 100,000 years old. This cannot be. While the Star Luo Emperor was in shock, Chen Yue had already released his second soul skill, Spirit Summon. The spirit was the projection of the primordial heavenly court, the king of heaven with the pagoda. In an instant, a transparent figure holding the heavenly king's divine pagoda slowly stepped forward as golden light shone, standing in front of the true form of the white tiger. When this figure appeared, the Star Luo Emperor felt as if an insurmountable mountain was towering in front of him, playing tricks. He had never seen a golden soul ring and was convinced this was a ruse, a mere 4-ringed soul master, even with a 100,000-year soul ring. How could he possibly contend with a Title Douluo like him? This thought just flashed through his mind when he suddenly raised his tiger paw, and a black soul ring behind him also shone brightly. White tiger's sky-rending claw. In the moment the light shone, the massive white tiger's claw suddenly struck down on the huge projection. With a swipe of his claw, the Star Luo Emperor felt as if he had struck a turtle shell. Even his soul skill energy vanished without a trace at that moment. Instead, his tiger claw experienced a throbbing pain, and his evil eyes nearly bulged out. This is impossible. How could anyone withstand my 9th soul skill in the true form of my martial soul? He was shocked, bewildered, and terrified. Just as he was in this dazed state, the giant divine tower in the projection came crashing down on him like a mountain. What is this? One of his tiger claws lost sensation from the pain, and the Star Luo Emperor felt a suffocating sensation that snapped him back to reality. He looked up, his evil eyes filled with shock. But in the next moment, all the soul rings behind him lit up and rushed towards the divine tower, using his other tiger claw to swipe at it. White tiger's body protection barrier. White tiger's radiant wave. White tiger's diamond transformation. White tiger's meteor shower. White tiger's demon god transformation. White tiger's annihilation strike. He unleashed all 9 soul skills in one breath, and at that moment, the Star Luo Emperor felt his internal soul power deplete instantly. Yet he paid no heed, channeling all the power of his soul rings into that one tiger claw, and fiercely struck towards the oncoming projection divine tower. However, the projection divine tower projected by the projection king, even if its power was less than 1/10,000th, was still far beyond any soul skill that could be resisted in the sewer dimension. After all, even if its power was significantly weaker than the real one, in this sewer dimension, it was still a 1,000,000-year soul spirit. The total years of the 9 soul rings of the Star Luo Emperor add up to only 1/5 of the energy of their years. How could he possibly withstand it? Boom! Without any surprise, the enormous white tiger true body was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. As it was slapped away, all the soul ring energy turned into fragile paper, crushed by this force, and then the divine tower crashed down upon the white tiger true body. Instantly, the entire massive white tiger true body was sent flying like a giant white insect hit by a high-speed train, scraping the entire floor of the rear hall and the middle hall, ultimately crashing into the yard between the front and middle halls, hitting the stone wall hard and creating a large pit. The moment it landed, the enormous, evil-eyed white tiger true body had already vanished, replaced by the barely breathing Star Luo Emperor, who lay in the pit unable to stand. I'm unwilling. The Star Luo Emperor struggled to lift his head, his expression a mix of shock and anger, and through the distance, he saw Chen Yue in the queen's palace, arms crossed, just uttering 4 words before uncontrollably spitting out mouthfuls of blood and finally collapsing to the ground, feeling the life force within him dissipate. You're not the first, nor will you be the last. Chen Yue stretched lazily and yawned, but compared to the first, you are still lucky. Your martial soul didn't even shatter? The first person who smashed my martial soul with a hammer had their martial soul shatter along with it. Behind him, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Qingxue felt a chill surge from their feet, rushing up through their heads, cooling them down from head to toe. At this moment, they finally understood how wise their decision to not resist earlier had been. Even the sword Douluo, who primarily relied on killing, might not have been able to withstand his soul skill, right? Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced, and she was relieved that after feeling that deadly pressure, she had become obedient. Otherwise, with Chen Yue's unpredictable temperament, her fate would probably be worse than that of the Star Luo Emperor. The strongest Title Douluo Zhu Zhuqing had seen was the Sword Douluo Chen Renxue, a peak level 97, a main attack type Title Douluo. But the Queen Zhu Qingxue was different. When she was still the crown princess, she had seen an elder whose soul power was stronger than that of the Sword Douluo Chen Renxue, and the soul power energy released by that person was not as pressuring as Chen Yue's soul skill, if she had such a powerful backing. Thinking of this, Zhu Qingxue tightened her thighs and revealed a smile, stepping lightly to lean against Chen Yue's arm, softly saying, "Master, if you're tired, take a rest." Damn! Zhu Qingxue's voice completely reminded Zhu Zhuqing, who was startled and quickly moved forward to embrace Chen Yue's other arm. "Master, I will serve you." Saying this, she focused her thoughts, and the moment her martial soul manifested, a long cattail wrapped around Chen Yue's thigh, starting to scratch him playfully. She knew that Chen Yue's intention was to torment Dai Mubai, and now it was clear that the Dai family was doomed. If she didn't get close now, there might not be any threats, but if that woman Zhu Qingxue gained power, she felt her future days would not be easy. After all, this Dai Mubai is ultimately the son of Zhu Qingxue. Although Dai Mubai has considered using the sword of the Star Luo Emperor to destroy the entire Zhu family, he cannot wash away the fact that she previously betrayed him. Therefore, Empress Zhu Qingxue definitely has some displeasure towards her. And once Zhu Qingxue manages to hold onto a powerful ally, no, this is impossible. Zhu Zhuqing cut off her thoughts. She is still young and was personally appointed by Chen Yue. She couldn't believe that this Empress Zhu Qingxue could have such an advantage over her. Impossible, absolutely impossible. And at this moment, Dai Mubai, who had just come back to his senses from the shock, was left speechless, his jaw almost dropping, staring wide-eyed at the dying Star Luo Emperor in the big pit. His father, the prestigious Title Douluo, actually lost in a full-on effort. Moreover, is this still being defeated? This is impossible. This is fake. My Dai family's evil eye white tiger is an invincible existence among beast martial souls. How could it lose? Dai Mubai stepped back a few steps, unable to believe and accept this reality, feeling lost and sitting on the ground. But perhaps it was his foolishness, as he sat down and fell into the big pit, then did a beautiful roll and landed right in the big pit, face to face with Emperor Xingluo. Emperor Xingluo, Dai Mubai, ugh, how disgusting. Queen Zhu Qingxue felt a chill at this scene, quickly leaning against Chen Yue, and said in a sultry voice unique to mature women, "Master Yin, they are so disgusting. Why don't we go do something that isn't disgusting?" With her strength, she could naturally see that Emperor Xingluo only had one last breath left, and leaving the scene wouldn't pose any issues. As for that last breath of Emperor Xingluo, she had decided to use it as a token of loyalty to Chen Yue. In this way, she can firmly hold on to this thigh. After all, she doesn't have the advantages that Zhu Zhuqing has. No rush. Chen Yue looked at her with a smile and pointed to the stone wall, saying, "I see that behind this wall, it's not bad. You can support yourself with both hands." Empress Zhu Qingxue looked confused. What does supporting with both hands mean? Not only was she puzzled, but Zhu Zhuqing was also a loss, and the father and son of the Dai family in the big pit also had puzzled expressions. But soon, Emperor Xingluo understood. "Master, you are amazing, much stronger than that green light tiger." With that, Zhu Qingxue's voice came from behind the stone wall, and his face visibly turned blue and purple at a rapid pace. Finally, he let out a loud wow and spouted a fountain of blood almost a meter high. Then his eyes bulged out, looking like a dead fish, unable to close his eyes. Father, Dai Mubai's face also turned extremely pale. But when he looked at the blood-spurting Emperor Xingluo, he was startled and tremblingly knelt down to check his breathing. Nobody's. Dai Mubai was so scared that he kept retreating. But at that moment, he realized that one of his arms was tightly grasped by Emperor Xingluo. He hurriedly shook it off, only to see a piece of paper fluttering down to the ground. Dai Mubai was taken aback, then cautiously glanced at the stone wall behind him. Hearing Zhu Qingxue's voice, his face twitched, and he breathed a sigh of relief while cursing with envy and jealousy. Damn it! Then, he picked up the paper and, after reading its contents, was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he took advantage of the high-spirited voice and slipped away. As night deepened, light gradually approached. With a long howl, Empress Zhu Qingxue no longer resembled the noble and beautiful woman from before. She slumped in Chen Yue's arms.
her charming voice weakly saying, "Master, you are so powerful. I am very satisfied." She didn't dare to call herself this palace in front of Chen Yue to show off. Not good. Master, Dai Mubai has escaped. At that moment, the novice Zhu Zhuqing suddenly peeked out from behind the stone wall and made a shocking discovery, quickly warning everyone. Chen Yue remained calm and even pulled her over, saying not to rush and focus on the task at hand first. At this moment, a figure was seen kneeling on one knee in front of Chen Yue in the queen's front hall, staring intently at his own toes, and respectfully said, "My lord, it is the spirit Douluo from Tiando City." How is it? Bibi Dong has gathered many Title Douluo from the spirit hall, and they have already passed the critical point, expected to arrive in Star Luo City within a quarter of an hour. As soon as the words many Title Douluo were mentioned, Zhu Qingxue and Zhu Zhuqing turned pale with fear and quickly hugged Chen Yue tightly. Only this man could provide them with a shred of security. However, Chen Yue casually asked, how many Title Douluo did they bring? All the elders from the Pope's hall, except for the subordinates and the serpent spear, are mobilized. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhu Qingxue and Zhu Zhuqing hugged each other even tighter, their delicate bodies trembling violently. All the Title Douluos. This is to destroy the Star Luo Empire. Chapter 36. Bibi Dong. Should we not do things halfway? The only ones Bibi Dong can mobilize are the numerous elders of the papal hall. She doesn't have the ability to mobilize the worship hall. She has mobilized all the Title Douluos of the papal hall. What about the spirit wing Douluo? She was heavily injured during the surprise attack on the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, and she is still recuperating, so she hasn't gone out. Chen Yue calculated with his fingers and nodded slightly. It's still acceptable that the worship hall hasn't intervened. The worshippers do not support Bibi Dong's actions this time. The last attack on the Haotian sect was a matter of settling old and new scores. Chen Yue understood. After all, Qian Renxue was considered to have grown up under the watch of those old fellows from the worship hall, almost like a son, so there is naturally some sentiment involved. Very well, let's act according to the plan. Yes, the Douluo came quickly and left quickly. After Chen Yue finished speaking, he bowed his head like a eunuch, looking at his toes as he exited the queen's hall, only daring to raise his head afterward. Oh my, that was close, almost ruined the master's good deed. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, only to realize his back was soaked. Luckily, I didn't look too much, otherwise my small stature wouldn't be able to withstand the master's axe. At the request of Qian Renxue, the snake spear had to change how they addressed Chen Yue to master, as calling him senior felt a bit, strange. Although that is the truth. Master Yin, you are so powerful. At this moment, Queen Zhu Qingxue finally understood. The man before her, from the time he arrived in Xingluo City to now, had been intricately connected in every step, and it was not merely about lust. While he planned to take action against the Xingluo Empire, he was also helping to deal with the crisis of the Wuhuan Temple's attack. Let's continue. A night of fierce battle had indeed left this novice, who was not very inexperienced, in complete disarray. However, Chen Yue treated the two of them purely as a physical affair, focusing on making them comfortable. Yes, the servant will come over to the area 20 kilometers outside Xingluo City. Led by Bibi Dong, numerous Title Douluo had already arrived here, and just as they were about to move forward, Bibi Dong suddenly frowned and raised her hand, shouting, "Stop." Then, she looked ahead and said, "Siju, is there a sudden situation in Tiando City?" As the only super Douluo in the Hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong could naturally sense the arrival of Siju Douluo. "Your Majesty, it's like this. The Siju Douluo who has appeared is currently feeling quite panicked, but is putting on a calm expression. He came here at the request of a young master, having made a significant discovery." Bibi Dong's pupils constricted as she sternly said, "Speak." The saintess has been kidnapped by the Emperor of Xingluo and his son, Dai Mubai. Bibi Dong. Other Title Douluo. This statement from Siju Douluo completely baffled Bibi Dong. After a brief moment of shock, she turned her gaze to Ghost Douluo and shouted, "Gui Mei. Didn't you say that the remnants of Haotian's sect captured the saintess and fled to the Xingluo Empire? Why is it the Emperor of Xingluo who captured her?" Ghost Douluo. "My goodness, Your Majesty, I swear to heaven, I really don't know." At this moment, Ghost Douluo was genuinely at a loss for words. "Your Majesty, this matter is handled by old Zhu, and I am not aware of it." Zhu Douluo? "No, why is this being dragged onto me?" Just as he was about to explain, he saw Bibi Dong's cold gaze sweep over. "Yue Guan, what's going on?" Zhu Douluo, "No, Your Majesty. Didn't you say you wanted to place the blame for the saintess's kidnapping on the Xingluo Empire, forcing them to hand over the remnants of Haotian sect and the saintess? Why does this have to fall on me?"
Your Majesty, this matter is not Yueguan elder's fault. At this moment, the Pig Duo spoke again, saying that his subordinate had secretly investigated for a long time and discovered that the Star Luo Emperor had quietly become a Title Douluo and was actually a hidden old six. Bibi Dong. Other Title Douluos. What? Bibi Dong's expression changed, and then she looked at the chrysanthemum Duo, sternly asking, Yueguan, how are you responsible for intelligence work? How come you have no information at all about this Dai, family's tiger, becoming a Title Douluo? Chrysanthemum Douluo exclaimed, not me. Why am I being blamed again? I really don't know. He was feeling a bit helpless at this moment, truly not knowing what to say. It's all this dead guy's fault. Otherwise, how could the Pope get angry with me? Your Majesty, please calm down. The Pig Duo said seriously, my subordinate also took a long time to obtain this information. It is understandable that Elder Yueguan is unaware of this matter. Bibi Dong's expression softened slightly, and then she looked at the Pig Duo, asking, aside from the Saintess, what other discoveries have you made in Star Luo City? She didn't ask why the Pig Duo was in Star Luo City anymore. After all, after waiting so long, she finally had the news of her beloved Saintess. How could she not be excited? Your Majesty, my subordinate discovered that there is a force in the Star Luo Empire that is not weaker than the Haotian sect. The Pig Douluo's face was serious. They're the supporting power behind the Dai family, and their overall strength is very strong. Even with my subordinate's caution, I almost got discovered and caught. What? Bibi Dong's eyes widened suddenly, and then she looked at the chrysanthemum Duo with icy eyes. Chrysanthemum Douluo, I beg you, Pig, please stop talking, okay? If you keep talking, the Pope might even want to kill me. Chrysanthemum Douluo was almost in tears. Although he managed nearly the entire intelligence network of the Spear Hall, he really didn't know anything about this. When did the Star Luo Empire have such a powerful force? Not weaker than the Haotian sect. At this moment, none of the other Title Douluos doubted the Pig Douluo's honesty. After all, they were right under Star Luo City, and if it were a lie, it would be exposed immediately. As a Title Douluo, it wouldn't make sense for him to tell such a ridiculous lie. I'll settle the score with you later. Bibi Dong coldly glanced at the Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, then looked at the Pig Douluo and said in a deep voice, where's the Saintess now? During this time, she, under the banner of righteousness, destroyed the Haotian sect. Now, the entire Tiando Empire is left with only the barely surviving 7 treasure glazed tile school. As long as she can, in the name of righteousness, take down the main forces of the Xingluo Empire, then both major empires will become stepping stones for her to establish the Spirit Empire, completely trapping them. Due to the actions of Bibi Dong and her group, the 7 treasure glazed tile school has been labeled as treasonous, and news of Chen Yue being assassinated has yet to reach her. Currently, the soul saint who transmitted the message has just arrived in Wuhuan City and is on his way to Xingluo City in a difficult situation. Therefore, many elders of the Spirit Hall, including Bibi Dong, are unaware of this matter, and given the speed of all the Title Douluos, it is naturally impossible for a soul saint to catch up. The porcupine Duo scratched his head and then uttered 3 words, I don't know. Bibi Dong. Other Title Douluos? No, you just said so much. How did it turn into this? And now you say you don't know. My subordinate only found out that the Emperor of Xingluo captured the Saintess and the remnants of the Haotian sect, but for some reason, they only found the bodies of the Haotian sect's remnants in the end. As for the Saintess, she was transferred away by the Emperor of Xingluo. My subordinate was almost discovered by several Title Douluos while tracking, so he didn't dare to pursue further. Sensing Bibi Dong's expression turning gloomy, the porcupine Douluo quickly explained. He didn't want to be slapped by the furious Bibi Dong. Although it wouldn't mean death, it would be humiliating. He had been working under a senior who killed 100,000-year-old soul beasts as easily as killing chickens. But he was also a dignified Title Douluo. Even the Pope couldn't slap him. Where? Bibi Dong's gaze was dark, and she had no doubt about the porcupine Douluo's words. After all, there are only so many Title Douluos in the world today, and when it comes to the matter of the Spear Hall Saintess, she would definitely investigate thoroughly. If the porcupine Douluo dared to lie, the truth would certainly be uncovered in the end. Therefore, she did not believe that the porcupine Douluo had the courage to lie. I don't know. Bibi Dong, other Title Douluos at this moment, Bibi Dong really wanted to hang the porcupine Douluo up and give him a good beating. Can you just say everything at once? Just as Bibi Dong was losing patience and wanted to lead a group of Title Douluos to search for people in Xingluo City, suddenly, Bibi Dong's mouth, which had just opened, snapped shut her eyes flashing with a sharp light as she looked up at the two figures that had suddenly appeared in front of her. Two offerings. Do you have any instructions? The other Title Douluos felt the daunting soul power fluctuations from the two newcomers and looked at them warily, as if facing a great enemy. However, Bibi Dong, with a dark gaze and a smile that didn't reach her eyes, spoke. The two offerings are not staying in the offering hall. Could it be that the grand offering has some orders? Or is there some dissatisfaction with this action? The newcomers were Qian Renxue and Jiangma Douluo, who had just emerged from the Tonggui's secret realm. At this moment, they stood tall, their eyes revealing disdain, especially Jiangma Douluo, who coldly snorted, completely disregarding Bibi Dong, the Pope. Your words seem a bit sarcastic, Bibi Dong. Has the balance of yin and yang been disturbed recently? Bibi Dong. She suppressed the urge to attack. If the 7 offerings were only here to watch a joke, then please leave. The 7 super Douluos in the offering hall were like family, and if she dared to act against the 7 offerings, the other offerings would not only subdue her, but also dismiss her from the position of Pope. So, endure. All right. Qian Douluo saw that it was about time. Stopped Jiangma Douluo, who was about to say something, and casually threw out a corpse from his storage bag. Our grand offerings orders are to handle this matter. On the way, we happen to encounter this person. You all can deal with it. Saying this, he did not linger and, with Jiangma behind him, turned around and disappeared. At this moment, the corpse on the ground was curiously uncovered by a Title Douluo, revealing its face. Bibi Dong took a closer look and immediately showed a shocked expression. The corpse of the star, Luo Emperor, did you kill him? As soon as these words were spoken, many Title Douluos gasped in shock, their eyes filled with horror. You must know, this is the ruler of a great empire. If we kill him, the trouble for the Spirit Hall will be immense. Even though Bibi Dong previously roared in anger, trying to pin the blame on the Star Luo Empire, it only required the Star Luo Empire to provide an explanation within 3 days. And she didn't dare to say they should completely exterminate the Dai family like they did with the Haotian sect. But now, in the blink of an eye, the Star Luo Emperor is dead and was killed by Qianjun Jiangma. For a moment, everyone was stunned, looking at each other, not knowing what to do. Even Bibi Dong, with her temperament, was frozen in place, her mind a jumbled mess, in shock. What to do? Right now, she was still searching for Hulaina, but had already killed the Star Luo Emperor. It's obvious that the ancestor of the Star Luo Empire wouldn't let this go easily. Moreover, the Spirit Hall, which originally held the moral high ground, would likely become completely passive at this moment. Those soul masters who had recently joined the Spirit Hall but hadn't fully integrated would probably withdraw again and help their respective empires deal with the Spirit Hall. Additionally, the previously escaped Tang Xiao and the missing Tang Hao would definitely take this opportunity to incite the 7 treasure glazed tile sect and the soul masters of the 2 great empires to declare war on the Spirit Hall, which hadn't even digested its victory yet. What to do? Should we take immediate action and directly launch an attack to wipe out the Dai family? Your Holiness, it's like this. Just when Bibi Dong's killing intent was strong, contemplating whether to act this way, suddenly, a hurried voice rang out. She looked up and saw the sweeping spear rushing over, drenched in sweat, holding a fainted woman in his arms. His subordinates had been doing business with the 2 offering adults and happened to encounter the Holy Maiden being captured by the Star Luo Emperor and the Star Luo Prince Dai Mubai, being taken to a mountain range. Knowing that the Holiness was searching for the Holy Maiden's whereabouts, he boldly asked the 2 offering adults to help investigate. But who knew that within that mountain range was actually hiding a sect, and as soon as they arrived, countless Title Douluos locked onto their targets. In the end, the 2 offering adults, along with his subordinates, ambushed and killed the Star Luo Emperor, hurriedly took the Holy Maiden away. After pausing, he added that the 7th offering even sustained serious injuries because of this, and his subordinates were also injured. He spoke quickly, and this brief account was finished in just about 10 seconds. Afterward, he added, Your Holiness, that group of people is chasing after us. My subordinates and the Porcupine Douluo have already retreated with this woman, Bibi Dong. You guys, she hadn't finished her sentence about wanting to keep someone when the sweeping spear Douluo, along with the Porcupine Douluo, vanished with the unconscious Hulaina. The next moment, a powerful, aged voice shouted, accompanied by waves of strong soul power, exploding in an instant, You dog thief, come here, Bibi Dong. Other Title Douluos? Chapter 37 Chen Yue. To be honest, a crazed cat is really not easy to deal with. 61 Happy Holidays. Although I also wanted to celebrate, I'm sorry I'm not a child and still have to work overtime to write. After a day of administrative duties, Qian Renxue had just returned to her palace and lay down on her bed when she suddenly felt something soft against her. Instinctively, she looked up and immediately sat up in shock. What the heck? She stared in horror at Chen Yue, who was lying on the bed, looking dazed. Hey, didn't you go to the Star Luo Empire? It's only been a few days. How did you come back so soon? Chen Yue, nearly unable to breathe under her pressure, also woke up from his daze. I finished what I needed to do, so I came back. Is there a problem? There's a huge problem. Qian Renxue was speechless. The Star Luo Empire is such a large empire, and their Dai family has been operating there for countless years. Deeply rooted. How could you return so quickly? Did you just go out for a stroll? From the time Chen Yue left to now returning. It's only been 1 day and a few hours at most. How could such a feat be accomplished? Did you know that Grandpa Golden Crocodile was in seclusion? So you ran back? Chen Yue? Oh, you mean Golden Crocodile Douluo? At this moment, it seemed like Chen Yue had just reacted. He casually waved his hand, probably too busy to come find trouble with me now. What? Qian Renxue was taken aback, looking confused. Why? I estimated that Qian Zhenjiangmo was currently queuing up to fight him. Qian Renxue was even more puzzled. Qian Zhenjiangmo? They were doing fine. So why would they go pick a fight with Grandpa Jean E? It didn't make sense. Chen Yue, who was nearly drained, had no energy left at all. After saying this, he fell back onto the bed and quickly fell asleep. To be honest, a cat in a frenzy is really not easy to deal with. Qian Renxue, seeing the exhausted and sleeping Chen Yue, opened her mouth but didn't say anything further. It seemed that he truly worked himself to the bone for the matter regarding the Star Luo Empire, almost to the point of risking his life. But how could he have conquered the Star Luo Empire in less than 2 days? Qian Renxue scratched her head, finding it hard to understand. Also, wasn't Qian Zhenjiangmo supposed to go to his secret realm? What reason would they have to fight Grandpa Jean E? Confused, she turned and left the dormitory, heading towards the Emperor's chamber of the Title Imperial Palace. The Snow Knight Emperor, who was barely alive before, had vacated the place after being stimulated to regain his vitality by Chen Yue, who was holding Shui Ku, only to die of anger shortly after. Now, it was a perfect opportunity for the Golden Crocodile Douluo, who had nowhere to stay, so Qian Renxue arranged for him to live here. Outside the Emperor's palace, there was a large courtyard. As she just stepped outside, she heard the sounds of fighting inside, with the voice of the demon suppression sounding the most excited. Haha. Second brother, your attack is a bit lacking. Did you forget to eat? Put in a bit more effort. The voice of the Qianjun Duo quickly followed. Seemingly unable to watch any longer, demon suppression, give second brother some face. Qian Renxue? She pushed the door open with a confused expression, only to be met with the bewildered gazes of the Qianjun and demon suppression brothers, as well as the Golden Crocodile Duo, who was sitting on the ground panting heavily, drenched in sweat, like a farmer who had just moved 1,000 bricks. What kind of situation is this? Qian Renxue couldn't help but ask, her head filled with question marks. Qianjun, demon suppression, Golden Crocodile Douluo. At that moment, the Golden Crocodile Douluo wished he could just sink into the ground. It was embarrassing enough, but now he was seen by Qian Renxue, who regarded him as her own granddaughter. He truly felt socially dead. Xiao Shui, why did you come here for no reason? But now, even if the Golden Crocodile Douluo wanted to leave, his soul power and current state wouldn't allow it. So he could only stiffen his neck and change the subject. So, that bastard who dares to use me as a gun. Has he come? Qian Renxue was about to retort, but the demon suppression Douluo spoke faster than her. Hey, second brother, I advise you to be more respectful. Saying this, he raised the golden dragon staff in his hand, snorted, do you believe I'll beat you up? Golden Crocodile Douluo? Qian Renxue? Demon suppression. How are you talking to second brother? Qianjun Douluo shot him a glare, and the demon suppression immediately shrank back, not daring to speak anymore. After all, this was his biological brother, and the bloodline suppression was quite strong. Seeing this, the Golden Crocodile Douluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just as he was about to relax completely, he heard Qianjun Douluo's voice, second brother, I give you a chance to reorganize your words. This is giving you face. Golden Crocodile Douluo. In an instant, his expression froze, looking bewildered at the serious-faced Qianjun Douluo, who seemed quite earnest, not joking at all, leaving him even more confused. What on earth is going on here? The equally perplexed Qian Renxue couldn't help but ask, unable to hold back any longer. The scene is truly bizarre, as if all three of them understand what's going on, while she is the only one left bewildered. No need to say more. Golden Crocodile Douluo is afraid that the demon suppression Douluo might inadvertently describe the scene where he just got beaten up, so he immediately says, Xiao Shui, Has that scoundrel who dared to provoke me come back? I'm holding back my anger and ready to give him a good beating. Damn it. I've been so angry after being beaten by these two little brothers, and now that my soul power has recovered by about 30 to 40%, it should be more than enough to teach a lesson to a kid who only dares to hide behind others and play tricks. So, he has decided to vent his anger on the guy who dared to use him as a pawn. Grandpa Golden Crocodile, Qian Renxue started to say, but was immediately interrupted by Golden Crocodile. Duh, I know he's resting in the sleeping chamber, right? All right, I'm going to find him to settle the score. Qian Renxue? Hold on, I haven't finished speaking yet. Qianjun Demon Suppression. Damn, second brother really is impressive. The Demon Suppression Douluo looked at Golden Crocodile Douluo as he quickly left and scratched his head. Is there a chance that second brother might get killed by that senior? Qian Renxue, that seems a bit uncertain. It shouldn't happen. After a moment of contemplation, Qianjun Douluo spoke up. The senior isn't that unreasonable. He shouldn't kill second brother. Qian Renxue nodded, feeling a bit relieved. That's right. But before she could fully relax, she heard Qianjun Douluo add, however, beating him half to death should still be possible. Qian Renxue? The Demon Suppression Douluo nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Qian Renxue, after all, the senior's masterpiece in Star Luo City is truly astonishing. The Demon Suppression Douluo couldn't help but sigh. With his character, if someone were to disturb his rest at this time, I estimate that even if the eldest brother came, for the sake of the young master, he would still beat the eldest brother to a third death. Qian Renxue? Wait, how did this involve my grandfather? And what does this have to do with me? Qianjun Douluo also nodded in agreement, to be honest. This time the senior's masterpiece can be said to be a triple achievement. Next, the Pope's idea of establishing an empire will probably not be realized. It will have to rely on the young master's strength. Qian Renxue was left confused by their words. What are you guys talking about? Star Luo Empire, what exactly happened? Also, weren't you in the secret realm? How come you came out now and even beat up Grandpa Golden Crocodile? In the Hall of Offerings. In terms of age and seniority, Golden Crocodile Douluo is the oldest, and one could even say he is the highest-ranking offering in the Spirit Hall. Even Qian Douluo is considered a junior in front of him. If Qian Douluo didn't possess the six-winged angel, a god-tier martial soul, he might not even be a match for Golden Crocodile Douluo at the same level. After all, Golden Crocodile Douluo was once renowned in his youth, on par with the father of Sword Douluo Chen, with strength that was equally matched. But now, what is she seeing? The venerable Golden Crocodile Douluo was actually being beaten down to the ground like a dog by a Demon Suppression Douluo who had only been around for 2 cycles of the Zodiac. Qian Renxue was truly dazzled by this. The Demon Suppression Douluo scratched his head and said, the secret realm that the senior allowed us to enter has indeed been extremely beneficial. My brother and I have gained great opportunities inside. Great opportunities? Qian Renxue questioned. Your soul power level is still at the peak of level 96, without any increase. How could you possibly suppress Grandpa Golden Crocodile, who is at peak level 98? Even if his soul power is diminished, it wouldn't be something you could handle alone, right? You have to know that the Golden Crocodile Douluo's martial soul is the Golden Crocodile King, one of the top beast martial souls, with formidable strength and defense that cannot be broken through by the Demon Suppression Douluo's Dragon Stick. Well, the Demon Suppression Douluo smiled mysteriously. Why don't you, young master, go ask the senior? Or let us in again to help the senior explore the secret realm, and then we can build a camp inside? Qian Renxue, Qian Renxue. Your calculations are so loud that I can't hear them from Earth. Demon Suppression, be serious. Although the Demon Slayer Douluo has already surpassed 2 generations, his personality is somewhat eccentric, completely opposite to his elder brother, the Thousand Genes Douluo, whose cautious nature is hard to imagine as being from the same set of twin brothers. Young master, it's like this. After being scolded by the Thousand Genes Douluo, the Demon Slayer Douluo dared not speak again and obediently stood to the side. The Thousand Genes Douluo said in a deep voice in the secret realm, there are countless monsters. These creatures resemble humans, wearing yellow-brown helmets and wielding black-brown axes that seem to be stained with blood. Their abilities are quite strange. They can rebound our soul skills by shaking their axes, and even our martial soul true forms can be reflected back. Qian Renxue was stunned. So powerful? Seeing this, the Demon Slayer Douluo chimed in, yeah, my brother and I went through life and death, facing extreme dangers, just to come back. Young master, look at our noble spirit. How about letting the seniors give us another chance? Qian Renxue, shut up. The Demon Slayer Douluo suddenly interrupted, and Qian Renxue had every reason to be in a bad mood. Moreover,
She was currently in an emotionally unstable phase, so her sudden outburst was understandable. Therefore, the demon slayer Douluo obediently closed his mouth again. However, fortunately, we can directly use our martial souls to fight. The Thousand Genes Douluo's expression was serious. The strength of these monsters wasn't very strong, as they would die just from a few swings of the coiling dragon staff. However, their skills were very strange. Not to mention that a previous knife swing could reflect any of our soul skills. Even in close combat, they could transform their axes into whips, able to pull people towards them from a distance. After being struck by this axe whip, it felt like being poisoned, rendering the whole body paralyzed and unable to move, only able to watch oneself being drawn closer. Fortunately, their axe attacks were not fatal. Seeing that the Thousand Genes Douluo had stopped speaking, the demon slayer Douluo found an opportunity to interject and immediately added, "But it really hurts." "You shut up." The demon slayer Douluo, feeling wronged, closed his mouth again. The space of this secret realm was unknown in size. Both he and the demon slayer dared not proceed recklessly, as it was dark inside, with some monsters hiding in unseen places, and the terrain was complex, making it easy to get into trouble. Qian Renxue thought for a moment, and then asked, "So what rewards did you gain from it?" How could the demon slayer press Grandpa Golden Crocodile to the ground and rub him? The Thousand Genes Douluo glanced at the demon slayer Douluo, signaling him to speak. "Hee, young master, you may not know this." Finally, after being told to shut up twice, the demon slayer Douluo had the chance to speak. He excitedly rubbed his hands together, proudly saying, "This is all thanks to my stick that saved my brother and started it all." However, as soon as half of this was said, a loud explosion suddenly erupted, and then they saw the golden crocodile Douluo turn into a parabola and crash into the yard with a bang. The stabbing porcupine Douluo clapped his hands and, facing the confused gazes of the three, explained, "The senior said that anyone who dares to enter his sleeping quarters, except for the young master, will be slapped out." He added, "Let the subordinates come and clean up this garbage that was slapped out." Of course, he couldn't possibly defeat the golden crocodile Douluo, so it was actually Chen Yue who had dealt that heavy blow. He was just responsible for cleaning up the mess. Qian Renxue, Qianjun Demon, golden crocodile Douluo. As he just got up, he met the strange gazes of the three, and in that instant, he was completely petrified. Social death. Totally socially dead. The old man has lost his integrity. Chapter 38. Qianjunluo Young Master, and I'm not talented, and I have only integrated a set of 100,000-year soul bones until now. It feels like the data is really cold. Is my book going to be finished? Second brother, Weevee said it all. Don't go looking for trouble with the seniors. The senior has a big heart, but you just listen and insist on going over to vent your anger. The demon subduing Douluo looked at the golden crocodile Douluo at this moment, a smug smile appearing on his face. Isn't good now? Being thrown out like garbage by the senior. Golden crocodile Douluo, shut up. After the demon subduing Douluo said this, before the golden crocodile Douluo could respond, Qianjun Douluo had already stopped his younger brother and said, "How can you speak to second brother like that? This is second brother. After so many years, don't you know him yet?" This sudden accusation and defense left the golden crocodile Douluo stunned, and even the demon-slaying Douluo was bewildered. "Wait, brother, didn't you say you would mock the second brother fiercely when he comes back? Why has it suddenly changed, and you sold me out?" Qian Renxue beside them was also taken aback. Although she didn't hear the entire conversation among the three, she could roughly guess that the reason the golden crocodile Douluo went to find someone was likely due to the provocation from the two brothers. But what is going on now? The golden crocodile Douluo sighed, realizing that the sixth brother is understanding. However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, he heard the Qianjun Douluo continue speaking. The second brother can't defeat the senior because the senior plays dirty and ambushes. Golden crocodile Douluo. Also, the second brother is fighting to the death. Do you understand? Qianjun Douluo looked like he was admonishing his brother, but in reality, he was criticizing indirectly. Our second brother is confident that the senior can't be that strong, so he chose to fight the senior in this state, even if he loses to the senior. No one can say he is inferior or overestimating himself. Golden crocodile Douluo, wait, when have I ever been said to be inferior? It seems like you said it first, right? Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue finally understood, looking at Qianjun Douluo with a strange expression. She seriously suspected that someone who had been with Chen Yue for so long, although his expression didn't change, must have a lot of bad thoughts in his heart. Just look at Qianjun Douluo. On the surface, he was drinking with the little brother Su Xiang Mo Douluo, but in reality, wasn't he implying that Jean E Douluo was overestimating himself and not as skilled as others? You guys Qian Renxue gritted his teeth. He wasn't a fool, and he naturally caught on to Qian Douluo's sarcastic remarks. His expression immediately darkened as he coldly snorted, waved his sleeve, and turned to leave. His soul power was now nearly depleted, and he had to go rest and recover his soul power. If he stayed here and listened any longer, he feared his blood pressure would rise, and he wouldn't be able to help but attack, leading to another beating from the Qian brothers. A peak Super Douluo at level 98 was indeed very strong, but if his soul power was less than 1%, then facing two peak Super Douluos at level 96 was already difficult. Even facing an ordinary Title Douluo would be challenging. Therefore, among the 36 strategies, the best plan is to run away. A gentleman takes revenge. It's never too late. Qian Renxue resolutely made up his mind in hatred and didn't linger any longer, heading to the mimicry training room to enter seclusion. What exactly is going on with you and Grandpa Qian Renxue truly couldn't understand. At the same time, she also couldn't figure out what kind of opportunity you all had in the secret realm to be able to beat Grandpa Qian down. Additionally, what did that guy do in the Star Luo Empire to declare that the Star Luo Empire had been taken? But now, there was no major news from within the Star Luo Empire, right? What do you mean by saying this achieves 3 goals in 1? This series of question marks also left Qian confused. After a long silence, Qian Douluo finally sorted out his thoughts and summarized Qian Renxue's words into 3 questions. The first was the reason why the 2 brothers were able to beat the Golden Crocodile Douluo without giving him a chance to fight back. The second was what Chen Yue had done in the Star Luo Empire. The third was, since they had done this, why was there no news at all? With these thoughts in mind, Qian organized his thoughts and said, the reason we were able to defeat our second brother was thanks to the secret realm. The elder used the strategies of killing with a borrowed knife and escaping through the golden cicadas shell in the Star Luo Empire to reap the fruits of victory. Because the Star Luo Empire is still in the midst of events, but the outcome has already been revealed, it's just that the result hasn't turned into a fact yet. At this point, Qian Douluo looked at Jiao Maoa and said, brother, what I said should have no gaps left to fill, right? None. Jiao Maoa thought for a moment and felt that this was generally correct, but Qian Renxue on the side was completely bewildered. Wait, are you two speaking in riddles with me? Qian Renxue was speechless, but since this matter had already happened and only awaited the result, she didn't need to dig deeper. So, she posed another question. What kind of improvement did you gain in the secret realm? This is the issue she cares about the most. She understood that there exists a monster in that secret realm that can rebound soul techniques. But this has nothing to do with the rewards, right? Could it be that by killing this monster, one could obtain a reward? What kind of reward could allow a peak level 96 Demon Slayer Douluo to completely suppress a peak level 98 Golden Crocodile Douluo? Young master, this all started thanks to my stick that saved my brother. Earlier, when the Golden Crocodile Douluo was thrown in and interrupted, the Demon Slayer Douluo hadn't finished speaking. Now, upon hearing Qian Renxue say this, he became interested, grinning. My brother was previously stubborn, constantly attacking that monster with soul techniques, but in the end, he was rebounded by that monster's strange axe. Somehow, he ended up standing on the ground like he was being punished, just as that monster was about to chop him down with an axe. As a younger brother, how could I not care about my brother's safety? So, I directly used my martial soul's true body and knocked that monster's head askew with a single stick. At this point, the Demon Slayer Douluo was so excited that he clenched his fists, looking like a well-behaved child after 2 decades. Qian Renxue asked, then what happened? Then that monster died. Qian Renxue's expression gradually turned unfriendly, her gaze becoming somewhat dangerous. The Qian Douluo, sensing the air becoming colder, hurriedly covered the still wanting to chatter Demon Slayer Douluo. Young master, after that monster died, the Demon Slayer's martial soul underwent a change. Qian Renxue paused. The martial soul underwent a change? What kind of change? Qian Douluo didn't know how to explain it, so he kicked the Demon Slayer Douluo. What are you still dawdling for? Release your martial soul and soul rings. Oh, the Demon Slayer Douluo looked a bit wronged. After finally getting a chance to speak, now this. He helplessly released his martial soul and soul rings, and in an instant, dazzling light illuminated the entire front yard. The martial souls of the Qian and Demon Slayer brothers were both dragon pattern sticks, and their cooperation could even contend with peak Douluos, showing an extraordinary level of synergy. As the young master of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue had naturally seen their martial souls and soul ring configurations, but now, what appeared was not just a slight difference from the dragon pattern stick she remembered. It could only be said that it looked like it had undergone a complete transformation.
The originally long dragon pattern stick, which was about 12 feet long and coiled with a golden dragon, was now nowhere to be seen. Instead, what emerged was a long stick entirely in golden color, shining with holy light, about 2 meters long, with blood-colored dragon heads on both ends. No, the description of the long staff is not very precise. To Qian Renxue, it seems more like a double-headed dragon formed by 2 blood dragons connected in a stick shape. What kind of martial soul is this? As the heir of the spirit hall, Qian Renxue has seen countless martial souls throughout her life. However, she has truly never seen one like this before. In fact, she has never even heard of it. This is the golden blood dragon staff. Before the demon suppression Douluo could speak, the Titan Douluo answered, "To not hide it from a young master. My martial soul is also a transformation of the demon suppression." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a golden blood dragon staff, identical to that of the demon suppression Douluo, appeared in his palm. However, the color of his staff was darker gold, with a deeper shade of blood. The golden blood dragon staff? Qian Renxue furrowed her brows. What is its origin? In the Spirit Hall's Martial Soul Encyclopedia, she had never seen any information about this martial soul's origin. The Titan Douluo shook his head, saying that this martial soul also appeared in his mind after his fusion, like an instruction manual for an item. Not to mention the Spirit Hall, even in the entire Douluo continent, there may never have been such a martial soul. Qian Renxue nodded, glancing at the golden blood dragon staff, feeling as if the 2 dragon heads at its ends were alive, which made her feel a sense of danger. This is not a pressure from soul power. Qianjun Jiama has not used soul power yet, but has simply released his martial soul. So this feeling comes from the martial soul. In other words, this martial soul is her 6-winged angel, which also feels a strong sense of apprehension. This feeling is still appearing for the first time. The last time she remembered making her 6-winged angel sense something was when Chen Yue released his martial soul. Her martial soul seemed to be startled, trembling in fear. Suppressing the shock in her heart, Qian Renxue raised her head again and looked at Qianjun, asking, "Is it with this martial soul that you can suppress Grandpa Jin?" The golden blood dragon staff is said to be dyed with the blood of 2 dragons that have supposedly become immortals, refined through countless years. Qianjun recalled the manual in his mind after obtaining this martial soul. It is a weapon martial soul, but it can restrain all beast martial souls and soul beasts, with the strongest restraining and suppressing power against dragon-type martial souls or dragon-type soul beasts. At this moment, Qian Renxue suddenly realized that it was through absolute suppression that the golden crocodile grandpa's golden crocodile king was restrained. Right? She thought so. The attack and defense of the golden crocodile king are extremely powerful, and generally speaking, it is impossible to be defeated by someone of a lower rank. But not entirely. Qianjun Douluo glanced at Qian Renxue and said, "Young master, take a look at the soul ring of the demon slayer." Huh? Qian Renxue was taken aback. Her attention had been drawn to this unprecedented martial spirit, and she hadn't paid any attention to the soul ring of the demon slayer. Now upon looking, her eyes widened in shock. 7 black and 2 red? How is that possible? She was completely stunned. Long ago, she had heard her grandpa, Qian Douluo, say that as a successor of the gods, the standard configuration of martial spirits is 9 black. And her grandpa even had an exceptional configuration of 8 black and 1 red soul ring. But now, this demon slayer Douluo, a worshipper who has never even heard of the divine exam, how could he possess soul rings with a configuration more terrifying than her grandfather's? How could this be? How did you manage this? Qian Renxue was instantly stunned from the energy fluctuations emitted by those soul rings. She could clearly sense that these 7 black soul rings were all pure 80,000 year soul rings, and those 2 red soul rings were genuine 100,000 year soul rings. That's right, young master, I also luckily obtained 3 100,000 year soul bones. At this moment, the demon hunter Douluo, who had finally planned to interrupt, couldn't help but chuckle and dealt another critical hit. Qian Renxue, young master, I am not talented, and I have only fused a set of 100,000 year soul bones until now. At this moment, Qianjun Douluo interjected. Qian Renxue, alas, what a pity. This thing can only be absorbed and fused into the bone marrow after killing a monster, which means it won't drop upon death, completely merging with one's bones and becoming inseparable. Otherwise, at my age, I wouldn't be able to absorb it. As he spoke, Qianjun Douluo's back suddenly unfolded 2 blood-red wings. These wings were indeed recorded soul beasts from the Douluo continent. They were the wings of a blood-winged dragon. This meant that Qianjun Douluo possessed an external soul bone from a blood-winged dragon. Qian Renxue exclaimed, "No, I must go to this secret realm. After witnessing this scene, Qian Renxue admitted she felt envious. She didn't care about that so-called 99,999-year-old trash angel soul bone. Damn it, wasn't 100,000 year soul bone set more appealing? No please. Absolutely not, young master. The demon suppression Douluo was taken aback upon hearing this, quickly darting to the entrance to block Qian Renxue's path. Young master, the senior doesn't allow you to enter for a reason. That's right, young master. The senior asked us to lead the way, and there are many unknown areas. During the time that I and the demon suppression Douluo explored, we only covered an area about the size of this dormitory. Qian Douluo couldn't care less about maintaining his composure anymore. He felt something bad would happen if Qian Renxue went in. The secret realm was shrouded in darkness, with no sunlight and countless monsters lurking in the shadows, making it extremely dangerous. Was there a safe place? I've been executing this mission for so many years. Was there ever a time without danger? Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, Qian Jun and the demon suppression Douluo exchanged glances, and the latter quickly added, "Young master, the senior will definitely let you in eventually, but right now, considering your pregnancy." Chapter 39. Chen Yue. I really only seduced the Star Luo Empress and the Star Luo Crown Princess, and did nothing else. First update. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback. She instinctively glanced at her belly, which still looked ordinary, but she could feel the bloodline connection within. What you said makes sense. Qian Renxue's words relieved Qian Jianma. If the young master were to insist on entering the secret realm, they truly wouldn't know how to handle it. Fortunately, the young master wasn't someone who lacked understanding. By the way, you just mentioned wanting to go into that secret realm again, right? Qian Renxue suddenly looked up again at Qian Jianma and asked, "Please tell me about the situation in the secret realm, so I can inform him." The previous spiked porcupine said that anyone who disturbs it, apart from her, would likely end up like the golden crocodile Douluo, being thrown out directly. It's likely that Qian Jianma wouldn't be an exception either. Moreover, there was nothing to hide about this matter, so Qian Jianma quickly explained everything to Qian Renxue. The area we explored is limited, roughly equivalent to half the area of the Spirit City. After pondering for a moment, Qian Jianma said, "Up to now, we have encountered monsters that carry axes and wear brown helmets. The common characteristic of these monsters is that they can reflect any soul skill except the true body of a martial soul. Even my 100,000-year soul skill can be reflected by them. Generally speaking, if their reflected soul skill hits, the person themselves won't be injured but will be in a rigid state, only able to watch as the opponent attacks them with the axe. Additionally, the axes in their hands can transform into strange whips to pull targets within a certain distance toward them. Similarly, once pulled, the target will also be in a rigid state. Other than that, the defense of these monsters is about the same as an ordinary soul master, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow." Jianma Douluo interjected, "That's right. In fact, if it weren't for these three characteristics, I would even feel like this is a group of delivery men." Qian Renxue nodded. "Is there anything else to add?" "Nothing." Qian Jianma thought for a moment, but couldn't think of anything else, nodding to indicate that this was all the information they had at the moment. "All right. I'll tell him when he wakes up." Qian Renxue stood up. It was getting late, and dawn was approaching, so I'll head back first. You all rest well, and strive to make new discoveries next time. Goodbye, young master. Qian Renxue returned to her chamber, where Chen Yue was still fast asleep. After all, encountering 2 life-threatening cats in one day and night was truly exhausting. He was sleeping like a dead pig. Qian Renxue pouted, but still took a bath, changed in her sleep dress, and hugged Chen Yue, falling into a deep sleep. She thought, no matter what, after a good sleep, Chen Yue would surely wake up tomorrow, right? However, what she never expected was that while she waited for Chen Yue to wake up, she instead received information about the Spear Hall. When Qian Renxue saw this piece of information, she was completely stunned, gasping in shock. How is this possible? How could this happen? Looking at the letter in her hand, she was completely shocked and couldn't understand how things had developed this way. What is going on, making such a fuss? After who knows how long, Chen Yue finally felt his energy restored, stretched, sat up from the couch, and rubbed his somewhat dazed eyes. The matter of the Star Luo Empire was planned by you. Seeing Chen Yue awake, Qian Renxue temporarily set aside the secret realm issue and eagerly asked, "How could the Star Luo Empire have such a powerful sect?" "Oh, so you found out, huh?" Chen Yue glanced at her with a slight smile, not expecting this Bibi Dong to be so impatient, getting results so quickly. "If I had known, I shouldn't have returned Hulaina to them." Qian Renxue. "Oh no, it should be not giving the living Hulaina to that Bibi Dong." Qian Renxue. "Can you hear yourself?"
How could someone say such cold words with lips over 30 degrees? What exactly did you do in the Star Luo Empire? At this moment, Qian Renxue's curiosity could no longer be hidden. She looked at Chen Yue in disbelief, finding it hard to imagine how this guy's mind worked. I didn't do anything, Chen Yue said. I just incited the Star Luo Empress and the Star Luo Empire's princess to rebel, and then took advantage of the previous situation where the Spirit Hall demanded they hand over people to escalate the conflict. So, you killed the Star Luo Emperor and framed on the Spirit Hall? Chen Yue cleared his throat and said seriously, how can that be called murder? This is a letter of allegiance submitted to me by the Star Luo Empress. So, you told the Pope that Hulaina was snatched from the Star Luo Emperor, making their relationship irreparable, which led to an unprecedented war. Chen Yue quietly gestured. This counts as an effective consumption of the Pope's strength. Isn't that indirectly helping you? You bastard. How can you say that? This is still the Title Douluo of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue said angrily. If I become the Pope in the future, all this will be my power. Chen Yue replied, one pregnancy can make a person foolish for 3 years. That saying is really not wrong. Those people were all trained by Bibi Dong. As long as Bibi Dong is alive, they will never listen to you. Even if Bibi Dong dies, she will probably pass the Pope position to Hulaina before she dies. Do you still want her power? Dream on. Everything you want is just in your dreams. Now, Chen Yue was silent, pouring himself a glass of water and drinking it. Wait a minute. At this moment, Qian Renxue finally discovered the blind spot. How did you know that the power consumption of the Pope's palace is significant? I didn't tell you this information. Chen Yue shook his head with a light smile, leisurely sipping his tea. The so-called intelligence had already been figured out when he went to the Star Luo Empire. Queen Zhu Qingxue of the Star Luo Empire, in order to prove her loyalty, would definitely go crazy and pin the blame on the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, other nobles, due to the previous oppression from the Spirit Hall, also felt fear. Naturally, the entire Star Luo Empire was united as one, presenting a unified statement. Of course, this was still far from enough. At this point, it was necessary to mention the backing of the Dai family, the Star-Crowned sect. This is a sect that only appeared during the Dou Heir period, belonging to the hidden sects within the Star Luo Empire. Generally, it has remained in a hidden state throughout the entire Dou Heir period. The general idea is that this sect has existed for a long time, but no one discovered it, making it obscure. Similar to the concept of soul spirits, which have always existed but have not been discovered by humans. P.S. I'm actually quite curious about how that bug that has slept for who knows how many years in Dou Heir knows about soul spirits. To know about this, it should have battled many soul beasts over the course of 100,000 years, right? Within the Xingguan sect, there are 2 major factions. One is the Baihu lineage, which has the evil eye white tiger as its martial soul. The other is the Xingguan lineage, which has the Star Crown as its martial soul. The 2 factions have been in constant conflict, and their strengths are relatively balanced, although the White Tiger lineage is slightly stronger. They support and undermine each other, which has led to the strict enforcement of laws in the Star Luo Empire over the years. The Emperor of Star Luo belongs to the White Tiger lineage and is considered a direct descendant. His father is a high-ranking member of the White Tiger lineage, while his mother is the daughter of a high-ranking member of the Star Crown lineage, giving him a noble status. If it were just the nobles within Star Luo City, the influence of the Star Crown sect would not be able to control so much. As long as things do not escalate too much, they generally would not intervene. But now, the Emperor of Star Luo is dead. This is the crystallization of the White Tiger lineage and the Star Crown lineage. Similarly, this also represents the prestige and dignity of the Star Crown sect. Now, not only has he been killed by the people of the Spirit Hall within the Star Luo City, but those from the Spirit Hall even dare to intrude into the mountain territory of their Star Crown sect. This is completely provocative. And looking at the Spirit Hall side, the Star Luo Empire not only secretly harbors the remnants of the Haotian sect, but also dares to abduct the saintess of the Spirit Hall for nefarious purposes. As the great King Tang said, this is already a path to death. Of course, at this point, there is still room for negotiation. They just need to compare testimonies to find discrepancies. And with Bibi Dong's calmness at this moment, as well as the intelligence of the higher-ups of the Star Crown sect, they will definitely realize they have been used as pawns. But the problem is, Bibi Dong, along with all the Title Douluos from the Papal Hall, has arrived outside Star Luo City. Are you telling me this is a misunderstanding? At this moment, no matter how Bibi Dong explained, the Xingguan sect simply could not believe it.
They might even speculate that if it weren't for those two Title Douluo from the Wuhuan Temple storming into their mountain gate, they might still be unaware of the Wuhuan Temple's grand ambitions. Thus, the conflict between the two sides could no longer be resolved through discussion. It could only be decided by fists. Since this irreparable battle had occurred, there would surely be casualties. According to the information Chen Yue had previously extracted from Xingluo Empress under severe interrogation, it was easy to guess that there was a peak super Douluo at level 98 guarding the Xinguan sect. Moreover, considering the balance maintained by the two major factions within the sect, it was likely that there were two peak super Douluos at level 98 in the entire Xinguan sect, or one peak at 98 with two others at 98, or one at peak 98 and several super Douluos at level 97. Therefore, from the very beginning, Chen Yue knew that Bibi Dong would definitely be defeated, and it would be a crushing defeat. If I'm not mistaken, there are currently less than 5 Title Douluos left in the Pope's Hall who are participating in this battle, right? Qian Renxue was completely stunned. How do you know? Did you already know about the existence of the Xinguan sect? Chapter 40 Chen Yue, Xingluo Empress, and Xingluo Princess Consort RS. Second update. If it weren't for the Xinguan sect, I wouldn't have had to come in person to the Xingluo Empire, Chen Yue could not deny. If I calculated correctly, among the Title Douluos that Bibi Dong took away this time, only Zhu Dao, Gai, Donglo, Xiong Dao, and one critically injured Title Douluo are left, right? After a pause, he spoke. The two injured Title Douluos in Tiando City were also summoned by her, weren't they? Qian Renxue was completely bewildered. Can you read minds? Chen Yue smiled, but did not explain. Although he had never been to the Wuhuan Temple, based on his guesses from the original plot, there should be over a dozen Title Douluos in the Pope's Hall, including Bibi Dong herself. Most of them were nameless. For example, the two Title Douluos who followed Qiang Sunji to capture Ain back then. Some say they were Gue Judo, but that doesn't match since one died and one was injured, so this claim is denied, and they are referred to as two unnamed Title Douluos. There were also the 4 Title Douluos who launched a surprise attack and severely injured the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and those Title Douluos who wiped out the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Among the two mentioned above, the only ones who were referred to as Title Douluos were Elder Jiao and Lingyuan Dou. Lingyuan Dou continues to follow the manga setting, which should be from the manga, but I'm not sure. Lastly, there were the 7 Title Douluos who withstood Tang Yutian's massive hammer at the end of the Soul Master competition. Sigh. Qian Renxue looked at Chen Yue, lost in thought, and finally could only helplessly sit back on the bed. You're not wrong. Among those who returned alive from this operation, there are only the Pope, Zhu Douluo, Gue Douluo, and Mo Xiong Douluo, and Elder 10. This counts as the younger brother of Elder 9 who died in the battle against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. They lost a total of over a dozen Title Douluos. Now, that woman will definitely recall the Title Douluos who are currently out. She felt a headache coming on. They and both belonged to the Pope's Hall, and now that Bibi Dong was short on manpower, she would surely want to bring them back. If that were the case, she would have no one left to use. Why get them back? Chen Yue smiled slightly, walked over to hug her, and kissed her face, which had become even more delicate due to her pregnancy. You said with the ascension imminent, you also need manpower. But I already have Grandpa Jean Yi and Qian Jun to subdue the demons, right? Do you think she would know about the offerings hall? Qian Renxue, hiss, that seems quite reasonable. Suddenly, Qian Renxue frowned and pressed Chen Yue's hand down angrily. What are you doing? We are discussing serious matters here. Chen Yue smiled slightly. I'm also doing serious matters. Qian Renxue, go to hell. Qian Renxue snorted, but in her heart, she felt pleased. Humph, the charm of this young master is unmatched. Such a clever and resourceful handsome guy. Isn't he mine? What did Qian Jun to subdue the demons mean by your one action leading to 3 gains? She still didn't quite understand. How could there be 3 gains? One action should refer to subverting the Xingluo Empress and the Xingluo Princess Consort, right? Soon, Chen Yue revealed the answer to her. One action refers to subverting the Xingluo Empress and the Xingluo Princess Consort. You should know this, right? Qian Renxue nodded and changed to a comfortable position in Chen Yue's arms. But I really don't understand the other 3 gains. The first gain is that without any effort, I took down the Xingluo Empire, Chen Yue said casually. Now the Xingluo Empress and the Xingluo Princess Consort are mine, and sooner or later, the Xingluo Empire will also become mine. As soon as the words came out, Qian Renxue turned her head in confusion, staring at him in shock. After a long pause, she finally gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, impressive. You really blew me away. What about the other 2? Chen Yue smiled slightly. What do you think? Qian Renxue replied, I have no idea. Chen Yue chuckled, then it's better if you don't know. Just think for yourself. Qian Renxue retorted. Go on, you can sleep by yourself. Chen Yue, not getting angry, actually stood up and said, then I'll go find my custom white Porsche. Qian Renxue shouted, come back. Of course, she understood what Chen Yue meant. It was about that adorable legal lowly, Shueku. What did she lack compared to Shueku? Regarding the secret realm, I asked for you. Only then did Qian Renxue remember the matter of the secret realm, and she quickly recounted what Qian Jun had said about subduing demons, then asked, when can I go to the secret realm to enhance my strength? Don't you have an angel's soul bone? Qian Renxue snorted, trash angel god. Even a dog would shake its head. Chen Yue? This guy is really ruthless. Even scolding her own grandfather. Far away in the worship hall, Title Douluo suddenly sneezed. Wondering who was scolding him? Just wait for a while. Chen Yue rubbed her head, saying, I'll make arrangements, don't worry. During this period of time spent together, Qian Renxue also realized that Chen Yue was a ruthless and cunning person. Since he hadn't nodded yet, it must mean he still needed her here. Soon, just as Qian Renxue had expected, Bibi Dong sent a secret message for her to recall the snake spear. Qian Renxue didn't hesitate to refuse directly, saying she was about to ascend the throne and needed manpower. This reply completely left Bibi Dong bewildered. Ascending the throne? Shui is dead? When did this happen? Bibi Dong looked at the letter in her hand in confusion, wondering how she didn't know about it. She had been in seclusion since returning from the battle in Luo City, and the sole sage who delivered the message was killed by the Xingguan sect after the defeat of the Spirit Hall, and the letter was buried with the corpse in the dust. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall's spirit temples in Luo City and its surrounding areas, including the Spirit Main Hall, Spirit Subhalls, and Spirit Branch Halls, were all dismantled one by the furious Xingguan sect. This move also elevated the reputation of the Xingguan sect to an unprecedented shocking height. This wave of pressure was given to her by the Pope's throne. Revenge is naturally to be taken, but she decided to continue her trial as the Rakshasa goddess. However, the affairs of the Soul City cannot be left unmanaged. She must summon these Title Douluos to help. But she never expected this. On the snowy night, Snow Knight actually died, and Qian Renxue is about to ascend to the throne. Thinking of this, a bewildered Bibi Dong called in the confused Zhu Douluo. Yuguan, when did Snow Knight die? As soon as Zhu Douluo entered, he was met with a barrage of soul-searching questions from Bibi Dong. In an instant, Zhu Douluo was also stunned. What? Snow Knight is dead? Your subordinate truly does not know. I was previously in the Luo Empire, and the matters were entrusted to Salus. Under the Pope, there are 4 platinum bishops, and Salus, as the master of the Spirit Hall in Heavenly Dou City, is naturally qualified to handle this matter. Go investigate immediately. Although he understood, Bibi Dong's mood was quite poor, and she coldly instructed, understood. Zhu Douluo did not dare to be slow and hurriedly left. Soon he brought back news. When we secretly went to Luo City, Ning Fengji from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Sword Douluo Chen Xin, and Bone Douluo Gu Rong conspired to usurp the throne and killed Snow Knight. They are currently wanted by the entire Heavenly Dou Empire. Bibi Dong. When I express my confusion with question marks, it's not that there's something wrong with me, but that there's something wrong with you. Yuguan, are you trying to fool me? Bibi Dong's gaze darkened as she coldly reprimanded. How could the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, with such a close relationship with the Heavenly Dou royal family, do such a thing? If anyone is likely to kill Snow Knight, it definitely cannot be the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. This is not just a foolish move, but digging their own grave, seeking death. Your Majesty, Zhu Douluo said, full of grievance. This is the news that Salus sent to the Pope's hall. It's his handwritten letter. He said this, and I am just reading his information to you. Bibi Dong suddenly thought of something, glanced at the confidential letter from Qian Renxue in her hand, quietly put it away, and waved her hand. All right, I understand. You may leave. Yes. After watching Zhu Douluo leave, Bibi Dong then sat back on her Pope's throne, her gaze flickering. So, is she really about to ascend to the throne? But according to the rules of the Heavenly Dou Empire, if the emperor is murdered, then the crown prince must capture the mastermind. Right now, she only has the porcupine and the serpent spear in her hands. How can she capture Chen Xin, Gu Rong, and Ning Fengji? This matter reveals an inexplicable eeriness that she finds hard to grasp. For instance, why would the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School want to assassinate the emperor and usurp the throne, only to fail in the end? Bibi Dong is puzzled and can't figure it out, but she knows that she definitely won't be able to retrieve the snake spear. I want to see how you plan to deal with Chen Xin Gulong and Ning Fengji's heads. Bibi Dong snorted coldly, saying, I told you to poison him and kill him, but you wouldn't listen. Now let's see how you handle this pit you've dug for yourself. HM. However, very soon,
Just a few days have passed, and she is already bewildered. The Tiando Empire has announced that they have killed the traitors Ning Fengji, Qin Xin, and Gu Rong, and hung their bodies in front of the Tiando Imperial Palace. From today, a state funeral will be held for the Snow Knight Emperor, Bibi Dong. What the hell? She is a bit confused and seems to doubt the authenticity of this news. Then, she coldly looked at the somewhat anxious Salas in front of her. What on earth is going on? Your Majesty, this matter has been confirmed as true. Salas bowed his head, not daring to look at her. His subordinate went to check, and it was indeed the bodies of Qin Xin, Gu Rong, and Ning Fengji. Among them, Qin Xin's head was still severed. Bibi Dong? What has happened while she has been in Xinglua City these past few days? Chapter 41. I don't even know how to respond to this. What exactly has happened? After a brief moment of confusion, Bibi Dong suddenly stood up and looked at the trembling Salas. The strength of these three is extremely powerful. How could they die so easily? She doesn't know about others, but she is still unclear about the 2 Title Douluos from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. In the past, she had mobilized 4 Title Douluos for a surprise attack, but ultimately at the cost of 3 being heavily injured. She only managed to sever 1 arm of the Sword Douluo. Not to mention, she had mobilized other elite soul masters, suffering losses of over 4,000. According to Bibi Dong's judgment, if she wanted to capture Ning Fengji, Qin Xin, and Gu Rong, at least 8 Title Douluos would need to be dispatched, if not more. But now, looking across the entire continent, only the Spirit Hall could muster 8 Title Douluos just a few days ago. However, at that time, she had already taken away all the Title Douluos, so Qian Renxue could not possibly find at least 8 Title Douluos to kill these 3. With this thought, Bibi Dong's eyes flickered. Could it be the people from the worship hall? If it were a Super Douluo from the worship hall, then 8 Title Douluos wouldn't be necessary. Just 3 offerings would be enough. It's worth noting that all those in the worship hall are Super Douluos, and the gap between them and Title Douluos is extremely vast. At least in this current Douluo period, the difference between Super Douluos and Title Douluos is quite significant. If someone from the worship hall really did take action, it's no wonder she succeeded. Bibi Dong suddenly understood. She glanced at the trembling Salas, who didn't know how to explain, and said, "Tell me everything you know." Salas replied, "Your Majesty." At this moment, Salas finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he were to be asked how Qin Xin and the other 2 died, he feared he wouldn't be able to figure it out even if he tore his brain apart, as he had no knowledge of the matter at all. Hearing Bibi Dong's words, he quickly explained that some time ago, Ning Fengji and the other 2 had killed Shui Yi with the intention of usurping power, but were ultimately defeated and fled by the Royal Spirit Master team. After that, they were listed as wanted criminals by Crown Prince Xueqinghe. Just 2 days ago, Xueqinghe suddenly announced that he had killed the wanted criminals Qin Xin, Gu Rong, and Ning Fengji, and their corpses were displayed hanging at the entrance of the palace, with hundreds of spirit masters guarding their bodies day and night to demonstrate royal authority. According to the timeline, tomorrow would be the day of Shui Ye's funeral, and according to the regulations of the Tiando royal family, if the emperor was killed. After capturing the wanted criminals and holding the funeral for the deceased emperor, the new emperor could choose any day to ascend the throne. After a pause, Salas said that according to the records of the Tiando Holy Palace, a typical crown prince would usually choose to observe a mourning period of 4 days after the funeral, meaning he would ascend the throne only after the 7th day, following the funeral. However, there were some doubts on his part. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed. "What doubts?" Salas replied, "I went to observe the bodies of the 3 from a distance, and found that Qin Xin's head was severed and then reattached using some special method, and there were signs of damage on the skull. However, on the bodies of Ning Fengji and Gu Rong, there were no obvious signs of injury. Of course, Ning Fengji was killed instantly by the old 6 and the snake spear, so there are no obvious wounds on his body. One has to pull apart his clothes to see them. The same goes for Gu Rong. The 2 individuals actually have wounds on them, but they can only be discovered by looking closely at the corpses. They wouldn't be visible from a distance. After all, the relationship between the Tiando royal family and the Spirit Hall is not very good, as can be seen from the Soul Master competition years ago between Chen Yue and Salas, the master of the Tiando Temple. Therefore, having the opportunity to take a distant look is already considered giving Salas face. Until it is known whose power the Tiando royal family borrowed to take down Chen Yue and the other 3, Salas naturally wouldn't dare to force his way in. Is there anything else to add? Bibi Dong's heart stirred. Since there are no obvious wounds, it must have been a lethal blow, and since Chen Yue's corpse has many wounds, it means that a fierce battle went on for a long time before he was killed. This can be considered some intelligence news. However, despite thinking this way in her heart,
Bibi Dong's expression did not change at all. She said, if there is nothing, you can return to Heavenly Dou City immediately. Yes, pay attention to the movements of the royal palace. Before we clarify which forces Shui Qinghe is backed by, do not act rashly. Also, we can slightly adjust our attitude towards the Heavenly Dou royal family. Salas also understood the internal damage of the spirit hall this time, and naturally did not dare to make too many unnecessary comments. Yes, after watching Salas leave, Bibi Dong had just stood up when she saw Hulaina, who was lowering her head, walk in. She immediately asked, Nana, what is wrong? Teacher, do we really have no room for negotiation with Haotian sect? Bibi Dong thought. Isn't her disciple a bit foolish after being kidnapped? The Haotian sect has already been destroyed by her. What do you mean there's no room for negotiation? Hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression immediately darkened. Are you still thinking about that Tangyin? Hulaina's body trembled, and she lowered her head, afraid to speak. Let me tell you, Tang Yin is Tang San, and Tang San is the son of Haotian Douluo Tang Hao. Bibi Dong snorted coldly. Now, the Haotian sect has been destroyed by me, and that Haotian Douluo is hiding like a dog. Tell me, what room do we have for reconciliation? Hulaina. Teacher, how can you do this? Bibi Dong snorted coldly. Why can't I do this? I have wholeheartedly cultivated you to make you fall in love with a disciple of Haotian sect. Do you know how many elders were lost in the Pope all this time to rescue you from the Star Luo Empire? You even have the face to ask me how I can do this? Hulaina buried her head and said nothing. Go back and reflect on yourself. Bibi Dong snorted and directly turned to leave the Pope Hall. She still needed to go to the offering hall to ask whether Chen Yue and others were behind this. After she left, Hulaina finally raised her head again, her eyes filled with determination. Tangyin, wait for me. Since I can't move teacher, then I will go with you. That night, she secretly left Spirit City and headed for Heavenly Dou City. Just as she was leaving Spirit City, Qian Renxue in Heavenly Dou City also received the news that Bibi Dong had gone to the offering hall to inquire. Hey, stop rubbing, it's very swollen and painful. Qian Renxue slapped Chen Yue's paw away angrily. What should we do next? Also, what are you planning to do about the guest elder Dugabo from the Heavenly Dou royal family? When we ascend to the throne, he will definitely participate as a guest elder. If he finds out that Shui did not die from being killed, the scene could be unfavorable for us. Although things were going smoothly now, Qian Renxue was not dizzy with success. She felt that the more things went this way, the more she had to be vigilant. Otherwise, if it were exposed at the coronation ceremony, she would be in an extremely unfavorable situation, and even all her efforts over the years would be in vain. In this mystical world of sewers, public opinion was still quite important. Dugabo. Chen Yue smiled slightly. Speaking of which, I still have a big gift package that he hasn't received yet. Big gift package? If it were someone else saying this, Qian Renxue might even think it was a real big gift package, but coming from Chen Yue's mouth, she felt that it might not be so good. You don't need to worry about this. Qian Renxue snorted, obediently not asking further about it, but changed the topic, as you expected. That woman really went to the offering hall to inquire. Haven't you arranged for Golden Crocodile Douluo to return? Qian Renxue, no, how do you know this? I didn't mention this. You already have the answer. Why are you still asking me? How do you know Grandpa Golden Crocodile has returned? Chen Yue smiled. I calculated it with my fingers. Qian Renxue bragging. Qian Renxue rolled her eyes charmingly. If you have the ability, calculate the next thing. Next, there really is a small matter. Qian Renxue was stunned. She had just said it casually, but unexpectedly there was really something. What matter? But Chen Yue did not answer and instead asked, what do you think should be done about traitors? Qian Renxue did not immediately answer this question. She went through it in her mind, suddenly thought of something, and finally widened her eyes. Are you saying Hulaina will betray the spirit hall? How dare she? The spirit hall provides her with food, clothing, and the best environment for cultivation. She has no reason to betray. Qian Renxue was not a fool and instantly guessed the best suspect. But because of this, she found it hard to believe. What's the matter? Chen Yue smiled slightly. Where there is a master, there are disciples. Your mother was almost like that back then. Of course, her plot might have been bigger, but in the end, it didn't come to fruition. Qian Renxue, then what do you say we should do? Chen Yue casually made a gesture of cutting his throat, remaining silent. But wouldn't this be too much of a pity? Qian Renxue hesitated, her expression somewhat reluctant. It wasn't because of any sisterly feelings. In fact, at this time, Qian Renxue had no feelings for Hulaina and had only heard about it midway. There was no way she would plead for her. What a pity. Chen Yue was puzzled. What did Qian Renxue's expression mean? What a pity for such a big beauty. Qian Renxue glared at him, snorting, you can flirt around, but don't leave seeds everywhere. Chen Yue? How did she know? Don't quibble. Qian Renxue glanced at Chen Yue, who seemed to want to say something, and immediately interrupted him. Taking out a letter, the Queen of Star Luo and the Crown Princess announced that they have seeds, claiming they're the illegitimate children of the Star Luo Emperor and the Star Luo Crown Prince. But that's just to fool others. Do you think you can fool me? Chen Yue, didn't we say that a pregnant woman is foolish for 3 years? It turns out to be a lie. You make me feel very uneasy. Qian Renxue snorted, and Chen Yue, who knew he was in the wrong, fell silent and began to comfort her with actions. Don't touch me. Qian Renxue snorted, slapping Chen Yue's paw away. You better explain this clearly. Don't think you can touch me. Hurry up and say. While speaking, she pressed Chen Yue's paw against her body, leaving Chen Yue quite confused. Didn't we agree not to let you touch me? But you're grabbing my hand to touch you. What does that mean? Chen Yue looked at her in confusion. Isn't this a simple question? Once they are born, doesn't the Star Luo Empire belong to me? Isn't mine yours? With the combined strength of the Heavenly Dou and Star Luo empires, can't you still contend with Bibi Dong? Qian Renxue glanced at him, and it didn't seem like he was lying anymore. She huffed and said, you passed this checkpoint, but in 2 days, you have to agree to 2 things for me. All right. Chen Yue gave her a glance. During this period of getting to know each other, she had already taken his shape, so it was naturally impossible for her to say anything that would harm him. Of course, if it came to that and he felt it was not feasible, he could refuse, right? By the way, at this moment, Qian Renxue suddenly thought of something. Should she eliminate Shui Pe and Prince Shui Xing? These 2 guys have always been uneasy, especially now that Shui Yi is dead and her coronation ceremony is about to begin. Chen Yue shook his head, saying they were just 2 clowns. There's no need to worry about them. The day of the coronation ceremony is their day of doom. Qian Renxue looked at Chen Yue suspiciously and asked, You've been lying down these days. How have you arranged everything? Chen Yue smiled without saying a word. He was already prepared for this. All right, I believe you. Qian Renxue rubbed her temples, feeling a bit tired. Once you finish that secret realm, I need to go in and improve myself. And also take a break. Chen Yue was curious. Who will handle the government affairs after your ascension to the throne? I've called for the 5 offerings. Chen Yue was taken aback. The 5 offerings, Guangling Douluo? He still had some impression of this super Douluo with dual attributes of light and ice. But he didn't expect Qian Renxue to have brought him over as well. The original plan was for me to usurp the throne and let someone knowledgeable in governance act as a proxy while I participated in the angel god assessment. At this point, Qian Renxue changed her tone, but now I've changed my mind. I want to develop a power based on the Tiando Empire that can compete with that woman. She said with a hint of bitterness. Wouldn't it be nice to help certain people capture her as a maid? Chen Yue, this is a bit difficult to respond to. In chapter 42, I, Du Yin, feel a bit nauseous and want to throw up. Why are you silent? Qian Renxue, seeing Chen Yue speechless, snorted when we first met. Didn't you say you wanted to be my stepfather? Why are you silent now? Chen Yue stammered. I was just joking, okay? His lips twitched. You need to believe one thing. What thing? Qian Renxue glanced at him suspiciously. Only you're my true love. Everyone else is just an accident. No matter how tired or painful it is, it's all for you, for our child. This bastard is so slick, but why do I feel it's so sweet? So annoying. Qian Renxue felt delighted inside, but still coldly snorted. I'll believe you this once. Chen Yue breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment he was completely stunned. Right? After my coronation ceremony, I will have a grand wedding with Shui Bing'er and Shui Yue from the 4 Elements Academy. Remember not to run around. Chen Yue. Wait, why are you getting married all of a sudden? Why do you have to get married? Qian Renxue glanced at him and said naturally, as the crown prince, I'm about to ascend the throne. If I don't marry and have children, won't that leave us without heirs? But you can't consummate the marriage. So, during this period, you better not run around. Chen Yue. So you see me as a tool, right? Noticing the strange look in Chen Yue's eyes, Qian Renxue snorted, Don't worry, I will find a way to keep this a secret and won't expose it. But the consummation of the marriage has to be you. Understand? Chen Yue's expression became even stranger, but he still nodded. He felt that Qian Renxue's behavior could be considered self-discipline. That's a bit scary. What kind of look is that? Qian Renxue had no idea what Chen Yue was thinking. In the Tiando Empire, aside from Douluo, power also held a significant proportion. For example, the 4 Elements Academy was indispensable. Marrying Shui Bing'er and Shui Yue would mean that the original Tianxue Academy, along with the Tianxue sect behind it, will be completely on my side. No matter what happens later, as long as we have children, Even if we get exposed, they will definitely stand on our side. Chen Yue gave a thumbs up. His wife's way of pulling people in was indeed unique. It's just a pity that Douluo had disappeared, and his granddaughter was with Yu Tianheng, so their whereabouts were unknown. Qian Renxue sighed. If she had known, she should have acted first and brought Douluo in. Chen Yue's eyes had a strange glint. However, when it came to Douluo, a more peculiar smile appeared on Chen Yue's face. Wait, what are you plotting? Qian Renxue noticed the change in Chen Yue's expression and suspiciously glanced at him. Why do I feel like your smile is so creepy? Suddenly, she shivered, feeling quite uncomfortable with Chen Yue's expression. Do you know the whereabouts of Yu Tianheng and Douluo? Chen Yue smiled even brighter. I don't know now. Qian Renxue looked at him suspiciously for a while before saying, I feel like something is about to happen. It's fine, you can rest assured. Qian Renxue still wasn't very reassured and added, tomorrow there will be a funeral for Shui Yi, and I fear that Douluo will also rush back. You better be careful not to let him see the poison on Shui Yi's body. She had previously used the poison provided by Bibi Dong on Shui Yi, and Douluo, who had treated her for a while, was well aware of this matter. If Douluo exposed it at tomorrow's funeral, her disguise as Shui Qinghe would collapse. Don't worry. Chen Yue gently comforted her, while also eagerly anticipating what major discovery Douluo would have upon waking up in Xingluo City. At the same time, how strange. Douluo, dressed in tight clothing, rubbed her aching temples as she walked through Xingluo City, looking around with a somewhat dazed expression. She had a long dream that night, but couldn't remember what it was. She could only force herself to regain her spirits and get up to leave the inn. After leaving the inn, she belatedly realized that Tang San had actually disappeared. Helpless, she could only go to Xingluo City to look for her grandfather, Douluo, to see what kind of opportunity this was. However, just after wandering around for a couple of circles, she encountered Douluo, who had just come out after being checked by Xingwan's sect. Yin, what are you doing here? Douluo was extremely surprised to see Douluo. He remembered that his granddaughter had gone with her fiancé Yu Tianheng to explore the world. How come now he saw Douluo alone in Xingluo City? Upon hearing Douluo's words, Douluo was even more puzzled. Grandpa, didn't you ask Tang San to bring me here to tell me there was a way to perfectly control my poison? When did that happen? Douluo looked confused. The little monster didn't tell me about that either. Besides, didn't he go to the Star Douluo Great Forest? I brought his friend to Xingluo City, so that didn't happen. Tang San returned to Shrek only after Douluo left the academy with Dai Mubai, so Douluo never met Tang San. He only learned about this from the famous master Yu Shaojiang. Douluo scratched her head. Grandpa, we met in Soto City. Isn't Soto City not far from the Star Douluo Great Forest? Meeting him isn't a lie, right? Douluo shook his head. No, once the little monster finds someone, he will definitely return to Tiando City. He can't possibly go to Soto City. This matter is a bit strange. Saying this, he looked up at Douluo. Yin. Are you sure this is Tang San? I'm sure. Douluo recalled what Tang San had said before and immediately replied. When our royal fighting team first fought against Tang San, he said a phrase after breaking my bite, phosphor snake poison, one that only we know. Even Tianheng and the other Shrek members don't know. Even if they knew back then, they've probably forgotten it after so many years. Only Tang San, as the one who broke it, and I, the one who was broken, would know. This is also the reason why Douluo is certain that the Tang San is indeed Tang San. Could it be that the little monster really has come? Seeing Douluo's determination, Douluo still trusts his granddaughter more, believing there is no need to wrong her in this matter. He immediately fell into deep thought, and, after a moment, he asked again, what about Tianheng? At that time, after we met in Soto City, Tianheng was with me, but that Tang San said, Grandpa, you found a way to control the poison in Xingluo City. So, Tianheng went to Tiando City. As he spoke, the two of them, who were slow to realize, also sensed something was off. Douluo felt that Tang San seemed to have intentionally sent Yu Tianheng away, leaving her alone with him, a man and a woman, to go to Xingluo City together. Douluo also knew that Tiando City had been tumultuous recently, with the Seven Treasure glazed tile school suffering heavy losses, the Lan Dianba Wang Long family being exterminated, and finally, the Haotian school being wiped out by the Spear Hall. He was still unaware that the 3 members of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school had been listed as wanted criminals and were dead. However, he could probably guess that going to Tiando City at this moment was extremely inappropriate. It seemed that something big was about to happen in Tiando City. While thinking this, the old fox Douluo increasingly felt that something was amiss. He furrowed his brows, feeling that this matter was very complicated, and immediately said, Yin, let me take you to find the little monster and ask what's going on. Okay. Douluo was just about to pick up his granddaughter, but the moment he touched Douluo's skin, his fingers started to corrode at a visible speed. As a Title Douluo, with his alertness, he almost instinctively flashed away. And when he looked at his fingers again, they had completely rotted away. If it weren't for the self-defense effect of his green phosphor snake emperor poison, he feared he would have lost that hand in an instant. Grandpa, what's wrong? Dou Yin was also shocked. Her face pale as she glanced at Dougabo's finger that had been corroded, then looked at herself. Her skin had turned slightly gray, unlike her previous normal mature complexion. Something was strange. Dougabo looked at Dou Yin warily, feeling a bit of a headache. It seems you have developed an unknown poison. Even my green phosphor snake emperor cannot withstand it. If I weren't a Title Douluo, I fear I would have lost this hand. This remark frightened Dou Yin, turning her pale. Grandpa, are you okay? I'm fine, but it seems we can only travel by carriage. Traveling by carriage meant that their journey to Tiando City would take longer. After a night of rushing, the grandfather and granddaughter barely reached Sutawa City before dawn. As a Title Douluo, Dougabo was fine, but Dou Yin's speed was too slow. Even at full speed, she could only manage this pace. Yin, let's eat something first, Dougabo said, looking at Dou Yin, who was drenched in sweat after rushing. He noticed a small town in Sutawa City where vendors were selling breakfast. Okay, Dou Yin didn't know why, but she felt extremely tired after the long journey. Seeing the delicious breakfast, she couldn't help but take a bite, but the next moment, her eyes widened, her stomach churned, and she vomited all over the place. Yin, what's wrong with you? This sudden scene stunned Dougabo. As someone who had experienced it all, his gaze towards his granddaughter also changed. I can't eat. I feel like throwing up, Dou Yin said, vomiting messily, even bringing up stomach acid. Dougabo could only watch. As the deadly poison from Dou Yin made him extremely cautious, not daring to touch her even slightly. Yin, are you pregnant? After Dou Yin finally finished throwing up, she wiped her mouth with a tissue. Suddenly hearing Dougabo's words, she was taken aback. What? You're experiencing morning sickness. Dougabo's used the tissue to feel her pulse from a distance and sensed a new pulse in Dou Yin's hand. Although he wasn't skilled in medicine, as a Title Douluo, his perception was incredibly sharp. From that pulse, he immediately felt the presence of life within Dou Yin's belly. It's true. Dou Yin was shocked and pale. How could this happen? How could this be? She hadn't had any intimate interactions with Yu Tianheng in nearly a year. At most just sharing a spring dream in the same hotel as Tang San that night. She immediately sensed something was off. What's wrong, Yin? Dougabo noticed Dou Yin's changing complexion and was startled, then asked, Isn't it Tianheng's? Grandpa, Hearing Dougabo's words, Dou Yin's face turned even paler. She felt like crying, wiping her tears as she quietly explained what happened that night. What? Dougabo was enraged after hearing this. This little monster really isn't human. Yin, don't worry. I will make sure he gives you an explanation. Although his face was furious, Dougabo's heart was filled with joy. In the original story, even when Dou Yin was already infatuated with Yu Tianheng, he still wanted to marry her off to Tang San. Originally, upon hearing that Tang San wasn't interested because of age, Dougabo felt a bit regretful, but he never expected that Tang San could be so reserved. He claimed to be uninterested, yet his actions were so honest. Little monster, let's see how you explain this time. Dougabo sneered inwardly, but still appeared furious on the surface. Yin, you slowly make your way to Heavenly Dou City. I'll go ahead and ensure this little monster gives me an explanation. Okay. Dou Yin wiped her tears, watching Dougabo turn to leave, staring blankly at the bowl of water in front of her, gradually doubting her life. In Heavenly Dou City, Yu Tianheng had already arrived at Shrek Academy and settled in. He had been verifying information in the academy these past few days. When he learned about the recent major events, he was completely stunned. What? After the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was wiped out, the hidden Haotian sect was annihilated by the Spirit Hall. Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, fled with Sword Dou Chen Yue and Bon Dou Gu Rong after failing to usurp the throne, and is now on the run as a wanted criminal in Heavenly Dou. Prince Xue Qinghe announced that Ning Fengji, Chen Yue, and Gu Rong have been executed, their bodies hung at the palace gates, beginning the funeral for Emperor Xue. Chapter 43 Chen Yue. They can all see it when they look up. A series of news left Yu Tianheng completely bewildered. How is this possible? How could the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School betray the country? Yu Tianheng couldn't comprehend the situation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, even after racking his brain. Was his mind flooded? You have to know, now, that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is destroyed and the Haotian sect has been eradicated. Although the seven-treasure glazed tile school has suffered heavy losses, its position in the Heavenly Dou Empire remains absolutely supreme, unassailable by anyone. But now he was being told that the seven-treasure glazed tile school had directly betrayed the country and usurped the throne, and then they were executed? Yu Tianheng was dumbfounded. Then, he encountered something even more bewildering. After the renowned master Yu Shaojing told him about the recent happenings in Heavenly Dou City, Tang San walked into the dean's office in a strange posture. Teacher? Tang San? After the transformation of the blue-silver emperor, Yu Tianheng didn't recognize Tang San. But over the years, the only person who could call his useless uncle teacher was Tang San. So, without thinking, he blurted out Tang San's name. Then he saw Tang San, who was currently on all fours, and his already bewildered expression became even more confused. Yu Tianheng? When I put out a question mark, it's not because I have a problem, but because you have a problem. What kind of shape is this? At that moment, Tang San also noticed the presence of outsiders and quickly straightened up. It's nothing. I was just trying something out. Yu Tianheng? No. What kind of nonsense is it for a living person to try crawling like a dog? What mess? This isn't important. Seeing the awkward situation, the renowned master Yu Shaojing quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Tianheng, didn't you leave Heavenly Dou City? Why did you suddenly come back? Previously, Yu Tianheng had left Heavenly Dou City disheartened after the demise of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. And even this renowned master, who also happened to be his uncle, didn't know his whereabouts. He had planned to find Lu Erlong to discuss rebuilding the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. But he never expected that suddenly Yu Tianheng would return. And how come he returned alone? What about Dou Guyan? As soon as Yu Shaojing's words fell, Yu Tianheng suddenly turned his head and pointed at Tang San, uncle. Ask him, Tang San. Yu Shaojing? This has nothing to do with my obedient disciple, right? Yu Shaojing was completely confused. Tianheng, your return has nothing to do with Xiao San, does it? He remembered that the last time his nephew encountered Tang San was 5 years ago during the Soul Master competition. How could it relate to Yu Tianheng now? What do you mean by that? Yu Tianheng sneered. Tang San, don't think that just because you've changed your appearance, I won't recognize you. Tang San. Oh, you've even changed a leg to a dog leg. Tang San. Very well, dare to insult me. You have already chosen the path to death. Yu Tianheng had no idea that his words had already crossed the line with the great Tang San. At that moment, pointing at Tang San, he shouted, Where have you hidden Yin Yan? Tang San. Yu Shaojing? As soon as he finished speaking, the pair of master and disciple in front of him were stunned. What the hell? Why is your Dou Guyan asking me where my disciple went? Tianheng, what nonsense are you talking about? The renowned master Yu Shaojing came back to his senses, glanced at the confused Tang San, and immediately shouted, Xiao San hasn't gone out of the Heavenly Dou City at all. How could he possibly be hiding your fiancé? Yu Tianheng, I respect you, but that doesn't give you the right to slander. Tang San's expression darkened as he coldly stared at Yu Tianheng. I can seriously tell you that I have never seen Dou Guyan. Are you sure you haven't left Heavenly Dou City in the past year? Yu Tianheng's expression sank as he sternly shouted. He was certain that the person he saw was indeed Tang San himself. Otherwise, Dou Guyan wouldn't have believed it just from a few words. Back then, during their first soul fight at the Soto City Great Soul Arena, when Tang San broke Dou Guyan's poison of the green phosphor snake, he said something. He was very sure that only he, as the fiancé, and Dou Guyan, who possessed the green phosphor snake martial soul, along with Tang San, the person involved, would know. Other people, even if they heard it, who could remember such a sentence for so many years? In conclusion, even with the guarantee of the esteemed master Yu Shaojing, he never doubted his and Dou Guyan's judgment. What uncle? Perhaps he just wanted to cover up for his disciple. Thinking of this, Yu Tianheng's gaze turned icy, and his eyes looking at Yu Shaojing changed as well. Xiao San has only been to the Stardou Forest once to hunt for his 6th spirit ring, but he returned quickly. Yu Shaojing's tone softened, saying that if you don't believe it, you can let Xiao San release his spirit ring for you to verify. There is a method among soul masters to check the time of spirit ring absorption, and he was suggesting that Yu Tianheng go test the absorption time of Tang San's 6th spirit ring. Of course, this method was not originally from the renowned master Yu Shaojing, but invented by the Spirit Hall to capture those causing trouble in the Stardou Forest. As a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Tianheng naturally knew this method of detection. Stardou Forest? However, as soon as Yu Shaojing's words fell, Yu Tianheng's gaze suddenly fixed on Tang San. Earlier, his eyes were merely doubtful, but now, he seemed to be 100% certain. You just said he never left Heavenly Dou City, but now you say he went to the Stardou Forest? Do you think I'm Yu Tianheng, a fool, or mentally challenged? Yu Shaojing, Tang San, damn,
Why does Yu Tianheng feel like a mad dog? Tang San suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He felt something was off about this situation and immediately used one of his signature skills. Purple Extreme Demon Eye. At the moment, the Purple Extreme Demon Eye activated. He felt slightly clearer for a moment. Then, two beams of purple light shot from his eyes, instantly penetrating Yu Tianheng. Instantly, Yu Tianheng froze, and after a while, he slowly regained his composure, looking around in confusion. What just happened to me? You were affected by the previous incident. Your mindset and emotions were unstable, making you easily enchanted. Yu Xiaojing understood this and looked at Yu Tianheng, saying earnestly, "This is thanks to Xiao San. He saved you from that state. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Tang San snorted, and he also decided to cancel Yu Tianheng's death wish. After all, he was just a lost dog without a family. He wasn't that petty. By the way, Tang San, Yu Tianheng, as if awakening from a dream, suddenly slapped his thigh and looked at Tang San. "Tang San, have you seen Yin Yin?" Tang San. His question not only left Tang San dumbfounded, but even the renowned master Yu Xiaojing, who was about to say something, was stunned. What the hell? Didn't he just ask once? Also, what does your fiancé have to do with Tang San? It's like this. At this moment, Yu Tianheng, having regained his mindset and emotions, seemed to realize that his question was a bit abrupt and immediately explained, "I met Tang San in Soto City with Yin Yin, and he said he and Grandpa Dugu found a way to completely control Yin Yan's green phosphor snake poison in Xinglua City. Dugu Bo is Dugu Yan's grandfather, and Yu Tianheng as Dugu Yan's fiancé, referring to him as grandfather is not inappropriate." Hearing this, Yu Xiaojing was stunned, and Tang San was also dumbfounded. "This is impossible. I clearly haven't gone out of Heavenly Dou City at all. The last time I went to the Star Dou Forest was quite some time ago." Master Yu Xiaojing nodded repeatedly after hearing this. "Yes, Tianheng. Xiao San just went to the Star Dou Forest around the time the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School suffered a heavy blow and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was exterminated. And at that time, you hadn't left Heavenly Dou City. He had already returned. Aren't you going to confirm identities?" Tang San couldn't help but ask. "Yin Yin and I have confirmed our identities." Yu Tianheng said, "Don't you remember what you said after you broke Yin Yan's green phosphor snake poison? I think only you, me, and Yin Yin can remember that." Tang San. "What did I say at that time?" He looked at Yu Tianheng in confusion. "What did I say?" Yu Tianheng furrowed his brows deeply, looking at Tang San in front of him. If Tang San still looked like the Blue Silver Emperor, he might suspect something was off. But now, with Tang San's transformation, it was hard not to believe he was trying to evade responsibility or cover up the situation with a new appearance. As the saying goes, he wanted to wash away the crime of abducting Dugu Yin. "Are you sure you don't know?" Yu Tianheng's eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous glint, and his soul power surged. "I'll say it again. Hand over Yin Yin." "I said I don't know." Tang San's expression darkened, revealing a hint of coldness in his eyes. "Very well. I just retracted your death wish, and now you want it back, right? Stop it." At this moment, Yu Xiaojing, trembling under the two soul emperors, also turned pale and shouted, "Everyone calm down. Is there nothing that can't be resolved peacefully?" "Oomph." Tang San gave the renowned master Yu Xiaojing some face and was the first to withdraw his soul power. However, the Yu Tianheng opposite him was not so easy to talk to. "Uncle, this is your disciple, of course. You are biased toward him." Yu Tianheng not only did not conceal his soul power, but at this moment he had already completed his martial soul manifestation and released his soul rings. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. At this moment, Yu Tianheng was a level 60 battle spirit emperor, still missing a 6th soul ring. He was waiting in Soto City for Dugu Bo to help him hunt, but later he left for Tiandou City after encountering Tang San, hand over Yin Yin. "And as long as Yin Yin is unharmed, I can let the past go," Yu Tianheng said coldly, word by word. "This is the hope for him to revive the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. I said it has nothing to do with me." Tang San's face turned cold, and he unwillingly released his soul rings. However, as soon as his soul rings soared into the air, it almost made Yu Tianheng on the opposite side burst out laughing. 2 yellow, 1 purple, 2 black, and 1 white. "Tang San, I really didn't expect that after 5 years. Your taste has become so poor." Tang San. He looked at his own soul rings in confusion, and when he saw the white color of the last soul ring, he was instantly dumbfounded. His eyes widened. "What the hell? This is impossible. When did he get a white soul ring?" He had no idea at all, and even after leaving the Star Dou Great Forest, he found that his memories within the Star Dou Great Forest had started to fade. This is the effect of the divine seal stone.
It not only seals a specific memory, but also continuously erodes and seals more memories over time. Chen Yue did not expect such a miraculous effect at this moment. He was currently pressing Lu Erlong on the rooftop, looking down with great interest at this scene. You need to be careful. If their essay leak, they will see everything when they look up. Lu Erlong shivered, and before she could react, she heard Chen Yue's voice again, saying that in order not to expose himself, he might end up killing all of them. In an instant, her face turned pale, and she dared not speak. Xiao-san, what is going on with you? The most shocking and unbelievable, the one that is truly hard to accept, is undoubtedly the famous master Yu Xiaojiang. He could not accept that his most successful little white mouse had turned into this ghastly state. The sixth spirit ring is white. At this moment, he felt as if snowflakes were drifting and the north wind was howling. Even unsure if it was his illusion, he felt sweat pouring down his head, soaking his hair. I don't know either. Tang San's face showed confusion. I really don't know. What on earth did you encounter in the Stardou forest? Tang San almost collapsed, sitting on the ground, saying he really didn't know. He couldn't remember. Where is Xiao Wu? Didn't he go to find Xiao Wu? Chapter 44. Qian Renxue, please speak with your conscience. Don't touch mine. When the famous master Yu Xiaojiang saw that Tang San's sixth spirit ring was actually white, he completely lost it, and his emotions were nearly uncontrollable. This has been his most successful little white mouse over the years. How could such a serious mistake occur now? According to his speculation, Tang San's sixth spirit ring should at least be able to attempt to absorb an 80,000 year spirit ring. So why has it turned into a white spirit ring? At this point, Yu Xiaojiang completely lost control, grabbing Tang San's collar and shouting, Xiao San, what on earth is going on? Didn't you go to the Stardou forest to find Xiao Wu, and then conveniently get your sixth spirit ring? Now, not only have you not found Xiao Wu, but you also look like a half-human, half-dog. But why? Why is this spirit ring a white one? Tang San was also dumbfounded, staring at the white color on his sixth spirit ring, feeling a bit overwhelmed. I don't know. I really don't know. When the famous master Yu Xiaojiang mentioned Xiao Wu in front of him, Tang San felt as if his lost memories were awakening. But the intense pain in his head made it difficult for him to think clearly. At this moment, he couldn't even pay attention to Yu Xiaojiang grabbing his collar. He was clutching his head, which felt like it was about to split open. No, Xiao San, this is your spirit ring, and you tell me you don't know? But the completely out-of-control famous master Yu Xiaojiang didn't care about Tang San's current state at all. After hearing Tang San's words, he was very dissatisfied and almost shouted in a roar. Then, with his lion's roar technique attacking Tang San, combined with the pain in his head, Tang San suddenly rolled his eyes and fainted completely. Yu Xiaojiang and the onlooker Yu Qianheng were left stunned. What happened, Xiaogang? Yu Qianheng looked dumbfounded at the dramatic scene unfolding between the master and disciple, completely frozen in place. At this moment, Flander, who noticed the commotion in the dean's office, hurried over. Since that night, when the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang treated him as Lu Erlong, he had completely lost the courage to see Yu Xiaojiang again. Now, upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang, he only felt a tightness in his chest. However, upon noticing the unconscious Tang San, he quickly rushed forward to help him up. What's wrong with Xiao San? Seeing Tang San fainted, Yu Xiaojiang's suppressed emotions finally surfaced, but he still couldn't accept the fact that his experiment had turned into a failure. He turned around and left without saying a word. Seeing this, Flander let out a sigh of relief, then glanced at Yu Tianheng and asked, You're Yu Tianheng, right? What happened to Xiao San just now? He was fine. How could he suddenly faint? Yu Tianheng scratched his head and said something shocking. It seems that when my uncle saw Tang San's sixth spirit ring was white, he couldn't hold himself back. Flander. What the hell? If you say the first spirit ring is white, I can barely understand, but suddenly the sixth spirit ring turned white. Are you messing with me? Do you think I'm an idiot? Flander glared at Yu Tianheng, now that the blue lightning tyrant dragon family was gone. If the other party dared to mess with him on this matter, he wouldn't hold back at all. I'm not joking. Yu Tianheng sensed Flander's expression and was shocked, quickly shaking his head. If you don't believe me, just wait for Tang San to wake up and let him show you his spirit ring. This is something that could be easily verified. How could I lie about it? Flander thought about it and felt it made sense. He eased his expression slightly and said, I'll ask him when Xiao San wakes up. For now, you should stay in Heavenly Dou City. Yu Qianheng nodded, of course. I still need to wait for Tang San to wake up and hand over Duguyan. How could I leave? Of course. At this point, however, Yu Qianheng had some doubts in his heart. He wondered if it was really Tang San who had taken Duguyan or if it was someone else. However, the pride belonging to the blue lightning tyrant dragon family wouldn't allow him to accept this answer. If Douluo Yin was taken by someone, it would probably lead to a certain level of trouble for him. This is not something that you Qianheng can accept. So, compared to being taken away by someone else, he prefers that Tang San took Douluo Yin away. It's strange, how could there be a leak? At this moment, as Flander was preparing to carry Tang San to find a healing soul master, he suddenly slipped and fell flat on his back. Rubbing his sore bottom, he looked at the puddle on the ground and followed his gaze to the ceiling, where the roof tiles were open as if it had just rained. Strange. No one mentioned it was going to rain tonight. Flander scratched his head, jumped up, and climbed onto the roof. Looking around, he could only smell a strong seafood and fishy odor coming from the roof tiles, along with some water stains. Could it be that it just rained a little over here at the academy? Seeing this, he began to believe that there might have really been a small rain. Although the area was very limited, he didn't think much of it, scratched his head with his somewhat fishy-smelling hand, and turned back to the dean's office to take Tang San to find the healing soul master. Phew! Hiding behind the chimney made of roof tiles, a sweaty Lu Erlong let out a sigh of relief and quietly returned to his dormitory. That was close. At this moment, Chen Yue had already left Shrek Academy and returned to the Title Douluo Palace. Where had you been messing around? As soon as he got back to his dormitory, Chen Yue headed straight for the bathroom. It was really uncomfortable not to wash off the stinky sweat. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue, who was still soaking in the bathtub, opened her eyes and, before she could say anything, caught a whiff of an obvious scent from another woman on him. Instantly, she frowned. This scent was not like Tang Yuehua's, nor like the rabbit and grass you locked up. Could it be another one? What's going on? Chen Yue directly ignored her question, took off his clothes, and while lying in the bathtub, asked Avalanche and Prince Xuexing have been wanting to examine the corpse. They still don't believe that the seven-treasure glazed tile school would betray and kill Xueya. Seeing Chen Yue getting serious, Qian Renxue also became serious, casually swatting Chen Yue's hand away. Be serious. We're talking about serious matters. I'm being serious too, Chen Yue replied. Qian Renxue, what do you think we should do about this? Qian Renxue simply relaxed, closed her eyes, and casually asked, if we kill him, it might provoke backlash, especially from some nobles close to Prince Xuexing. Why not just declare that a deer is a horse? Chen Yue's 4 words stunned Qian Renxue, leaving her confused. What do you mean by that? Tomorrow, summon all the ministers, the representatives of those nobles, to the palace and agree to let Prince Xuexing examine the corpse. Later, even if he finds traces of poisoning on Xueya's body, just say he died at the hands of the 3 from the seven-treasure glazed tile school, and then throw their bodies into the hall, asking the ministers who agrees and who opposes. After thinking carefully, Qian Renxue gasped. Your plan is completely a coup. Chen Yue didn't even need to say the next part. She immediately thought of it. With the bodies of those 3 as a deterrent, probably over 90 would stand on my side, and the remaining 10 would either be neutral or accompany Prince Xuexing and Avalanche to their demise. No, Qian Renxue exclaimed. There's only one way. Either we live or we wipe out the 9 clans. Chen Yue grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, making Qian Renxue's heart flutter. She hugged him tightly. You're amazing. I suddenly thought of something. What should we do? It's fine. Just protect the unborn baby with soul power. That makes sense. Unborn baby. Are you polite? Do you want to go together? As dawn broke, Qian Renxue changed into a long dress, rubbed her swollen belly, and looked back at Chen Yue, who was hugging her from behind, and softly asked, Today is the day of Emperor Xueya's funeral, and also probably the day when Prince Xuexing and Avalanche bring the ministers to force a corpse examination. Now that we have your advice, I feel like this matter is completely solvable. I'm not going. I'll just be the man silently supporting you from behind, the main character. Qian Renxue thought that made sense, and nodded. All right, I'll let Qian Junji and the spiny porcupine spear wait in case Douluo causes trouble. With Chen Yue's intervention, her arrangements in the Title Douluo Palace far exceeded those in the original story. Besides Qian Junji and the 2 super Douluos, there were also several soul Douluos and soul saints in her setup. These soul Douluos and soul saints had long been replaced with reasonable identities as Qiando guards over the years, so she wasn't worried about Prince Xuexing causing a scene. However, she was somewhat wary of Douluo suddenly attacking. After all, he was known to be a ruthless person who could leave his opponents with only titled Douluos. Douluo? Chen Yue smiled. He probably doesn't have time for that. Huh? Qian Renxue was taken aback and suddenly remembered that Chen Yue seemed to have said he would give Douluo a big gift. Are you messing with someone else's granddaughter? Chen Yue, is that my only merit in front of you? Qian Renxue shot him a charming glare. If you let go of me now, what you just said would be a bit more convincing. By the way, the 5 offerings are about to arrive. You should prepare for the handover. At this point, Qian Renxue warned, I warn you, don't use all of Grandpa Jean Crocodile's moves on him. The 5 offerings are very practical. They can't stand your scheming. Chen Yue straightened his back. Of course, do you think I'm that kind of person? I'll tell you with a clear conscience, absolutely not. Qian Renxue speechlessly swatted his hand away. Then touch your own conscience. Don't touch mine. We're the same. Yours is mine. Qian Renxue huffed. I'm ignoring you. I'm going to the palace now. You take care of yourself. Of course. After watching Qian Renxue use her disguised soul bone skill to transform into Zwiking and leave the dormitory, Chen Yue lay back on the big bed, stretching. He and T thought about the few people locked up in the Heavenly King's Divine Tower for so many days, and he missed them a bit. Now, in Chen Yu's Heavenly King's Divine Tower, there were indeed quite a few prisoners. The first floor held the earliest prisoners, Xiao Wu, Tang Yuehua, Yin, and Tang Tian. The second floor was just Lady Ning, Shang Wanwan. As for Ning Rongrong, Chen Yue had directly thrown her into the water prison of the Title Douluo Palace. This girl, who had a bit of a princess disease but couldn't even be called a princess, needed to suffer a bit of a reality check first. The water prison of the Title Douluo Palace was completely independent by gender. The water prison for women was inside the Title Douluo Palace, while the one for men, according to Qian Renxue, seemed to be outside the palace. What do you want to do? As soon as Chen Yue appeared on the first floor of the Heavenly King's Divine Tower, Yin, who spotted him first, immediately shrank back into the corner like a frightened bird and trembled, saying, "Don't come over." Compared to her, the little dance and Tang Yuehua seemed a bit more composed. After all, their education was quite successful, as long as they knew that spreading their legs or lifting them up was basically no big deal. Of course, the one who performed the worst was still Tang Tian. When she saw Chen Yue, she was so frightened that she shivered, rolled her eyes, and fainted. There's a saying, those who recognize the times are heroes. Chen Yue didn't pay attention to the reactions of the 4 women. He stretched lazily and thought to himself, I want to see who among you is more perceptive. As soon as he said this, the perceptive Xiao Wu, knowing that resisting would be futile, obediently crawled over. She truly had a huge psychological shadow regarding Chen Yue, especially after the deaths of Daming and Erming, which were closely related to her reckless cleverness. Of course, it was precisely because of this incident that she became completely obedient and dared not pull any tricks, as she feared that her last trick would not kill Chen Yue, but instead would get Tang San killed, leaving her with nowhere to cry. However, at this moment, Xiao Wu, who was being obedient, could not imagine that she had just woken up from a faint and was about to encounter danger. Little monster, aren't you going to give me an explanation? As Douluo rushed from Suodo City to Tiando City, the sky was already dimly bright, but Tang San was still unconscious. So he had been waiting. At this moment, when he saw Tang San wake up, his expression immediately darkened, and he sternly said, the onlookers, including Flender, Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong, and Yu Tianheng, were collectively dumbfounded, especially Yu Tianheng. At this moment, he felt something ominous in his heart, as if something had inexplicably sprouted on his head. Chapter 45 Douluo, Little Monster, are you not going to give me an explanation? First update, this is where yesterday evening, after suddenly being stimulated by the memories sealed by the God-sealing stone, Tang San fainted in pain. Now, as he slowly regained consciousness, his memories became increasingly blurred. Those were the memories related to his journey to the Stardow Forest. If he had originally only forgotten the memories of his time at the Lake of Life, now he had completely forgotten why he was going to the Stardow Forest. Didn't he even know that he would encounter Hulaina and others on the way, and was even more clueless about how he got his dog leg and spider claw. Teacher, mistress, Dean, Yu Tianheng, the old monster? He scratched his head, and at that moment he suddenly sensed that the gazes of these 5 people were somewhat unusual, especially the old monster Douluo, whose eyes carried a hint of dangerous light. Old monster, what is going on with you? Little monster, what did you do? Aren't you going to give me an explanation? Tang San. No, why do I have to give an explanation? I just woke up from a coma. What have I done? He looked at Douluo in confusion. What explanation? What explanation? Upon hearing this, Douluo's expression immediately darkened. He felt that Tang San was making excuses to evade responsibility. What kind of explanation is this? Little monster, I admire you, but that is not a reason for you to act recklessly. Although Tang San had indirectly saved his life, he also lost his treasured herb garden that he had collected for many years. This friendship was enough to be cleared, but the remaining intention was still to befriend. However, this intention, for Douluo, was not a reason to recklessly take advantage of his granddaughter and then deny it. You have to know, Tang San, as a sole emperor, dares to provoke him. What will happen in the future? No, old monster, what exactly is going on? Tang San was completely bewildered, having no idea what he had done. Hearing this, Flinder sighed. Xiao San, as a man, you should take responsibility for your actions. Yu Xiaojing nodded repeatedly. That's right, it's not something to be ashamed of. Since you've done it, just accept it. Lu Erlong sighed and shook his head. Xiao San, I thought you were loyal and steadfast. But I never expected you to be just like Dai Mu Bai. You've really disappointed me. Xiao Wu had once taken Lu Erlong as her adoptive mother, and now that such a thing had happened, she must have felt quite displeased with Tang San as his adoptive mother. Tang San. No. Why aren't you telling me what happened? Tang San looked at everything in front of him, his mind buzzing, wondering what he had done. Why was everyone suddenly so silent? The only ones who were clueless were probably Yu, Tianheng, and Tang San. Flinder and the others knew because they had met Dubo earlier and heard about it from him, while Yu Tianheng had just woken up and rushed over. After all, he wouldn't stay up all night watching Tang San. Thus, Yu Tianheng was also confused, but he felt that something unexplainable seemed to have appeared above his head. Oof. Dugu Bo snorted angrily. Little monster, I misjudged you. I never expected you to be this kind of person. From now on, I have nothing to do with you. His granddaughter had said it was Tang San, so he naturally couldn't doubt her. Therefore, he was very certain that Tang San was just quibbling, and he couldn't contain his anger any longer, coldly snorting and turning to leave. Tang San, what is this old monster going crazy about? I don't know anything. I haven't done anything at all. Tang San was on the verge of collapse, watching Dugu Bo walk away, opening his mouth to say something, but before he could speak, Dugu Bo had already turned and left. Xiao San, are you still a man? Flinder looked at Tang San with disappointment, truly at a loss for words. What on earth is going on? At that moment, the confused Yu Tianheng also came back to his senses. He glanced at Yu Xiaojing, who seemed to want to say something to Tang San, and immediately asked, Tianheng, you don't need to be involved here for now. You should go back. Yu Xiaojing remembered Yu Tianheng was present and worried that his nephew might ruin his successful little experiment. So he quickly changed his words. Yes, Tianheng, you should go back. There's nothing for you here. After hearing Yu Xiaojing's words, Lu Erlong immediately understood and issued a dismissal order to Yu Tianheng. All right then, regarding Yu Xiaojing's words, he might choose to ignore the favoritism towards his disciple, but he couldn't disregard Lu Erlong's words. Lu Erlong was the strongest among the remaining bloodlines of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and she was also his aunt. Note, Yu Xiaojing and Lu Erlong are cousins, not siblings. Yu Tianheng calls Yu Xiaojing uncle and Lu Erlong aunt, which is correct, so he couldn't argue back. After Yu Tianheng left, at this moment, Yu Xiaojing finally spoke up. Tang San, I've always emphasized that you should be a man who dares to take responsibility like your father. But I never expected you to pretend to be crazy and foolish in such matters. Tang San, your father was bold enough to kill the former pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue, and he took responsibility for his actions without fearing the consequences, which led to heavy losses for the Haotian sect and their closure. And now you want to quibble over a small matter? Tang San, wait, what have I done? Teacher, what have I done? Tang San was completely confused. He still couldn't figure out if he had done something that would provoke the wrath of both gods and men. Why was he being pointed at by so many people? Just to be clear, in his previous life, he boldly stole the Tang sect's ultimate skills, and he wasn't subjected to such public condemnation. Flinder, seeing that Tang San was still trying to argue, couldn't help but exclaim, completely bewildering Tang San, you slept with Dugu Yin, and you even got her pregnant. Tang San. After this name was called out, Tang San was completely stunned. The four people in the entire dorm room were also plunged into dead silence at that moment. Seeing this, Chen Yue on the ceiling immediately muttered the words in the parentheses above. Hey, Toy Rabbit, what do you think? Raising his head, Chen Yue gently asked the complex-faced Xiao Wu, who was biting her red lips. No, I don't know. Xiao Wu, with a complicated expression, looked at Tang San from the ceiling. She bit her red lips, and at the moment Flandre called out his name, she was completely shocked. How could this happen? Didn't her dear Sangu say that he would only love her in this life? She had been guarding her spirit and heart fiercely for her most beloved Sangu, not letting outsiders in. But how could it be that her Sangu had suddenly changed his feelings and even had a child? What does this leave her? How can she bear it? No, Sangu would never betray me. Xiao Wu's voice trembled slightly. She found it hard to believe that her Sangu would abandon her to seek someone else. She would rather believe that everything was a lie. But even if he betrayed you, it wouldn't matter, right? Xiao Wu was taken aback and turned to look at Chen Yue with a confused expression. What? What did you say? The child in your belly is also my baby. You both have betrayed once, so it seems even out, right? And weren't you desperately resisting before? Xiao Wu nodded instinctively. Moreover, your heart is still guarding that special place for him. Having one child or countless children cannot tarnish your emotional connection to him, right? As Xiao Wu thought about it, it seemed to make some sense. So even if he betrayed you, it's okay. You don't despise him. So he definitely won't despise you. Xiao Wu instantly felt delighted. Really? Of course. She was overjoyed and quickly turned to kiss Chen Yue on the side of his face. Thank you. Just this little thank you isn't sincere enough. Xiao Wu's face turned red immediately, and she silently placed her hands on the tiles. Impossible. Suddenly, Tang San's furious shout in the room startled her, almost causing her to lose her grip and fall. But at that moment, the many people in the room didn't pay any attention to what was happening above. Flender, Yu Xiaojiang, and Lu Erlong all looked at Tang San with astonishment. This is absolutely impossible. Tang San shook his head frantically. I've been in Heavenly Dou City and have not gone out, and aside from seeing them during the Soul Master competition 5 years ago, I haven't seen them since. How could this be possible? Slander. This is definitely a false accusation. Although he had lost his memory of the Star Dou Forest, he was certain he hadn't seen Yu Tianheng and the others for a long time. So the child in Dugian's belly was definitely not his. San. Lu Erlong saw him like this, growing increasingly disappointed. Why is there such a big gap between these two master and disciple? And this Tang San, clearly the son of Qian Renxue Tang Hao, why doesn't he resemble Tang Hao at all? This matter, how could you dare to do it, but not admit it? As a man, you should just admit it and apologize to the Poison Douluo. With his appreciation for you, he will definitely accept your apology. Lu Erlong dropped this remark and didn't want to say anything more, leaving in disappointment. She decided that once Xiao Wu returned, she would definitely persuade her to give up on Tang San, a man who dares to do but not admit it. What does he want? No complaints. After all, it's the romance continent. Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang also stared at Tang San in frustration, saying, Are you stupid? After you unite with Dugi Yin, the Poison Douluo will definitely lean completely towards you. At that time, whether you return to the Haotian sect or create a new sect force, you will easily gain the support of a Title Douluo. Yu Xiaojiang paused for a moment and then continued, Moreover, with your and Dugi Yan's talents, the child born will definitely be a top-notch genius. If you had just admitted it, I could have had your second Dragon Master help you persuade Xiao Wu, and it wouldn't affect you then. Now look at this. In such a dangerous situation in Heavenly Dou City, you still angered the Poison Douluo. He said angrily, Are you insane? Tang San shook his head vigorously. No, it wasn't me. I absolutely cannot admit to this. He was certain that he indeed had not done this. Therefore, as a proud member of the Tang sect, he would never admit to this matter, even if he were killed. Sigh. Yu Xiaojiang saw that Tang San was as stubborn as a bull and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Tang San, you're pretending to be crazy and talking nonsense when you speak to me. If it really wasn't you, how could the Poison Douluo come directly to your door to demand an explanation? Tang San was slightly taken aback. He had just woken up from a coma, and his mind was still half asleep. Now, after being hit with this, he became much clearer. However, in his memory, he indeed had not been with Dugi Yin. I just want to say, is there a possibility? At this moment, Flander pushed up his glasses, and seeing the gaze of the master and disciple turn towards him, he immediately said, It was little San who accidentally. You know what I mean, right? Yu Xiaojiang. Tang San hissing. It seems there really is a probability and possibility of this. Yu Xiaojiang pondered for a moment, thinking about how Tang San seemed to have lost some memories before, and suddenly slapped his thigh. It's very likely. The Poison Douluo, coming to seek an explanation, was clearly already certain of the facts. Otherwise, with his personality, he would never act this way. Flander also nodded. Over the years, he had understood Dugu Bo's character. If it weren't for something set in stone, Dugu Bo would absolutely not come to seek an explanation like this. So, little San, what exactly did you do in the Star Dou Forest? Tang San, why do I feel like something is a bit off here? A voice in his heart told him that he absolutely could not have done this. But now, all the evidence seemed to point to him. Impossible. It couldn't have been done by Sange. At this moment, Xiao Wu, in a love-struck daze, shook her head. Sange is not that kind of person. He has said he only loves me. She then turned to look back at Chen Yue, and despite her flushed face, she bit her silver teeth and almost gritted out 3 words. You lied to me. Others may not know what happened in the Star Dou Forest, but she saw it with her own eyes. So,
She would rather believe this is Chen Yue's conspiracy than believe that her Sangha has changed his affections. Don't worry. Facing her hatred, Chen Yue remained calm and unhurried, enjoying the gentle rabbit nest while explaining, I did give him a dog leg and spider claw earlier, and then sealed his memory of seeing your live broadcast. But later, didn't we leave together? Xiao Wu was taken aback, and after thinking carefully, it seemed to indeed be the case. At this time, Tang San appeared in the area of the Lake of Life. What he would encounter, no one knows. Just surviving would be considered his good fortune. What exactly happened, we can't say for sure, right? This statement makes a lot of sense. After all, this area of the Lake of Life is the territory of the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape. Other soul beasts, unless they have a cultivation of at least 100,000 years, wouldn't dare to enter. And now that the auras of the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape have disappeared, what kind of soul beast will venture in? No one can say for sure. Suddenly, the love rabbit's mind turned, and a terrifying suspicion emerged. Could it be that my relationship with Sangha has been discovered by that mysterious master under the lake? For Xiao Wu, the master is not the silver dragon king Gu Yu Na, as she is not yet qualified to approach her. At most, she can only interact with the 6 great fierce beasts excluding Dtion. However, to her and to Ming Er Ming, they are considered masters as well. In order to break me and Sangha apart, or to make me think Sangha is a heartless man and then take advantage of it, this love rabbit, suddenly online with its intelligence and afflicted by paranoia, had a flash of this thought and amplified it infinitely in her mind. Yes, it must be like this. Those guys must want to break me and Sangha apart, so they have mentally controlled Sangha, and coincidentally, he got involved with that snake woman. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with rage and anger. Damn it, I treated you all like my master, worshipping and protecting you, and this is how you repay me? You better not let me reach the rank of Title Douluo, or else I will definitely dig all of you out. At this moment, in the Stardow Forest, the 7 great fierce beasts in the lake bottom space all sneezed in unison. This is a curse from the original female lead, Xiao Wu. What's going on? I don't know, but suddenly I feel a bit cold. Did that mutt pee? Get lost. There are no fierce beasts watching the commotion at the Lake of Life because they're busy devouring that big fat worm they just caught not long ago, eating it happily, completely ignoring everything else. Impossible. At Shrek Academy, Tang San finally snapped back to reality at this moment. He shook his head vigorously. It absolutely cannot be. I would never do such a thing. It's slander. You Xiaojiang, Flender, are you saying that the poison Douluo is slandering you? Tang San suddenly nodded. It must be that old monster who was instigated by someone to spread rumors about me, ruining my pure and spotless reputation. You Xiaojiang, Flender, come on. Let a Title Douluo slander your reputation. Flender wanted to say, if it weren't for the fact that your father is the Qian Renxue, do you believe that Dugabo would have slapped you to death already? Damn the so-called pure and spotless. So how are you going to explain this to the poison Douluo now? Tang San shook his head resolutely. No need to explain. This matter has nothing to do with me at all. Why should I explain? Although he was unclear about his memories, his intuition told him that this matter definitely had nothing to do with him. You Xiaojiang, he helplessly rubbed his forehead. Then what do you think we should do about the situation in the Tiando Imperial Palace now? Tiando Imperial Palace? Tang San was taken aback. What's wrong with the palace? Right now, Shueqinghe has already started the coronation ceremony, and if nothing unexpected happens, Prince Shuexing and others will request an autopsy. Yu Xiaojing explained. Originally our plan was for you to go with the poison Douluo to verify at this stage. After all, having the poison Douluo, there would be a guarantee. But now, you've fallen out with the poison Douluo. I'm afraid before he could finish, Tang San said with righteous indignation, we're doing this for justice. I believe that the old monster will definitely agree. Yu Xiaojiang, Flender. The 2 close friends looked at each other in disbelief. Flender pointed to his head, implying that Tang San couldn't have possibly damaged his brain, right? Yu Xiaojing shrugged and spread his hands. He didn't know what was going on either. He clearly was a very successful test subject. Could it be that because the 6th spirit ring was white, it had messed up his brain? Let's go. We'll find the old monster. Tang San waved his hand confidently, believing that given the old monster's character, he would definitely not ignore the situation in the Heaven Dou Empire. He was also sure that under his reasoning, he would be able to clear his name. Thus, the helpless Flender and Yu Xiaojing went to find Dugabo together. Watching the 3 leave, Chen Yue could no longer hold back his laughter. Is your guy always this ridiculously confident? Xiao Wu, feeling a bit awkward, touched her face, which still bore traces of her earlier tears,
but it was inconvenient to explain how they got there. Why aren't you speaking? Xiao Wu bit her lip, looking at Tang San's distant figure. She opened her mouth, sighed, and shook her head. She felt that her Sangu seemed to have truly changed. The old Sangu would never lie, but now, with all the evidence in front of him, he was still denying everything. At that moment, Xiao Wu was filled with conspiracy paranoia, so she no longer believed in Tang San. Without saying a word, Chen Yue smiled, and the two instantly appeared in Tang San's dormitory. Before Xiao Wu could understand what was happening, she heard Chen Yue smilingly say, "Come on, let your guy reminisce about your fragrance. Otherwise, I'm afraid he won't be able to sleep tonight," questioning his life. Xiao Wu hesitated, glancing at the brand new bedspread, wanting to refuse, but was unsure. Chen Yue squinted his eyes, revealing a dangerous glint. Seeing this, Xiao Wu didn't dare to resist any longer and obediently complied. In the Tiando city, within Dugu Bo's residence, it seemed this little monster had figured things out. Seeing Tang San approach, Dugu Bo was immediately overjoyed, thinking that Tang San must be here to apologize and ask for his granddaughter's hand in marriage. However, Tang San's next words completely bewildered him. "Old monster, the autopsy of the Snow Knight Emperor is about to start. We can't miss it. Let's go." Dugu Bo, confused, thought, "What? You didn't come to apologize? Quick, look, it might be gone in a few days." Dugu Bo stared blankly at Tang San, a large question mark hovering above his head. "What, old monster, have you forgotten?" Tang San furrowed his brows and asked, "Did you forget the plan we discussed before?" Dugu Bo was still confused. "No? Isn't this the matter you said you wanted to get involved in? Didn't we just have a falling out? You're trying to come over and take advantage of me before I've even calmed down?" Due to the extermination of the Haoyan sect by the Spirit Hall, Dugu Bo has recently become quite restrained, or as people say, he has become much more honest. After all, the Haoyan sect, the top of the three sects, has been wiped out, and if he continues to act recklessly, won't his Dugu family be the next to be exterminated? Even though only he and his granddaughter Dugu Yan are left in the Dugu family now. Previously, the favor owed by Prince Chen Yue had already been completely exhausted after treating the Snow Knight Emperor last time. If it weren't for the plan that Yu Xiaojing told him about earlier, he wouldn't have cared about the matters of the Tiando Imperial Palace at all. Now, Tang San actually dared to argue about this matter, which greatly disappointed Dugu Bo. He felt somewhat unwilling to help Tang San anymore. He always felt as if he had misjudged the person. However, he was still willing to give Tang San another chance to apologize, admit his mistakes, and take responsibility. Then this matter could continue. To some extent, Tang San had told him the method to detoxify, and giving away his treasured herb garden that he had collected for many years was already enough to repay this favor. At most, it was just a favor he owed for previously giving him hidden weapons, allowing him to hold his head high in front of Zhu Delaw. However, this favor is not enough to make him take the risk of interfering with the coronation ceremony of Xue Qinghe. If it weren't for the past friendship, he wouldn't agree at all. After all, as a Title Douluo, he cannot just take his granddaughter anywhere. Even if the Tiando Empire changes hands, he doesn't believe that. Given his status, the Tiando Empire can do anything to him. If worst comes to worst, he could go to the Xingluo Empire, where he would at least be treated as a guest elder, right? So, he also thinks that in the end, Tang San will definitely give up his sophistry and admit his mistakes under the interference of Yu Xiaojing and others. But what he never expected was, the first sentence that Tang San spoke completely left him at a loss. "No, you've made a mistake. And you're so blatant about it? What do you mean by this?" Dugu Bo suddenly stood up, his gaze cold, and the pressure of a Title Douluo instantly enveloped everyone present. "Old monster, stop messing around." Tang San snorted coldly. He had now figured it out. This is entirely a grand play directed and performed by Dugu Bo. He has his eyes on Tang San's talent and wants to take him as his granddaughter's husband, thereby binding him completely to Tang San's ship. You must know, Tang San possesses the unparalleled hidden weapons of the Tang sect and will surely become a top force on the continent in the future. This is evident from how Ning Fengji has repeatedly tried to marry Ning Rongrong to him. But who is Tang San? He is the pure and noble Tang San. His greatest love is the soul beast Xiao Wu, and he is completely uninterested in these filthy female soul masters. I have seen through your calculations, and I tell you frankly, it's useless. This slanderous act against his pure and innocent nature made him very disgusted. What level is this? How dare they tarnish the love between me and Xiao Wu? However, considering that Dugu Bo contributed the immortal herb, he is willing to give Dugu Bo another chance. Otherwise, it's nothing more than parting ways. But as soon as he said this, Douluo was left dumbfounded. Not only was Douluo stunned, but even Flinder and Yu Xiaojing, who came along, as well as Lu Erlong, who hurried over, were also taken aback. What the hell? Tang San, what nonsense are you talking about? Flinder was the first to react, quickly admonishing, you made a mistake, and you still won't admit it? I'm not wrong. Tang San snorted coldly, pointing at the increasingly gloomy Douluo in front of him, insisting that his granddaughter had no issues at all, and that it was Douluo's scheme to tie him to him completely. Flinder? Yu Xiaojing? Lu Erlong? Douluo? No. Is Tang San out of his mind? At this moment, the three in the golden triangle looked at each other as if they were staring at a fool, fixated on Tang San. Does a Title Douluo need to resort to such despicable and lowly means? What the hell are you thinking? This is like the sun rising from the west. It's impossible to be this shameless. Old monster, I'll give you one last chance. Tang San hated being schemed against like this. But for the sake of the past, when Douluo provided him with immortal herbs, he was willing to give the other party another chance. Now, immediately, come with me to the palace to verify the body for the emperor. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you. As soon as these words were spoken, Douluo was completely enraged. Good. Well done, Tang San. After all these years, I didn't see your true colors. Very good, you hypocrite. Douluo snorted coldly and angrily waved his sleeve to leave. Xiao San, are you out of your mind? At this moment, even Yu Xiaojing couldn't hold back anymore. He suddenly stepped forward and slapped Tang San across the face, shouting angrily, at this point, what is the point of quibbling? I'm not wrong. Why should I admit my mistake? Tang San covered his face. The slap had drawn blood, but he felt no remorse at all. He had completely understood everything. Yu Xiaojing was so furious he was trembling all over, wanting to hit him again, but was held back by Flinder. Enough. Flinder shook his head. This has already happened. Let it go. However, now, regarding the autopsy at the Title Palace, we probably can't go anymore. With the poisoned Douluo's assistance. They had the confidence to go to the Title Palace, but now that the poisoned Douluo has been angered away, it will be very difficult for them to come back after going there. Because now, Xueqing's reputation has reached an unprecedented peak. Over 80% of the nobles in Tiando City support his ascension to the throne, plus the bodies of Ning Fengji, Chen Yue, and Gu Rong have clearly shown Xueqing's strength, and it is very likely that the Spirit Hall stand behind him. On the entire continent, the only one capable of destroying the top 3 sects is one, the Spirit Hall. So, if they were to enter the palace, it would be like seeking death. Xiao San, you really are confused. Yu Xiaojing took a deep breath, looking at Tang San with disappointment. You're usually so smart. How did you become so muddled when it came to this? Without the support of the poisoned Douluo, how can we interfere with Xueqing's coronation ceremony? He was able to kill the Sword Douluo and others. It's obvious that he has the backing of the Spirit Hall, and even during the coronation ceremony, there are Title Douluo from the Spirit Hall present. Without Title Douluo, how can we stop him? After being scolded by Yu Xiaojing, Tang San's expression changed. And at this moment, he finally came to realization. This doesn't mean he thinks he guessed wrong. On the contrary, he feels that his thoughts were right. Douluo dared not interfere with the funeral in the Tiando Imperial Palace without the assistance of the Title Douluo, so he resorted to this underhanded tactic, trying to completely bind Tang San to the Douluo family's war chariot. In layman's terms, it's like raising prices on the spot and taking advantage of the chaos. But Tang San is not someone who would be easily manipulated or wronged. Teacher, don't worry. After making up his mind, Tang San was determined to let this Xueqing bounce around for a while longer. The one who can kill a Title Douluo is not necessarily just another Title Douluo. The hidden weapons he relies on for survival in this foreign world can indeed kill a Title Douluo. Among them, the most remarkable one, the Buddha's Fury Tonglian, must be crafted as soon as possible. Otherwise, the situation in Tiando City will definitely become unsafe. From the fact that Xueqing has not shown himself recently, and that even Xueqing has not been seen, it is not difficult to see Xueqing's attitude toward Shrek Academy. And now, the poisoned Douluo is also raising prices on the spot, taking advantage of the chaos. How can Tang San, pure and noble, tolerate outsiders slandering him? Does he really think that Tang San can't survive without this poisoned Douluo? Let's go, we are heading to Gongxin City. At this moment, Tang San made a firm decision to no longer interfere with the matters concerning Xueqing. Meanwhile, the grumbling and complaining Douluo was on his way to Suodo City. After Tang San left, Yu Qianheng had come to see him once, and after confirming that Douluo was still in Suodo City, he hurried off as well. So he was no longer at Shrek Academy. Damn it, these hammer-wielding people are all the same, unreasonable. Bo grumbled, as the grandfather of my granddaughter's husband. Am I not being wronged? Oomph. Once I cultivate this great-grandson to surpass you, I'll just slap you, Tang San, to death. Just as Bo finished muttering, he heard a somewhat gloomy voice rise up. No need to wait, it can be done now. Who is it? Bo was taken aback, suddenly raising his head to see a figure with white hair, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, standing before him, appearing out of nowhere. This figure is very strange. From a distance, it appears extremely weathered, but upon closer inspection, it is a young boy. His voice is also quite eerie at first listen. It sounds like that of an old man, but upon further reflection, it seems more like that of a youth. Even more astonishing is that his left eye is covered in ice and snow, and he has long hair that is white yet seems silver, using some animation settings. Not all of them, oh. You are from the Spear Hall. Bo does not recognize the person before him, but he does recognize the golden robe with silver embroidery, which is the highest honor of the Spear Hall. Only those in Hall of Worship are qualified to wear it. Indeed, you are Bo, right? The visitor smiled slightly and introduced himself, saying, I am one of the 5 offerings of the Hall of Worship, titled Light Feather. I wonder if the poison Douluo has heard of me? Light Feather Douluo, one of the 5 offerings of the Hall of Worship. His spirit is the Light Feather Divine Bao, possessing both light and ice dual attributes. A peak Super Douluo at level 96. At this moment, Bo was completely stunned, feeling a chill rise from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. The next moment, he turned into an ice sculpture. What? Bo's martial soul was activated, and he desperately began to struggle. However, he was horrified to discover that even using all his strength, he couldn't leave even a slightest mark on the ice sculpture. Bo was stunned. Useless. The light-winged Douluo smiled slightly. Your mere level 90 soul power cannot break through my ice. Of course, even if you break through, do you think you can escape? Bo silently lowered his hand of resistance, asking, What are you and the Spirit Hall doing in Heavenly Dou City? What are we doing? The light-winged Douluo smiled slightly and shook his head. It seems this is none of your business? Bo was silent, but his heart was already in turmoil. He felt that the light-winged Douluo came to Heavenly Dou City, definitely, because of the imperial succession. Only the Spirit Hall could kill Qian Douluo and the other 2. Although he knew that the Spirit Hall suffered heavy losses trying to extinguish the Dai family in Xinglua City, their core strength remained undamaged. So, have you figured out? The light-winged Douluo smiled slightly. Stepping closer, there is a saying, those who know the times are heroes. I wonder, Bo, do you count as a hero? Bo's expression changed repeatedly. This was forcing him to choose sides. If he chose to resist to the death, he feared that the light-winged Douluo would take his life in the next moment without any hesitation. A super Douluo like this must have shed countless blood before becoming famous. So it was impossible for him to hesitate in such a major event. Bo opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but the light-winged Douluo suddenly frowned and snorted. Consider yourself lucky. He no longer cared about Bo and turned to leave at a speed akin to a shooting star heading towards the outside of Heavenly Dou City. There, he felt a strong aura of slaughter, mixed with a significant amount of bloodlust, and within several miles, there was no trace of life. Whether for the sake of protecting civilians or for the grand plan regarding Qian Renxue, he could not allow any mistakes, especially with that bloodthirsty aura pressing down on him. He had to stop it. What close call. Bo was frozen in ice, but he felt like he had just wandered around the gates of hell. After seeing the light-winged Douluo leave, he hurriedly began to knock on the ice sculpture, trying to break free. At the same time, in the Heavenly Dou Palace, Qian Jun felt the intense aura of slaughter outside the city. Haven't moved my muscles and bones in a while. Brother, didn't you just go to fight against second brother? The demon subduing Dou, well, it's different after all. It's second brother. I can fight, but I absolutely cannot kill him. This is different. We can go, but we must report to the seniors first, Qian Jun said after pondering for a moment. No problem. The demon subduing Douluo nodded. Thus, the 2 brothers immediately notified the and sending one to inform Chen Yue before setting off. No title for this chapter. Going out for a bit? Chen Yue just crawled out of the warm rabbit grass nest, still not fully awake, when he heard Qian Jun's words and was slightly startled. You mean? You felt a strong aura of slaughter outside Heavenly Dou City? When it came to this aura of slaughter, Chen Yu's first thought was the city of slaughter. However, according to the current timeline, this gathering of evil should have been destroyed by the pure and noble Tang San. Then, all the fallen soul masters rushed out. Of course, Perhaps it would be more intimate to call them evil soul masters, but during this period of fighting, there was no term evil soul master, only fallen soul master represented. Yes, Qian Jun also saw Chen Yue walking out of the room, still wearing pajamas, clearly indicating he had just woken up. I see. Chen Yue stroked his chin, suddenly having a brilliant idea, and immediately punched his palm. Wait, I'll change my clothes, and we'll go together. Huh? This statement has completely confused Qian Jun Jiangma. Senior, is there going to be any trouble at the young master's coronation ceremony? What could possibly go wrong? Chen Yue looked at them with some curiosity. Worried about Douluo? Don't worry, he won't return to the Tiando Imperial Palace. There are no other Title Douluos in the Tiando Empire either. Qian Jun Jiangma exchanged glances, looking somewhat bewildered, especially Jiangma Da, who hesitated, wanting to ask but afraid of offending, yet seemed unable to hold back. Go ahead and say it. Chen Yue rubbed his temples. It seemed that with Tang San's intelligence in the original story, being able to manipulate everyone in the Love Continent was not unreasonable. They hadn't even thought of such a simple question. Senior, you just mentioned why Douluo won't return to the Tiando Imperial Palace? Jiangma Douluo asked. It is well known that he is a guest of the Tiando royal family and has helped Shui Yi with poison many times. First, Chen Yue interrupted his lengthy explanation. Want to clarify one point. Douluo only owes a favor to Prince Shui alone, not to the entire Tiando Empire. You could say that he only has some connections with the Shui family through Prince Shui. Second, over the years, he has done quite a few things for Prince Shui, and the connections he has built are enough to cancel out any debts. Generally, he would not be able to help Prince Shui again. Then, he previously owed a favor to Tang San from Shrek Academy. Oh, that is, Tang Hao's son. You all know this. If things go as expected, Tang San will definitely come in like a troublemaker, and then Douluo will follow closely behind. This statement left the demon slayer stunned, and the demon battle soul couldn't help but interrupt Chen Yue, saying, But senior, if that's the case, you might need to stay here even more. Let me finish, Chen Yue said helplessly. After they fell silent, he continued, In the end, it's now. There was a little accident between Douluo and Tang San, and now, Douluo will definitely not come to the Tiando Imperial Palace anymore, without Douluo's presence. Just Tang San and a mere dung beetle academy absolutely wouldn't dare to enter the palace at this time. Therefore, the uncle and nephew Shui and Shui Beng will, without a doubt, become the victims of this royal power transition. They are being used as cannon fodder. After explaining, Chen Yue felt somewhat exhausted and added now, Is it clear? This situation was completed by him personally going to Soto City to feed the tiger with his own body. If he were facing Douluo, he might have been able to see through the flaws. After all, this old monster's qualifications are there. But compared to him, Douluo, a 30-something mature woman, would be much less likely to notice something was off. Chen Yue believed even more that Mars would collide with Douluo star across time and space tomorrow. Little Snow is better. She would probably understand it instantly if I said this. Chen Yue rubbed his temples in frustration and glanced at Qian Jun Jiangma in front of him. The two brothers looked at each other, their clear eyes flickering with naive stupidity, causing Chen Yue to facepalm. Great, I was playing the lute to a donkey. In fact, Qian Jun Jiangma roughly understood Chen Yue's meaning, but they were a bit stubborn, wondering what exactly had happened to cause the rift between Douluo and Tang San, leading Chen Yue to be so certain about the upcoming outcome. They couldn't comprehend what event could provoke such an unexpected reaction. Hence, their gazes revealed such clarity and naivety. But Chen Yue was already mentally exhausted. He didn't want to explain anymore. Let's go. If it really doesn't work out, you can stay. I don't care. Saying this, Chen Yue's figure flickered, and in an instant, he had disappeared from his original spot. Just now, he hadn't woken up, so he didn't sense the aura of slaughter. Now, with his mind cleared by Qian Jun Jiangma's question, he immediately became aware of the incongruous killing intent surrounding him. Hey, senior, wait for us. Seeing the scene, Qian Jun Jiangma hurriedly followed, but their speed was far too slow compared to Chen Yue's thunder movement. You two, stick close to the young master, understood? Qian Jun Jiangma saw that Chen Yue's figure had already vanished and immediately stopped rushing, calling over the CTN and SHMO. The expression of Qian Jun Douluo was serious as he instructed. Yes. CTN and SHMO exchanged glances, both nodding cautiously, not daring to linger any longer, and moved towards the palace hall. At this moment, Qian Renxue had already been distorting the truth in the palace. Even though Prince Shui had verified that Shui Yi died from toxicity accumulation, it was useless. The situation had lost all suspense. Meanwhile, outside of Tiando City, the Guangling Douluo, who arrived here first,
was now sweating profusely, his expression serious as he looked at the middle-aged man in a blood-colored robe with a pale face revealing an eerie crimson hue. This man was none other than the ruler of the city of Slaughter, the King of Slaughter. Of course, the King of Slaughter occupies Tang Chen's body, but in his mind is the mutated Bat King with 100,000 years of cultivation. Useless. The King of Slaughter sneered, your light domain. Although it can resist my slaughter domain and temporarily avoid the influence of the soul restriction technique, your soul skill effects will be weakened by 50%. What do you have to fight me? Lightwing Douluo is a Title Douluo with dual attributes of light and ice, and his martial soul is more inclined towards light, possessing a light domain that purifies everything, similar to the angel domain held by a six-winged angel, though his strength is not comparable to a true angel domain. However, it is precisely because of this light domain that Lightwing Douluo can withstand this King of Slaughter for a quarter of an hour. If it were any other Title Douluo, they would probably have been defeated in an instant under the effects of the Slaughter domain's soul restriction technique. In the original work, Tang San was able to gain the upper hand against the suppression of the Slaughter domain thanks to his Sea God Trident, and then used the external aid of the Sea God Light to awaken Tang Chun. Lightwing Douluo's light domain also has effects somewhat similar to the Sea God Trident, but unfortunately, his soul power level is far inferior to that of the King of Slaughter before him. Otherwise, if he could break the Slaughter domain and envelop the latter in the light domain, there would be a great chance of awakening. The King of Slaughter has lost his patience. He is ready to taste the blood of this super Douluo before him, and he suddenly shouts, with blood light bursting forth. In just a moment of distraction, he appears in front of Lightwing Douluo, his two blood-red claws aiming straight for the heart, while the blood light behind him is rapidly intensifying. Lightwing Douluo's heart sank, and the blood light in his pupils kept enlarging. And at that instant, fourth soul skill, infinite axes. In an instant, countless small axes rained down on the King of Slaughter, who had yet to react, freezing him in place, while Lightwing Douluo quickly retreated. Who is this? As Lightwing Douluo retreated, he looked around for the newcomer, and finally his gaze stopped when he saw Chen Yue, who was only in his pajamas, appearing in front of the King of Slaughter. Be careful, he can prohibit the use of soul skills. Lightwing Douluo's heart jumped, and he quickly called out. No matter what, the other party saved his life, and he couldn't just stand by and watch him die. But Chen Yue didn't pay any attention to his shout at all. I told you to stop disturbing my sleep. Chen Yue swung a large slap directly on the face of the King of Slaughter, who had dark red markings on his face. I was lying comfortably in my rabbit grass nest. I told you to come. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Chen Yue wanted to beat the King of Slaughter even more. Why did you come to my Heavenly Dou city to kill villagers and create panic? With that thought, Chen Yue swung another large slap, showing no mercy as he hit his face. Poof! The King of Slaughter, frozen in action by infinite axes for a second, was then met with a solid slap on the face when he regained his movement, leaving him momentarily dazed. Who am I? Where am I? What is this pain on my face? After coming to his senses, he immediately flew into a rage, wanting to tear Chen Yue apart. But just as his anger surged, Chen Yue delivered another powerful slap filled with soul power to his face, strong enough to knock out his front teeth, causing him to spit out a large amount of blood, and his mouth was now full of it. You want to die? The King of Slaughter was sent staggering back by the slap, covering his face, his eyes filled with fury, and without saying a word, he charged at Chen Yue. You want another slap? Chen Yue snorted coldly and didn't show him any mercy, his feet moving like thunder, charging forward like lightning, just in time. I haven't even slapped you yet. His figure moved faster than the King of Slaughter, arriving first, and before the King of Slaughter could react. Another large slap landed on his face. In an instant, the King of Slaughter, charging through the air, came to an abrupt stop, then fell in a parabolic arc with a thud, perfectly landing on the ground. Lightwing Douluo, he looked bewildered at the King of Slaughter, who was seeing stars from the fall, his mind feeling as if it had been struck hard, standing there like a wooden chicken. Right, what did you just say? Chen Yue dug at his ear, and only then did he remember that the fake youth behind him seemed to have shouted something. Lightwing Douluo, no, nothing. Lightwing Douluo's expression remained unchanged as he swallowed and replied with 3 words, suddenly beginning to doubt his life. In my entire life, I have secluded myself for so long. When did such a powerful figure appear in Heavenly Dou city? During this quarter of an hour of battling the King of Slaughter, he clearly realized that he was completely at a disadvantage. In other words, the opponent's soul power was definitely above his own. Even without that Slaughter domain, he might not be the King of Slaughter's match. And at this moment,
The king of slaughter, who was pressing him down, was actually being beaten to the ground, with his eyes filled with stars, by the seemingly young Chen Yue in front of him. Damn it! The king of slaughter's face was swollen on both sides, his eyes wide with anger. Beneath that symmetrically swollen face, his expression could scare a child into fainting. A terrifying blood light burst forth from him, and the bodies scattered around, devoid of bloodstains, were covered by this blood light at that moment, beginning to dissolve at a visibly rapid pace. Everything in sight started to change dramatically, and faintly, it seemed like a blood mist was forming, separating the world within the blood light from the outside reality. Senior, retreat. Seeing this scene, the Soul Master Guangling was instantly alarmed and shouted loudly, wanting to rush out of the blood mist. However, at that moment, the blood mist had already formed a circle, trapping him, Chen Yue, and the king of slaughter within it. At that moment, Chen Yue felt as if he had been shackled by some invisible restraints, his martial soul seemingly locked away by some force. Meanwhile, the light feather awe beside him changed drastically in expression. He realized that he could not use his martial soul or soul skills, and could only rely on his soul power and domain. Yet, his domain seemed to be under an immense pressure, only able to extend a mere 20 centimeters around him. Welcome to my killing domain. The king of slaughter's eyes glowed crimson as he stared at Chen Yue, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. In my killing domain, you cannot use your martial souls or soul skills. You can only rely on soul power, domain, and soul bone skills. Right now, I really want to taste your blood and see what it's like. Chapter 49. Chen Yue, compared to being resourceful, I prefer to be the vanguard, charging into battle. Updating while revising. It's tough, another all-nighter. I don't know why. The king of slaughter had a peculiar feeling about Chen Yue, as if he were a delicacy, exuding an indescribable allure that made him not just envious, but also hungry. His instincts told him that if he drank Chen Yue's blood, the fiery, evaporating essence within him would be alleviated, and his power would undergo a tremendous transformation. Now this is my world. The king of slaughter laughed maniacally, raising his arms to the sky. Blood-red halos rippled from his body, filled with a corrosive aura and a unique energy fluctuation. The light feather Douluo's expression changed drastically, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His domain of light, which had a 20-centimeter radius, completely collapsed with a crisp crack. How is this possible? With the domain shattered, the light feather Douluo felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He could only sense his soul power and his soul bone skills, unable to activate his light domain again. Without your domain, how do you plan to fight me? The king of slaughter laughed, his blood-red claws lunging towards the light feather Douluo. Damn it! After losing the domain, the light feather Douluo could only rely on his peak soul power at level 96 to defend himself. In that moment, a bright light shone from his arm, clearly indicating a soul bone skill. Useless. The king of slaughter's expression remained unchanged, even showing disdain. His blood-red claws, glowing with a strange red light, suddenly knocked the light feather Douluo away, causing him to crash heavily to the ground and spit out blood. Clearly, without his martial soul, the light feather Douluo could not withstand even a single attack from him, relying solely on his peak soul power. Now it's your turn. The king of slaughter grinned savagely, rushing forward without a second thought, his blood-red claws aimed at Chen Yue's neck. Everyone knows that the neck contains the body's major arteries. If that claw struck true, blood would flow endlessly, and the king of slaughter would finally taste the flesh he craved. Seeing this, the light feather Douluo could only anxiously shout from the sidelines, "Senior, quickly dodge." In the eyes of the king of slaughter and the light feather Douluo, Chen Yue appeared as if he were frozen in place, standing still. It was only when the king of slaughter's claw approached him that Chen Yue seemed to snap back to reality. And then he said with an odd expression, "Do you really think that without soul power, I am at a disadvantage?" The king of slaughter frowned and increased his soul power, lunging with his claw. However, the strike that had previously been enough to defeat the peak level 96 soul power felt as if it had struck a paper tiger, easily caught by Chen Yue with one hand. How is this possible? The king of slaughter's eyes widened in disbelief. It felt as if his claw was grasping onto a sponge. That powerful strike, filled with soul power, was completely absorbed by an unknown force, as if it had sunk into the ocean. However, before he could comprehend it further, at that moment, a fist the size of a clay pot appeared, infinitely magnifying on his swollen face that he had barely managed to heal with his soul power. Do you think you're sunflower? Just a bit of sunlight and you shine, right? Today, let's see if I won't beat you so badly that even your horse won't recognize you. Chen Yue was not stunned in a daze. Rather, he felt that the power restraining him had suddenly been absorbed by his martial soul for some unknown reason. This meant that he was now completely unaffected by the effects of this realm of slaughter and could even directly use his martial soul and soul rings. So, he was pondering whether to chop this king of slaughter down with an axe. After all, the original form of the king of slaughter is actually Tang San's great-grandfather. The previous generation's Haotian Douluo, Tang Chun. If he kills him, then the Haotian sect will lose its last stronghold. However, before he could finish thinking about this problem, the king of slaughter eagerly charged at him. Just right, Chen Yue decided to temporarily stop thinking about these things, raised his fist, and first vented his morning anger. Bang! Bang! Chen Yue threw a left hook, causing the king of slaughter to grimace, and as he let go, he followed up with a right hook. The rising dragon fist striking the king of slaughter squarely on the forehead, then delivered a spinning kick. Bang! The king of slaughter, bleeding from his mouth, was sent crashing to the ground, his eyes rolling back, blood dripping from his mouth. Ofthe Douluo. He couldn't believe it and rubbed his eyes with one hand, and after confirming that this scene was not a dream, his mouth dropped open in shock. This. Even if the elder brother personally came, he wouldn't be able to beat this guy into a fool so brutally with just soul power, right? Seeing the king of slaughter with stars in his eyes, foaming at the mouth, and lying on his back, Ofthe Douluo was sure that this guy had definitely been beaten into a fool. Even if he wasn't completely stupid yet, he probably wasn't far from it. Truly weak. Chen Yue twisted his neck, looking somewhat disappointed at the king of slaughter, who was so easy to beat, and sighed. Ofthe Douluo. He stared blankly at Chen Yue, who looked extremely handsome and elegant, like a young gentleman in his 20s. Beneath that stunning appearance, Ofthe Douluo had to admit that this person was undoubtedly the most handsome Douluo. Of course, he definitely couldn't compare to the friends of this book. What level could he compare with my friends in looks, right? This senior, it seems this domain has dispersed, and he seems to have knocked me out. Just as this strange thought flashed by, Ofthe Douluo suddenly realized that the blood mist around them began to dissipate, and the domain power that had originally suppressed and restricted the use of soul rings also dissipated at this moment, causing him to exclaim, "What a waste!" Chen Yue shook his still groggy head. After knocking off this annoying thing, his mind became a bit hazy again, casually tossing Tang Chun to the most difficult top level of the Heavenly King God Tower, commonly known as the Small Black Room, before turning around, waiting until he wakes up to talk. Truly a waste. Ofthe Douluo, he stared blankly at Chen Yue, who was swaying like he was drunk, stepping on the 3,000 thunder flashes, and suddenly disappeared without a trace. When did such a young Title Douluo appear in Heaven Dou City? Ofthe Douluo furrowed his brow deeply. Could it be that he was an old monster who had hidden away and rejuvenated? I remember. The second brother mentioned before that in the Heaven Dou Imperial Palace, there was a person who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years, the ancestor of Heaven Dou, meaning the grandfather of Snow Knight. I wonder if this person has already achieved Super Douluo. In the offering hall, the Golden Crocodile Douluo is the highest in rank and age. He is already over 2.5 generations, more than 150 years old. No wonder he had heard about Chen Yue, who had been in seclusion for 120 years. After all, in their era, with the flames of war raging, even news about geniuses spread extremely limited, unless over a long period could there be a possibility of investigation. Fifth brother, what are you doing? Just as Ofthe Douluo's thoughts flashed through, preparing to check the news at the Heaven Dou Sacred Hall, before he could move, he saw Qianjun Jiangmo arriving late. Ofthe Douluo, he coughed, preparing to say something, when suddenly, the Jiangmo spoke first. Fifth brother, you weren't robbed, were you? Ofthe Douluo. Look at you, all ragged, just like a beggar in Heaven Dou City. Jiangmo pointed at Ofthe Douluo, shaking his head. Fifth brother, don't tell me you haven't been out for so many years that even your soul power and martial soul can't be used. So you were robbed? Ofthe Douluo. I'll rob you, you big-headed ghost. Ofthe Douluo's mouth twitched. He had endured for a quarter of an hour under the king of slaughter's hands, and he was seriously injured. If it weren't for Chen Yue's rescue, he was afraid he would have been drained of blood by the king of slaughter. All right. Qianjun Douluo waved his hand. Fifth brother, you definitely had a fight with that mysterious person who was filled with slaughter and bloodlust just now. However, looking at this record, it should be a disastrous defeat, right? Ofthe Douluo, can I speak for myself? That is true. Jiangmo nodded in agreement. Otherwise, how could fifth brother, who usually pays attention to his image, be so trashy? Ofthe Douluo, okay, stop talking. Qianjun Douluo, with keen eyes, Noticed light feather Douluo's face darkening and instantly changed the subject. We're here for serious business. Light feather Douluo's expression softened. Perhaps this unreliable sixth brother and seventh brother had finally become reliable for once. This time they came to help the young master manage government affairs. After all, the young master was about to start the angel god test, so he naturally couldn't spend energy on this matter. Light feather Douluo thought this way. Just as he was about to speak, unexpectedly, Qian Douluo spoke up. Then, Qian Douluo's words instantly left him dumbfounded. Fifth brother, did you just see a very handsome, very young, very strong soul master pass by here? Xiaoma Douluo added, still wearing pajamas. Light feather Douluo, wait, weren't you guys just talking about serious business? How did it turn into this? Light feather Douluo looked at Qian Douluo, whose expression was serious, and then at Xiaoma Douluo, who also looked grave, and suddenly fell into deep thought, gradually doubting life. Wasn't my task this time to help the young master handle government affairs? Why were these two guys not mentioning this matter at all? At this moment, Chen Yue had already soaked back into the bathtub, squinting his eyes, gradually losing himself in the warm water. Finally can relax. Qian Renxue opened the bathroom door, and with each step she took, the area of her long skirt touching the ground increased. By the time she reached the bathtub, her golden long skirt had already fallen to the floor, making a smooth dunk. Suddenly, the fragrance and warmth made Chen Yue shiver, coming back to his senses, and he saw Qian Renxue in his arms. Unable to help but ask, the position is settled, right? Of course. Chen Yue nodded, casually saying, keeping shueshing and shuebing has some use. They might lure Tang San. But honestly, it wouldn't make much difference whether they were there or not. Why? Qian Renxue was taken aback, asking in confusion. Chen Yue smiled without speaking. At this moment, Qian Renxue realized the blind spot. Wait, how do you know that I left Prince Xue Xing and his uncle Xue Beng behind? I just returned from the palace, and no one told me the snake spear is outside the palace too? Chen Yue smiled slightly and said with a clear conscience, we are of the same heart, naturally having the same thought. Go away. You can be your own conscience. Don't mess with mine. Qian Renxue shot him a glare, but still allowed his actions and asked, then what do you suggest we do? Isn't that simple? Chen Yue replied without hesitation. Just lock up Xue Xing and Xue Beng in the dungeon, and then when they are found to have escaped upon investigation, their bodies will ultimately be discovered in the Shrek Academy and the residence of the Li family. Qian Renxue, what does this count as? This counts as you being merciful, unable to bear to harm your own uncle and younger brother, but unexpectedly, the mastermind behind the scenes, fearing exposure, rescues them from prison. In a fit of anger, kills them both. Qian Renxue pondered for a moment and then countered, but if we follow your hypothesis, then the bodies wouldn't be discovered because after killing them, they would definitely be disposed of. So, you need to set up numerous palace soul master teams to patrol, under the pretense of guarding Tiandou City, and establish a large number of powerful and loyal soul master teams in places like the Li family and Shrek Academy. Qian Renxue thought carefully, then suddenly clapped her hands. Brilliant! If your scheme is correct, it means Xue Beng and Xue Xing successfully escaped and then fled to the mastermind's home. At this time, the mastermind wouldn't dare to use their martial soul to kill because there are soul master teams patrolling outside the residence. Once there is a fluctuation of soul power, they would be immediately discovered, so they chose to poison them. And because of the curfew, they couldn't bury the bodies. So they had to deal with them on the spot, resulting in the soul master team discovering them early the next morning. Upon saying this, Qian Renxue took a deep breath, her face slightly flushed, and looked at Chen Yue with a slightly tipsy gaze. You really see people as ants. It's just a common occurrence. In the era that Chen Yue was born, it was the most chaotic time on the continent, where human life was the cheapest, and this is just a simple frame-up. So you really are resourceful and strong, charging forward recklessly. I love to hear that, but actually, I prefer to charge in a battle. Chapter 50 Chen Yue. Don't tell me you wiped out the entire Tianxue Academy team? By the way, the next morning, Qian Renxue was getting dressed when suddenly remembered something and looked at the drowsy Chen Yue. Right, the fifth enshrined should have arrived in Tiandou City. Have you gone to pick them up? Chen Yue? What? What did you say? Chen Yue sat up in confusion. What did you say? Didn't I say that the fifth enshrined was coming? Seeing his expression, Qian Renxue immediately realized that Chen Yue had forgotten about it. She face-bombed and said, I've said it several times. How could you forget? Then he should have come by himself, right? Chen Yue scratched his head and shrugged. A level 96 peak super Douluo? Do you think he could get lost in Tiandou City? Qian Renxue, no, I mean this. Qian Renxue face-palmed and walked over to pinch Chen Yue's cheek. I mean, can you wake up your brain? Oh, Chen Yue nodded, then snuggled into her embrace, feeling some warmth, and said, I'm awake, go ahead. Qian Renxue, forget it. She felt a bit speechless, but since they were already an old couple, she didn't hold it against him and immediately said, the whole palace is filled with our people now, but they don't recognize the fifth enshrined. And the fifth enshrined also doesn't have a token. The Qianjun Jiangma are deep in the palace, the place where you were in seclusion before. And the snake spear might not recognize the fifth enshrined either, which is why I wanted you to prepare to pick him up. After snuggling a bit more for warmth, Chen Yue finally looked up, but his expression was even more confused. No, I say, your words are a bit strange. What's wrong? You see, if the snake spear doesn't recognize him, how could I possibly recognize him? Qian Renxue, what you said is true. She was indeed at a loss for words and couldn't refute. Forget it. Qian Renxue covered her face, not knowing what to say. Just let Qianjun Jiangma pick him up. Chen Yue nodded. Do you have anything to do these 2 days? Chen Yue shook his head. Nothing, why? He truly didn't have much to do these days, as the 3 sects had already been destroyed, and the spirit hall was severely weakened and wouldn't make any moves. The Xingguan sect had also lost several main forces, so for now, he just needed to keep an eye on Tang San. Oh right, if he guessed correctly, there might still be a certain white-eyed fox sneaking out. For the time being, he should be in Tiando City. At this moment, Chen Yue hadn't received news about Tang San and the others going to Gengxin City. Otherwise, he would have left as well. That's good. Qian Renxue nodded and said something shocking. During this time, you should not leave Tiando City in a while. On my wedding day, I still need your help. Chen Yue? Wait, what does your wedding day have to do with me? Wait, Chen Yue suddenly reacted. Is this your way of winning over those nobles? Why not? Qian Renxue huffed. Now that I have already discussed clearly with those people. After the trivial matters of ascending the throne are completed, the first batch of concubines entering the palace will be Shui Yu and Shui Bing the 2 sisters. Then the second batch will be Lingling, Shui Wu, and Huo Wu. Hearing these familiar names, Chen Yue's expression grew more and more strange. Unable to help but interrupt her, hold on. Don't tell me you wiped out the entire Tianxue Academy team from 5 years ago? The first few familiar names were fine, but the latter names, Chen Yue didn't think of them immediately, but in the next moment, he understood. Aren't those the other 4 members of the Tianxue team? Shui Yu Shui Bing Shui Wu, Qiu Ruo Shui, Yu Heru, Gu Qingba, Shun Liu Yu. Isn't this the Tianxue team? Although they were later merged into the 4-element team, only Shui Bing and Shui Yu have had any appearances. Do you know them? Qian Renxue was taken aback, then asked with a strange expression, is that not okay? What's the problem? Chen Yue's mouth twitched. Of course, there was a problem. Although he had a system, he was not someone who could just go with the flow. The talents of these 7 individuals were the best in the entire Tianxue Academy, and they had all reached the Soul King level, with Shui Bing and Shui Yu already being Soul Emperors. Qian Renxue smiled and said, moreover, with the noble forces behind them, establishing a foothold in Tiando City would be very easy, if I could incorporate them into my harem, binding them entirely to my ship. Chen Yue realized what Qian Renxue was implying. So, she was targeting Tianxue Academy because the other noble girls with lesser talents were not appealing to her. Apart from the Shui family, the other families like the Qiu family, Yu family, Gu family, and Shun family were also top nobles, with several Soul Douluos among them, collectively controlling nearly 1/10 of the empire's lifeblood. Qian Renxue confidently stated, once I have them under my control, even if Shui Bong and the others manage to turn the tables and uncover my identity, what can they do? Once they're on my ship, they will have no chance to leave. Chen Yue exclaimed, damn. Qian Renxue has completely grasped the concept of turning things upside down. If Qian Renxue's plan succeeded and she managed to pull in so many nobles, even if her identity was exposed, it would be impossible for her to admit it once she had gambled everything on this ship. Moreover, those nobles would definitely stick by her side, only recognizing Qian Renxue as the crown prince Xue Qinghe. Amazing. Thinking of this, Chen Yue couldn't help but slap his thigh and give a thumbs up. Truly brilliant. Hey, Qian Renxue said, somewhat speechless. I've told you so many times, can you just slap your own thigh? You made my thigh swell last night, and it just healed. Now you've slapped it red again. I still have to go to the coronation ceremony. Chen Yue chuckled awkwardly. Well, it's more fun to slap yours, right? After all, a beauty like you never gets boring to admire. Qian Renxue huffed. Even if you're flattering me, I won't give you a good look. Get ready. I'm going to be crowned. She huffed and, ignoring Chen Yue's smooth talk, turned around, leaving behind a beautiful silhouette. Sigh. Another person left alone in bed. Chen Yue rubbed his old waist, holding the blanket that still carried Qian Renxue's fragrance. However, he had been fully awakened by the facial cleanser and had no intention of going back to sleep. Letting Guangling Douluo handle the political affairs seemed like a bit of a waste. After getting up and washing up, Chen Yue changed his clothes, yawned, and leisurely walked toward the large courtyard deep within the palace. The demon-subduing sword was over here. This large courtyard is where he used to retreat, and it contains a training room that is said to have the best simulation training environment in the entire Tiando Empire. If it weren't for this training room, Chen Yue would even doubt whether he could become a Title Douluo. However, upon entering the courtyard, Chen Yue was surprised to hear a slightly familiar voice. What kind of miraculous medicine have you two taken? This is a very large yard, not only with a training room, but also with bedrooms, a front yard, and so on, resembling a complete manor palace. Guangling Dou was sweating profusely and had a bruised face, looking incredulously at the proud Jiangma Dou, whose mouth was twitching uncontrollably. As both were at the pinnacle of level 96, why was your strength so much greater than mine? Also, your martial souls, have they undergone a mutation? Guangling Dou remembered that the martial souls of these two brothers were the spiral dragon staff, and he had seen the spiral dragon staff before. But it was nothing like this one in front of him. This is more like a blood-red long staff entwined by a two-headed dragon. Not all like any martial soul he had heard of. Ha! Fifth brother, this is exhilarating. The demon slayer, Douluo, laughed heartily. Ever since the last time second brother didn't get beaten up, I haven't felt this good in a long time. Light feather Douluo, are you saying that second brother wasn't injured by the sword Douluo, which is why he went back? At this moment, Light feather Douluo finally understood that when the golden crocodile door returned, he had some injuries on him, and when the brothers in the offering hall asked, they all said he was hurt by the sword Douluo. Considering the sword Douluo's peak soul power level of 97, aside from Qian Douluo, who was still in seclusion, all the offerings believed this explanation. After all, how could the golden crocodile Douluo, as a peak existence at level 98, be easily injured? The only one who could injure him would probably be the sword Douluo, who had received Ning Fengji's blessing, right? At that moment, Light Feather Douluo was watching and still had some doubts in his heart. After all, the places on his body that were injured didn't seem like they were struck by a sword, but rather looked like they were hit by a stick or even a punch. However, at that time, Golden Crocodile didn't explain much and turned to enter seclusion. So Guangling Douluo had to suppress his doubts and then received a letter from Qian Renxue, which is why he set off. And now, he finally understood how Golden Crocodile Douluo got all these injuries. It turned out he was beaten up by the new martial soul of demon suppression Douluo. What kind of martial soul is this? Although he had already figured it out in his heart, the subsequent confusion and misunderstanding only increased. Guangling Douluo looked at demon suppression Douluo in front of him and couldn't help but ask, your martial soul seems to never have been recorded in our classical texts. Isn't that obvious? Demon suppression Douluo snorted. How could the secret realm of a senior be understood by you mere mortals? Just as he was about to speak, he was quickly stopped by Qianjun Douluo, who interjected, Fifth brother, you mentioned that there's a killing and evil aura outside this Heaven Dou city. What exactly is going on? This matter should have been asked yesterday, but after seeing that the light feather Douluo consumed too much energy and quickly fell down, the Qianjun Demon Slayer brothers carried him to the Tiando Sacred Hall to find a healing soul master. It was only after recovering somewhat that they returned to the Tiando Palace. After all, although the King of Slaughter could not exert all of Tang Chen's strength, he still had at least 1/10 or 1/12 of it. Ultimately, Tang Chen was invaded by the Rakshasa demon after completing the 8 tests of Shura. It is not difficult to see from his ability to condense the Shura demon sword that his strength is greater than that of the pinnacle 99th level Peerless Douluo. Even though he did not use his full strength, the soul power of this Peerless Douluo is not something the barely 96th level peak light Feather Douluo can compare to. Therefore, the light Feather Douluo was indeed injured quite a bit, but he was still astonished by the Demon Slayer Douluo, who had a stable advantage over him. As both were at the pinnacle of 96th level, his martial soul quality was much higher than that of the Demon Slayer Douluo, and naturally, there was some disparity in strength. So why was he being suppressed instead? However, upon hearing Qianjun Douluo's mention, the light Feather Douluo instantly recalled what he had witnessed yesterday. It was a super Douluo of unknown origin. The light Feather Douluo's expression turned serious. He had a very strange domain in which martial souls and soul skills could not be used, only soul power and soul bone skills, as well as the domain itself. However, Under the condition of the domain being activated, the restriction effect on martial souls did not exist, but the limitation effect on soul skills still remained. If it weren't for that unexpected senior appearing, I might have died at that person's hands. Seeing that he successfully shifted the topic, Qian Renxue breathed a sigh of relief. He did not want the light feather Douluo to know about Chen Yue's existence for the time being. After all, the light feather Douluo came to help Qian Renxue manage internal affairs, and he speculated that once Qian Renxue ascended the throne, she would also return to the offering hall for the angel god test. Naturally, there was no need to let the light feather Douluo get familiar with Chen Yue in front of him. However, the light feather Douluo's words made Qian Renxue's heart tighten, and the demon slayer Douluo exclaimed in surprise. What? A domain that can restrict martial souls and soul skills? Such a domain effect still exists in this world. Qian Douluo pondered for a moment and uttered 4 words, City of Slaughter. The only place he could think of was indeed the City of Slaughter. But isn't the City of Slaughter the god of Slaughter's domain? When did the god of Slaughter's domain have such effects? Chapter 51, Light Feather Douluo. You commanded Qian to subdue the demons. I've seen the senior. Is it already over? The explosion of updates didn't work either. The City of Slaughter? The demon subduing Douluo as well. The only place he could think of was indeed the City of Slaughter. But isn't the City of Slaughter the god of Slaughter's domain? The demon subduing Douluo couldn't help but ask, that little girl Bibi Dong, doesn't she also have this domain? In front of outsiders, he might give Bibi Dong some respect and call her your holiness. But in front of them, she's just a little girl. Not the same. Light Feather Douluo shook his head with a serious expression. I also don't know what kind of domain that is, but the effect of confinement does exist. Moreover, that person's soul power is indeed very powerful. At this point, Light Feather Douluo's eyes were filled with deep caution and fear. Even I, under the blessing of the light domain, could only hold on for a quarter of an hour at most in his hands. If it weren't for a senior passing by later, I might have already died at that person's hands. This statement caused the expressions of Qian Jiangma and the others to change. Among them, Jiangma couldn't help but ask, Fifth brother, you have a peak soul power of level 96. How could that person's soul power possibly be above yours? Could it be that you remembered it wrong? Or is it that your soul power has been restricted? Guangling Douluo shook his head. That's impossible. I can clearly feel that my soul power level is not being suppressed in any way, but that person's soul power is indeed stronger than second brother's. As soon as these words were spoken, Qian Jiangma and the others trembled, exchanging glances filled with shock. Is there really such a strong person in this world? Qian Douluo couldn't help but ask, Fifth brother, do you know who this person is? Such a dangerous person has actually appeared in Heavenly Dou City. If they are here to disrupt their plans, then... With this thought, Qian Douluo couldn't help but look at the demon subduing Douluo beside him. The two brothers exchanged glances, and their meaning was instantly clear. Hurry and find Elder Chen. By the way, at this point, Guangling Douluo seemed to suddenly remember something and looked up at Qian Jiangma in front of him. Didn't the young master say that someone would come to pick me up? Why are you two the ones who came? What about the young master's safety? It should be known that in Heavenly Dou City, there is Shueshing supported by Dugabo. If he catches a gap and exposes their identities, wouldn't that be? He still doesn't know about the matters guarded by thee and the snake spear. He is simply assuming that Qian Renxue called Qian Jiangma, these two super Dou, again to deduce that there may still be potential dangers in Heavenly Dou City. Qian Jiangma looked at each other, exchanging glances. The demon subduing Dou was still asking with his eyes whether to mention Chen Yue's matter. You two guys have lived for such a long time, and you can't even figure out this little thing? Guangling Dou saw the two of them exchanging glances and frowned immediately, saying, the matter of Hao Yian's sex destruction, Tang Xiao is still at large. And then there's the missing Tang Hao. They will definitely use the power of Heavenly Dou Empire, and then join forces with Star Luo Empire to resist the Pope's Hall. Even if the Pope's Hall has arranged Title Douluo to guard, given the current situation of the Pope's Hall, at most there are only 1 or 2 Title Douluo, which cannot stop Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. Guangling Douluo is not clear about Tang Hao's specific level, but he knows about Tang Xiao. He is a peak super Douluo at level 96. With just those Title Douluo from the Pope's Hall, apart from Bibi Dong, there is probably no one who can stop him, unless several Title Douluo join forces. But now, the situation of the Pope's Hall is bleak. With more than 2/3 of the more than 10 Title Douluo lost, and now even establishing the Spirit Master Empire has become a huge difficulty. It is simply impossible to send out several Title Douluo. At most, only 1 or 2 Title Douluo can come. At this moment, Guangling Dou suddenly recalled Dugabo, who had stopped him for a while outside of Tian Dou City. A thought crossed his mind. Wait a minute, Could Douluo have entered Tiando City? His expression changed slightly as he was about to head to the Tiando Imperial Palace to take a look, when suddenly he heard the demon slayer, Douluo, speak. The Qianjun demon slayer looked at each other, and finally, the demon slayer Douluo couldn't help but say, Douluo has already left Tiando City. Guangling Douluo? His body, which was about to move, suddenly froze, and he turned back to look at the demon slayer Douluo in confusion. Wait, what did you just say? Just the literal meaning. The demon slayer Douluo said, Douluo has already left Tiando City. I don't know the specific reason. This is what the young master said. Qian Renxue had already briefed them on the general situation, and the implication was clear. She wanted them to re-enter the Tianyuan secret realm for exploration and camping, so that she could go in as well. However, the more the demon slayer Douluo spoke, the more confused Guangling Douluo became. The young master said, No, I just encountered Douluo that day. Wasn't he just outside Tiando City? The demon slayer Douluo silently said, Is it possible that Douluo wanted to leave Tiando City and then you encountered him? Guangling Douluo was stunned. He was completely bewildered. Recalling this, it seems that at that time, it was indeed outside the Heavenly Dou City, where Douluo seemed to want to run away. However, he was flustered at that time, fearing that Douluo wanted to enter Heavenly Dou City to intervene in the matter, so he acted directly. Now that I think about it, it seems that it really was. What about Tang Hao and Tang Xiao? Thinking of this, the light wings Douluo couldn't help but ask. Feeling as if everything was beyond expectation, the words of the light wings Douluo made the demon-suppressing Douluo exchange glances again, their expressions somewhat strange. Chen Renxue remained silent, but this matter seemed to have been mentioned by the porcupine and the serpent spear. As for Tang Xiao, he had previously stormed the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace and almost died at our hands, but later, Tang Hao came riding an ancient turtle that was 100,000 years old to rescue him, to prevent the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace from being destroyed. We had no choice but to leave this 100,000-year soul beast behind, allowing Tang Xiao and the others to escape. After saying this, the demon-suppressing Douluo stunned the light wings Douluo. 100,000-year soul beast? How is that possible? How could Tang Hao have the ability and virtue to bring a 100,000-year soul beast to the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace? The light wings Douluo didn't understand. What is Tang Hao even? How could he have a soul beast assistance? Fifth brother, have you forgotten that Tang Hao is the man who was even scared by a piece of grass? Seeing the bewildered light wings Douluo, the demon-suppressing Douluo couldn't help but add, and it was this sentence that, like a stroke of genius, completely awakened the light wings Douluo from his confusion. Right? He suddenly slapped his thigh. How did I not think of this? For a piece of grass, Tang Hao actually dared to become the public enemy of the entire soul master world. Bringing an ancient turtle is really not impossible. Qianjun, demon-suppressing, right? At this moment, Guangling Douluo suddenly had a flash of insight and thought of a blind spot. You were saying that Tang Xiao and Tang Hao came to the Tiando Imperial Palace, fought with you, and then escaped, right? Qianjun Jianhua nodded, looking at each other with some confusion. Is there any problem with this? Stupid. Light Feather Douluo was speechless and sighed, feeling frustrated as he looked at the two. Since they have met you, they will definitely know our plan. What if they run to the Star Luo Empire and directly declare war on the Heavenly Dou Empire? He wasn't afraid of high-end combat power, but the problem was that the Star Luo Empire had too many troops, and their soul master teams far surpassed those of the Heavenly Dou Empire. Even their elite soul masters had seen blood. If a war really broke out, given the current state of the Spear Hall, even if they won, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. One must know that among such a vast number of soul master teams, even a super Douluo could be exhausted of soul power and die from sheer attrition. This is also the fundamental reason why, despite having such high-end combat power, they still send people to execute various tasks. They do have quite a few high-end fighters, and a large number of registered spirit masters. However, the only downside is that while they're willing to support these spirit masters, asking them to fight against their own empire and turn their blades against their friends and family is absolutely impossible. At least, before the establishment of the Spirit Hall Empire, it was definitely not possible. Therefore, the plan that Bibi Dong had to establish the Spirit Hall was allowed by the Worship Hall. However, after hearing the words of the light Feather Douluo, Qianjun Jianhua's expression became even stranger. Regarding the matters of the Star Luo Empire, although Chen Yue remained silent, the previous mention of going to the Star Luo Empire to have them guard Qian Renxue, along with the shocking news of the Pope Hall suffering significant losses of Title Douluo, suggests that there have likely been unknown changes within the Star Luo Empire, and it is very possible that it is already under Chen Yue's control. Therefore, hearing the obviously overly speculative words of the light feather Dou, the two brothers were somewhat at a loss for words. Should they tell him? But wouldn't that mean revealing Chen Yue? Without Chen Yue's permission, they were afraid that the senior Chen would retract their quota for entering the secret realm exploration. However, if they didn't clarify this with the light feather Douluo, given his personality, it would probably lead to endless troubles. Fifth brother. Jiangma Douluo looked at the gritted teeth expression of the light feather Douluo. His mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but say, "What if I told you the things on the Star Luo Empire side are also almost handled?" Light feather Douluo? When I raised a question mark, it wasn't because I had a problem, but because you had a problem. After a brief moment of shock, the light feather Douluo looked at Jiangma Douluo as if he were an idiot, saying, "On the Star Luo Empire side, there is a mysterious star-crowned sect, and the many Title Douluo led by Bibi Dong have suffered losses there. According to Bibi Dong's intelligence, the overall strength of this star-crowned sect is not inferior to the former Devil Island. Devil Island is the name the worship hall uses for Sea God Island because the Spirit Hall suffered heavy losses when attacking Sea God Island, losing 2 Title Douluo, and even Title Douluo was defeated there, which is why it was named this way. You say the Star Luo Empire is almost handled? Do you even know what you're talking about? What kind of wolfish words are those? Do you think the matters of the Star Luo Empire can be handled by you or the two of you?" Qianjun Jiangma. This really seems to be something they can't handle. But hold on. Qianjun Luo couldn't help but look at the speechless Guangling Douluo and said, "Fifth brother, why do you think Bibi Dong is going to war with the Star-Crowned sect? Isn't it because of that treasure, the Saintess?" Guangling Douluo stopped abruptly mid-sentence, as if he thought of something and suddenly widened his eyes. "Wait, were you all present before? If you remembered correctly, this Saintess Hulaina was rescued by Qianjun Jiangma and the... right?" Qianjun Jiangma nodded in unison. "Don't tell me this is the young master's idea." The two shook their heads. Only then did Guangling Douluo breathe a sigh of relief. "I knew it. I almost thought his CPU was old and malfunctioning. I mean, he is the only wise person in the Hall of Offering. How could he not think of this?" But at this thought, he suddenly froze again. Wait. If this idea wasn't the young master's, then whose idea was it? Qianjun Jiangma. I can't believe I ended up asking this. The two good friends looked at each other, their lips twitching slightly, as if hesitating, wondering whether to say it or not. The unusual reaction of these two brothers made Douluo Guangling frown. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a lazy voice coming from outside the courtyard. "Qianjun Jiangma, come out for a moment. I have something to find you." "All right, Senior Chen." Qianjun Jiangma responded readily, almost as if it were a conditioned reflex, leaving Douluo Guangling dumbfounded. "Douluo Guangling, wait. I'm right here, and you actually want to leave me behind and go out by yourselves? And also, who's that voice? How dare they call out their name?" "I know." Guangling Douluo's gaze turned cold as he looked at Qianjun Jiangma, who was getting up to leave. He followed closely and said, "The person you're talking about is this one, right?" Before Qianjun Jiangma could answer, he snorted coldly. "I want to see what kind of level this person is to dare call your names like me." Qianjun Jiangma. "Never mind. I'm tired and don't want to talk anymore." Guangling Dou snorted coldly and was the first to walk out of the inner palace. There, in the large open space in the palace's backyard, he saw Chen Yue lying on a recliner with his back to him, squinting as if he was basking in the sun. Immediately, he rolled up his sleeves in anger and walked over with a stern expression. "Hey, you dare to instruct Qianjun Jiangma to do, meet the senior." Just as he was about to speak sarcastically, he suddenly saw Chen Yue open his eyes, revealing that familiar face, which startled him so much that he almost bit his tongue. He quickly changed his words. "Guangling greets the senior. Good morning to you, senior." Qianjun Jiangma and the others saw Guangling Douluo's rapid change of expression and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The speed of changing expressions is astonishing. I weakly asked, "Has this book gone cold? Is anyone still reading it?" "S. As the title suggests, is anyone still reading? I'm wondering if I should increase the updates to save it." Earlier, from Qianjun Jiangma's face, Guangling Douluo had already sensed that things seemed a bit unexpected, and doubts arose in his heart. Moreover, when it came to the crucial point, Qianjun Jiangma would occasionally change the topic, which now seemed suspicious. Therefore, Guangling Douluo speculated that these two guys must be hiding something from him. Then, Chen Yue's arrival instantly made him realize that his speculation was correct. So, as soon as he heard Chen Yue's voice, he hurriedly followed, wanting to expose and see who dared to hide this from him, his good old brother for so many years. As a result, at the sight of Chen Yue's face, I nearly fell to my knees in shock. Isn't that the handsome guy who is known as the King of Slaughter? Guoling has met the senior. Noticing Chen Yue's doubtful gaze, Guoling knelt down on one knee with a thud, having been saved by the senior yesterday, and not yet having the chance to express gratitude for the life-saving grace. I have nothing to repay, but I will definitely climb the knife mountain and dive into the fire sea for your highness. Qianjun Jiangma exclaimed, "What the heck?" When the two saw Guoling Duluo's sudden change in tone, they were puzzled. Could it be that fifth brother also knows Senior Chen? But when they heard this, they instantly understood. It turned out that the one who saved fifth brother Guoling Duluo was this Senior Chen. It's a good thing it's Senior Chen. If it were someone else, Qianjun Duluo felt a sense of relief. If an unknown super law appeared and defeated that so-called king of slaughter, it would probably cause another heresy in Tiando City. Although Guoling Duluo did not say it, he had already guessed that someone with such a soul power level must be the master of the Slaughter City, also known as the King of Slaughter. Guoling Duluo had been in seclusion and was not very familiar with the affairs of the continent, but Qianjun Jiangma was different. They had been guarding Qian Renxue in the Tiando Imperial Palace and had seen many unheard of news within the worship hall, including matters related to the Slaughter City. Naturally, someone who could become a ruler in a place like the Slaughter City must be an ultimate powerhouse. In terms of soul power level, surpassing them didn't seem like a rare occurrence. I have met Senior Chen. A thought flashed through his mind, and Qianjun Luo immediately bowed slightly to Chen Yue. And the Jiangma Duluo behind him also hurriedly bowed. I have met Senior Chen. Guoling Duluo, right? Chen Yue had been listening to Qian Renxue talk about Guoling Duluo coming over, but he had never seen Guoling Duluo before and naturally did not know what he looked like. Therefore, he did not expect that the white-haired boy he casually saved was actually the Guoling Duluo who had arrived. Yes, Guoling Duluo nodded and nervously asked, "Senior, you have heard of my reputation, but I wonder." "Oh, it's nothing." Chen Yue stretched lazily. "It's just that Xiao Xue has been urging me to pick you up for several times. My ears are almost calloused." Guoling Duluo closed his mouth, unsure of Chen Yue's thoughts. At this moment, it was best to remain silent. "All right, since you're all here then." Chen Yue did not forget his purpose for coming. Guoling Duluo's arrival was not for him to take charge of state affairs, but for the exploration of the small treasure mouse. As he spoke, he paused, casually raising his hand, and a strange vortex suddenly opened above the gate of the palace's backyard, expanding to the entire gate at a visible speed. At first glance, it looked like a door-shaped, strange black hole, completely obscuring the original appearance of the door. "What is this?" Seeing this astonishing scene, Guoling Duluo was immediately stunned. He felt that there was heavy, dark energy within this strange vortex and wondered what was inside. However, Qianjun Jiangma's gaze was filled with enthusiasm, as if he were looking at a 100,000-year-soul beast, and his gaze instantly left Guoling Duluo in shock. "You three go in together," Chen Yue said casually. "This time, I don't care what methods you use. You must find a suitable campsite within this vortex and set up a fortress. I shouldn't need to teach you how to do this, right?" In response to Senior Chen's words, Qianjun Jiangma vowed to complete the task. Hearing this, Qianjun Jiangma was overjoyed, quickly kneeling on one knee and solemnly saying, "Please rest assured, Senior, if they had entered for the first time, they might not have dared to guarantee it. But now they already knew the attack methods of the Vine Ghosts. Moreover, each of them had the support of a 100,000-year soul ring and 100,000-year soul bone. So the only thing that would take time would be the journey and construction. With your words, I'm also relieved." Chen Yue nodded slightly, waved his hand, "Go in. Just leave the palace to me." "Yes." The two's figures shook simultaneously, and without saying a word, they directly carried the stunned Guoling Duluo and stepped into the Tianyuan secret realm together. Sigh. It seems there is nothing much to do in Tiando City now. Chen Yue stretched lazily and got up, feeling quite bored. Among the three sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family had been wiped out, and the Haoyan sect had also been completely eliminated by him. The last 7 treasure glazed tile school, apart from the fleeing disciples, only had Madame Ning and her daughter Ning Rongrong left, to plead with Chen Yue to take in those unfortunate 7 treasure glazed tile school disciples. Madame Ning had worked tirelessly. Speaking of Madame Ning, Chen Yue felt a slight warmth in his heart. She always dressed in different styles. Hoping that in light of their past friendship, he could help take in some 7 treasure glazed tile school disciples, even if it meant treating the female disciples as playthings. It was better than being hunted down by the Empire. To this, Chen Yue always expressed that it depended on her performance. With this thought in mind, Chen Yue suddenly remembered something, but speaking of it, it seems I only have the reward for marrying a wife, but no rewards for offspring? He opened a previous notification from the system, scanned it briefly, and now it was confirmed that the only ones for offspring were Qian Renxue, Xiao Wu,
Tang Yuehua, Yin, Shuaiku, and Duguyan. If Madame Ning were without Ning Rong, wouldn't that be a bit pitiful? How about sending her a care? Chen Yue stroked his chin, pondering whether to send one, when suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. Senior Chen. Chen Yue turned to look, and it was Snake Spear Douluo. What's the matter? At this moment, the Tiando Imperial Palace had completely become Qian Renxue's territory, whether in the main hall of politics or in the palace. There were countless soul and soul saints guarding it, and all of them were female soul masters carefully selected by Qian Renxue from the worship hall. After all, Qian Renxue was also a woman. Having all male soul masters around seemed a bit inconvenient. Even the two Title Douluos, the porcupine and the snake spear, did not count as personal protection. They were just to ensure that Qian Renxue was within their sensing range. Of course, the porcupine and snake spear were well aware of Qian Renxue's arrangements. If male soul masters were assigned, who knows when they might offend Chen Yue's good intentions and get killed on the spot. This loss is, after all, the elite under the Hall of Offerings. Therefore, to avoid such losses, Qian Renxue simply decided to directly allocate female soul masters. In the eyes of many nobles of the Heavenly Dou Empire, this was clearly a move by the new ruler to attract concubines. So some nobles on the same boat even had their noble daughters accompany them to court to listen in from the side hall. If the crown prince took a liking to them, they could become the current nation's uncle or father-in-law. However, to be fair, the current Qian Renxue no longer needs the protection of two Title Douluos. Just one Title Douluo, along with dozens of soul Douluos and over 100 soul saints transformed into female guards and maids, is enough. Yes, that's right, it's that outrageous. All the palace maids and attendants in the court have been transformed into female soul masters, carefully cultivated by the Hall of Offerings, completely loyal and devoted. As a result, the roles of the two, the porcupine and the serpent spear, were divided. The former followed Qian Renxue in secret, while the latter kept watch at the palace gates. The serpent spear, who came to find Chen Yue, naturally encountered some issues he couldn't handle. Sure enough, after Chen Yue's words fell, the serpent spear Douluo said in a deep voice, Senior Chen, the Saintess Ulaina seems to have appeared in Heavenly Dou City. My subordinate's soul master team spotted her in a small tavern while patrolling around the palace, as the team leader has seen her before. Hearing this, a playful smile appeared on Chen Yue's face. Sure enough, this white-eyed wolf couldn't hold back any longer. After all this time, that white-eyed wolf fox, who had been thinking about Tang San, finally made up her mind to defect from the spirit hall after returning to the Hall of Spirits, to seek refuge with Tang San. The Haotian sect had been destroyed by the spirit hall, and this white-eyed wolf actually thought about mending relationships. So with love on her mind, she came to Heavenly Dou City to find Tang San. Chen Yue shook his head. Unfortunately, after losing the assistance of Dugabo, Tang San would no longer be in Heavenly Dou City, but had gone to Gongxin City. He hadn't kept a constant watch on Tang San, but it wasn't hard to judge from the current situation where Tang San was headed. The new ruler had taken the throne, and Tang San couldn't even meet the crown prince Xue Qinghe, nor did he see Princess Shuaiku. Clearly, this shrewd Tang San had noticed the unfavorable treatment from the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace towards him. Previously, with Dugabo around, plus the Golden Iron Triangle, he had the courage to stay in Heavenly Dou City. But now, after Dugabo's unreasonable trouble, Tang San's relationship with him had completely broken down, and everything that followed he would have to face alone. But how could a mere soul emperor like Tang San face such a storm? Therefore, he needed to start accumulating his trump cards. That's right, he was preparing to create the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. So, where'd he go to create that? Gongxin City in the Star Luo Empire. This is the place with the most minerals and other items in the entire continent. And now Tang San definitely cannot just take a stroll and leave like in the original work. He must spend a long time crafting hidden weapons as his trump card. To be honest, the power of the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus is quite considerable, equivalent to an expanded version of a high-explosive grenade. In the original work, it killed over 30 soul Douluo and 76 soul saints at Jialing Pass. If it were a weaker Title Douluo like they would probably be blown to half-life or even killed, right? Senior, what should we do? Seeing Chen Yue in front of him unresponsive, the Snake Spear Douluo cautiously asked whether they should capture her or take her back to the Pope's palace. No need. Chen Yue smiled slightly and sent someone to inform her that Tang San has gone to Gongxin City. It takes some time to travel from Tiando City to Gongxin City, and this time is enough for Qian Renxue to stabilize the situation in Tiando City completely. By then, Guangling Douluo will come out to manage the state affairs.
and Qian Renxue can enter the heavenly source secret realm, allowing him to leave as well. Staying here is just to take care of Qian Renxue after all. After all, she is the only true love. The other women can only be considered accidents. Yes, although the snake spear Douluo didn't understand Chen Yue's thoughts, he didn't dare to ask further. After agreeing, he hurriedly went down to make arrangements. After he left, Chen Yue raised his hand, and the heavenly King Divine Tower appeared in front of him. Looking at the King of Slaughter on the top floor, specially cared for by the fallen heart flame, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck him. I suddenly have an idea. Perhaps I can also involve Poseidon and make him my possession? With this thought in mind, he no longer hesitated and turned to enter the top floor. You, who exactly are you? The King of Slaughter was already affected by the snow-colored swan kiss, with his blood boiling. At this moment, he was also being corroded by the heart fire. If it were Tang Chun himself, under the condition of divine power, it would only be somewhat uncomfortable. But this Bat King does not have divine power, and being a dark-type spiritual soul beast, he is extremely afraid of this heart fire. You came out. Do you want to find the one who destroyed you, the King of Slaughter, and take revenge? Chen Yue placed his hands behind his back, grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. I can tell you where that person is. What? The King of Slaughter widened his eyes, not even caring about the corrosion of the heart fire. You're willing to let me go? Of course. Chen Yue smiled and said, we are not enemies, right? Right? Right. Hearing Chen Yue's words, the King of Slaughter was overjoyed, but he also knew that there is no free lunch in this world. What do you want? Apart from my life, I can give you anything. Talking to smart people is truly wonderful. Chen Yue also smiled and stated his conditions. No problem. The King of Slaughter, upon hearing this, didn't see it as a big deal and nodded immediately. That night, the King of Slaughter, filled with rage, charged from Tiando City towards Gongxin City. The target is Tang San. After so much time, Tang San must have obtained quite a few hidden weapons, right? Chen Yue leaned back in his chair and smiled slightly. When Poseidon learns that you, as the great-grandson Tang San, have injured your great-grandfather Tang Chen's body with hidden weapons, will he still let you enter Sea God Island? Chapter 53. Darkened Yu Tianheng. In this life, I, Yu Tianheng, will not kill you, swearing not to be human. It's almost revised. Let's try to explode with updates in the next few days. It feels like there are so few people caught in the dilemma of whether to cut the book or not. Chen Yue looked forward to the departing figure of the King of Slaughter, stretched lazily, finished his work, and now just waited to reap the benefits. Feeling bored, Qian Renxue was handling state affairs, and Chen Yue could only seek the pair of silver dance combination imprisoned in the Heavenly King Divine Tower. At this time, Soto City. After several days of traveling, Yu Tianheng finally arrived at Soto City and rushed to the address he learned from Dugu Bo, finding Dugu Yin. Tianheng Yu, why are you here? Upon seeing Yu Tianheng for the first time, Dugu Yin felt an inexplicable panic, as if she had been caught doing something wrong to her beloved, and instinctively wanted to escape. These days in Soto City, she has been in a daze, truly feeling at a loss and not knowing how to face Yu Tianheng. However, now that Yu Tianheng suddenly ran over, it completely caught her off guard, and she instinctively wanted to leave. Yin, after so much effort, how could Yu Tianheng let Dugu Yin escape? Immediately, he wanted to reach out and grab Dugu Yin's arm, but before he could touch her, all the hair on his body stood on end, and the motion to grab her abruptly stopped. This was a new talent bestowed upon him by the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul after he advanced to the Soul Emperor level, the ability to sense life-threatening danger. No, don't touch me. When Dugu Yin saw his outstretched hand, her face turned pale with fright, and she retreated repeatedly, shaking her head frantically. No, Tianheng, please. Don't touch me, don't touch me. She recalled that even her grandfather, Dugu Bo, a dignified Title Douluo and the powerful Poison Douluo, had been affected just by grabbing her once. How much more so for Yu Tianheng, who was merely a soul emperor? All right, I won't touch you. Yu Tianheng, with a pained expression, retracted his hand and looked at Dugu Yin, saying in a deep voice, you tell me, what exactly is going on? Remembering how Dugu Bo had caused trouble for Tang San before, and considering that Tang San had helped Dugu Yin with her poison, Yu Tianheng's intuition told him that this matter was definitely not simple. Looking at Dugu Yin's expression now, he seemed to understand, yet not fully, feeling a strong sense of denial toward reality. I am. What are you? Yu Tianheng was still trying to figure it out in his mind when Dugu Yin's next words completely shocked him. I am pregnant. What did you say? Yu Tianheng's face changed drastically, his eyes widening larger than lanterns, and in that moment, his mind suddenly became clear. You mean this is Tang San's?
Dou Yin bit her red lips, not speaking, but her tear-filled eyes made Yu Qianheng's heart ache painfully. No, Tang San, you really are a beast. When did I ever provoke you? If you have the guts, come at me instead. He suddenly understood. At that time, when Tang San appeared in Sutaw City to drive him away and took Dou Yin with him, it was not for the so-called antidote, but rather to coerce Dou Yin with this antidote. As for why he targeted Dou Yin, wait, that girl called Xiao Wu, I heard she's a spirit beast. And when the spirit hall was trying to capture her during the spirit master competition, she was rescued by Hao Yianduo, Tang San's father. Yu Qianheng's gaze sharpened. His uncle had previously mentioned that Tang San went to the Star Doe forest to find that spirit beast, but ended up in a bizarre combination of a dog-legged spider claw. At this moment, with his imagination running wild, he conjured up an extremely cliché plot. Tang San went to the Star Doe forest, and given the spirit hall's nature, they would definitely not let this known spirit beast go. They must have sent someone to hunt it down, and as a result, Tang San arrived too late. The spirit beast, named Xiao Wu, was already dead, and he suffered a blow, causing his mind to become unbalanced. So he sought out Yin Yin. I must say, self-generated scenarios can be deadly. Yu Qianheng's wild imagination instantly made the entire absurd situation crystal clear. And because it was entirely self-generated, he didn't have the slightest doubt about it. Because, compared to outside opinions, people ultimately believe their own minds and judgments. So, that damn Tang San. Yu Qianheng let out a long howl to the sky, filled with anger, wanting to rush to Tiando City to settle accounts with Tang San. At this moment, he was still unaware that Tang San and the others had already packed up and left. And the entire Shrek Academy was only under the supervision of teachers like Li Yusong, while Flinder, Yu Xiaojiang, and Lu Erlong had all set off together. Kid, calm down. Yu Qianheng couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and wanted to confront Tang San in a life-and-death solo. But as soon as he moved, he felt a tremendous force grip his shoulder, yanking him back forcefully. You, Douga Sr.? Yu Qianheng was about to say something when he suddenly saw the person arriving and immediately changed his address, his expression stunned. Aren't you? The person was none other than Douga Bo, who had narrowly escaped from the hands of the light, feathered Dou outside Tiando City. Don't say anything. Douga Bo's expression was terrifyingly grim at that moment. Originally, his speed was above Yu Qianheng's, but he didn't dare to go all out on the way, fearing that the light feathered Dou would catch up. At that point, without soul power, he wouldn't even be able to run away. So, he traveled while maintaining his soul power consumption at about 3% and took a very secluded route, not daring to go through big cities, only heading towards small villages. He knew, given the strength displayed by the light feathered Dou, he must hold a very high position in the Spear Hall. If he were discovered in a big city, it wouldn't just be a Title Douluo chasing him. He might also face endless pursuit from various Spirit Hall forces. Even though he claimed he could kill the opponent down to just a Title Douluo, what about the consumption of soul power? He was certain that as long as his soul power consumption exceeded 7%, encountering the light feathered Douluo would mean he couldn't even resist, let alone escape. When he left Tiando City, his soul power was almost without consumption. However, facing the light feathered Douluo's attack, he could only withstand 1 or 2 rounds. After all, he wasn't clear about the light feathered Douluo's power and had no corresponding defenses. But now it was different. He knew the light feathered Douluo's methods, and with sufficient soul power reserves, he could directly unleash the true form of the Poison Dragon King, releasing terrifying poison mist to block the way and escape successfully. But if his soul power was insufficient, even if he could escape, that poison mist would surely not last long, and he definitely wouldn't be able to outrun the opponent. This is very much in line with Douga Bo's cautious personality. So, only the Soul Emperor Yu Qianheng arrived at Soto City ahead of him. We must leave the Heaven Dou Empire quickly. Douga Bo dared not speak of the Spirit Hall's conspiracy. He knew that if he revealed it, even if the Spirit Hall was condemned by the masses, the first to be exterminated would definitely be his Douga family. Therefore, he could only say that there had been significant changes in Heaven Dou City, and Shui Qinghe had already ascended to the throne. A new emperor brings new officials. If we stay here, something will happen. Douga Yin couldn't help but ask Grandpa, what about Tang San? Douga Bo opened his mouth, looked at his granddaughter's hopeful and expectant eyes, and found it hard to meet her gaze, silently lowering his head. Yu Qianheng was even more furious, wishing he could go beat Tang San into a pig's head, even though it might be him who would get beaten. Douga Bo said nothing, but at this moment Douga Yin understood everything. She gave a bitter smile, shook her head, glanced at Yu Qianheng beside her, and softly said, Tianheng,
I'm sorry, I've already become tainted. Let's break up? It's my fault. I've let down your expectations. She looked deeply at Yu Tianheng, revealing a trace of a bitter smile. I'm not worthy of you. Goodbye. In an instant, Yu Tianheng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. With a thunderous sound, his mind went completely blank. Dougian didn't look at him anymore. After saying this, she turned and left in desolation. In response, Dougalbo could only sigh deeply and shake his head, casting a deep glance at Yu Tianheng. From the bottom of his heart, he still had a good opinion of his future grandson-in-law, but now sigh. The grandfather and grandson left, leaving behind Yu Tianheng, who was completely stunned in place, unmoving. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, ignoring the astonished and uncertain gazes around him, and began to cry loudly. You can blame yourselves. You are not on the same path as us. Who had been following Yu Tianheng, shook his head and sighed, his gaze returning to indifference. Under the collapse of the snow mountain, no one is innocent. For the unification plan of the young master, even we can die in battle for the cause of unification. Anything beneficial to the plan, as long as it doesn't brutally kill innocent civilians, is acceptable. It was of commoner origin and had been carefully cultivated by the Spirit Hall for decades to become a Title Douluo. Naturally, it was time for him to contribute and show his worth, even if it meant his life. As a Title Douluo, although the weakest, the blood he had spilled was countless. Regarding Yu Tianheng's situation, he could only say that from a humanitarian perspective, he felt a bit of sympathy, but to go soft was impossible. Compared to the extermination of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Tianheng's situation was nothing at all. Looking back at the original work, did Dougalbo hesitate for even half a moment when poisoning the Spirit Hall's Spirit Master group, and even the common people? Better to destroy a temple than a marriage. Damn Tang San, you won't have a good death. In this life, if I, Yu Tianheng, do not kill you, I swear I will not be a human. Yu Tianheng knelt on the ground, raised his hand, and swore to the heavens. His voice, empowered by soul power, shook the entire Soto city. However, at that moment, this voice lightly broke through his roar. You cannot kill Tang San. What did you say? Yu Tianheng suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the walking towards him. Who are you? Who I am is not important. Holding an oil paper umbrella, walked up to the drenched Yu Tianheng and said indifferently, what matters is that I know about Tang San's situation. Don't say you. Even if your grandfather Yu Yuan were resurrected, he still couldn't kill Tang San. Yu Tianheng's heart shook. The blood color and bloodshot in his eyes gradually faded. What do you mean? Tang San is currently in Gongxin City, and beside him are your uncle Yu Xiaojiang, your aunt Lu Erlong, and the four-eyed cat Eagle Flender. He ignored his question and continued. Years ago, the three of them together had the strength to contend with Title Douluo. Now, even if you bring Dougalbo over, you are not their match. Impossible. Yu Tianheng shook his head vigorously, but he was not denying his words. How can my aunt and uncle help that outsider Tang San? From a moment your uncle and aunt were expelled from the family, they were no longer part of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Yu Tianheng was speechless, but after thinking about it, he still found it hard to believe. But when the family was exterminated, they were still. Do you believe in crocodile tears? Yu Tianheng had no words to respond. Do you know why the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was exterminated? Yu Tianheng shook his head in confusion. Wasn't it because the Spirit Hall wanted to reconvene the 7 great sects? It's because Yu Xiaojiang is the ex-boyfriend of the current Spirit Hall, Pope Bibi Dong. He smiled slightly. Back then, Yu Xiaojiang suffered endless humiliation in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Your grandfather Yu Yuanjin considered him a disgrace and expelled him from the family. Tell me, what does this mean for a woman in love? Yu Tianheng's face twitched, and his lips turned pale. As for your aunt Lu Erlong, he continued without pause. She wanted to marry Yu Xiaojiang, but on their wedding night, your second grandfather Yu Luomian coldly told her the truth, and that wedding banquet was ruined. Besides, she is Yu Luomian's illegitimate daughter. How much exclusion do you think she would face? Yu Tianheng fell silent. He had heard related matters to some extent in the family, and naturally knew that what they was saying was true. Are you telling me this to make me let go of my hatred? He shook his head and continued. These three are secondary. What is more important is Tang San's background. Yu Tianheng's heart shook. Are you talking about Haotian sect? Wasn't it exterminated? Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. Wait, are you talking about Tang Xiao and Tang Hao? Chapter 54 Qian Renxue was dumbfounded. There was actually such operation? First update, today. Let's see if we can get a burst update. If the data is still bleak, it's time to prepare a new book. First update. He thought of the bounty notice issued by the Spirit Hall to the world after the Haotian sect was exterminated, which included the survivors of the Haotian sect.
Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, Tang Tian Tian, and Tang Rongyao. These 4 people. As for why the spirit hall of Tang Yuehua does not know about her relationship with the Haotian clan, only Qian Renxue knows. After all, Tang Yuehua's martial soul is not the Haotian hammer, and she is not even a soul master. So, she is not easily recognizable, and there is no significance in investigating her. Take this and go to Gongxin City to find Tang San. Do not alert him. And then you will understand. The porcupine, Luo smiled slightly, without explaining, handed a marble-sized object to Yu Tianheng in front of him, and said, "If you want to take revenge, just follow my arrangements. I guarantee that when the time comes, Tang San will be alone and helpless in your hands." Is this a recording stone? Yu Tianheng flipped through the recording stone in his hand, and was instantly bewildered. He recognized the soul guide, but what use is this thing? Just then, as he looked up, he saw that the porcupine Dou's figure had already vanished, leaving only his solitary shadow in the stormy crossroads. Phew! I almost forgot my lines. The porcupine Dou appeared in an alley, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looked at the bookmark in his hand, checked it, and after confirming that the lines were correct, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these lines are word for word. Otherwise, if this ruins Senior Chen's plan, wouldn't I be skinned alive? That's right, with the brain and information of the porcupine Dou, he wouldn't be able to say something that could pin Yu Tianheng down so firmly. This idea was naturally proposed by Chen Yue, who is well acquainted with the original work. The purpose is quite simple. Very soon, that night, the porcupine Dou returned to Tiando City and reported that the mission was completed. Not bad, not bad. Chen Yue smiled slightly, stretched lazily, and glanced at the porcupine Dou. Was there any movement from the spirit hall? Reporting to Senior Chen, the Pope has not appeared for a long time. Currently, it is the ghost Chrysanthemum Dou who is managing affairs. The other 2, the demon bear Dou and the 10th elder, are guarding the spirit city, possibly nursing their injuries. As a truly hidden sect, the foundation of the Star-Crowned sect should not be underestimated. In this situation where even the super Dou are only Bibi Dongs, there will undoubtedly be heavy losses. And those 5 who managed to survive must be suffering as well. Bibi Dong hasn't appeared for a long time. Chen Yue was slightly taken aback. After thinking for a moment, he understood. It seemed that the chain reaction caused by my use of others to achieve my ends had triggered this. At this point in the original work, Tang San should have established the Tang sect, subdued the 4 great families, and then gone to Sea God Island. After that, the Spirit Hall would establish the Spirit Empire, and only then would Bibi Dong have time to go to the Rakshasa secret realm. But now, it was clear that Bibi Dong had also sustained significant injuries and was no longer managing the affairs of the Spirit Hall. Of course, it could be that her major mistake led to the Hall of Offerings reclaiming her power, but it cannot be denied that at this moment, injured and stripped of authority, she had nowhere to go except for the Rakshasa secret realm. Moreover, this battle with the Star-Crowned sect would undoubtedly increase her pressure, and she might become a god much faster than in the original work. After all, in the original story, she was praised to the heavens in the early stages but ended up being weakened significantly. P.S. This book does not weaken Bibi Dong, and the Rakshasa god will not suppress her strength, considering it a normal process of godhood cultivation. During the extermination of the Haotian sect, she was a peak super Douluo at level 96. However, the Rakshasa god is not so easy to become. Chen Yue shook his head. He didn't know where his current strength limit was, or if a limit Douluo could possibly withstand him. Anyway, until he reached the level where he could instantly defeat a god king, he would quietly support Qian Renxue as her handsome man behind the scenes. Exposing himself? There was no need. Hiding in the dark and being the chess player was quite nice. He continued to send people to keep an eye on Yu Tianheng. After he completed the recording task in Gongxin City, he would let him leave a backup. Hearing this, the porcupine Douluo quickly nodded yes. Then, without saying another word, he turned and went to execute the order. After Qianjun Jiangma and Guangling arrived, he felt that his position with the snake spear had dropped again. If he didn't move quickly, the hard work he had just established might vanish. Now, he just had to wait for Xiaoxue to take control of the situation. Chen Yue stretched lazily, squinted his eyes. After enjoying a whole day with the silver dance combination, he had to admit he was indeed a bit tired. Hey! At that moment, Qian Renxue, dressed in a dragon robe, walked over and gently massaged Chen Yue's shoulders, saying, "You should take it easy. I'll be getting married in a couple of days, so don't let yourself be exhausted." Chen Yue replied, "Don't worry. Dealing with 200,000-year soul beasts in their transformed state might be a bit challenging, but a few women without even a soul saint level won't be a problem at all." As he spoke, Chen Yue turned around and was instantly surprised. "Is it a women's dragon robe? When did you get that?"
From a distance, it did look like Qian Renxue was wearing a dragon robe, but up close, Chen Yue was completely stunned. What the heck? Isn't this a strapless split skirt? At most, this skirt has been patterned like a dragon robe. Looking even more, wow. Beautiful, right? As an old couple, Qian Renxue instantly understood Chen Yue's gaze. Her face turned red, and she huffed softly, feeling a bit smug. It seems my design is not bad. She had an inspired idea after seeing the skirts worn by the palace maids, then thought of a certain look with Chen Yue, and gave the order for the female soul master to create the dragon robe. She never expected it would have such a remarkable effect on Chen Yue. Wait, Qian Renxue, blushing, hugged her Chen Yue in a princess carry, covering the fluttering hem of her skirt, and said, "When can we indulge ourselves?" Chen Yue? I mean, there's a little baby here now, and every time you just tease a bit. How about we go to that secret realm and take a look? Chen Yue, his mouth twitched, rubbed her cheek, and reassured her, once you stabilize the court and get married, there will be opportunities. But if you go in to nurture the baby, what about the situation in the court that you have worked so hard to control? Qian Renxue thought for a moment and agreed it made sense, nodding fine. But can you indulge tonight? No worries, if we can't here, there are 2 other places we can go. Qian Renxue? What do you mean? Qian Renxue was bewildered as Chen Yue carried her away, and soon she understood what he meant, instantly stunned. There's actually such a thing. It completely refreshed her worldview. This is the second update. Second update. Gongxin City. Tang Xin wiped off a layer of sweat and couldn't help but smile as he looked at the finished product emerging from the furnace in front of him. The peacock feather done. Next up is the storm pear blossom needle. During this time, in Gongxin City, relying on his father's reputation as a master craftsman, combined with his own learned technique of the chaotic cloak hammer method, he truly conquered the entire blacksmith association, providing him with a continuous supply of materials. Unfortunately, the deep-sea sunken silver required for the Buddha's Fury Tang lotus needs a significant amount of blood energy to unlock its sharpness. Otherwise, even with the strength of the 3 master craftsmen, himself, Lu Gao, and Titan, it would be impossible to forge it. That's right, Titan also came along with Tang San. In his view, being able to follow his little master was a supreme honor for his family, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, especially when he saw the finished products forged by Tang San, whose power was truly extraordinary. He felt incredibly fortunate to have come along. Peacock feather, storm pear, blossom needle, Yama's tablet, and the tight-back flower crossbow, Tang San silently counted as finished products from the 24 Bridges bright moonlight night. Next, it should be training according to the techniques. The techniques for hidden weapons refer to Guanyin Tears, Bodhi Blood, 1001 Nights, and so on. However, these are still relatively distant for him. For instance, in order to use Guanyin Tears, the prerequisites are to master the Xian Jade Hand, Control Crane, and Capture Dragon, and Ghostly Shadow Stealth, all of which must be cultivated to the peak. At the same time, the Xiantian skill must also reach the highest realm of 3 flowers gathering at the top. This is still quite far from Tang San. He has no way to use the Tears of Guanyin. At most, he can only imagine it. Even the Bodhi Blood. He wouldn't dare to say he could definitely use it. In his previous life, the master of the Tang sect had only used Bodhi Blood a few times at most. So, next, he would begin to study how to use 1001 Nights. With this thought in mind, he no longer hesitated. He looked at the forging furnace in front of him and then turned to Titan, asking, "Did you learn the method I just taught you?" Titan replied, "I have learned about 80% of it, young master." Given Tang San's character, it was naturally impossible for him to teach Titan everything. The forging techniques are only general. The core must ultimately remain in his hands. So, he allowed Titan to observe, but did not let Lu Gao watch. This still depends on Titan calling him his little master. Otherwise, how could his Tang sect hidden weapons be learned by an unrelated outsider? Tang San nodded in satisfaction, saying from now on it's up to you. The ones needing this kind of craftsmanship are naturally the mechanism type hidden weapons. Tang San just needs to guard the most core things, and leave the rest to Titan. What's the harm in that? No problem. Please rest assured, little master. Titan patted his chest, feeling quite eager and ready to try. All right, I'm going to rest first. After such a long period of forging, Tang San was feeling a bit overwhelmed. He stretched lazily, and just as he was about to turn around, his left leg had just turned when his right leg suddenly twitched, as if experiencing a game lag that shot up to 460, causing his center of gravity to become unstable. Damn! Tang San was startled and quickly wrapped his arm around his waist to steady himself, preventing a fall. What was going on? He looked at his right leg, which, although it was a dog's leg and sometimes made him walk in a dog-like manner, had become something he was used to. But this sudden twitching, what was it about? Before San could figure it out, he suddenly felt his lower abdomen start to swell, especially his two kidneys, which were twitching uncontrollably, causing a sharp, tingling sensation that momentarily paralyzed his brain. What is happening? San was alarmed and instinctively wanted to use his soul power to suppress this discomfort. However, the next moment, he felt the temperature of his right leg suddenly rise, burning like fire, and he couldn't help but shiver and let out a loud sneeze. Achoo! With that sneeze, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, his body swaying like a pendulum, and his head spinning, before he fell face first towards the stove. At this moment, Titan's attention was entirely on the stove, and only when San sneezed did he turn his head, just in time to see San, with vacant eyes. Face down on the stove, Titan exclaimed, "What the hell?" Startled, Titan quickly grabbed San's shoulder, pulling his head out from the stove. "Little master, what are you doing? Don't think too much." San, who was originally a bit dazed, suddenly woke up with a jolt from the burning sensation on his face, and he fell onto the ground in shock. The next moment, the fiery feeling on his face stimulated every nerve cell in his body, making him unable to help but scream out in agony. "Wah!" Hiss! San's scream instantly attracted the nearby Golden Iron Triangle, who rushed to the scene. "Little San, what happened?" Including Lu Gao, who hurriedly followed behind them. Upon seeing San's nearly disfigured face, his expression changed dramatically, and he shouted, "Someone, quickly fetch the best healing soul master in Gongxin City. Hurry!" Yes. His disciple didn't dare to delay and hurriedly ran outside. "Little San, what happened to you?" Yu Xiaojing looked at San, whose face was blackened and smelling of roasted meat, and for some reason, he felt a bit relieved. Seemingly a bit envious of San's appearance after the awakening of the Blue Silver Emperor. What happened to me?" San felt all sorts of discomfort throughout his body, even feeling nauseous in his throat. He opened his mouth to mutter a few words, but couldn't help but vomit a large amount of gastric acid and even intestinal fluid. As everyone knows, intestinal fluid contains various unformed waste, and, as he vomited, an indescribable smell instantly filled the entire area. Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong, Flinder, Lu Gao, Titan, Lu Erlong couldn't hold it any longer, pinching her nose and turning to leave. If it weren't for wanting to distance herself from Tiando City, how could she have run all the way to Gongxin City with these people? This is the third update. This is the third update. Are you saying that San suddenly fell into the forge while forging a weapon, burned his face, and then expelled waste? In the Tiando Palace, Chen Yue, basking in the sun, took off his sunglasses in surprise after hearing what the serpent spear Douluo said. With a strange expression on his face. "Are you sure?" The subordinate is sure. He was also watching from the side when San expelled waste. But he couldn't stand the smell, so he came back to report after seeing it. Speaking of which, the reason he was able to move so quickly was thanks to the extra external spirit bone, the golden eagle divine wing, that the light feather Douluo obtained in the Tianyuan secret realm. It is called divine wing because it is an 80,000-year-old external spirit bone, which is considered divine by the light feather Douluo and others. Of course, as for why the light feather Douluo brought it out, it is naturally because he and the Thousand Gene Demon both have a 100,000-year-old external spirit bone now. And the cautious and calm light feather Douluo, like a civil official, naturally knows that while he can take advantage of others, he absolutely cannot deceive Chen Yue in front of him. Otherwise, losing the qualification to enter the Tianyuan secret realm is a small matter, but making an enemy is a big deal. So, does that mean that the dog leg had some incompatible reaction with San? The rejection reaction has successfully disappeared under Chen Yue's supreme-level medical skills. And since so much time has passed, if there were a rejection reaction, it would have appeared long ago. But it just happened to appear at this moment. Then, is not a rejection reaction. Rather, is a compatibility issue. The blood vessels of a person and those of a soul beast, although seamlessly connected, do not have uniform diameters. It seems that under San's blood circulation, the blood vessels of that dog leg are either too small or too large, leading to the leg losing sensation, which caused various reactions in the body. Chen Yue thought to himself, the human body is always a whole. Losing some parts will inevitably cause certain discomforts and abnormal reactions, especially in the case of attaching a dog leg. Such reactions are not surprising. However, could his sudden dizziness be due to the power of the God-sealing stone? Chen Yue thought. After all, this is a fantasy world. This incompatible situation can completely be guided to compatibility using soul power, so that it doesn't lead to a loss of control and disfigurement. However, the reality turned out differently. It's clear that at that time, Tang Xin might have used soul power, but unfortunately, the divine stone suddenly acted up, causing his mind to become unclear, and the mobilized soul power dispersed, leading to a dual reaction. What are you thinking about? Qian Renxue yawned, wearing a nightgown as she walked out, resting her chin on Chen Yue's head and gently massaging him with both hands, casually asking. The serpent spear doll looked at his toes, not daring to raise his head, and could only respectfully say, I've seen the young master. It was that Tang San. His face was burned and disfigured by the furnace. Chen Yue casually said, then looked at the serpent spear doll, Yu Tianheng, and the grandfather-grandson duo of Douluo, as well as the king of slaughter, when you returned. Did you sense their presence? He had not forgotten that Dugu Yin was carrying his child. Naturally, he wanted the serpent spear doll to keep an eye on the Dugu grandfather and grandson. In response, Elder Chun, the serpent spear Douluo pondered for a moment, organized his words, and then began to answer. Yu Tianheng has already set off for Gongxin City. As for the Dugu grandfather and grandson, it seems they headed towards the Sunset Forest. Due to the many soul beasts in that forest, my subordinate was afraid of exposure, so he didn't dare to venture deep in. It seems that Dugubo ultimately returned to that herb garden in the ice and fiery Yang'ai. I remember that there's supposed to be the bones of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King in that ice and fiery Yang'ai. Chen Yue stroked his chin, thinking to himself. The serpent spear doll saw that Chen Yue remained silent, and then continued. As for the king of slaughter, my subordinate discovered a strong aura of blood when he left, located towards the Wuhuan Palace in Gongxin City. The Wuhuan Palace in Gongxin City? Chen Yue was slightly taken aback, then thought of a character in the original work that was intentionally smeared as a villain of the Wuhuan Hall, Bishop Miles, the head of the Wuhuan Palace in Gongxin City. Indeed, the current king of slaughter is toxic and needs blood, but because of previous events, he doesn't want to suffer from the torment of heart fire, so he didn't target those common people, thus seeking out this Bishop Miles who has a dirty aura. Tang Chun was invaded by the thoughts of the Rakshasa demon and fell into evil, so this Bat King that invaded him can also be said to represent evil. And being dirty, he would naturally be more interested in filthy flesh and blood. The dirtiness here does not refer to physical dirt, but rather to a kind of metaphysics. Just like how a normal soul master can detect the presence of evil soul masters or fallen soul masters the moment they make a move. It seems like we are about to collide soon. Chen Yue nodded slightly. With the current strength of the Bat King, it is indeed impossible to deal with Tang San at this moment. If the King of Slaughter had no poison on him, it might be easy, but unfortunately. However, if you manage to take him down, wouldn't it be possible to break through the Sea God Island afterwards? Thinking of this, Chen Yue's lips curled into a smile. He lifted his head, kissed Qian Renxue's pretty face on the lips, and then asked, how is the situation being handled? Don't worry, tomorrow morning, the Li family will become the behind-the-scenes mastermind threatening Prince Xuexing and the Avalanche. Furthermore, we can see if we need to involve the other 3 major families connected to them. Qian Renxue smiled slightly, and at this moment, she truly felt the joy of making inferences from one instance to another. Yes, we should strive to take control of the entire Tiando city as quickly as possible, and then start letting Guangling act as an agent, and then unify the Tiando Empire. Chen Yue nodded. Guangling and the others have almost completed the palace they built in the secret realm, and it should be ready for entry after you take down Tiando City. Okay. Qian Renxue smiled, rubbing her small belly, and hummed inwardly, just wait until I give birth to you in the secret realm. Let us see how you disturb me and your father. Now that she was pregnant, it was either Chen Yue who couldn't fully enjoy himself or her. The former was fine. Chen Yue could still find other cute pets, but what about her? She could only suffer elsewhere. Keep paying attention. Chen Yue glanced at the snake spear doll, who was kneeling on one knee yet fidgeting uncomfortably, and immediately waved his hand. If someone finds out, leave immediately. Remember, when you go, you only bring your eyes and brain, not your hands. This rumor says that the worst Title Douluo is Chen Yue, who is really afraid of dying outside. Yes. Chapter 57. Chen Yue, let me ask you one question. If you're satisfied, I will reward you. You should rest early. Watching the snake spear Douluo's figure disappear into the distance, Chen Yue stretched lazily inside. Tomorrow, you will have to unleash a massacre. I will bring out the Qianjun demon suppression to avoid getting hurt. Speaking of the Qianjun demon suppression, Chen Yue really has to admit that this brother has only been to the Tianyuan secret realm twice, but the benefits gained are tremendous. A few days ago, Guangling and the Qianjun demon suppression went out once, handed over the external soul bone to the snake spear Douluo. and then went back into the secret realm with materials to build a palace. During this time, Chen Yue clearly felt that Guangling Deluo's soul power fluctuations had strengthened compared to before, and he would soon reach the 97th level of soul power. On the other hand, the Qianjun demon suppression had not changed much in soul power, because at the level of Super Dou, each level is not just a change in soul power, but a new understanding and insight. Just like Gurong, Ju Dou, and Ghost Law, who are known as Title Douluo, stuck at level 95 for decades. It is precisely because they lack insight that they have been unable to progress even a bit for so many years. The reason why the benefits of the Qianjun demon suppression are tremendous is that these two brothers have comprehended the martial soul fusion technique. Just like the martial soul fusion technique of Hulayina and Xiaoyu, the true form of the double-headed golden blood dragon staff. Under the fusion skill of these two brothers, they were already able to withstand an axe strike from Chen Yue with 8/10 of his strength. However, after taking that blow, Qianjun and Jiangma collapsed as if they had flown 100 times. Senior Chen, young master. Just as Chen Yue was pondering whether he should take a stroll in the secret realm, a figure suddenly flashed past in front of him. Landing right in front of him was the sea urchin Douluo. What is going on? Qian Renxue asked. She had instructed that after returning to the palace, unless there was something significant, no one should disturb her. The arrival of the sea urchin Douluo clearly indicated that there was something important. Young master, Han Shui seeks an audience. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Chen Yue furrowed his brows and looked up at Qian Renxue beside him. Han Shui was the vice president of the Four Elements Academy and also the former president of the Water Academy. Noticing Chen Yue's inquiring gaze, Qian Renxue explained. She is also one of the mentors of the 7 members of the Water Team, a control system, Soul Douluo. Chen Yue understood and suddenly thought of something, asking, is she also the mother of Shui Binger and Shui Yue? Qian Renxue did not answer this question. She sensed that Chen Yue's inquiry seemed a bit insidious. Could it be that he wanted to stir up trouble? However, the sea urchin Douluo, who was unaware of anything, immediately spoke up after hearing the question. Reporting to Senior Chen, Shui Binger and Shui Yue are half-sisters. Their mother passed away long ago, and their father also died in the Stardow Forest many years ago. As for Han Shui, she was a student of their father, and after their father's incident, she brought them to the Water Academy and the Shui family. Now, Chen Yue understood. Shui Binger and Shui Yue were 2 illegitimate daughters who had been raised outside. However, after their father died, no one knew their whereabouts except for Han Shui. So it could be said that Han Shui was their only connection to their biological parents. Did she come here alone? With this thought in mind, Chen Yue asked. Yes. Chen Yue wanted to say something more, but he was suddenly pinched hard by Qian Renxue at his waist. So he awkwardly smiled and fell silent. Qian Renxue shot him a glare and then asked, what did she say she wanted to see me about? Just a matter concerning Han Shui was not enough to make this sea urchin Douluo come to report to her. Clearly, there was something else tricky going on. She said it was an urgent matter regarding Shui Binger and Shui Yue. After a pause, the sea urchin Douluo said. She didn't specify the details and insisted on seeing you, young master, before she would speak. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's expression changed immediately, and she quickly stood up. Let's go see her. The Tian Shui team is the chip she uses to distract Chen Yue, so nothing can go wrong. Seriously, she's really afraid that Chen Yue might crawl down from the ship under the temptation of a silver dance meal and a month of flowers. So she has to utilize her identity as Shui Qinghe to its full potential. The identity of the Emperor of Tiandou. She can openly take a concubine and then give her to Chen Yue as a bargaining chip. Of course, her standards are also very high. She won't even look at anyone without talent. The 7-member team of the Heavenly Water Battle Team is a carefully selected group with exceptional talents. Once their loyalty is confirmed, she is confident she can train them to become Title Douluo, and they will become her trusted subordinates. Now it's boring again. Chen Yue shrugged and didn't follow along. This was probably something Qian Renxue had arranged herself, and he didn't pay much attention to it. The palace built by Guangling could be considered for later use by Ayin, Tang Yuehua, and that rabbit for breeding. The 2 created by Qianjun and Jiang Mo could serve as a base for Xiao Shui. The flow of time within the Heavenly King Divine Tower, although faster than the outside world, is still far from that of the Tianyuan secret realm. So Chen Yue was still thinking of sending these people into the Tianyuan secret realm to farm system rewards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to capture them alive. He wondered if the famous scene in Gengxin City had happened yet. Chen Yue rubbed his chin and thought about Yu Tianhong. He didn't know if that guy could still exert a last bit of residual heat. As he spoke, He took out an envelope, which was a letter that Chen Yue had the Bloodbat King write using Tang Chen's notes. Once the timing was right, this letter would reach Bo Saishi. Wait, it seems I've forgotten something? Suddenly, Chen Yue slapped his forehead. Where were Tang Hao and Tang Xiao? He then remembered that he hadn't seen this pair of good buddies for quite a long time. With that thought, Chen Yue flipped his hand and appeared in the Heavenly King Divine Tower. What do you want? The first one to see Chen Yue was Tang Yue, who was instantly frightened, her face turning pale as she shrank back and had difficulty swallowing. The Yinwu duo next to her changed their expressions too, but they didn't scream. It seemed they were somewhat accustomed to this treatment now. Chen Yue ignored them and walked directly to the somewhat haggard Tang Tiantian. I'll ask you one question. If you're satisfied, I'll reward you. Have you seen Tang Xiao? Chapter 58 Tang Tiantian. No, I don't want to suffer worse than death. I. Tang Tiantian's face was filled with panic as she looked at Chen Yue in front of her, recalling the previous scenes, and her whole body suddenly trembled. I don't know. It seems you want to be punished, right? Chen Yue raised an eyebrow, impatiently lifting her up. If you don't speak, you want to be able to sleep tonight. After hearing this, Tang Tiantian turned pale and quickly shouted, I'll say. Thud. Chen Yue released her, and she fell to her knees on the ground, not daring to get up. I heard my father say before that as long as the sect master and the others are alive, they will definitely find the ancestor and avenge them. Then have you seen Tang Xiao? Tang Tiantian's lips trembled. She glanced at Tang Yue, who shook her head, and she immediately didn't dare to say anything. You want to be sleeping tonight. However, in that moment of hesitation, Chen Yue's words startled her, making her eyes widen as if they were about to pop out. If a cute little lawful lowly like you gets damaged, that would be bad. Chen Yue sighed, as if lamenting. Tang Tiantian's heart trembled, not daring to speak. But the next moment, when Chen Yue leaned on her shoulder and whispered, she completely lost her composure. Tell me, if after ruining you, I put you in the biggest brothel in Tiando City and labeled you as the little princess of the former Haotian sect, how many gold soul coins do you think I could earn? Tang Tiantian shivered in fear, quickly hugging Chen Yue's thigh and crying loudly, No, please, don't throw me in there. I'll say anything. She had grown up in the Haotian sect, and her psychological defenses were not strong, mostly influenced by Tang Yue's instigation and encouragement. After all, Tang Yue was also the sister of the sect master, so her elders naturally listened to her. But now, if this really happens, she truly doesn't know how she would react. With Chen Yue's personality, how could he possibly let her die? I'm afraid by then, completely losing favor and becoming filthy, she would genuinely be in a situation where she can't live or die. Compared to that outcome, she would rather have only Chen Yue as a man, even if it meant she couldn't walk for 3 days and nights. The sect master, he saw me once, he said, let me find a way to leave Tiando City and go towards Han Hai City towards the west of the continent. After hearing Tang Tiantian's words, Tang Yue's expression changed drastically, threateningly looking at Tang Tiantian, her gaze gradually turning cold. But just as she lifted her head, a sudden slap came flying towards her, and looking up, it was Chen Yue who had grabbed Tang Tiantian's delicate hand and slapped her with it. Continue, Chen Yue said casually. At this moment, he had already made a judgment in his heart. After being beaten up by him, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, feeling hopeless, also realized that Tiando City was an extremely dangerous place, so they prepared to set sail to Sea God Island to seek help. But Poseidon had restrictions. As the high priestess of Sea God Island and the protector of the sea god, she couldn't leave the island without the sea god's permission. Therefore, she could at most taken Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, but it was impossible for her to help, unless Tang Chen really appeared. Speaking of which, Tang Hao and his brother might have triggered the test at the sea god's sacred pillar. Chen Yue thought to himself, his gaze deepening. At this moment, Tang Tiantian spoke again. The sect master said that to the west there's a place called Sea God Island, and that place, even the spirit hall wouldn't dare to attack recklessly, because the spirit hall had suffered a great loss in that place before. I only know this much. Tang Tiantian tightly clutched Chen Yue's thigh, her expression somewhat fearful. I really don't know anymore. Very good. Chen Yue patted her shoulder, and what no one else saw was a strand of pure soul power entering her heart vein, something meant to save her life. Why'd he do this? The answer was about to be revealed. The next moment, Chen Yue disappeared without a trace. Tang Tiantian immediately froze in place, because Tang Yue's cold gaze had already fallen upon her, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. Traitor, you traitor. Don't hit me. I don't want to suffer worse than death. The matters in the Heavenly King Tower were not something Chen Yue wanted to manage too much.
Someone like Tang Tiantian, who grew up in the Haotian sect, would inevitably cause trouble if released. It would be better to let her endure some non-lethal beatings inside and then completely turn dark. In fact, I somewhat look forward to the scene where Tang Tiantian, after turning dark, picks up the Haotian hammer and chases after Tang Hao and his brother to beat them up. Chen Yue smiled slightly, shook his head, and turned back to the sleeping quarters. However, just as he entered the main door of the sleeping quarters, he saw a figure flash past, a female soul master, reporting, "Senior, the young master has asked the servant to invite you to the study." "What is it?" The female soul master is responsible for the dining and living services in the palace, and has been by Qian Renxue's side since she replaced Shui Qinghe. She is a soul Douluo with strong stealth abilities. However, her decision to leave the palace has raised some doubts in Chen Yue. It is important to note that only he can open the Tianyuan secret realm, and if he leaves, then Guangling, Qianjun, and the others will not be able to appear in the Heavenly Dou Palace anymore. Therefore, under normal circumstances, he would not leave. The young master didn't tell me. The female soul master awkwardly scratched her head. The young master sent everyone away and spoke in the imperial study. "All right." Chen Yue nodded, and with a flash, he appeared in the imperial study. However, he did not reveal his presence. "Director Han, you can rest assured about this matter." Qian Renxue, in her dragon robe, smiled slightly. "You can take a break in the palace, and I will definitely bring everyone back safe and sound tomorrow morning." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Han Shui, in her purple long dress, looked just like her name, with long, silver hair cascading like a waterfall. Her figure, wrapped in the purple attire, was enough to rival the voluptuousness of Yin and Tang Yue. Perhaps due to her maturity, there was a hint of charm and a touch of fatigue in her slightly cold eyes. After a female guard took her away, Chen Yue finally revealed himself. "What happened?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Qian Renxue relaxed her furrowed brows, then looked up at Chen Yue, gesturing for them to close the door of the imperial study. She turned to Chen Yue and said slowly, "The situation is like this." Chapter 59. "Chen Yue, are you testing me with this? Which Title Douluo can withstand such a test? Do you remember when you told me to wait for your decree for marriage?" Qian Renxue began to speak, but suddenly turned it around and asked. Chen Yue nodded, "I know about that." But upon hearing her question, he instantly understood. "So what you mean is Shui, Binger, and the other 6 are unhappy about the marriage arrangement, and that's why they ran away from home, right?" Qian Renxue, "Wait, can you let me finish?" Chen Yue shrugged. "As soon as you mentioned those 7, I understood. Shui Binger and Shui Yue, although they don't have any partners. This marriage arrangement by Qian Renxue is quite outrageous. Of course, perhaps Qian Renxue signed agreements with their respective families and accidentally leaked the news. The 7 of them couldn't accept such a marriage contract, so they decided to run away after discussing it. That's not entirely true." Qian Renxue rubbed her temples. "It's just that Shui Binger and Shui Yue, those 2 sisters, find it hard to accept marrying the same person. As for their teammates, the other members are powerless to resist because they, unlike the Shui sisters, have relied on their family support to reach this point. And the Shui sisters haven't relied much on the Shui family's power due to their status as illegitimate daughters, so they aren't valued. However, they are quite valued by Han Shui. So, Han Shui asked you to help bring them back, right?" Qian Renxue nodded. "And you had someone call me over?" Qian Renxue nodded. Chen Yue facepalmed, suddenly feeling like he had a pig teammate. "What's wrong?" Qian Renxue was taken aback by his expression. "Is there a problem? You just ordered someone to keep an eye on Han Shui, right?" Qian Renxue nodded, but she was exhausted and probably wouldn't notice. "The word probably should not come out of your mouth." Chen Yue rubbed his temples in frustration, feeling that this was a real mess. At this moment, he felt exposed. "What should I do to be the 6th after this?" "No problem." Qian Renxue waved her hand and pulled her into the water too, right? Chen Yue, "Damn, you don't play fair. You included me in this too?" At this moment, if Chen Yue still hasn't figured it out, he might as well crash himself against a block of tofu. "All right, whoever says that pregnancy makes you stupid for 3 years, I'll just throw a punch. You calculated this long ago." Chen Yu's mouth twitched as he pointed at Qian Renxue in front of him. "Are you doing this on purpose? How can you say that?" Qian Renxue snorted. Just now, who was it that almost had their eyes glued to that woman? Fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs. Isn't this what you call high configuration? Chen Yue, he was just curiously sizing her up and hadn't even thought about it yet. "What? Don't tell me you're not interested in this woman?" Seeing Chen Yue silent, Qian Renxue raised an eyebrow and snorted, "I'm a few years younger than Tang Yue. If you can go for Tang Yue, why can't you go for her?" Chen Yue, sensing the dangerous glint in Qian Renxue's eyes,
felt his mouth twitch again, and finally understood what Qian Renxue's scheme meant. It was completely to increase her bargaining chips. Fine, Chen Yue shrugged. But it should be impossible tonight, right? You just said that you would definitely bring back those 7 people from Tian Shui Academy in the morning. It's not very far from here to the Douluo Forest, but it's not close either, right? Qian Renxue retorted. Who said it was the Douluo Forest? Chen Yue. Oh, they're going to the frozen forest to the north. Qian Renxue rubbed her temples and said with a bit of a headache, if it were in the Douluo Forest, I definitely wouldn't be saying tomorrow morning. After all, the Douluo Forest is so vast. It would be quite troublesome to search. But in the extreme north forest, it can only be you who goes. After a pause, she explained the reason. Because our martial souls are not suitable for survival in this extreme northern weather, our strength will decline when we reach that place. Even you can't escape this? Qian Renxue nodded. The extreme north is similar in nature to the Devil Island overseas. The Devil Island is an extreme coastline, and land soul masters will face some suppression of their strength there, and the extreme north is the same. Unless you have a martial soul with ice elements, you won't be suppressed. However, in Chen Yue's impression, there seemed to be only Shui Binger, this Ice Phoenix martial soul that has ice attributes, right? As for others, he thought for a moment, and indeed had no relevant memories in his mind. Wait, Chen Yue's eyes lit up. The light-winged Douluo seems to have dual attributes of light and ice, but he is more focused on the light attribute. So he would also experience some decline in strength in the extreme north forest, although less than others. Qian Renxue explained, seeing that Chen Yue still looked reluctant to go out, immediately said, you should bring out the offerings of 5, 6, and 7, and then go over there. One night should be enough for you to handle it, right? Tiando City is located in the north of the Tiando Empire, and it's not very far from the extreme north forest. In fact, you could say it's quite close. Moreover, the range of the extreme north forest is much smaller than that of the Douluo Forest, so searching won't take much time. Don't you want to experience something in the frozen forest? Chen Yue was taken aback. Experience what? These 7 people are your future concubines. Qian Renxue tempted. With your strength and looks, once you show up, won't you instantly captivate those 7 little fans, and then have some exciting moments with you in the frozen forest? Ahem. Chen Yue coughed and said with righteous indignation, are you testing me with this? Which Title Douluo can't withstand such a test? You, this Title Douluo, might really not be able to withstand it. Chen Yue, do you have the ability to test me with Poseidon? Qian Renxue narrowed her eyes. Who is Poseidon? Oh, her. Chen Yue said casually, if nothing unexpected happened back then, she should be your great-grandmother, but if something did happen, then she should be your sister. Qian Renxue? Qian Renxue, oh, what? Great-grandmother without any accidents. What the hell? An accident happened, sister. What do you mean by that? Chapter 60. Chen Yue, who can withstand Poseidon's test? It doesn't mean anything, right? Chen Yue shrugged. It's just a literal meaning. If you're going to test me with this, I definitely can't handle it. Who can withstand Poseidon's test? You. Qian Renxue pouted, feeling that the information in this statement was somewhat overwhelming, and she was struggling to cope. Forget it. I'll ask Qianjun and Jiang Mo later. With that thought, she decided not to continue the topic. Are you doing it now? Or should we talk about it later? Now? Chen Yue was taken aback. Can we do it now? If you do it now, I can have someone set up a fragrant trap in her room. Qian Renxue said casually, if you wait until you come back, I can also take her as a concubine. In your words, it's like getting on the bus first and buying the ticket later, or the regular procedure. Chen Yue, let's talk about this when I come back. Chen Yue coughed, then waved his hand, and suddenly, a vortex emerged from the palace gate. In the next moment, 3 beams of light flickered out, which were the 3, Guangling Douluo, Qianjun Douluo, and Jiang Mo. At this moment, the 3 looked at Chen Yue in confusion, then glanced at Qian Renxue and exchanged looks, not knowing what to say for a moment. What are you looking at? Chen Yue glanced at them and said lightly, you guys guard for a night, I'm going out for a bit. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, I should be back tomorrow morning. Previously, Chen Yue thought he was in the Douluo Forest, so he was somewhat reluctant to go. He felt that if he exposed himself again, he might attract Gu Yuna's attention. Although his current strength was somewhat strong, he wasn't confident enough to handle Gu Yuna. You have to know, Gu Yuna's peak strength is that of a god king. Even though she is seriously injured, she can still exert the power of a high god, right? P.S. High god level 1 deity. Plus, the long journey was really not interesting. So, he was thinking of letting Qianjun or Jiang Mo go instead. But he never expected that Qian Renxue would tell him that it was in the extreme north forest. Then Chen Yue became interested. If he remembered correctly, there was a million-year ice worm in the extreme north forest, as well as the Snow Empress and Ice Empress, 2 adorable little pets. The ice worm could be cooked like fried white worms, and perhaps he could break through to level 92 because of it. Chen Yue carefully sensed his soul power level. And sure enough, he was still at the threshold of level 92 soul power. It seemed that he needed the energy boost from a million-year soul ring to reach the early stage of level 92. If the experience bar for level 92 is 100,000, then his current experience bar is 100,001. Yes, although they were somewhat puzzled about what could make Chen Yue take action personally. Qian Jun and Jiang Mo didn't dare to ask. They knew that the last time Chen Yue acted personally, he had conquered the Star Luo Empire. This time, there shouldn't be any shocking events happening, right? Don't leave the study before I come back, Chen Yue instructed. Just then, I still have some memorials to deal with. Qian Renxue nodded and gestured to a stack of memorials next to her that had already piled up above her head. Chen Yue, being an emperor is indeed quite exhausting. I'd rather support the female emperor from behind as her man. However, the one who is also overwhelmed is Heavenly Dou Palace.At. He stared blankly at the pile of memorials and cautiously asked, "Young master, is this all for one day?" "Yes," Heavenly Dou Palace.At exclaimed. "Damn, so many memorials in just one day." In an instant, Heavenly Dou Palace.At was completely dumbfounded. "What's wrong?" Seeing Heavenly Dou Palace.At's strange reaction, Qian Renxue was taken aback. Glancing at the stack of memorials but not noticing anything unusual, she couldn't help but ask, "Is there a problem?" No, Heavenly Dou Palace.At's mouth twitched, and he didn't dare to say that there were too many memorials. After all, the reason he was called over was to handle the memorials, and if he complained, he would probably be sent back immediately, and then he wouldn't have such good luck to go to the secret realm. Just as Heavenly Dou Palace.At was cursing in his heart, Chen Yue had already embarked on his journey to the frozen forest. At the same time, in the Star Luo Empire, Star Luo City, Star Luo Palace, Queen Zhu Qingxue and the Crown Princess Zhu Zhuqing were together in the Queen's chamber. Now that the Star Luo Emperor and the originally appointed Crown Prince Dai, Mubai, had both died at the hands of the Spirit Hall, the entire Star Luo Empire was plunged into panic. Fortunately, the father and son had left behind a posthumous child as a reassurance. Otherwise, who knows what might happen to the Dai family? And now, the Queen and the Crown Princess were like grasshoppers on the same bed. Once the matter was exposed, both of them and the Zhu family would be doomed. Therefore, despite holding great power, they acted with considerable caution, living together without much separation. From the perspective of the Xinguan sect, this response was considered normal. After all, the child in their womb was a posthumous child. If anything went wrong, it would truly be over. As for the notion that women should not involve themselves in politics, such a saying did not exist in the Star Luo Empire. The throne achieved through a nurturing method had at most collateral descendants like cousins. There were no legitimate brothers, so it was impossible to pass the position. As for daring to snatch collateral descendants, the Xinguan sect would dare to annihilate your entire family. Your Majesty, Queen Mother, Crown Princess. At this moment, a hurried female guard knelt on one knee at the door, presenting a secret letter from the city lord of Gongxin. A secret letter from Gongxin City? Upon hearing this, Queen Zhu Qingxue furrowed her brows and exchanged glances with Crown Princess Zhu Zhuqing. The latter pondered for a moment and said, "Mother, Gongxin City seems to be a collateral relative of the Luo family, a soul sage of over level 70. Present it." The female guard then dared to stand up and hand over the letter before retreating. In the chamber, only Queen Zhu Qingxue and Crown Princess Zhu Zhuqing remained. Queen Zhu Qingxue opened the envelope and immediately frowned, handing it to Zhu Zhuqing, who also frowned after reading it. The envelope contained only 15 words. "The Spirit Hall has been exterminated. Preliminary investigation suggests it was a Title Douluo." A Title Douluo? This is a bit tricky. Queen Zhu Qingxue's brows furrowed deeply, and her expression became somewhat unsightly. She was about to attend the court to discuss this matter when suddenly, Crown Princess Zhu Zhuqing stopped her. "Mother, wait." Queen Zhu Qingxue was taken aback. "What do you have in mind?" "Look here, Chapter 61, Zhu Zhuqing. If he doesn't stir up some trouble, then it wouldn't be him." Crown Princess Zhu Zhuqing smiled slightly, pointing at the 4 characters on the envelope. Upon seeing them, Queen Zhu Qingxue became even more puzzled. "Title Douluo? What's so special about that? Have you forgotten someone?" Zhu Zhuqing's words left her stunned again. "What do you mean?" "I estimate that with his intelligence, he probably already accounted for this." Zhu Zhuqing had a knowing expression. "If I'm not mistaken, he will soon send someone to inform us." This caused Queen Zhu Qingxue to first be stunned and then carefully consider. That does make some sense. She immediately asked, "So your idea is to wait for his letter?" "No." Zhu Zhuqing smiled slightly. Isn't our Star Luo Empire peaceful and quiet right now? Once this calm settles, everyone's attention will turn to us. What if the waters of the empire become murky again? Queen Zhu Qingxue narrowed her phoenix eyes, her gaze flashing. Are you suggesting we inform the Xinguan sect? Zhu Qingxue couldn't deny it. Isn't that going to cause trouble? This letter came from the city lord of Gingxin. We are currently unable to handle it. What is wrong with asking the Xinguan sect for help? Zhu Zhuqing retorted. Could it be that they can elevate us to Title Douluo? Queen Zhu Qingxue. She truly had no words to respond to that. Although the Star Crown sect still supported their rule, it was clearly impossible for them to spend resources to elevate the two of them to Title Douluo. So fine. Empress Zhu Qingxue nodded, waiting for his news. Before her words had even fallen, a shadow descended from sky. It was the serpent's spear, Douluo. He was cloaked in black robes, raised his hand, and waved. And a letter shot towards Empress Zhu Qingxue. After that, he did not look back, turning around and disappearing into the night sky in the blink of an eye. Look, Zhu Zhuqing chuckled, holding Empress Zhu Qingxue's arm, and whispered with a smile. In our current state, we will definitely be given some attention by him. No need to even think about it. Empress Zhu Qingxue found it hard to imagine that this once obedient cat in front of her son Dai, Mubai, had now transformed like this. However, after thinking about herself for a moment, she eventually sighed, shook her head, and set aside these distractions to open the letter. He told us not to worry about the matter of Gongxin City. Zhu Zhuqing snorted. He definitely just wants to stabilize the situation. As she spoke, she leaned over to take a look and suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, there seems to be writing on the back of this letter." Huh? Zhu Qingxue was slightly taken aback, then turned it over and saw familiar handwriting once again. However, this content, compared to the previous one, is simply worlds apart. Informing the Xinguan sect about the situation in Gongxin City, and then framing the incident at the Spirit Hall of Gongxin City on the Xinguan sect. After seeing this line, Zhu Qingxue couldn't help but gasp, while Zhu Zhuqing showed a look of as expected. Indeed, he definitely wouldn't let the Spirit Hall or this so-called Xinguan sect have it easy. If he didn't stir up some trouble, he wouldn't be himself. Zhu Qingxue, why does it sound like you know him quite well? She twitched her lips and then said, he wrote 2 sides, which means we should choose one, right? Is there even question? Zhu Zhuqing snorted, definitely choosing the second one. Why? Think about it. If everything on our side remained calm, would he come over again? Empress Zhu Qingxue was taken aback, thought for a moment, and shook her head. No. Then that's it. Zhu Zhuqing said, once something happens here, he will definitely come to inquire about it. And by then, all right, I'll listen to you. Thus, a letter from the Lord of Gingxin City was quickly sent to the Xinguan sect. After receiving this news, the Xinguan sect didn't delay and sent a Title Douluo to Gongxin City that very night. To them, the appearance of a Title Douluo at this time must be a person from the Spirit Hall, likely stemming from the last retaliation. What? You say the Spirit Hall can't destroy its own main hall? Come on, do you understand self-directed framing? If it hadn't been for the incident where Bibi Dong led a group of Title Douluos to besiege Xinluo City, the Xinguan sect probably wouldn't think this way. But unfortunately, this incident happened. No wonder the Xinguan sect is so sensitive. As for the tense atmosphere of the Xinguan sect at this moment, Chen Yue was completely unaware. He had already arrived in the city closest to the extreme north forest in the Tiando Empire, Winter City. What is the snow like? It's like salt being sprinkled in the air. Not like the catkins rising with the wind. At first glance, all he saw was this one color. Chen Yue sighed, hands behind his back, standing in this icy world, wearing only a short shirt, feeling no chill at all. Snowflakes danced, the north wind howled. It still couldn't dissipate the heat on his body. What a strange person. Everyone he encountered along the way looked at him with surprise, glancing at each other, shaking their heads, expressing their incomprehension, yet being greatly shocked. Who would wear a short shirt in this heavy snow heading towards the frozen forest? Hey, little brother. At the city gate, a guard saw Chen Yue heading towards the extreme north forest and immediately called out. The night in the extreme north forest is a high activity time for soul beasts. If you want to go through the forest, why not stay outside the city for a night? Winter City is nominally part of the Tiando Empire, but in reality, it is also a no-man's land. The reason is simple. Such places are hard for people to adapt to, so there are hardly any nobles seen here. Even the city lord's mansion is made up of commoner soul masters. Therefore, the guards here are also from poor backgrounds, making them relatively more approachable compared to other cities. No problem. Chen Yue waved his hand. Just taking a stroll and we'll be back. It's not a big deal. With that, he had already disappeared into the snow-covered forest. Out of sight. What a strange person. The guard shook his head, not bothering too much, standing guard at the city gate, closing his eyes and remaining still. His martial soul is an ice turtle, allowing him to sleep normally under this cold wind and snow, unaffected by the elements. At this moment, Chen Yue had also entered this forest, seemingly submerged in ice and snow, deeply in a long slumber. Chapter 62. Snow Dance, Shue, you dead crow's mouth. The extreme North Forest, also known as the extreme Northland, but due to the cold weather and fluttering snowflakes, it is also called the extreme North Forest, Frozen Forest, and so on. At first, for Shue Binger, this forest only existed in rumors. What cold ice would make the martial soul difficult to adapt to? So, upon hearing that she had a hand over to the new Lord Shue Qinghe, she immediately got angry and ran away from home with her sister Shue Yue. Who cares about the new lord or whatever? Whoever wants to marry can go. But in such a vast world, where could she go? After thinking it over, she decided to take a look at this frozen forest. She didn't believe they could catch her back from there. Then, she regretted it. As soon as she entered the frozen forest, her whole world seemed to turn into a white expanse of snow, with white snowflakes floating above her head that never stopped. Cold. This is her feeling from beginning to end. Although her martial soul is an ice phoenix, she has never lived in the winter city. So while her martial soul adapts to this environment, she herself does not adapt to this climate. And her sister Shue Yue is even more unable to bear it. Sister, if this goes on, we will freeze to death. Shue Yue's lips were pale, devoid of any color. She could only rely on her soul power to fend off the cold. Why don't we go back the way we came? No. Shui Binga Shukia hit. Also struggling against the cold that enveloped her. I worked hard to reach the soul emperor level, not to marry the new king. If you want to go back, you can go back by yourself. She did not want to return and accept her fate like this. If she truly wanted to get married, she would have done so long ago. How could she have endured the pressure alone to achieve the soul emperor status? The reason she worked hard to cultivate was that she did not want to be used as a bargaining chip for a marriage alliance. She wanted to be like the Pope of the Spirit Hall and take control of her own destiny. Sister, Shue Yue's expression changed, biting her lip. But in the end, she did not leave and silently followed behind Shue Binger, both braving the cold wind and snow, moving deeper into the forest. Not far behind them, 6 other members led by Shue Wu were also straining to use their soul power to withstand the howling cold wind, desperately searching for the whereabouts of the 2 sisters. Sister Shue, this frozen forest is too vast. We can't find anyone. The one who spoke was Shun Lu